As autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, my flowers bloom while the rest wither. The fragrance ascends to the heavens, permeating Chang'an, as the entire city dons a golden armor. In the twilight of the Tang Dynasty, the once mighty empire lay gravely ill. It was during this time that the unsuccessful scholar Huang Chao penned this poem amidst his despair, reflecting his lofty ambitions. Shortly thereafter, in the year 874, Huang Chao rallied a multitude alongside Wang Xianzhi to rise in rebellion, depleting the last vestiges of the Tang's national fortune in the ensuing conflict amidst the warlord fragmentation. Ultimately, Huang Chao met with failure and demise. The Tang Dynasty lingered on for over 2 more decades before being usurped by Zhu Wen in 907, marking the official fall of the once resplendent Tang Empire, a center of world civilization. This ushered in the era known as the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. Zhu Wen established the Liang, referred to historically as the Later Liang, becoming the first regime of the Central Plains during this tumultuous period that lasted for 53 years. The actions of Shi Jingtang, who acknowledged his allegiance to a foreign power, left many in the realm feeling humiliated, and insurrections persisted unabated. Both of his sons perished in rebellion. On his deathbed, Shi Jingtang bequeathed the throne to his adopted son, Shi Chang'an, who resolved to gradually extricate himself from the yoke of the Liao dynasty. However, this decision incited 3 significant military incursions from Liao, culminating in Shi Chang'an's utter defeat, leading to his family's capture and the fall of later Jin. The later Zhou, under the reigns of Guo Wei and his adoptive son Chai Rong, experienced a gradual strengthening of national power and began to pursue a strategy for the unification of China. Yet when the third emperor, Chai Zongxuan, ascended to the throne at a tender age, Zhao Kuangyin, originally a commander of the later Zhou's imperial guards, instigated a coup at Qianxiao, declaring himself emperor and establishing the Song dynasty in 960, thus bringing an end to the later Zhou and the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, ushering China into the era of the Northern Song. Fu Yanqing was a prominent figure during the later days of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, hailing from a family of military lineage. His grandfather was Wu Wang Fu Chu, and his father, Qin Wang Fu Tsunshin, was an adopted son of Li Qiang. By Fu Yanqing's generation, he had been bestowed titles such as Wang of Huayang, Wang of Wei, and Wang of Wei, while his 9 brothers held significant military command. However, the most renowned member of the Fu family was his daughter, who bore 3 queens, one of whom was Fu Shi, the empress of the later Zhou's Emperor Chairong. In 947, Lu Ziyuan established the later Han, marking the 4th dynasty of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. That year, Fu Shi, at the age of 16, followed her father to the newly governed Yanzhou, where she encountered a young man named Guo Xiao, who was on the brink of death from hunger and cold. Moved by compassion, Fu Shi persuaded her father to rescue the ailing lad. Not long after, Fu Shi married the son of the later Han General Li Shozhen and moved to Hezhong Prefecture, where Guo Xiao served as a guard. In 950, a wandering Taoist encountered Fu Shi and proclaimed her to possess the bearing of an empress, further igniting Li Shozhen's ambition. If his daughter-in-law appeared empress-like, then surely his son could become emperor. Thus, Li Shozhen resolved to raise an army in Hezhou. The later Han court dispatched Guo Wei to quell the rebellion. Li Shozhen faced defeat, and chaos ensued, leading to the slaughter of his entire family. Fu Shi, unwilling to meet the same fate, fled toward the inner palace, with her attendants and household servants abandoning her. Only Guo Xiao remained, willing to shield her from the pursuing soldiers. Grateful for Fu Shi's life-saving kindness and driven by other motives, Guo Xiao sought to repay her with his life. Struck in the head by a blunt object amidst the turmoil, he was discarded alongside countless corpses in a mass grave outside the city. In an unexpected twist of fate, just as the young man of the 5 dynasties perished, a modern soul fortuitously found its way into his body, awakening him. Meanwhile, Fu Shi survived, leveraging the connections of her father Fu Yanqing and Guo Wei to be recognized as Guo Wei's adopted daughter. Soon after, Guo Wei and Fu Yanqing forged an alliance through marriage, allowing Fu Shi to wed Guo Wei's adopted son, Chairong. As the family of the founding Emperor Guo Wei faced annihilation in the internal strife of the later Han, With his son lost, he had no choice but to designate his adopted son Chai Rong as his successor, ultimately bequeathing the throne to him 3 years later. Fu Shi became the first empress of the imperial lineage stemming from the Fu family. Yet, within the annals of history, a butterfly effect emerged. During the rebellion of Li Xiuzhen and Hezhong, a soldier who was supposed to have perished inexplicably returned to life, as if an enigmatic butterfly had taken flight, subtly altering the trajectory of history. Chapter 1. The Lady of Wei, Xiao Ge, and Yu Lian won in February's capital. The verdant willow branches sway in the wind, with palaces and pavilions reflecting each other in harmony. The white paper money drifting through the air resembles fallen leaves, adding a somber autumnal atmosphere to the springtime brightness. Longjing Bridge connects the north and south avenues of the capital, with a majestic Zhuke Gate to the north and the bustling commercial district to the east. At this bridge, three seemingly unrelated individuals unexpectedly cross paths, exchanging fleeting glances that feel like echoes from another era. Adjacent to Longjing Bridge, beneath the archway of a half-open blacksmith shop, a banner inscribed with the character Guahang's, facing Zhuke Avenue. The humble wooden stalls outside are adorned with freshly forged agricultural tools and various iron implements, while the bellows within emit a rhythmic hissing sound. The glowing embers and deep blue flames generate a warmth that surpasses the chill outside. An 18 or 19-year-old young man, robust and tall, deftly swings a hammer, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He wears only a tattered short garment, with his chest exposed and sleeves torn away. Each strike of the hammer sends sparks flying, and droplets of sweat cascade down his muscular frame, filling the air with an essence of primal strength. This young man, known as Xiao Ge, possesses a physique that is truly admirable, with long arms and well-defined muscles, the contours of his chest pronounced, and his abdomen sculpted. Such a physique could not have been forged by an ordinary laborer, as the symmetry is too exquisite. Xiao Ge, having enlisted at the age of 14, now serves as a minor commander of the Imperial Guards under Zhang Yongde, having honed his archery skills over the years. With a resounding clang, he strikes the iron with newfound vigor, sending sparks flying, when a soft gasp escapes the lips of a woman nearby. Her forehead is smooth, her eyes large and bright, and her worn, coarse dress cannot conceal her graceful form. Her hair is neatly tied up and wrapped with a piece of gray cloth, her attire and demeanor suggesting that she is a married woman, though she is not Xiao Ge's wife. She is merely engaged in washing and cooking, attending to chores. Lady of Wei, a voice calls out from the crowd, stepping aside beneath the archway. Xiao Ge halts his hammering, squinting into the distance beside the anvil. It is already afternoon, and as he gazes westward from the eastern commercial district of Zhuke Avenue, the sun hangs low, casting blinding rays that make it difficult to open one's eyes. The imposing entourage of the noble lady, too, resembles the sun, instilling in the onlookers a sense of reverence that forbids them from gazing directly. Fu Shi, the eldest daughter, was first wed to the son of the later Han General Li Xiuzhen when Li Xiuzhen and his son met their demise in rebellion. Fu Shi became the adoptive daughter of Guo Wei, subsequently marrying Guo Wei's adopted son, Chai Rong. With Chai Rong ascending to the throne in the first month of this year, Fu Shi's elevation to empress is now within reach. It was precisely this woman, who had always resided in the heights of society, who, while passing by Xiao Ge's blacksmith shop, suddenly lifted the curtain of her grand carriage, exposing a glimpse of her radiant face. Her eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to penetrate through the distance, capturing the hearts of those nearby. Her gaze fell upon Xiao Ge just for a moment, before glancing at the young woman, Yu Lian, beside him. The disparity between these three individuals was immense, and such an encounter was indeed extraordinary. As the curtain fell, the Lady of Wei resumed her regal posture within the luxurious carriage, gently closing her eyes, seemingly in a moment of repose. The woman, fair as jade and ethereal in beauty, wore a half-sleeve garment adorned with light floral patterns, subtly echoing the styles of the Tang, though far more restrained. Then the opulence of the Tang court. Her posture was impeccable, with shoulders sculpted and neck elongated, exuding an innate aura of nobility and grace, elevated and untouchable. Several years ago, the circumstances surrounding the appearance of that youthful soldier in the Fu family's royal guard remain a mystery to her. one she has no desire to unravel. However, upon marrying into the household of Li Shojing and encountering the youth once again, she felt a flicker of recognition. It was only when Li Shojing and his son revolted, leading to an invasion by Guo Wei's forces, that the young man left a more profound impression on her. In the midst of chaos and turmoil, the Li residence was in disarray, with cries for mercy and desperate attempts to flee echoing throughout. Yet, there was no one left to resist valiantly, as the tide had turned and any form of defiance seemed futile. The Fu family did not wish to accompany the rebellious Li family to their demise, hastily retreating to the inner court as the sounds of slaughter drew closer. To her surprise, she found the familiar armored figure still present, standing resolutely. He suddenly proclaimed, "Allow me to serve you one last time, my lady." Overwhelmed with fear and confusion, she scarcely registered his strange words, hastily entering the chamber with her only remaining maid. Yet, deep within her memory lingered the unmistakable sounds that could not be erased. The metallic rasp of a sword being drawn was strikingly vivid. While the sword itself felt nothing, the one who wielded it surely possessed awareness. Perhaps the sword too carried an air of despair akin to that of impending death. The young man's roar and the savage clash of weapons did he charge into a throng of pursuers alone? "Allow me to serve you one last time, my lady." What compelled him to act thus? Furrowing her brow, vague memories began to resurface in her mind. A drizzly morning, a shivering, ragged boy by the roadside, the score of the guard's father. "Father, he is so pitiable, please send someone to rescue him." "Your ladyship, we respectfully request your presence." A court lady knelt beside her carriage, interrupting her reverie. Supported by a palace maid, she gracefully descended, and the surrounding eunuchs and maidens immediately bowed in respect, not daring to utter a word. The air was thick with reverence for those of high status, as well as for the imposing grandeur of the palace edifices looming behind them. Only one official, whispering to an elderly man beside him, made their furtive actions conspicuously evident. She paid them no mind and approached a palanquin, gesturing for the attendants to withdraw, inviting the eunuch to speak. "Ah, I see now, no wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with him," she remarked softly. As she tried to dismiss the thought, a voice echoed once more in her ears, "Allow me to serve you one last time, my lady." Disturbed by the memory, she instinctively uttered, "If you encounter Zhang Yongda, please have him look after Huang Chao, for he rendered me a service during the turmoil in the river." "Understood," the eunuch replied with utmost deference. Feeling considerably relieved, she continued, "Has the emperor decided to lead the expedition himself?" In a hushed tone, the eunuch responded, "I believe is highly likely. Yesterday, Prime Minister Feng Dao advised against the emperor's personal involvement, belittling him in comparison to Emperor Taizong of the Tang, and today he has been removed from office." Upon hearing this, she said nothing more and turned to ascend the palanquin. Naturally, she did not wish for her newlywed second husband to venture into danger. Yet, having recently been bestowed the title of Lady of the Guard, she also hesitated to overtly contradict Chai Rong's intentions. Having endured the trials of war herself, she believed it improbable that the ruler of Beihan could successfully march southward to vanquish the Zhou dynasty. The emperor need not lead the charge himself. Yet, perhaps his motivations extended beyond mere preservation of the realm. He might seek to establish his authority and stabilize his position through the crucible of war. The consequences of a failed campaign were too dire to contemplate. However, since the emperor had made up his mind, further attempts at persuasion would be futile. "Lift the palanquin." A sharp command rang out, and her palanquin was carefully raised amidst a throng of attendants. Ahead lay the depths of the palace, a world unfathomable to the common folk. Chapter 2. Lady of the Guard, Xiao Gear, and Yu Lian too. Now, Xiao Gear is no longer the youthful figure known to Fu Shi. His true name is Liu Chang, a man of the modern era. For years ago, he abruptly awoke to find himself transformed into a youth of the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, discarded as a corpse in a mass grave outside the city, only to be rescued by a peculiar old Taoist priest. Gradually, he came to realize that he had perished during Guo Wei's campaign against Li Shojing in the tumultuous aftermath of the Later Han Dynasty. The old man, claiming to have attained a semblance of immortality, called himself the sleeping immortal Fuyazi. He saved Liu Chang because he sensed a contradictory flow of elemental energies within him. His visage, bore the characteristics of water, yet a fiery essence emanated from him. Lu Chang, filled with trepidation, feared that the old man might subject him to alchemical experiments, and he sought to flee. However, he was swiftly apprehended. Fortunately, the old man did not cause him harm, instead tearing several pages from his illustrated manuscripts and gifting him a celestial elixir to aid him in refining his fiery attributes. Lu Chang, of course, declined the elixir, expressed his gratitude, and made his escape. Thus began his life, navigating the world as an ancient youth amidst the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. The ties to his previous life gradually faded over the lengthy span of 4 years, yet a few matters lingered, perhaps beyond the reach of time's healing touch. Some regrets, some attachments, and unfulfilled wishes. Clang, clang, another strike of the hammer rang out as he continued forging. What he crafted was not to be sold, but rather a suit of breastplate armor. The sun had vanished behind the towering Chongming Gate, leaving behind a resplendent orange glow in the western sky, casting a poignant and majestic aura upon the ancient city. Walls that a day filled with strenuous labor had begun to take its toll on the robust Xiao Gear. His shoulders felt weak, and his mind grew hazy. Yet one thing remained certain. The strength of a person's ambition or desire is commensurate with the sacrifices and efforts they are willing to invest. At that moment, Yu Lian's voice called for dinner from the back room. She had prepared the meal. The old man, having finished his tasks, rose to fetch water and remarked, "Xiao Gear, the sun has set. We shall continue tomorrow." The old man inquired, "Is the imperial guard truly setting out for battle?" Lu Xiao casually affirmed, "This forge is Lu Xiao's enterprise, purchased with his accumulated military pay. There are 3 individuals involved, though they are not kin. The old man, surnamed Huang, and the young woman, Yu Lian, are both employed by him. Old Huang is a country blacksmith, crafting tools such as hoes and knives, but the demand and prices for his wares pale in comparison to those in the capital. Working here, however, offers him a better wage than selling his goods in the countryside. As for the young woman, Yu Lian, her circumstances are quite serendipitous. Several years ago, during Lu Xiao's service, she was a maid in the Li household, someone he once knew. After the upheaval of fate, they unexpectedly crossed paths again in the capital. Upon learning of her dire situation, Lu Xiao, feeling nostalgic, offered her a position in his forge. In truth, she likely takes home a significant portion of the profits, as Lu Xiao often finds himself unable to manage the forge's affairs during his extended duties with the Imperial Guard. Her name is Yu Lian. It is rumored that she is surnamed Dong, though this may merely be a name she devised. Yu Lian's husband was unable to work due to a broken leg, leaving her, a young woman, to toil in a bachelor's household, which inevitably sparked gossip. Lu Xiao was unconcerned, but for her, it seemed a challenging ordeal, as being the subject of whispers is hardly a pleasant experience. She often exited with her head bowed, walking briskly and avoiding conversation with others. As night fully descended, Lu Xiao finally set his tools aside. The stall outside had been packed away, and he began to construct a makeshift door from wooden boards, closing up shop. The forge's entrance was merely a wall with an opening, lacking a proper door to him. This improvised barrier served as a substitute for a modern roll-up door. Entering the back courtyard, he immediately noticed that the dishes on the dining table remained untouched, while Yu Lian swept the floor and old Huang sat on the threshold, repairing a pair of iron tongs. Lu Xiao then realized that the distinctions of rank and privilege in ancient times were starkly evident. Though he was the youngest, he was the host, and none dared to partake in the meal until he had eaten. The staple food is soup-filled dumplings made of white flour, which likely serves as a material guarantee for those who wish to stay. In this era of famine and death, it goes without saying that even the local landowners are reluctant to indulge in white flour regularly. After dinner was tidied up, Yu Lian was eager to leave. Guo Xiao noticed that the sky had darkened outside, and the path to her home through a poorly lit alley was rather treacherous, so he rose and said, "Allow me to escort you." Yu Lian hurriedly waved her hands and replied, No, Guolang, you should rest early. I will come to prepare breakfast in the morning." Guo Xiao insisted, "The capital appears peaceful, but one can never be too cautious." Walking ahead, Yu Lian kept her head down, embodying a shy demeanor, glancing around nervously as if fearing an encounter with an acquaintance. Guo Xiao followed quietly, appreciating her figure discreetly. Her silhouette was graceful, with a slender waist and a form that caused her tattered skirt to drape beautifully, creating charming folds. Even a worn garment could not conceal her true beauty. The patched gray cloth of her cross-collared top contrasted starkly with her fair neck, evoking the image of a lotus blossoming from the mud. Guo Xiao shook his head and gestured toward the door ahead, saying, "You have arrived, please enter." Yulian seemed to want to express some polite words but hesitated, silently retreating into her dilapidated home. The light of an oil lamp flickered to life behind the bamboo paper window when suddenly a loud crash echoed, followed by a woman's scream. A man's voice cursed, "Shameless harlot! Off to steal another man again." The woman sobbed softly, and soon thereafter, the sound of ceramic shattering filled the air. "I may be unable to walk, but my ears are still keen. If you dare, collude with that scoundrel and ruin me." Guo Xiao listened intently from outside. Although he sympathized with Yu Lian, he felt helpless. Surely, no one could bear to hear such slander about their spouse. However, he was innocent in this matter. Perhaps that man from the Chen family had yet to fully comprehend his predicament reduced to such a state. Could he truly blame his wife? Soon, the man's voice called out, "Wine? Wine? There's no wine left." Yulian's voice was barely audible. It was unclear what she said, and then a cacophony erupted, accompanied by the woman's heart-wrenching cries. Enraged, Guo Xiao glanced down and noticed several pieces of firewood nearby. He seized a branch and stepped forward. At that moment, the door burst open, and Yu Lian emerged, one hand covering her face, the other clutching her arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon seeing Guo Xiao, she froze momentarily. Immediately, she noted the wooden stick in Guo Xiao's hand and the fierce expression on his face. Her look of despair transformed into one of fear as she spoke in a low voice. "What are you doing? The neighbors are gossiping. If you kill him, the authorities will find out." From within the house, someone shouted, "Who are you speaking to?" Yu Lian gritted her teeth and gestured for Guo Xiao to leave quickly. Just then, a voice from inside taunted, "Well, since you were so lewd, why not serve that scoundrel all night and earn some money for wine?" "Ha!" The wood in Guo Xiao's grip creaked ominously. With the strength to draw a 3-stone bow in practice, were he to swing that branch at someone, it could either break their bones or splinter the wood. Yu Lian held her breath, staring intently at his face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, mingled with desperation. "I am not yet assured of success," Guo Xiao said coldly, before bending down to place the branch gently on the pile of firewood. Yu Lian watched his retreating figure, puzzled. What did he mean by lacking assurance? A robust young man, serving in the military, could surely overpower a disabled person incapable of standing. Nearby, several windows flickered to life, likely drawing the attention of curious onlookers, making Guo Xiao's movements difficult to conceal. Indeed, as the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must act without doing anything to draw attention. Chapter 3. Wei Guo Fu Run, Xiaogu Air, and Yu Lian. 3. I long for wealth and the opportunity to rise above. Xiaogu Air. Lying on the old bed, muttered in a daze, drenched in perspiration. As dawn broke, the dim morning light illuminated the soot-stained wooden window, the tattered paper fluttering violently in the wind. In his stupor, he felt as though he were transported to a past life, where his gravely ill mother, on the brink of death, yearned for watermelon in the dead of winter. How could one procure such a fruit? A deep sense of regret washed over him. Moreover, with his mother's demise, the funeral arrangements would soon follow, and the exorbitant medical expenses had left the family financially drained. Yet, the most challenging burden was that of the living, his sister. Eventually, she hastily married into a relatively affluent family, and the majority of his educational expenses were covered by his brother-in-law, though he sensed that the latter was unkind to her. Time and again, he contemplated asking his sister if her sacrifices were for his sake, yet the words remained unvoiced. One day, he vowed to achieve greatness and amass wealth to make amends for everything. Sister, sister. At that moment, Guo Xiao was jolted awake by someone shaking him. He sat up abruptly, his bewildered gaze fixating on the person who had roused him. A woman's voice spoke, "Guo Lang, you had a nightmare." "I had a nightmare," Guo Xiao mechanically echoed. Yu Lian turned away, concealing her swollen left cheek from his sight, and handed him a damp towel. Guo Xiao hastily wiped his face before rolling out of bed, pushing aside the wooden frame to search for something. Yu Yin inquired, "Do you have a sister? Though I'm an old acquaintance of Guo Lang, you need not be so kind to me." Despite her words, Yu Yin showed little reluctance. Evidently in need of the gesture, she continued, "Why do you not keep it for yourself?" In the tumultuous era of the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, the words of the later Jins and Zhongrong encapsulated the truth. Those with ambition thrived amidst chaos, where lineage did not dictate fate. Of course, survival was paramount to achieving military merit. Yu Yin did not press him further, but softly remarked, "You still think of the lady, do you not?" Both she and Guo Xiao had spent time at the estate of Li Shoujing, and it was clear that the lady referred to Fu Shi. Yu Yin, typically timid, displayed a surprising cleverness and depth of understanding. Guo Xiao calmly shook his head, stating, "Those worthy of love are those who genuinely care for you. I reciprocate kindness only to those who bestow it upon me. Wealth and beauty alone do not warrant sacrifice. She is not connected to you in any way." As he spoke, there was a sincerity in his tone, as though he were unveiling his heart to the world. Yu Yin understood, lifting her gaze, her eyes shimmering with the morning light, her expression a blend of amusement and grace that starkly contrasted her usual timid demeanor. Afterward, Guo Xiao donned a clean inner garment and, early in the morning, drew well water to bathe. In the brisk spring chill, one who dared to bathe in well water must possess robust health. It was said that changing into clean undergarments before battle could significantly reduce the risk of infection from injuries. Since his arrival in this ancient world, he had developed the habit of bathing and changing before donning armor. The freshly crafted breastplate hung on a wooden rack in the bedroom. But Guo Xiao had no intention of wearing it today. There was no need to present himself differently for a mere expedition. He donned his usual chainmail armor, which weighed over 50 pounds and required assistance from Lao Huang to put on. He then retrieved a protective dagger from the wall, leaving behind long weapons and bows. As Guo Xiao stepped out of the bedroom, he transformed into a formidable figure clad in iron armor, the heavy metal gleaming ominously, each step echoing with a metallic clang. His gait heavy, Lao Huang, witnessing his master's transformation, gazed upon him with reverence. Yu Yin outside the door also appeared taken aback, both bowing in respect to Guo Xiao. The armor stripped away the softness from his visage, revealing a countenance that exuded an imposing presence. And the once gentle Xiao Gu air morphed into Guo Shijiang. Shortly thereafter, soldiers outside the shop called for Guo Shijiang. Guo Xiao strode forward, stepping out into the street, where merchants and passers-by hastily cleared a path, none daring to provoke a troop of armored soldiers, even without official regalia. The warriors of the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms held high status. Those from the capital to various cities were often seasoned soldiers, hardened by years of battle. If a military commander was tyrannical, local officials found themselves powerless, and the common folk dared not challenge them. Upon reaching the northern training grounds, soldiers from various homes and encampments began to arrive, creating a scene of tumult, a sea of dust and humanity that resembled a vast ocean of iron and steel. With thousands gathered at the training ground, initial chaos gave way to order as the appointed time approached. Each commander tallied their troops and reported numbers. While the overall structure was different, the procedures mirrored those Guo Xiao had experienced during military training in the modern era. The soldiers stood with legs apart and heads held high, their ranks impeccably aligned, presenting an image of elite discipline. This group was not merely distinguished by their uniformity. They possessed an unseen strength. Guo Xiao's armor weighed over 50 pounds. Without significant strength, it would be challenging to walk while bearing weapons. The skilled archers had trained rigorously from a young age, requiring years of practice, not merely assembling a group of strong men. Each infantry and cavalry soldier was a battle-hardened veteran, forged in the fires of numerous conflicts throughout various dynasties. The commander of Guo Xiao's unit was Zhang Yongde, the grand commander before the hall. It was not easy to catch a glimpse of him. After a considerable wait, a contingent of heavily armored cavalry appeared, bearing flags and escorting a general adorned in a red cloak. They galloped past the formation, and Guo Xiao barely caught a glimpse of Zhang Yongde's face before he disappeared. Then, a voice rang out in front. "By order of the Privy Council, we shall march in 5 days. Prepare your gear and report to your respective barracks within 3 days. Those who fail to comply will be punished for dereliction of duty. There shall be no mistakes." According to the Zhou dynasty's military structure, During training exercises, units typically consisted of 500 men. Higher-ranking generals seldom interfered with the minutiae of command beneath them. Only the commanding officers directly led the lower-tier soldiers. Each command was subdivided into 5 units, each comprising about 100 men, led by a military officer or commander. Each unit was further divided into 4 squads of over 20 men, commanded by 10 generals. Guo Xiao was one such general, leading over 20 soldiers. Commander Wang Digong rode forward with his personal guards to Guo Xiao's unit and dismounted, immediately bellowing, "Yang Biao? Where is Commander Yang Biao?" Upon hearing his name, Guo Xiao's attention sharpened, as Yang Biao was the commander of his unit. A burly man with a horse-like face squeezed out of the ranks. A nearby warrior scolded, "Yang Biao, do you not know your crime?" The horse-faced man retorted angrily, "They were gambling and cheating. Otherwise, I would not have resorted to breaking their legs." Without warning, a whip cracked through the air, striking him with a force that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. The burly man remained silent, gritting his teeth. "You will replace Yang Biao as commander," Commander Wang stated calmly. Guo Xiao found himself bewildered. How could a mere 10 general be so distinctly remembered by the commander amid a crowd of over 500? And how could he leap several ranks to become a 100-man commander? However, engaging in further conversation with the commander at such a moment would be unwise. Guo Xiao quickly responded, "Thank you, Commander Wang, for your promotion and guidance." Wang Digong cast a glance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "You, a mere Shijiang, have received commendation from Zhang Duji by name. How can I not regard you with new eyes?" Guo Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Having ascended through connections, how could he command respect? Indeed, he noticed Yang Biao, who was glaring at him with evident hostility. The crux of the matter was his lack of connections. Zhang Yongda was not only a general of the Imperial Guard, but also the brother-in-law of the current emperor, leaving Guo to ponder whether it was due to Madame Wei Guo. The Fu Shi. Chapter 4. Madame Wei Guo, Xiao and Yulian for, regardless, advancing several ranks in military position was indeed a fortunate occurrence, sparing Guo Xiao from many years of toiling for military merit. However, the pressing concern he faced was to establish authority and control over his subordinates. Ensuring his position as a Baibing Dujian was secure first. Accompanying him were 5 or 6 soldiers, all veterans from his time as Shijiang in the 4th Division. Conveniently residing in the southern part of the city, these men were evidently more familiar and closer to Guo Xiao, allowing him the opportunity to transform the 4th Division into his personal guard. With the power of troops loyal to him, controlling the entire capital army would become comparatively easier. Alas, the current Shijiang of the 4th Division was Yang Biao, recently demoted from the position of Dujian, rendering any immediate action impossible. Guo Xiao found this situation rather disheartening. As they approached the Chun residence, the sounds of shouting and a woman's weeping echoed from within. Yulian's voice, choked with emotion, cried out, "Let go of my hair. How am I to face anyone again? You still have the face to show yourself?" Came the scathing retort, accompanied by the sharp crack of a slap. The woman's cries resounding with despair. Enraged, Guo Xiao dropped the reins of the mule, noticing the pile of firewood from the previous night still lay outside. Seizing a stick, he charged to the entrance, kicking the decrepit door with a resounding thud. Instead of merely breaking open, the door, along with its nails, flew into the room, dust cascading from its frame. Clad in armor weighing over 50 jin, Guo Xiao moved with the grace of a swallow, leaping forward into the room. Upon entering, he found a space reminiscent of a hall, stark and empty, furnished only with a table, 2 round stools, and a bamboo chair, scattered with shards of broken pottery. A man sat in the bamboo chair, clutching Yulian's hair, both startled by the sudden appearance of the armored intruder. "Release her," Guo Xiao commanded, pointing the stick at the man. "You dare." Perhaps unaware of his peril, the man instinctively released his grip, raising his arm to shield his head. With a swift strike, Guo Xiao brought the stick crashing down. A loud crack echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone fracturing. The stick shattered, and a chilling scream pierced the air, resonating throughout the alley. Both Guo Xiao and Yulian were momentarily taken aback, her face draining of color, trembling in fear. Ignoring her, Guo Xiao discarded the broken stick and advanced, seizing the man's collar and tearing away a piece of his tattered garment. He cast aside the rag and, like a vice, clutched the man's injured arm, forcibly yanking him from the chair. The man cried out in agony, his recently injured arm likely broken. Guo Xiao, with a strength akin to that of a small chicken, dragged the man outside, flinging him into the stinking drainage ditch where he struggled to rise. "Stop! Someone will die." Yulian's voice trembled as she followed him out. Guo Xiao, exuding an aura of cold menace, remained silent for a moment before speaking icily. "I have been promoted to Baibing Dujian. Wang Dujian is aware of my connection to Prince Zhang Yongda." His voice was low, devoid of emotion, yet frighteningly ominous. He was neither boasting nor wielding power. He was merely stating a fact. The authorities in the 2 counties of Dongjing would not dare to act against the Dujian of the Imperial Guard. Wang Digong, out of respect for Zhang Yongda, would not dare to harm Guo Xiao. Yang Biao's unprovoked assault would result in nothing more than a demotion. Guo Xiao slowly reached for the dagger at his waist, the cold metallic sound of metal scraping against the sheath resonating in the air. What do you intend to do?" Yulian grasped his wrist, her eyes wide with fear. Guo Xiao replied, "I will excise the festering wound." The blade, reflecting the last vestiges of light from the alley, rose slowly, the movement seeming to stretch on interminably. Yulian could have exerted more effort to stop him, perhaps by grasping his arm, but she did not. In fact, at the last moment, she offered no counsel, appearing transfixed by fear, merely witnessing the unfolding events. The trajectory of the steel blade was deliberate yet unwavering. A scream pierced the air as blood splattered against the nearby earthen wall. The man's head thudding heavily against the stones in the ditch, a pool of blood staining the refuse and murky water. With the chilling sound of flesh parting beneath the blade and the air suffused with the scent of blood, everything seemed to culminate in an eerie silence. Watching him perish in the filth, Yulian felt an overwhelming rush of sorrow, pitying him despite his past cruelty. She had never truly hated this man. Even when he abused her, her heart held only a mixture of pity and disdain. Yet mere compassion could not sustain her through such a harrowing struggle for survival. A woman enduring years of slander while caring for an alcoholic, disabled husband had long wished for an escape from her torment, although reluctant to admit it. The brutal scene before her somehow brought her a sense of relief. An outsider had slain her husband, a man already mired in scandal. Still, guilt gnawed at her. She found herself unable to contemplate the aftermath of a life taken, momentarily frozen in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Until Guo Xiao called out to her, "Go summon help. Tell the neighbors to report to the authorities that I have killed your husband." Just then, a piercing scream erupted from a nearby house. "Murder! Murder! Someone has been killed." Following his instructions, Yulian hurried to fetch the neighbors, declaring that Xiao Gu'er had committed murder, a truth in every sense. Amid the chaos, she gradually began to comprehend the events of the past 2 days. Last night, Guo Xiao had expressed uncertainty, and now he spoke of his promotion and connections to powerful figures. Until last night, he had been unsure whether killing would bring severe repercussions. Yet today, he had come to realize that one could take a life without facing fatal consequences. Even if murder did not result in death, it would inevitably lead to complications and a price to pay. Taking the life of the Chun family man clearly brought Guo Xiao no benefit. Moreover, he had even gifted Yulian the land deed earlier that morning. Why would he treat her so favorably? Naturally, she began to suspect that Xiao Gu'er held feelings for her. Yet, upon reflection, it did not add up. He was young, strong, recently promoted to Dujian, and had no difficulty courting a maiden. If he merely sought an affair, he could have pursued it far more easily at the blacksmith shop, without resorting to such elaborate means. Even if he attempted to force her, no one would hold him accountable, for the gossip surrounding Yulian's supposed indiscretions was already rife in the marketplace. Before long, the authorities arrived, initially represented by constables from the Commercial Street's official shop. Upon seeing Guo Xiao clad in armor, they knew they were ill-equipped to handle the situation. Soon, officials from the county office arrived with reinforcements, and a coroner ventured into the back alley. Guo Xiao sat within the shop, the weapon of murder resting on the nearby anvil, seemingly awaiting capture. Outside, a crowd of constables in dark uniforms and numerous onlookers gathered. Yet none dared to step inside the shop. Yulian scrutinized him from the throng, her mind clouded with confusion. What manner of person was he? At that moment, the constables cleared the crowd slightly, and a coroner clasped his hands together, stating, "The victim has expired. His left arm is fractured, his shoulder dislocated, and his face has sustained fatal cuts from a sharp weapon." A man clad in a dark hat and blue robe pointed at Guo Xiao and inquired, "Did you kill him?" "Why?" "It was I who killed him," Guo Xiao replied. The individual surnamed Chun spoke insolently, provoking my ire. I initially intended to vent my frustration through a beating, but in a regrettable misstep, I ended up taking his life. Guo Xiao remained seated, displaying a blatant lack of decorum. However, judging by the color of the official's attire and the style of his cap, it was evident that he was an insignificant low-ranking official, likely of a lower status than Guo Xiao, who was a captain in the imperial army. Nearby, a man wearing a tall hat, upon hearing the exchange, contemplated advancing to seize the individual, but was startled when Guo Xiao reached for a knife beside him. The officer recoiled in fear, hastily retreating a couple of steps, exclaiming, "You have taken a life, and still dare to resist?" Unexpectedly, Guo Xiao stood and tossed the knife aside, signaling his lack of resistance, and voluntarily introduced himself. "I am Guo Xiao, captain of the minor military under the jurisdiction of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, stationed at the northern gate of Fengxiu, under the command of Wang Digang." Upon hearing this, the officer promptly gestured for his subordinates to halt and whispered, "Immediately send someone to the northern city to inform the commanding officer." A bystander inquired, "What shall we do with the suspect?" Chapter 5. The Lady of Weiguo, Xiao Gu, and Yulian. 5. Had Yulian not been sold into Li Shoujing's household at a tender age, she might have succumbed to starvation during one of the many droughts, locust invasions, or famines, or perhaps even been reduced to a source of sustenance for others. Alternatively, she might have been fortunate enough to marry into a family of equal standing, leading a life of poverty and ignorance akin to her previous existence. In any case, since becoming a maidservant in the Li household, she had been exposed to a life entirely different from her humble beginnings, one devoid of hunger and cold, replaced instead with luxurious garments and sumptuous feasts. Even the position of a lowly maid was a marked improvement over her life back home. Yet, no individual is easily satisfied, nor does anyone willingly accept a lowly status while envying those who live in luxury. Yu Yin gradually came to realize that her greatest asset and opportunity lay in her beauty. She surpassed the other maidservants in attractiveness, blossoming into a graceful young woman. The master, Li Shoujing, wielded immense power within the opulent estate, but his cunning nature had allowed him to navigate the complexities of the world. Even if he were to take an interest in Yu Lian, she would merely be a plaything. Thus, she set her sights on Li Shochuan, the master's son, a young man still inexperienced in the ways of the world. Indeed, Li Shochuan was easily captivated by Yu Lian's charm, and after exchanging heartfelt promises, she endured the pain and revulsion of partaking in forbidden fruit with the young master. She did not expect him to fulfill all his promises for someone of his wealth. Even a partial commitment would suffice. Moreover, Yu Lian soon discovered she was pregnant, which further brightened her prospects. Alas, fate is capricious, and before she could realize her dreams, the Li family was eradicated due to their rebellion, leaving no survivors. Both she and Fu Shi were women of the Li family, yet their fates diverged dramatically amidst the turmoil. Fu Shi, once the wife of a criminal, transformed into the adopted daughter of the powerful Guo Wei after revealing her father's name and her connection to him. In stark contrast, Yu Lian's fate was far less fortunate. With the fall of the Li family, she found herself utterly alone, abducted by a martial officer from Guo Wei's army. As the years progressed into the first year of the Xiande era, Yu Lian had lost all hope for life. A barren flower with nothing to her name and a burdensome husband, she often contemplated abandoning him to flee, yet the question remained, where could she escape to, and what would she do? Countless dark nights were spent imagining the potential horrors of being sold into a brothel, or should she find refuge with a common family? The likelihood of being discarded once it was discovered that she was unable to bear children. At times, despair consumed her, leading her to live day by day, resigned to the thought that if life became unbearable, death would be a welcome release. Conversely, she felt a fierce unwillingness to accept her plight, feeling stifled by the weight of her circumstances. It was not merely wealth and privilege she envied. She felt inferior even to the coarse and unrefined women of the bustling streets of Dongjing Longjing Fong, who mocked her for her misfortunes behind her back. Was she destined to conclude her life in humiliation, becoming a source of ridicule for others? Without friends, without family, her home was but a shattered remnant. Her husband had been killed, and she felt little sorrow for his loss. This dire situation led her to perceive herself as the most unfortunate soul in existence. Though she hailed from humble beginnings, heaven had bestowed upon her a beauty surpassing that of most, and yet she wondered where she had gone astray. Was it her folly to have entangled herself with Li Shoujing's son? What difference would it have made had she not done so? Yu Lian felt a profound sense of shame, desiring nothing more than to hide in the shadows, avoiding contact with others. How blissful it would be if no one recognized her, and if the gossiping women would refrain from using her misfortune as fodder for their idle chatter. Yet, she recalled the lady of Weigua, Fu Shi, whom she had seen on the previous day in Zhuke Street, also a woman of the fallen Li household. Through her family connections, had risen to become the wife of an official, commanding respect and reverence from officials and common folk alike. Who would dare to mock her? Even the envy of others would pale in comparison to her elevated status. Yu Lian fantasized that should she ever attain such esteem, those who once knew her would be filled with shame, recognizing their own lowly status. Such thoughts brought her a fleeting sense of delight. However, her experiences in the Li household had taught her that such aspirations were unattainable, leaving her to find solace only within her own heart. Yu Lian anxiously scanned the alley, urging, "Come inside to speak, do not linger at the door." Xiao Gu hesitated for a moment before stepping into the kitchen and finding a stool to sit upon. Observing the steaming porridge on the wooden table, Guo Xiao awkwardly remarked, "This is not quite appropriate. By the way, in the back room of the blacksmith shop where I reside, there is a jar of money beneath the box, though it is insufficient." Yu Lian inquired, "Did they only demand money from you, without resorting to violence?" Guo Xiao shook his head, finally succumbing to hunger as he took a sip of the porridge, only to find his taste quite unpleasant, reminiscent of grain husks. In this era, having food was a luxury. Yet, did Yu Lian regularly consume such fare? He discreetly glanced at her once more, struggling to reconcile the image of such a fair-skinned woman with a life of eating husks and scraps. Yu Lian's forehead was smooth and round, her face shaped like an egg, harmonizing beautifully with her pair of distinctively dark and light almond-shaped eyes, creating a natural and effortless beauty. Her brows did not exude seduction, yet she appeared amiable. However, her garments were tattered, exposing her fair face and neck, reminiscent of a slightly peeled, glutinous rice dumpling. The military hierarchy during the Five Dynasties was quite chaotic. However, having grown up in the Li household and later acquainted with Guo Xiao and Dong Jing, Yu Lian understood many aspects of these matters through their conversations. Military ranks beneath the commanding officer were clear to her. A military officer or captain was akin to a centurion, while a squad leader was a team leader, and a deputy captain was a second in command. Most soldiers sought wealth and promotion, and although Guo Xiao had not been sentenced to death for his actions, being demoted from a commander of 100 men to a captain was still a significant loss. Upon hearing this, Yu Lian declared, "I shall forego the shop's deed." Guo Xiao appeared to misunderstand, nodding as he replied, "At present, I have no choice but to consider that shop as compensation for your family, including the jar of money." Yu Lian shook her head, casting a discreet glance at him. "You may keep the shop. I no longer desire it. I will provide you with a promissory note for your records, as if I have already compensated you. My affairs need not trouble you further, Guolang." Yu Lian's tone suddenly turned somewhat frosty. Women can change their demeanor in an instant. Guo Xiao's unfinished words lodged in his throat, leaving him silent. He pondered for a moment. He had indeed harbored feelings for Yu Lian, a beautiful yet pitiable woman, hard-working and endearing to anyone. Yet, he realized he could not expect anything more from her simply because he had shown her kindness in her time of need. As he rose to take his leave, the flickering light from the fire in the stove illuminated Yu Lian's tear-filled eyes, shimmering with unshed tears. The flames danced, casting a play of orange light across her face, fluctuating between brightness and shadow, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. Guo Xiao was at a loss for words. Yu Lian pressed her ruby lips together, her demeanor a tantalizing blend of desire to speak and hesitant silence. Her exquisitely clean visage stood out strikingly amidst the dilapidated, dust-laden confines of the lowly abode, creating a stark contrast. The kitchen was suffused with an ancient odor, filled with aged relics, and Yu Lian's presence seemed discordant within this setting. Chapter 6. A blessing and a charm as night descended, shrouding the land in darkness. Each location bore its own unique solitude. The Chun family residence, nestled in a narrow alley of Longjing Fong, suffered from poor lighting due to its constricted space and towering walls. Their home, small and low, had seen better days. The soot-stained beams and dilapidated wooden windows cast a somber hue, evoking thoughts of eerie tales. It was then that Yulian recognized a glimmer of benefit in the presence of the Chun patriarch. During his time, her fears were far less pronounced. Crouched against the wall, her anxiety only deepened, sleep eluding her. Did souls linger after death? A vivid image flashed before her eyes, the bloodied corpse, staring vacantly with lifeless eyes. Trembling, she whispered into the inky void, "Do not blame me, for I am not at fault. I should not have wished for your demise. Yet I did not take your life or conspire against you. It was sheer desperation. As a woman, I could hardly endure such a life. Had I not been driven to the brink, my heart would not be so cruel." She comforted herself repeatedly, eventually drifting into a fitful slumber. After all, this place was not the most terrifying. At least it was in the bustling metropolis of Tokyo. The source of her dread perhaps lay in the stench of mortality wafting from the nearby drain. Yulian found the most terrifying memories rooted in her childhood, in her dreams. Departing her hometown at a tender age, she recalled vividly the environment that had initially shaped her. The earthen walls of dilapidated shanties were darker and more worn than the Chun family residence, and in the countryside, darkness enveloped the surroundings at night. With not a single lantern in sight, behind her home lay desolate mountains, dotted with wild graves. She vividly remembered the terror of nighttime trips to relieve herself. Faintly, she recalled her hometown, Hedong Gaoping. Elderly men would chat about how Gaoping was once known as Chongping, near the site of the ancient battlefield of a long-ago conflict between the Qin and Zhao dynasties, where the general Bai Qi allegedly slaughtered 400,000 Zhao soldiers. It was no wonder that villagers often unearthed bones. As a child, Yulian relished the tales spun by adults, yet they filled her with dread. Eventually, she found herself sold to the household of Li Shoujing in Hezhongfu, where she remembered the bustling city, the throngs of people, and the well-kept homes, never lacking oil or candles. Lanterns adorned the streets at night, and she instantly fell in love with this new place, believing it to be a sunlit corner of the world. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she awoke to find the bright home had vanished, replaced by the oppressive darkness of reality, the faint scent of ash lingering in the air. Yulian, wide-eyed in the gloom, hesitated to light a lamp. The drafty window made the flickering oil lamp even more ominous. Moreover, illuminating the night could attract unwanted attention and gossip. At that moment, she felt something soft press against her chest. Reaching out, she discovered it was the auspicious charm she had received days earlier at the Taoist temple, still tied to her with a delicate string. The charm had been sought for Xiao, a request made before the tragic incident had transpired. The abbess of the Yuzhen temple was a female Taoist priest, well regarded among women in the city. Yulian had been curious about her background. It was said she was once known as Jing Yang, who had met the military leader Zhao Guangyin long ago, only to renounce worldly ties due to heartache and establish a temple in Tokyo. Women were drawn to such romantic tales, explaining the temple's thriving incense offerings. In her heart, Yulian bore no resentment towards Guo Xiao for killing her husband. Rather, she felt a silent gratitude towards him. She respected the young man, recognizing his courage and intelligence, believing that with fortune on his side, he might indeed achieve greatness. Yet could a young officer, merely 18 or 19, truly be interested in a woman who had been married thrice and was unable to bear children? If she were to appear too eager, she risked degrading herself. The body of her husband was scarcely cold, and to indulge in tenderness with another would paint her as a frivolous woman. Yulian understood well that if she did not esteem herself, others would likewise regard her as insignificant, as something to be discarded at will. How she wished she could return to the days of Li Shoujing's residence. However, it seemed Xiao had been infatuated with Fu Shi then, willing to die for her. Had he truly moved on now? Fate is often unjust. Some individuals are simply born to attract affection, regardless of their actions. Take Fu Shi, for instance. Born into privilege and endowed with grace and wisdom, she remained an ethereal figure in the hearts of many, regardless of her past marriages. As dawn broke, Guo Xiao opened the back door and discovered a red object that had slipped through the crack. He picked it up, examining it closely before tucking it away. Glancing down the alley, according to the military orders from the Privy Council, the Imperial Guard was to assemble at their barracks to prepare for deployment in 2 days. Guo Xiao arrived at the barracks the day prior to the scheduled assembly. At that moment, a white rabbit unexpectedly emerged, capturing his attention. Yet he remained still, focusing intently on the creature. The springtime rabbit was endearing, yet easily startled. Without a gentle approach, it would scamper away. Guo Xiao, clutching the charm around his neck, gazed at the rabbit, a smile blossoming in his eyes. Suddenly, a clumsy figure, clad in heavy armor, charged towards the rabbit without a word. Crashing to the ground with a thud, the rabbit escaped unscathed, while he landed face first in the dirt. "Kosiyu, Luoya, look at your foolishness," Guo Xiao exclaimed. This man, known as Luo Mengzi, was a soldier in the 4th Squad. He appeared to have hurt himself, climbing to his feet with a grimace, dusting himself off before limping over and handing Guo Xiao his bow. "Guo Shijiang, shoot that rabbit." Guo Xiao accepted the bow and an arrow, but the rabbit had disappeared from sight. He plucked the bowstring absent-mindedly, exclaiming in surprise, "By heavens, this must be a 2-stone-strong bow. Where did it come from?" Luo Mengzi replied, "Didn't Guo Shijiang get promoted a few days ago? Commander Wang rewarded you. You weren't at the barracks then." Just then, a voice laced with sarcasm interrupted. "Is that something a mere lieutenant can draw?" Recently, the court had been generous to the soldiers, offering rewards and provisions for the upcoming campaign, and the atmosphere was buoyant as they encouraged Guo Xiao to demonstrate his skills. In that moment, Guo Xiao found himself in a challenging position. He remained unhurried, scooping up a handful of dirt to rub between his palms, then donned a fingerstall. His languid movements mirrored his usual demeanor. Yet, suddenly, he inhaled sharply, a surge of strength coursing through him as he knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring back, forming a perfect arc. The 2-stone-strong bow was primarily used for training strength and rarely employed in actual combat. Yet, with his draw, it seemed he could easily manage an additional stone. His fingers, long and steady, bulged with tension, the sinews creaking ominously, reminiscent of a catapult preparing to unleash its power, instilling a sense of urgency. Unlike firearms, bows required an intuitive aim. Every action, from stance to draw, was a process of targeting, seeking that elusive sensation. This feeling emerged from countless practices of hitting or missing the mark, forming an indescribable instinct. Each time he grasped the bow, an inexplicable excitement surged within him, akin to standing before a beloved maiden, already enamored, yet fearful of her sudden departure, unwilling to entertain any distractions. At this moment, Guo Xiao had completely forgotten whether he was in a modern academy or amidst the tumultuous chaos of the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms. His vision was solely fixed on the arrow. "Good!" Luo Mengzi immediately exclaimed with excitement, regardless of whether the shot had hit its mark. The force behind it was already enough to impress. In response, the white rabbit had been firmly pinned against the corner, leaving it no room to struggle. Yang Biao's expression was a mixture of surprise and embarrassment, acknowledging the skill displayed. Guo Xiao relaxed his expression, disregarding Yang Biao's attempts to downplay the moment. Was this the attitude that a subordinate should exhibit toward a superior? Although Yang Biao had recently held the rank of centurion, now he was merely a deputy in a squad. The realm of the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms was rife with arrogant and fierce warriors. This was not a place where humility was valued. Allowing oneself to be bullied would only render one a target for mockery. Guo Xiao extended the bow towards Yang Biao, inviting him to give it a try. The atmosphere, which had just lightened, once again grew tense as all eyes turned to the square-faced man. Yang Biao, though young, bore an expression of profound weariness, his complexion dark and sallow, clearly a man seasoned by the rigors of battle. However, not every battle-hardened soldier could master archery, and such talent was exceedingly rare. His demeanor revealed a lack of confidence. Unexpectedly, he was a stubborn character, refusing to concede defeat, and boldly declared, "It's merely a matter of accurate shooting." Guo Xiao retorted with a cold smile, "Are you too afraid to even try? You ought to understand the hierarchy." Yang Biao's face flushed red and pale, at a loss for words, especially with the surrounding soldiers mocking him. In frustration, he retorted, "Guo Shijiang's arrows have eyes, but the arrows on the battlefield do not." This statement was a blatant threat, implying a desire to sabotage on the battlefield. Chapter 7, Gao Ping 1, in late February. With preparations in the capital of Dongjing meticulously arranged, Emperor Chai Rong officially led an expedition, accompanied primarily by the imperial guards. which included the emperor's personal guard and various military units under the palace front department. Guo Xiao's unit, the Xiao Di army, belonged to the palace front system and, as such, was required to march with the army. The grand force departed from the North City Gate, with the main contingent passing through the Chunxiao Gate. The main road was bustling with citizens, who, with food and drink in hand, displayed their support for the troops. The Zhou army, known for its discipline, had indeed contributed to safeguarding the Zhou territory from external threats. Yet due to insufficient propaganda, the populace did not weep with adoration for the army. Most of the onlookers were family members of the imperial guards, who were stationed close to Dongjing. As the soldiers prepared for battle, their families were filled with worry, leading to emotional farewells along the roadside. The imperial procession at the front was relatively orderly, but the following troops were less aesthetically pleasing, burdened with excessive gear, leaving only the banners, armor, and weapons to signify their military identity. In addition to provisions, Guo Xiao carried a considerable load, requiring a mule for transport. His own armor weighed over 50 pounds, and the breastplate he wore alone was at least 20 pounds, alongside 10 pounds of weapons. In his iron container for food and water, hammer, firewood knife, and rations. Without the mule, it would have been exceedingly arduous. Ordinary soldiers did not have pack animals and thus could only carry minimal personal items. However, they did possess something Guo Xiao envied. Their families chased after the troops, offering advice and food while Guo Xiao scanned the crowd, recognizing not a single face. He pondered that someone must care for him. Yu Yin should have come, but perhaps she was hidden among the throngs, too shy to approach. Women could be so sentimental. With that thought, his heart lightened. Days later, the army reached Huai Prefecture, where Emperor Chai Rong, dissatisfied with the slow march, intended to issue an order for the entire army to accelerate. Zhao Chao, the commander of the Konghe district, advised his friend Zheng Haoxian, stating that the enemy was too fierce and the army should not hastily advance. A slower approach would be more prudent. Zheng, agreeing with Zhao Chao's reasoning, approached the emperor, resulting in Chai Rong's fury. Zheng had no choice but to betray his friend, claiming it was Zhao Chao's suggestion. Consequently, Zhao Chao was stripped of his military command and placed under arrest in Huai Prefecture. Clearly, the timing chosen by the northern Han ruler was astute. Zhou Taizu Guowei had recently passed, and his adopted son Chai Rong had only been in power for a month or two. How much could he achieve in such a brief time? The northern Han ruler and the Khitan aimed to overthrow the vast Zhou dynasty with merely tens of thousands of troops, focusing their intentions on Chai Rong. If they were to win a significant battle, Chai Rong would be unable to maintain his position, leading to potential dissolution of the Zhou dynasty without conflict. However, Chai Rong appeared to be an unyielding monarch, determined to lead the charge himself. Even as the imperial guards reached Huai Prefecture, the northern Han and Khitan could scarcely believe that Chai Rong would take such a risk. His actions were unexpected, yet not entirely unreasonable. If he could successfully repel the invasion in a critical moment, he would establish his authority and control over the state. Though the risks were considerable, only time would reveal whether he possessed such courage. The thoughts and strategies of the higher-ups were of little concern to the lower-ranking officers. At Guo Xiao's level, he had no inkling of the prevailing winds, as all military orders emanated from Commander Wang Digong's echelon. The higher-ups simply commanded the troops to march or halt. However, the expedition was indeed a test of the physical endurance of the ordinary soldiers. Traveling from Hunan to Shaanxi, even modern transport would deem it a long journey. The troops endured the elements, walking while burdened. Not only Guo Xiao's infantry, but even the cavalry marched on foot. War horses were precious, consuming far more than men, and unless in battle, lower-ranking soldiers were loath to ride. Early action would save trouble. Carrying dozens of pounds on a long journey truly was no ordinary hardship. Indeed, in any era, seeking a future was never easy. Yet, once engaged in battle, people would suddenly realize that walking under a heavy load was far easier. Chapter 8. Gao Ping, 2. On March 11th, the two armies encountered each other and finally formed their battle lines. After enduring the arduous journey, they were prepared for conflict. Gao Ping, once known as Changping during the Warring States period, was a place forever etched in memory, where Qin General Bai Qi faced the formidable Zhao army of 400,000. This land, with its natural topography, was evidently a battlefield, having witnessed more than one Changping battle. The weather was clear, the sun shining brightly. On the uneven expanse, The combined forces of the northern Han and Khitan, numbering over 100,000 and several thousand Zhou troops, spread out to the north and south. A sea of black resembling an ant swarm or towering waves. After a standoff, none could ascertain when the fighting began. It seemed that the clash was inevitable from the start. In the midst of battle, chaos erupted as countless soldiers scattered in panic, and arrows filled the sky like a storm breaking on a clear day. Guo Xiao gazed across the landscape, filled with a forest of long weapons and iron armor, dust swirling so thickly that he could not discern the beginning or end of the conflict. Within it, he was utterly unaware of the Zhou army's deployment. As a mere 10 general, such knowledge was not required, only that they were positioned behind the right flank of the Zhou army. Nonetheless, he understood that this battle was pivotal to the survival of the nation, a matter of great significance, if he sought to ascend in rank. The Battle of Gaoping was the optimal opportunity. He had mentally prepared himself to seize the moment and distinguish himself. Yet this desire was soon overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of fear and the instinct for survival. The mournful and resonant horn sounded, signaling the commencement of the Northern Han's assault amidst a cloud of dust and cries of battle, as the thunderous hoofbeats echoed, akin to an ambush of 10,000 troops converging from all directions, sending chills down one's spine even before the enemy was visible. The battle ahead had likely reached a fever pitch. Guo Xiao could not see it, and the flames of war had yet to reach his position. Only the northeast wind howled fiercely, whipping up dust and stones, stinging his face painfully, blinding him with swirling debris. As the battle unfolded, Guo Xiao suddenly opened his eyes to discover that the Zhou cavalry had already faltered. A large group of horsemen from the flank retreated, the sound of hooves thundering as the Zhou cavalry fled in disarray. Shortly thereafter, a deafening roar echoed, and countless infantry turned and rushed toward him, their ranks broken, abandoning their armor in utter chaos, truly a scene of extreme disarray. Damn it! Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, could not help but utter a curse. Suddenly, he felt a searing warmth on the left side of his face. Turning his head, he saw a bloodied arrow protruding grotesquely from the neck of an acquaintance. Flesh torn and blood splattered across his visage. Stunned, he felt a convulsive movement in his throat. As he looked up, a wave of dread washed over him. The sky seemed to teem with a furious swarm, akin to a disturbed hive of wasps or a horde of insatiable locusts. In an instant, the air was filled with the clanging of steel, as men fell one after another. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, a relentless tide of heavily armored cavalry surged through the dust, scattering the disarrayed foot soldiers who fled in panic. The small contingent of infantry that commanded was quickly overwhelmed, torn apart by the advancing cavalry, leaving the soldiers in disarray. The harrowing sight before him was unbearable. For 4 years, from the ages of 14 to 18, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training, honing his skills in archery through countless repetitions, braving the elements without fail. All that effort, merely to end up pierced by an arrow or slain by a sword. Just then, he heard the commanding voice of Huang Duho shouting for a retreat. In response, urgently gestured for his men to fall back. A throng of soldiers hastily retreated southward when a booming voice rang out, declaring, "Those who retreat will be slain." Looking up, he spotted a general nearby, sword drawn, flanked by iron-clad cavalry, mercilessly cutting down the fleeing soldiers. Fear gripped the hearts of the troops, halting their retreat. The mention of caught attention, and, as he craned his neck to look, he indeed saw the grand banner of the Zhou Dynasty within his line of sight, the emperor's retinue barely visible amidst the throng of soldiers. A flicker of hope ignited within him. The emperor was near. Would he witness the valor of his soldiers? At that moment, a voice called out, "The valiant General Zhang Yuanhui of the Han army has arrived, who will fight for the emperor." The troops turned their gaze toward the front lines, where they beheld a fierce general from the northern Han, leading a charge of heavily armored cavalry deep into the ranks of the Zhou army. The dust kicked up by the horses spread like a fuse, poised to ignite the battlefield. Reach for his trusty two-stone compound bow, a weapon he knew intimately, and an instinct surged within him. Today was the day to achieve glory. After years of hardship and countless dreams, to falter now would be a regret he would carry for eternity. The formidable warrior cutting through the enemy ranks was none other than Zhang Yuanhui, whose path was unimpeded by any foe. His elite guards, clad in resplendent armor, formed an impenetrable shield around him. With unwavering focus, nocked an arrow, aligning it with the bowstring. The cavalry had entered his optimal range. In that perfect moment, he realized that the wind had shifted in his favor. Everything aligned harmoniously, stirring his emotions deeply. Without hesitation, he released the arrow. The sound of the bowstring echoed in his ears as the arrow, laden with hope and ambition, sliced through the air, racing toward its target. In the ensuing chaos, he heard a faint sound as dust swirled around him, obscuring his vision. He felt a jolt of satisfaction as the arrow struck true, piercing the neck of the general. To his astonishment, the mighty leader toppled from his steed, and the cavalry, momentarily disoriented, came to a halt as some riders dismounted in a panic to assist him. The fervor of the battlefield, akin to a lit fuse, seemed to extinguish in an instant. With fervent eyes shouted, "It is I of the small contingent, who has slain Zhang Yuanhui." Yet, his proclamation was met with silence. He realized his comrades had been scattered by the cavalry's charge, a fact he had been blissfully unaware of until now. The once cohesive unit was now fragmented, awaiting the onslaught from above. Around him, the sounds of anguish and the clamor of battle engulfed him, rendering any cries for help futile. The chaos surged like a tide, dust enveloping the air, rendering fear or bravado inconsequential. Looking up, he beheld a sea of heads, swords flashing amidst the turmoil, the vast expanse resembling a boiling cauldron, with men struggling as if caught in scalding water. The haze above seemed tinged with a crimson mist, casting the sun to the east in a blurred, sanguine glow. Among the shouts, he recognized the voice of Yang Biao, an adversary from his past. Yet, seeing a familiar face brought a strange comfort in this maelstrom. Yang Biao wielded a long-handled iron knife with fierce determination, parrying the cavalry's blows with astounding strength. "Take one," he bellowed, swiftly striking an enemy rider, the blade sinking into flesh with a chilling finality. At that moment, drew his bow with lightning speed, aiming at Yang Biao. The bowstring twanged, and in an instant, Yang Biao's face drained of color as he realized the peril. As he had once threatened to betray, he now found himself the target of another's wrath. In this world, no one truly fears another. The cost of victory is steep. The arrow whizzed through the air, scarcely missing his helmet. Yang Biao es balefisage falfred, and he turned to see an enemy soldier standing behind him, a knife raised high, an arrow embedded in his forehead. The soldier crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Yang Biao hurriedly approached. "I feel I must say something," but was interrupted as another rider charged recklessly toward them. The enemy swung a second strike, but Yang Biao deflected it with his iron knife, sending the armored knight crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Leaped forward, stepping on the fallen knight's abdomen, thrusting his dagger towards the exposed armor of the enemy soldier, who gasped in horror, eyes wide with despair. In that moment, and Yang Biao instinctively positioned back to back, ready to face whatever may come, united without words, a silent pact forged in the crucible of battle. The small contingent of infantry was in disarray, their banner fallen, soldiers lost and confused amidst a sea of enemy cavalry. The second wave of Han infantry surged forward, plunging them into a brutal melee. And Yang Biao, amidst the chaos, fought valiantly, striving to navigate their way out of this disastrous fray. Yang Biao struck with ferocity, his iron knife sweeping through the throng, the sounds of clashing metal and anguished cries echoing in the air. Meanwhile, less adept with long weapons, wielded his dagger to guard Yang Biao's flanks. In their first collaboration in battle, they moved fluidly, a testament to their unspoken understanding. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated through S' leg, as if he had been struck. Initially numb, the pain quickly intensified, and he glanced down to see an arrow lodged cruelly in his thigh. Stumbling, he barely managed to plunge his dagger into the earth, supporting himself on one knee. Yang Biao exclaimed, noticing the sudden emptiness behind him, turning just in time to steady. "Can you still walk?" he inquired. "Perhaps not," admitted, the weight of despair settling in. Yang Biao thrust his long blade into the ground beside him, retrieving a short dagger from his bosom and clenching it between his teeth. Without uttering a word, he lifted Guo Xiao's protective armor and, without hesitation, severed the arrow shaft embedded within, discarding the broken piece. Guo Xiao, racked with excruciating pain, gritted his teeth to stifle a cry, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he spat out the blood pooling in his mouth. The metallic, Swedish taste was likely not his own, but the remnants of blood from the recent skirmish. "I shall carry you," declared Yang Biao with a tone of certainty, devoid of inquiry. He seized Guo Xiao's arm, draping it across his shoulder, and brandished his long knife as they set off. In the midst of the chaos, they had scarcely taken 2 steps before encountering pursuing foes. Yang Biao, burdened by carrying another, swiftly cast Guo Xiao down and engaged the enemy in combat. Moments later, upon returning, Guo Xiao urged, "Brother Yang, go ahead without concern for me." Though the sentiment was merely a formality, Guo Xiao, despite his injuries, was not one to abandon life lightly. He did not truly wish for Yang Biao to leave him behind. Yet the words slipped from his mouth, leaving him puzzled as to their origin, perhaps akin to the person who insists on paying the bill, even when their heart does not align with the action. Struggling to rise, Guo Xiao applied pressure to his leg, only to feel the agonizing pull of the arrowhead embedded in his flesh. An enemy soldier, noticing the living Guo Xiao, charged forward with a spear, but the poorly executed thrust was seized by Guo Xiao, who yanked the weapon back. The enemy, startled, nearly lost his weapon, but clung desperately to the spear shaft. Unperturbed, Guo Xiao shifted the momentum and thrust forward, toppling the foe and seizing the spear for himself. Realizing the imminent danger of being overwhelmed, Guo Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over him, pondering the purpose of his fervent desire to achieve glory on the battlefield. Just then, Yang Biao turned back, cursing under his breath as he helped Guo Xiao to his feet. "I see the Zhou army commencing their counterattack. Hold on a little longer, and there may yet be hope. Brother Yang, I shall forever be indebted to you for today's grace," Guo Xiao responded, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "At this moment, we owe nothing to one another," Yang Biao replied. No sooner had he spoken than a throng of enemy soldiers closed in, led by one brandishing a long spear. Yang Biao, without further ado, engaged the foe, sidestepping to deliver a resounding blow to the enemy's helmet, causing the soldier to cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Biao positioned himself for the oncoming adversaries, while Guo Xiao grit his teeth, pressing down on the fallen enemy's face to deliver a fatal strike, plunging his dagger into the soldier's forehead, eliciting a terrified scream. Yang Biao wielded his long knife with deft precision, fending off the onslaught, while Guo Xiao guarded his flank, preventing the numerous foes from advancing. Yet soon, 2 bows were drawn, arrows flying through the air, striking both Yang Biao and Guo Xiao. Fortunately, their armor mitigated the severity of their injuries. The surrounding infantry hesitated, daunted by their valiant stand, encircling them but not daring to advance. As Guo Xiao struggled with his mobility, Yang Biao refrained from launching a solo attack, resulting in a brief stalemate. The sound of Yang Biao's labored breathing filled the air. The weight of his long knife was beginning to take its toll. Just when they needed each other most, Guo Xiao summoned his last reserves of strength and lunged forward to intercept. The clash of blades reverberated as their weapons met with a jarring impact. Guo Xiao's short blade, though lighter and intended for defense, was at a disadvantage in this collision. The Han general seized the moment, lunging with his longer sword aimed at Guo Xiao's left shoulder. Unexpectedly, Guo Xiao advanced rather than retreating, using his armor to absorb the blow, stepping forth with resolve and brandishing a half-foot dagger that glinted ominously in the air. With remarkable swiftness, Guo Xiao struck with the dagger, his movements so rapid that outsiders scarcely perceived them. In an instant, the Han general's expression drained of color, mouth agape in terror as the muscles in his neck tensed. Guo Xiao's arm moved with such velocity that it stirred a gust of wind, causing the general's scarf to flutter as blood sprayed across Guo Xiao's face. A brief silence enveloped the battlefield, nearly imperceptible, before a throng of soldiers surged forth, shouting and brandishing their weapons in a frenzy. Yang Biao, eyes wide with fury, made a final stand, summoning his remaining strength. Suddenly, a cacophony of arrows descended like rain, embedding the earth around them, as if a patch of reeds had sprung up instantaneously. A voice rang out, proclaiming, "The fate of a nation rests on this moment." Turning to see a formidable Zhou general, dark-faced and wielding a staff, rallying a battalion of armored cavalry charging forth, Guo Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration. "The reinforcements have arrived," he exclaimed, and Yang Biao shared in his excitement. Heaven has truly sent the Zhou army at a most opportune moment. The enemy, seeing the tide turn, hastily retreated, abandoning their pursuit of Guo Xiao and Yang Biao. In a short time, countless Zhou cavalry galloped past, their war horses thundering. And Guo Xiao vowed he had never witnessed such a magnificent display of martial prowess. Unable to contain his elation, he clutched Yang Biao and shouted to the cavalry, "Annihilate Beihan! The Zhou army shall prevail! Long live our emperor!" The soldiers, too preoccupied with the battle, hardly acknowledged the bloody duo, perhaps considering them mad. This battle marked a remarkable reversal for the Zhou army. Guo Xiao and his companions were forced to withdraw due to their injuries, yet the fighting continued into the afternoon, culminating in a resounding defeat for the Beihan forces, who retreated under the relentless pursuit of the Zhou soldiers. After the climactic battle, the injured were assisted by the civilian workers dispatched to supply provisions, finding refuge in the rear camp. As the arduous day drew to a close and twilight descended, the lingering scent of blood hung in the air, undispersed by the evening breeze. In just one day, countless lives have been lost. The Shaanxi Basin has always been a bloody path of conflict. How many wars had transpired upon this ancient land? Perhaps no one could truly know. Once again, countless souls had been buried here, adding yet another tale to the annals of history. Exhausted in spirit, Guo Xiao felt a flicker of gratitude for his survival, aware that he could have easily become one of the many corpses hastily buried in a mass grave. By the campfire, he remarked, "Brother Yang, today you saved me from the pile of the dead." Yang Biao glanced at him, replying, "We're even now." Guo Xiao offered a wry smile. "From this day forth, let us treat each other as brothers. In this world without brothers, survival becomes a formidable challenge." Chapter 10. The responsibility of every individual in the rise and fall of the nation. The northern dipper hung in the night sky like a ladle. Guo Xiao lay on the ground, lost in thought. He and Yang Biao had no irreconcilable differences, yet they had previously quarreled over a promotion, with Yang even threatening to stab Guo Xiao in the back. Fortunately, Guo Xiao did not hold a grudge, for when it truly mattered, Yang had come to his rescue with a well-aimed arrow, averting further animosity. Reflecting on this, he realized that sometimes broadening one's perspective could turn misfortune into fortune. As the military scribe called out names for registration, Guo Xiao recognized an acquaintance when Luo Mengzi was mentioned. The sight of a familiar face thrilled Luo Mengzi, who stumbled over his words, exclaiming, "We are but 100 men, and aside from you, I have encountered no other living souls." In the morning, Commander Wang passed away. The three of them gathered together, expressing their lamentations and reflections. Indeed, during the Battle of Gaoping that morning, the right-wing troops suffered greatly, experiencing the most severe losses. Luo Mengzi remarked, "Doesn't Guo Shijiang know that we engaged in another battle after we pursued? We were initially scattered by Zhang Yuanhui's cavalry. Upon seeing Commander Wang's flag, I followed in flight, but later, Commander Wang was also cut down. I ended up running with some unknown troops to the east. Eventually, a general arrived, announcing that the Khitan had fled and the ruler of Beihan was escaping swiftly, urging us survivors to follow the cavalry northward. We ran past Baganjuan and discovered a large contingent of Beihan troops waiting in a valley, separated by a water ditch. It was nearly dark then, but we pressed on and fought again. Damn it, our commander didn't even know his own troops. He treated us like cattle, merely driving us forward to our deaths. If it weren't for my iron armor, I would have been shot to pieces." Though this was a harrowing experience, Luo Mengzi's account made it seem absurdly amusing. Upon hearing him mention being shot, Yang Biao couldn't help but laugh, quickly scolding, "You, Luo, are such a crude fellow, incapable of speaking properly." Guo Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a chuckle rising within him, but it manifested as a painful grimace on his face, a strange juxtaposition of laughter and anguish. "I didn't notice you've lost weight," he remarked. At that moment, a voice called out, "Guo Xiao, little D. Jun Guo Xiao." Only then did Guo Xiao, leaning on his staff, rise to respond. "This humble one is here. Could it be Zhao Kuangyin at the forefront?" The founder of the Tang Dynasty, Zhao Kuangyin, is a historical figure known even in modern times. Guo Xiao had long been aware of his existence, yet he had never had the opportunity to meet him in person, even while serving in the imperial guard. If he were to indeed meet Zhao Kuangyin, how could he not be moved? This was a figure whose name would echo throughout eternity, and now he had the chance to behold him with his own eyes. You are Guo Xiao, little D. Jun Guo Xiao. Zhao Kuangyin spoke with a resonant voice, full of vigor. He nodded approvingly. Is it true that you shot and killed the Beihan General Zhang Yuanhui with one arrow? Guo Xiao strove to temper his inner excitement, maintaining a demeanor of humility. Yes, I heard shouts of Zhang Yuanhui's arrival and drew my bow, seemingly striking him in the neck. Despite his casual tone, hitting a moving target from a distance amidst chaos was no small feat, especially to strike a small target like the neck and achieve a fatal shot. Others might not grasp this difficulty, but General Zhao, being a warrior himself, surely understood the challenge. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Kuangyin boomed with laughter, his voice resonating like thunder in the mountains. He continued, Today, Zhang Duji will present his merits before the emperor, amidst many valiant commanders who have bled in battle. He will only recommend 2 for their accomplishments, one of whom is you. Though you are but a commander, you have earned this honor for slaying Zhang Yuanhui. The man was reputed to be the fiercest general of the Han army, renowned throughout the realm. His death has struck a blow to the Beihan forces. The rise and fall of the world rests on the shoulders of every man. The ruler of the later Han calls the Khitan his nephew, colluding with foreign bandits to slaughter our people in the Central Plains. Zhang Yuanhui and his ilk are nothing but accomplices, and my desire to vanquish them is not only just, but an obligation. Guo Xiao was unsure if his words were appropriate. Yet he had depthly conversed with a general of much higher rank, demonstrating a remarkable composure that many lower-ranking soldiers would struggle to maintain. He quickly said, I am but a lowly officer, and I am humbled by General Zhao's kindness and commendation before the emperor. Zhao Kuangyin nodded and replied, I have said all I needed to say. There are other matters to attend to. We shall converse again at another time. You should focus on recuperating. Guo Xiao bowed respectfully, bidding farewell, and Yang Biao and the others quickly followed suit. As they led their horses away, Luo Mengzi exclaimed joyfully, This is splendid. Guo Shijiang is bound to prosper. The emperor is sure to reward him, and that is far more valuable than sharing a single purse among a crowd. Yang Biao remained silent, yet his gaze towards Guo Xiao had noticeably changed. Guo Xiao generously declared, If a reward is indeed granted, my brothers will share in it. Moreover, Brother Yang's contributions on the battlefield today were no less than mine. He simply wasn't seen by the higher-ups. Chapter 11, Wuqi Town. 1. A town is a military stronghold at the county level, typically guarded by a town commander and troops. However, upon Guo Xiao's arrival at Wuqi Town, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. Was this truly a town? A stone archway stood along the dusty road, inscribed with the characters for Wuqi Town, which was perhaps the only remnant of civilization in the area. Behind the archway, the crumbling earthen walls showed signs of weathering, riddled with holes, and the dilapidated city gate served only as a fade, devoid of any sentinels. From a distance, the town appeared filled with many low, worn-down houses, some resembling thatched huts, bearing little distinction from village. As they entered the town, they encountered only the elderly, the weak, and women, with hardly a young man in sight. A tattered, disabled old man approached them to beg for alms. The person handling the paperwork was a stout man who claimed to be the town commander, Li Dasheng, though he bore no semblance of a warrior. Li Dasheng was forced to disperse the injured soldiers among various local homes and decreed that each household would take turns providing food and care for the wounded. Naturally, Guo Xiao, along with Yang and Luo, stayed together, while the other injured soldiers clustered with acquaintances. Once settled, they realized their initial impression of the place, resembling a village, was accurate. Apart from its name, Wuqi Town, it was also colloquially known as Widow Village, for it was inhabited by the elderly, the sick, and widows. The barren fields, impoverished economy, natural disasters, banditry, and the ravages of war made life exceedingly difficult. Even so, the military government did not hesitate to shift some burdens onto these suffering people, with the care of wounded soldiers being one such burden, offering not even a grain of food from their supplies. Adjacent to Guo Xiao's dwelling was a decrepit thatched hut, home to a solitary elderly woman, blind and emaciated, subsisting on the charity of townsfolk. Not long after, Guo Xiao learned of her plight. Her husband and 3 sons had perished on the battlefield, and her daughter had been captured and violated to death by the Khitan during their southern incursion. Now, only this half-buried woman remained. To live was to endure such suffering. Each day, Guo Xiao and the others heard the woman's anguished cries. Luo Mengzi, unable to bear such tragedy, often saved a portion of his rations for the blind old woman. In contrast, Yang Biao occasionally grumbled, "What is the point of living? Once your eyes close, nothing matters anymore. What is the use of being alive?" Yet, despite his harsh words, Yang Biao would still leave behind half a flatbread or something similar. Guo Xiao believed that one's character should not be judged solely by their words, but rather by their actions. The three of them, having spent so much time together, grew closer than they had in Tokyo, eventually deciding to address each other as brothers. Luo Mengzi suggested that Guo Xiao take the role of the eldest brother. Although Guo Xiao was the youngest among them, he immediately declined, saying, "Brother Yang is many years my senior. It would be inappropriate for me to be called the elder brother." Luo Mengzi insisted, "We are not siblings born of the same parents. We should judge by merit, not age." In the stories, Lu Xuanda is younger than Guangong, yet he is still considered the elder brother. Guo Xiao pondered deeply. "Kesting akasual gluncha et Yang Biao." Yang Biao, with a stern face, replied, "What Luo said may be blunt, but it is true. We must judge by merit." "Bratur yang truli agrees," Luo Mengzi teased with a grin. Back in Tokyo, the elder brother was merely older by a rank. "Are you not dignified enough as a commander to let go of your pride?" Yang Biao huffed. "If I were not the type to accept such things, I would call anyone elder brother, even with a knife to my throat." Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao saw no reason to hesitate. Excessive discussion would only seem pretentious. He decisively declared, "Very well, I shall reluctantly take on the role of elder brother. From now on, let us share both fortune and adversity. Elder brother, second brother, third brother." Guo Xiao extended his palm, raised high in the air. Yang and Luo exchanged glances, both perplexed, and tentatively raised their hands. Guo Xiao then struck his palm forcefully, proclaiming, "I am for everyone, and everyone is for me." Luo Mengzi chuckled heartily for a while Yang Biao remained stoic. Only after a long pause did he speak. That day, the general surnamed Zhao specifically came to the military camp to commend you, saying that you should be appointed as the commander. It seems that Zhang Yongda, the commander of the palace guard, also holds you in high regard, having spoken on your behalf twice. He commands the authority of the palace guard, and it appears that you will indeed be promoted to the position of commander. Although your remarkable achievement of slaying Zhang Yuanhui can earn the respect of many, ascending too quickly may lead to instability in your foundation. In the future, commanding 500 men, relying solely on the assistance of your brothers, may not suffice. I have an idea. There are about 40 to 50 injured soldiers in Wukizhen, and among them, 20 to 30 should be able to recover their combat capabilities. These men have been scattered and do not recognize their commanders. Why not take this opportunity to have them rally under your banner?" Guo Xiao nodded repeatedly. "Second brother speaks wisely. Indeed, having served as a leader, your words carry great merit." Yang Biao continued, "When we passed through Gaoping, all these injured soldiers were in the same camp. That General Zhao boasted loudly that you shot Zhang Yuanhui with an arrow, and the emperor personally commended you. I believe the entire camp must have heard about it. Though the injured soldiers do not know us, your reputation alone can win their allegiance." Guo Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "Zhu Yu, the record keeper and military doctor, has the list of soldiers. If it is not in his hands, it must be with the town commander. Let us accomplish two tasks. First, obtain the military roster. Second, secure the support of the town commander." The trio agreed and promptly set to work. Yang Biao went to find Zhu Yu, while Luo Mengzi assisted Guo Xiao in visiting the town commander, Li Dushing. Chapter 12. Wukizhen 2. A month later, a few merchants arrived in Wukizhen. This was the first time in many days that the townsfolk had seen outsiders. The main street of the town suddenly buzzed with activity, bringing a hint of commerce to what had become a desolate settlement. It was said that trade between nations was thriving, even amidst hostilities. However, such commerce was primarily concentrated in large cities and more peaceful southern regions. In this nearly forsaken Wukizhen, there was little trade to speak of. The merchants hailed from Luzhou, comprising one elder and two youths, accompanied by 2 donkey carts laden with various goods, mostly items that the common folk could not produce for themselves. Guo Xiao observed for a while and noted that they accepted both currency and barter. Wheat, cloth, leather, cow tendons, and even livestock were among the most favored trade items. Guo Xiao inquired, "Do you come here only once a month?" The elder shook his head. "The next visit is uncertain. Have you not heard the rumors? The Khitan army is set to cross the Zhuozhang River to plunder Luzhou." Guo Xiao, surprised, replied, "With our army besieging Taiyuan, how can the Khitan descend upon us? I did not know. I only heard they would come to Luzhou, and if they do, it may be soon." Guo Xiao wished to gather more information, but regrettably, the elder had little to offer and spoke vaguely. He had no choice but to signal for Yang and Luo to depart. Yang Biao remarqued, "It seems the merchant speaks nonsense. The emperor's army is attacking Jinyang, and North Han is at its brink. Why would the Khitan come to Luzhou?" Yang Biao then suggested, "Let's inquire with the town commander, Li Dashing, to see what he knows." Indeed, Guo Xiao agreed. The two conferred, while Luo Mengzi, unable to contribute to the discussion, remained silent. Compared to Yang Biao's insights, Luo Mengzi was at a disadvantage and could only listen during serious matters. As the three conversed and approached Li's residence, they noticed numerous large and small boxes being carried out. 2 mule carts were stationed at the entrance, nearly filled with goods, resembling a family preparing to move. After a while, Li Dashing emerged to check on the cargo and, upon seeing them, promptly approached. Guo Xiao pointed to the items and asked, "Generally, are you relocating?" Li Dashing grimaced, "Relocating? The Khitan are set to plunder Luzhou. I hurriedly sent my wife and children with their belongings to Luzhou for safety. I was just about to send someone to inform General Guo when you arrived personally." Though town commanders rank higher than leaders, Guo Xiao's military status was only that of a 10th commander, having once been elevated from the rank of leader. However, Li Dashing, as a mere figurehead town commander with no troops, recognized Guo Xiao's remarkable achievements. The emperor and the palace guard commander had both praised him. Thus he spoke with great courtesy. "I see. General Li is also heading to Luzhou? Who will govern Wukazhen then?" Li Dashing stamped his foot, gritting his teeth. "How could I dare to flee? Do you not know? With the new emperor ascended to the throne in the battle at Gaoping, many of my subordinates were executed for cowardice. It is said that after the campaign concludes, there will be an accounting. In this perilous situation, if I were to flee, it would be tantamount to seeking death. As you can see, this Wukazhen is a place for the old and weak to await death. It has long been abandoned, devoid of troops or leaders. I can only hope that the Khitan recognize our poverty and refrain from coming." Guo Xiao said, "I see you're busy today, so I shall not trouble you further. At the very least, allow me to offer you some tea." Observing that the town commander was rather portly and seemingly lacking in capabilities, Guo Xiao felt he did not appear to be a bad person. This confirmed the news of the enemy's impending arrival. The town commander had begun sending his family away, indicating that the information could not be false. After leaving the Li household, Yang Biao remarked, "It seems we brothers should make plans early. Wukazhen is under the jurisdiction of Luzhou's Li Jun. It is not the concern of the imperial army. Furthermore, the higher authorities have assigned us here to recuperate, with no orders to defend this town. Now that we have nearly recovered, it will be better to take the injured soldiers and leave this place, heading to Luzhou to seek refuge with the Zhaoi army's headquarters. Luzhou has high walls and sturdy defenses. Life within the city would be much more secure." Guo Xiao remained non-committal. The Khitan forces' origins were uncertain, possibly from Liaozhou. Nonetheless, as long as they had not breached the boundaries of Daixin, their numbers would likely be limited. They were probably just seeking to create disturbances and seize provisions. Yang Biao inquired, "Does elder brother intend to remain in Wukazhen?" Yang Biao, resolute, declared, "You are the elder brother. Simply state your decision." Guo Xiao then glanced at the quiet Luo Mengzi, who scratched his round head and exclaimed, "We are brothers. Wherever elder brother goes, I shall follow." Luo Mengzi was visibly moved. "Elder brother." Yang Biao's expression grew solemn, his fierce gaze fixed on Guo Xiao, giving a slight nod. Guo Xiao once again raised his palm and struck it down, exclaiming, "Good brothers. It is my utmost honor to fight alongside you. Yang Biao, so, elder brother. Please command us. We shall serve diligently." Guo Xiao nodded, "Then let us not linger. We shall split up. I will first seek out the town commander, while the second and third brothers spread the news about the impending arrival of the Khitan, so that everyone can gather at the town commander's doorstep to hear the news." Though Li Dashing could not compare to the wealthy merchants of Dongjing, he was undoubtedly the wealthiest person in this dilapidated Wukazhen. The Li household's entrance was indicative of their status, featuring a wall and a ceremonial entrance hall. The 3 mule carts that had previously been parked at the entrance had departed, and Li Dashing ushered Guo Xiao into the main hall, calling for 2 cups of tea. After taking a seat, Guo Xiao began, "There's a question I am unsure whether I should ask." Li Dashing raised his hand, gesturing for him to continue. Guo Xiao calmly inquired, If General Li were to sacrifice himself for the country, what would become of his wife and children and belongings sent to Luzhou? He paused deliberately, allowing Li Dushing time to ponder the implications. In this era, it was not uncommon for women to remarry, especially given the absence of strict conventions following the rise of Confucianism. However, Guo Xiao did not wish to be overtly explicit, merely hinting at such prospects before continuing. As long as one has breath, there is no need to worry about firewood. Guo Xiao suggested, why not consider alternative approaches? Indeed, the flesh on Li Dushing's face wrinkled, and he confessed, to be honest, I have never commanded troops, and what can be done in such a decrepit place like Wukazin? Wherever there are living souls, there is potential for action, Guo Xiao asserted firmly. If General Li trusts us, we are willing to lend a helping hand. Li doesn't minkidat, earnestly. What strategies does Guo Lang propose? Guo Xiao, unfazed, replied, rumor has it that the Emperor Yin of the Later Han harbors a deep affection for wealth, hoarding vast treasures within the confines of the imperial palace, even neglecting to disburse the soldiers' wages. When the Zhou army invaded Daliang, none of the emperor's subordinates obeyed his commands, ultimately leading to his demise and the fall of the nation. What use is immense wealth then? The implication of Guo Lang's words struck Li Dushing, prompting him to rise and pace, seemingly hesitant about assisting him in safeguarding the town. What hesitation could there be in such an endeavor? Was he reluctant to part with riches? How could I dare appoint a leader for the imperial guard? Li Dazen exclaimat. It seemed he may have contemplated fleeing, but with the recent purging of ranks, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, and he feared becoming collateral damage. Upon hearing Guo Xiao's remarks, Li Dushing's expression changed, revealing a flicker of interest. Just then, a servant entered, whispering, a large crowd has gathered outside. They have heard that the Chidon soldiers are approaching. Let's go and see, Li Dushing replied. Chapter 13, Wuqi Town 3. Outside the town commander's residence, a throng of people crowded at the entrance, obstructing the path. Among them were not only the injured remnants of the imperial guard recuperating in Wuqi Town, but also many local elderly, women, and children, each arriving with varied emotions. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Yang Biao and his companion, without their spreading of news and summoning the populace to Li Dushing's doorstep. Such a multitude would not have gathered so swiftly. Apart from a few dozen imperial guard remnants, these typically neglected elderly suddenly congregated, revealing a count of at least several hundred. A glance revealed a sea of gray hair and wrapped heads, with women seemingly favoring cloth to cover their hair when venturing outside. As Li Dushing prepared to speak, Guo Xiao stepped forward, clasping his fists in salutation and proclaiming loudly, "Dear fellow villagers." Instantly, a chorus of eyes turned toward him, and the scene felt as if all gazes were fixed upon him. Having not faced such a gathering in a long time, Guo Xiao felt a twinge of nervousness. Clearing his throat, he continued, "The Chidon people descend upon us now, taking advantage of the main force of the Zhaoyi army, accompanying the imperial troops in their assault on Jinyang, marauding through our lands. I have been honored by General Li Dushing to serve as the deputy commander, assisting in our defense." Noticing Li Dushing frowning, yet refraining from dissent, Guo Xiao pressed on. "A month ago, we arrived here to recuperate. The citizens of Wuqi Town provided us with shelter, clothing, and, despite their own hardships, offered us food. As men, we must repay such kindness with great gratitude. Today, we require the strength of our brothers. How can we stand idly by? Are we not willing to risk our lives?" The crowd remained silent, void of cheers or applause, much like the somber and dilapidated town. Yet they listened intently. Guo Xiao's gaze swept over the imperial guard remnants as he thundered. In the Battle of Gaoping, the North Han's fiercest general, Zhang Yuanwei, charged into our ranks and was slain on the spot. I have two brothers who, surrounded by the enemy, fought valiantly, each against 10 foes, racking up countless victories. The emperor and the commander of the imperial guard have both praised my efforts, declaring I should be appointed as a commander. By publicly referencing the emperor and esteemed officials, Guo Xiao acknowledged the authority of the court, thereby reinforcing his own. He continued, "Now, dear soldiers stationed in Wuqi Town, we are diverse in our allegiances. In times of crisis, shall we scatter like leaves in the wind, or shall we reorganize into a cohesive force? If anyone holds a higher military rank than I invite you to step forward and command the soldiers now." With no one rising to challenge him, Guo Xiao declared, "Then I shall take on the responsibility of commanding the scattered troops stationed in Wuqi Town from this moment forth." I possess a roster of the wounded soldiers stationed here. Those who remain are still part of the Imperial Guard. Those who flee are but deserters. This matter shall be reported to the commander of the Imperial Guard. Guo Xiao would not entertain dissent, for he certainly did not wish for his limited forces to diminish further. The soldiers fell silent, none daring to voice opposition. Seeing this, Guo Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction and addressed the citizens. I know many veterans are among you. You have served your country faithfully, fighting for others. Now, the barbarian invaders threaten to trample your homes and slaughter your kin. The time has come to fight for yourselves. The notorious Chang'an have a well-deserved reputation for pillaging and destruction. To remain passive is to invite death. Arm yourselves, and let your last drop of blood be spent defending your families. Fellow comrades, it is my utmost honor to stand with you in the defense of our homeland. Gradually, many gray-haired individuals began to rise from the crowd, one proclaiming, I am an old man who has seen battle. Count me in. I have little time left, and if I die, so be it. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Xiao declared, since the villagers believe I can shoulder this duty, I shall issue a conscription order for the preparation of war. He promptly issued the first conscription order calling upon able-bodied individuals to assist in defense, requiring every household to contribute manpower and supplies as directed for fortification. In front of the entire town, this was clearly articulated, and Li Daxing did not voice any immediate objections, transforming the situation from mere talk into action. Li Daxing begrudgingly acquiesced to Guo Xiao's earlier proposal, taking his men to Lu Prefecture to procure supplies, leaving a servant behind to help govern the townsfolk. The self-proclaimed veterans were all at least 50 years of age. This place lacked any able-bodied youth who would not be dispatched to Wuqi town. Guo Xiao and his companions had no choice but to lower their standards for recruitment, selecting those who appeared not to be in their 70s or 80s, those who walked with some agility and exhibited a decent spirit. After an extended search, they managed to gather 68 individuals. Guo Xiao set aside his bow and arrow, urging them to speak plainly. Zhu Wen remarked, our immediate priority is not only to organize the soldiers into units and compile a roster, but also to swiftly establish military regulations and clear guidelines to ensure just rewards and punishments. He presented 4 execution orders for Guo Lang's consideration. Those who disobey orders shall be executed. Those who flee in battle shall be executed. Those who abandon their posts shall be executed. Those who take advantage of chaos to settle personal scores and bully the common folk shall be executed. The orders were straightforward and encompassed foreseeable issues, with the last clause hinting at long-term concerns. Guo Xiao regarded Zhu Wen with renewed interest and addressed him respectfully. Mr. Zhua, why not recite these 4 execution orders publicly for the entire army to hear? Zhu Wen, pleased with the prompt acceptance, bowed in acknowledgement. I shall obey your command. That very afternoon, Guo Xiao entrusted Zhu Wen with the task of compiling the soldiers' rosters. They then organized the troops, forming one unit from the 28 healed Imperial Guard remnants and another from the 70 elderly townsfolk, naming them the local militia. Guo Xiao assumed the role of military commander, with Yang Biao as the deputy commander and 10 Imperial Guards, while Luo Mengzi was appointed as the second-in-command. Furthermore, 3 captains were promoted from among the local militia. Though small in size, the fledgling organization was comprehensive, even allowing Zhu Wen to hold the title of military advisor, thus establishing an administrative team, albeit consisting of just one individual. By evening, Guo Xiao engaged in discussions with his companions, for a present, including Zhu Wen, who began to participate in the deliberations. They agreed on a second conscription order, demanding that each household contribute iron tools to the town's blacksmith. Yang Biao was tasked with training the soldiers. Guo Xiao would gather materials and weapons, while Zhu Wen and Luo Mengzi would oversee the construction of fortifications. Wuqi town already had earthen walls, though many sections had fallen into disrepair over the years. The mobilization of laborers would involve digging and restoring these broken areas. Soil would be taken from the ditches outside the walls and mixed with clay for reinforcement. Yang Biao proposed creating a wall with a deep trench, adding sharpened bamboo spikes within the trench for defense, and erecting wooden stakes outside to deter cavalry. Resources were scarce, limiting their efforts. The northern side of the town was flanked by mountains, which were covered in trees and bamboo. Selecting 1 to 2-foot-long hard bamboo, they sharpened one end to fashion spears. While not as sharp or durable as iron weapons, they proved useful, Foot soldiers could prepare several for temporary resistance against cavalry. The makeshift local militia were ill-equipped, and the armor retrieved by the old soldiers was largely rusty and damaged. Thus, they fashioned rudimentary scale armor from wooden blocks and bamboo strips to supplement their inadequate gear, providing some protection, albeit minimal. Wuqi town was bordered by high mountains, with three sides vulnerable to enemy attack. A rough estimate indicated that the wall measured nearly 2 miles in length. Our combat troops numbered only 100, primarily composed of the elderly and infirm. Should we choose to hold our ground, our numbers would be insufficient. Having heard tales of the Chidon's prowess in open combat, we could not afford to engage them outside the town. Lacking cavalry and long-range archers would spell our defeat. In order to lure the enemy into the city and utilize the terrain of the fortifications to hinder their movements, I instructed the laborers to construct walls along the 2 main roads at the center, which was my intent. 6 or 7 days swiftly passed, and Wuqi town was essentially prepared, yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, resembling countless other days. The soldiers began to worry that the Chidon forces might not arrive. It seemed peculiar. The absence of the enemy should be a relief, yet now the people yearned for a confrontation. After laboring tirelessly for days, forging weapons and fortifying defenses, they were eager for their efforts to bear fruit. Otherwise, their toil would be in vain. The optimal outcome was seemingly not a consideration. The soldiers were restless. Even the local militia, undeterred by age, looked forward with anticipation, while around 100 laborers reported daily at the city gate. Guo Xiao established lookout points a mile out in all directions, dispatching scouts to patrol day and night. Guards were stationed on the city wall, ensuring everything was in readiness. Why had the Chidon forces not yet arrived? The old soldier on watch outside began to murmur. Guo Xiao allowed their discussions to continue, refraining from expressing sentiments that the absence of the enemy was preferable, lest it dampen their fighting spirit. In the dynamics of offense and defense, the defending side naturally holds an advantage, albeit at the cost of relinquishing the initiative. Whether to engage in battle depended entirely on the enemy, as did the extent of the conflict. As dawn's first light streamed through the wooden window, Guo Xiao inhaled the fresh, moist air of the morning. With the assistance of Luo Mengzi, he donned 2 layers of armor, with the breastplate beneath and the chainmail draped over it. Guo Xiao mused that even Luo Air harbored such thoughts. It was likely others shared a similar ambition, though only he would voice it. He patted Luo Air on the shoulder and assured him that whatever benefits the elder brother enjoyed would also be bestowed upon his brothers. Upon hearing Luo Mengzi mention his wife at home, Guo Xiao instinctively touched the auspicious talisman hanging around his neck, momentarily thinking of Yulian. While fleeting memories of past lives flickered through his mind, stirring unease within him. At that moment, a sudden crash echoed as an elderly man clad in bamboo strips burst through the door, stumbling and gasping for breath. Guo Xiao subtly gestured with his chin, prompting Luo Mengzi to assist the old man. The Chidon forces are here. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and spoke rapidly. Third brother, sound the gong and assemble all troops immediately. Notify second brother. Each unit must take their designated positions. Prepare for defense. Luo Mengzi's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he clasped his fists in salute, responding, understood. Guo Xiao then inquired, how many are there? He retrieved a short dagger from his bedside and tucked it into his clothing, secured a saber from the wooden rack, and finally grabbed his bow and quiver before striding out the door. Outside, the gongs clanged incessantly, accompanied by barking dogs and the fluttering of chickens, creating a moment of lively commotion. He ascended the city wall, followed by several soldiers. Gazing into the distance, he discerned the silhouettes of cavalry gradually approaching. At that moment, a heavy and orderly sound of footsteps resonated behind him, revealing Yang Biao leading 30 fully armed imperial guards gathering at the city gate. Another contingent was deploying towards the center of the town, consisting of elderly and weaker local soldiers. Though aged, these individuals had military experience and were selected for their remaining strength to work the fields, proving to be far more capable than untrained laborers. In this era, common laborers were of little use, lacking weaponry skills and battle awareness. Soon, a flurry of shouts erupted within the city, most of which were affirmations of orders. The local soldiers divided into 2 groups, one forming ranks while smaller faction dispersed to the surrounding walls, with elderly laborers climbing the walls, armed with bamboo poles. After a while, Yang Biao, Luo Mengzi, and several local soldiers climbed up to join Guo Xiao in observing the situation. After a prolonged wait, a large group finally appeared on the horizon. As they drew closer, their numbers became evident. 2 or 3 dozen cavalry and a substantial contingent of infantry, approximately 100 to 150 strong. The infantry bore long spears, resembling a dark thicket in motion. The cavalry wielded various polearms, some being spears, others resembling bludgeons with bulbous heads, known as gudwa. Additionally, many appear to be equipped with bows and iron swords. Curiously, in front of the enemy, there was a disordered group that seemed unarmed at first glance. Upon closer inspection, Guo Xiao realized these were common folk, being driven along in despair, occasionally struck by whips, their cries echoing in the air. Among them were women, highlighting that in this era, warfare showed no regard for women and children. It would take more brutality for humanity to eventually establish rules and norms. The Chang'an forces lacked siege equipment, yet assaulting Wuqi town's walls seemed unnecessary. Damn it, Luo Mengzi cursed. The Chang'an soldiers continued to advance, stopping again at a distance of 100 or 200 paces. The commoners in front fell to the ground, weeping in despair, as if they beheld their own coffins and graves prepared before them. 3 riders emerged from the opposing side, not to parley, but to circle the walls once more. Guo Xiao thought to himself, "Do not be deceived. I've already selected the optimal route for your assault." Both sides were fortified by walls and deep moats, with traps within. Even without defenders, scaling the walls would be arduous. Only the south gate presented a relatively easy entry, devoid of pits, with a wide road and a mere wooden door, riddled with holes that let in light. Why bother to breach the gate directly when the cavalry could charge in ahead? As anticipated, the Chang'an forces did not alter their course, instead driving the group of commoners toward the city gate. As the driven populace approached, Guo Xiao discerned their tattered clothing, mostly worn, patchy cotton and linen garments, some in tatters, marking them as impoverished farmers. It was likely that the affluent and influential had already fled the town upon hearing rumors, unwilling to wait to be captured. For the Chang'an army's capabilities in siege were lacking, making fortified towns relatively safe. "All troops, take your positions," Guo Xiao commanded. Following his order, Yang Biao and Luo Mengzi responded, descending from the earthen wall, then instructing the troops assembled at the city gate to retreat into the streets on either side. The cries and chaotic footsteps from outside disrupted the desolate yet serene morning. The sound of which striking the city gate reverberated like an invisible hammer pounding at the hearts of the onlookers, awakening their spirits in an instant. At the entrance of the city, the main road was already fortified with multiple obstacles due to tactical preparations, and 4 earthen walls stood tall in the center of the thoroughfare. After Guo Xiao entered the city, he rushed to take cover behind the first wall, propping himself up on a wooden stool to observe the situation at the gate. Just then, an old woman, leaning on a gnarled wooden stick, trembled her way into the vacant space ahead. Wasn't she the blind old woman from next door? How had she made it here? Guo Xiao felt a wave of unease wash over him. The area before him was essentially enclosed on 3 sides. The wide main road ahead was obstructed by the walls, while the walls flanked by buildings formed a labyrinthine pattern, with only a gap on the left. The spaces between the buildings were heavily barricaded with earth, wood, and stone, rendering the streets outside a convoluted maze designed to prevent large forces from advancing and to facilitate urban warfare. How could a blind old woman navigate such a complex route? Had she been waiting at the city gate for a long time? Suddenly, the old woman opened her mouth and let out a couple of croaky cries, her toothless mouth appearing quite flat. Dressed in rags and dirted from head to toe, her gray-white hair resembled disheveled straw. "Kill the Chang'an! Kill the Chang'an!" she mumbled incoherently. One of the veteran soldiers, following Guo Xiao, craned his neck and shouted, "The city gate is about to break. The Chang'an soldiers will rush in at any moment. Move aside." At this, Guo Xiao remarked, "For her, death may be a form of liberation." With a resounding crash, the city gate finally collapsed. A chaotic throng of civilians surged in, only to be quickly dispersed by cavalry, fleeing in all directions. Amidst the hurried clatter of hooves, a squad of cavalry charged into the city. As one rider passed by the hunchbacked old woman, he raised his iron mace to strike. However, the Chang'an cavalry quickly reined in their horses, halting their advance, for what lay before them was not the open road they had anticipated, but a series of walls. These earthen walls, though not high enough to prevent a person from climbing over, posed an obstacle to the cavalry's charge. How would the Chidon respond? It was said that nomadic tribes were highly alert and prone to suspicion, retreating swiftly at the first hint of danger. If they sensed an ambush, they might immediately turn back to avoid the peril. Should the Chidon choose to retreat, it would be akin to a feigned retreat on the part of Wu Town, which might not be a bad outcome, as Guo Xiao was uncertain of his ability to defeat this Chidon force. A battle he could not win was one best avoided. However, the Chidon might not necessarily flee at the first sign of trouble. Their strength was formidable, and they might not be easily intimidated. Moreover, the appearance of Wu Town hardly suggested it was a garrison for elite troops. The worst-case scenario was that the Chidon would retreat momentarily, then seek another point of breach. If the fighting spread from another direction, urban warfare would ensue, but the terrain would not favor Guo Xiao as much as the main gate did. Leaning against the wall, he pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and suddenly jumped onto the wooden stool. His gaze fell upon the rider, wielding the mace that had threatened the old woman. Without hesitation, Guo Xiao drew his bowstring, and with a sharp twang, an arrow flew true, striking the man's face from a mere 20 to 30 steps away. He had no time to cry out before tumbling from his horse. Before the other Chidon soldiers could react and retrieve their arrows, another swift twang rang out, claiming yet another victim. The suddenness of Guo Xiao's attack left 2 men slain, prompting him to leap down from the stool. He hurriedly grabbed a wooden shield to protect his head, and the 10 or so men behind the wall quickly followed suit, raising their shields in unison. As anticipated, a moment later, a barrage of arrows rained down, dozens whistling overhead, some embedding themselves into the wall. Outside, the sounds of chaos erupted, but Guo Xiao kept his head low, listening to the thunder of hooves. The Chidon cavalry did not seem to charge, and then more arrows fell like rain. Shortly thereafter, several torches were hurled onto the rooftops, igniting a thatched house in flames. This immediately incited uproar outside, with various shouts and cries mingling in confusion, followed by the sound of many footsteps, indicating the infantry was approaching. Guo Xiao heard the commotion and waved his hand, commanding in a deep voice, "We must leave." He then fled with those around him, skillfully maneuvering along the wall before pushing through a door. Others closed the door behind them and guarded the entrance while Guo Xiao swiftly ascended the wooden staircase. In a disordered room, he gently pushed open a small window, granting him an excellent view of the lengthy main road, well within 100 paces. Though the draw of his bow lacked the necessary strength, he felt confident he could hit a target within 50 paces. Peering through the window, he observed a large group of Chidon infantry flooding into the earthen-walled alley, some eagerly attempting to scale the walls. Those attempting to climb were fully exposed to his range. After a few shots, the targets became clear, prompting the Chidon archers to retaliate. Their aim was quite precise, and arrows began to fly into the small window. Yet this could not deter Guo Xiao. He would peek out briefly and then quickly retreat, only to shoot again, his exposure lasting mere moments. Unlike firearms, arrows require precision to hit fast-moving targets, especially through a small window. Before long, fire arrows wrapped in oilcloth came flying, igniting the rooftop. Guo Xiao released another arrow, noticing several Chidon soldiers rushing towards the door below. He quickly descended the stairs and called out to an old soldier wielding a gong. "Sound the gong. Hit it hard." The clamor of the gong echoed, a cacophony of noise. Guo Xiao secured his bow to his back, drew his saber, and shouted, "Kill," leading the charge out the door. A thin wall diagonally across suddenly collapsed, intentionally built thin at its lower half, giving way with a single kick. In an instant, Yang Biao surged forward, wielding a long iron saber like a tiger descending a mountain, leading a group to block the breach in the wall. Just beside Guo Xiao, another wall crumbled. The now Dai Luo, clutching a wooden shield in one hand and an iron rod in the other, recklessly pressed forward, using his shield to clear a path while swinging the rod. Guo Xiao brandished his saber and joined the fray alongside those from within the building. In that moment, a majority of the Chidon infantry found themselves trapped between the two walls, engaged in a frenzied brawl. Such a melee allowed for no mobility or expansion, resembling a street brawl. The Chidon soldiers in the center attempted to scale the walls. Chaos ensued within the walls. Luo Mengzi, once skilled with a copper hammer, now wielded a solid iron rod, and despite its lack of precision compared to his former weapon, it proved fearsome nonetheless. The blows from the rod, though not as sharp against armor as his copper hammer, still struck with enough force to elicit cries of anguish. Wang Xiao relished the company of such reckless warriors, letting them charge ahead while he provided support from the side, embodying the principle of letting others take the risks first. Damn it! Luo Mengzi cursed as he swung his rod wildly, striking a Chidon soldier's helmet with a resounding thud, causing the dark-faced man to falter and lose consciousness. Just then, a Chidon soldier approached from behind, spear aimed at Luo Mengzi's abdomen. Unaware, Luo Mengzi, despite being armored, was vulnerable to a powerful close-range thrust that could penetrate severely. At that crucial moment, Guo Xiao, quick on his feet, stepped forward to seize the spear. The momentum from the opposing soldier's thrust was tremendous, and Guo Xiao could not halt its force. The spearhead pierced his chest with a clang, leaving him feeling the impact against his plate armor. The Chidon soldier, grasping the spear tightly, left a wide opening in front of him, and without a second thought, Guo Xiao advanced and swung his saber at the soldier's face. The clash of metal against metal echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh tearing, splattering Guo Xiao with blood. The screams reverberated in his ears, a haunting cacophony. The two sides of fierce warriors surged forward, an unstoppable force, as the Chidon army stumbled in this confined space. A bloody path was carved through the earthen alley, with people practically treading over corpses as they advanced, the walls stained crimson, the air thick with the stench of blood, and a chilling wind of despair. In a narrow alley lined with earthen walls, some chitin soldiers, sensing the imminent danger, scaled the walls to escape. Yet most of those trapped within suffered grave injuries or death. The remnants of the chitin forces retreated to the city gate, resembling startled birds. In the alley, sporadic cries of anguish echoed, as the wounded chitin soldiers were dispatched on the spot. Such warfare did not acknowledge the concept of prisoners. A sighting resulted in a swift execution. The sound of distant hoofbeats and footsteps signaled that the soldiers within the town lacked the capacity to pursue their fleeing adversaries. After a considerable time, the troops emerged from their defensive formation, glancing around, only to find no enemy presence at the city gate. Flames soared from the nearby buildings, thick smoke billowing as several structures were consumed by fire. The crowd murmured in a cacophony of voices, some discussing, others pleading for help, and many calling to comrades to rescue others. At that moment, a bloodstained Guo Xiao appeared, instantly silencing the crowd. The previously disorganized throng parted to allow him passage, their faces now filled with reverence, all eyes involuntarily drawn to him. General Guo, the commander of the Guo army. Chapter 16. The Battle of Jinyang, Part 1. Shortly thereafter, officials arrived from Luzhou, bearing 6 pigs and sheep, along with 2 bags of copper coins to reward the troops and commend the various commanders. It was at this point that Guo Xiao finally grasped the reason behind the chitin presence. The initial reports had originated from surrendering officials in Liaozhou. Following the Battle of Gaoping, the chitin forces retreated, perhaps not anticipating that the Zhou army would immediately capitalize on their victory to assault Jinyang, Taiyuan. A contingent remained in the southeastern region of Liaozhou, unable to depart in time. Their numbers were not substantial. Only 100 or 200 true chitin cavalry accompanied by 1,000 foreign foot soldiers. Upon learning of the Zhou army's advance northward, their escape route was already blocked. As Jinyang to the north and the Taiyang mountain line had been secured by Zhou forces, with the territories east of Taiyang also under Zhou control, the chitin soldiers found themselves ensnared, and matters soon worsened. At that time, the emperor of the Zhou ordered assaults on the periphery of Jinyang from 4 directions, supporting the main forces in battle. The right flank was led by the defense commander of Laizhou, Kang Yanzhao, who directed a large force against Liaozhou. The officials of Liaozhou sent messengers day and night pleading for surrender. The chitin troops prepared to break free, but soon received a secret order from the north, commanding them to move southward directly from Liaozhou to disrupt the Zhou supply lines. Surrounded on all sides, they were compelled to advance rather than retreat, clearly having been deemed expendable by the chitin leadership, who merely hoped they could serve some final purpose. The logistical challenges faced by the Zhou army were indeed significant, as it was said that numerous prefectures in Hedong, including Shi, Xi'ai, Jiang, Zhejiang, Lu, Xing, Zhao, Zhending, and many others have been called upon to conscript able-bodied men for transporting supplies to the front lines. The right minister Li Gu temporarily replaced Fu Yanqing to oversee matters in the Taiyuan government, employing every means necessary to mobilize provisions. Before long, a steady convoy of supply carts appeared on the roads near Luzhou, resembling a long dragon with no visible beginning or end. Guo Xiao and his fellow commanders deliberated and decided to accompany the troops transporting provisions northward to rejoin the Xiaodi army. Thus, Guo Xiao led a small detachment of the imperial guard on foot northward, accompanied by 3 brothers and 20 recuperated soldiers. Originally, there were 40 to 50 injured guards stationed in Wukazhen, but some were permanently disabled, others severely wounded, and 7 or 8 had perished in Wukazhen. The journey was a long and arduous trek laden with burdens. Guo Xiao, having departed from Dongjing, had lost track of the distance traveled, as his boots had worn out several pairs. Along the way, they encountered the Right Minister Li Gu's troops, who were inspecting the supply routes. Upon hearing of Guo Xiao's exploits, Li Gu expressed high praise, ordering the supply commanders to provide provisions along the route and awarding over 20 war horses. After acquiring the steeds, Guo Xiao's group transformed into a cavalry unit. By mid-May, Guo Xiao's small detachment finally reached Jinyang, only to be astounded by the chaotic scene before them. Thick smoke billowed above the towering walls of Jinyang, and the sounds of battle reverberated loudly, with countless troops encircling and assaulting the city. On the high walls, soldiers swarmed, and it was evident that the Zhou forces were employing a conventional siege tactic, a mass assault. Like an army of ants, they surged forth, primarily utilizing ladders as their means of attack. Countless fire arrows flew through the air, transforming the city into a veritable firework display, sparks flying in every direction. Flames flickered above and below, with thick smoke rising. The ladders were teeming with soldiers, while heavy stones and logs rained down, and many plummeted from the heights. The most harrowing sight was the boiling oil cascading from the walls, igniting upon contact, as soldiers ablaze desperately rolled on the ground beneath the walls, their burning armor nearly impossible to remove. A group of men pushed an ox-hide battering ram toward the city gate, where stone hollows on either side were designated for pouring oil. In no time, the ram was reduced to a blazing inferno. The Zhou army pressed forward, with casualties mounting on both sides. The battlefield appeared extraordinarily brutal. Guo Xiao and his companions stood in stunned silence until they noticed a group of laborers carrying wounded soldiers moaning in agony approaching them, prompting them to quickly lead their horses away to clear a path. In the midst of such chaos, where could one find Zhang Yongda? Once the laborers passed by, a large contingent of Zhou cavalry soon advanced toward them, bearing a banner with the character Xiang, yet their specific allegiance remained unknown. Initially, the cavalry ignored Guo Xiao's group, as they too donned Zhou armor, indicating a friendly disposition. Nevertheless, some found it peculiar that over 20 individuals stood idly watching. An officer dismounted from the main road, reining in his horse, and pointed with his whip at the leading Guo Xiao. "Whose troops are you?" Guo Xiao replied, "We are the infantry under Commander Wang Digong of the Xiaodi army." "Does an infantry detachment possess this many war horses?" the officer questioned. Guo Xiao quickly explained, "These horses were awarded by the Right Minister, Li Gong, who oversees the Taiyuan government. We came from Luzhou and encountered Li Gu on the road. He praised our victory over Zhang Yuanhui and the defeat of over 100 Khitan cavalry, rewarding us with these steeds." "Are you Guo Xiao?" the commander inquired eagerly. "Indeed, I am." The officer pressed further, "You are truly Guo Xiao?" Guo Xiao responded calmly, "We all hold military ranks. Additionally, there is a commander named Zhao Kuangyin in the Imperial Guard who has encountered me in Gaoping and personally commended my efforts. I would not dare to deceive." Someone murmured, "The disbanded soldiers all know General Zhao Kuangyin. He indeed exists." The commander suddenly burst into laughter. "Had you mentioned your Guo Xiao earlier, we could have avoided this hassle. Have you met the general? I have long admired your name." Guo Xiao promptly bowed in respect. Internally, he reflected that despite having mingled within the military ranks for several years, he still had yet to fully comprehend the complexities of the various official titles, familiar only with the lower-ranking positions. However, upon hearing the imposing title of the officer, he was certain it denoted a significant rank. The officer asked, "Are you willing to accompany me? Prince Fu Yanqing is stationed in Xinzhou, blocking the Khitan forces, and he lacks sufficient troops to send for aid. I have received orders to reinforce Sinwei." Guo Xiao readily clasped his hands in a salute, stating, "I am willing to go." Thus, the group followed Guo Xiao, leading their horses to join the ranks of the officer. Chapter 17. The Battle of Jinyang, Part 2. The forces mobilized by the officer numbered approximately 2,000, among which 300 to 400 were fully armored cavalry, constituting the elite core of the army. Following them was a long line of infantry marching in a lengthy column. Arranged in fours, the formation appeared to stretch 300 to 400 paces, leading Guo Xiao to estimate their strength at around 2,000. This infantry bore little comparison to Guo Xiao's previous Xiaodi army. Most were inadequately equipped, with some lacking even helmets, and the soldiers varied greatly in stature and weaponry. It seemed that the true reliance of the officer's forces lay in the 300 to 400 elite cavalrymen accompanying him, as they alone possessed significant combat capability. With this in mind, Guo Xiao felt that his 20 cavalrymen were not insignificant additions to the officer's reinforcements. They could be considered a valuable asset. Guo Xiao believed that the soldiers in his detachment were formidable, with Yang Biao being particularly noteworthy, though he had yet to make a name for himself. The army marched by day and camped by night, and on the third day, while en route, they suddenly came to a halt. Beside the main road stood an ordinary village, characterized by its haphazardly arranged, dilapidated houses, interspersed with a few grand trees, offering nothing particularly remarkable. However, Guo Xiao soon discerned an anomaly. A band of disordered soldiers emerged from the village entrance, accompanied not only by troops, but also by several two-wheeled carts drawn by mules. To his astonishment, the carts were tethered to a number of young women, their hands bound with ropes to the cart frames, weeping as they trudged alongside. These soldiers belonged to the Zhou army, and they were deep within the controlled territory, far from Xinzhou, with only the forces of the Zhou dynasty present. Within the cavalry unit, two groups of horsemen mounted and flanked the soldiers, swiftly encircling the disordered troops that had just emerged from the village. At this moment, Xiang Sun personally approached with his entourage, and Guo Xiao followed closely behind, leading his horse to observe the unfolding scene. "Damn it!" Xiang Sun roared. "Seize them all!" The disordered soldiers, surrounded by the elite cavalry, dared not resist, their heads hung low in defeat. A subordinate beside Xiang Sun then suggested, "This area is near Xinzhou. Aside from our forces, the only others who could arrive here are those under Wei Wang, Fu Yanqing, Guo Zongyi, Bai Chongzan, and Shi Yanchao. These disordered troops must be affiliated with them. It would be unwise for the Lord to execute them. Instead, they should be bound and delivered to their commanding officer, while the goods and women should be returned to the village." Upon hearing this, Xiang Sun's anger subsided slightly, and just as he was about to issue an order, a sound of galloping hooves approached from the north, causing everyone to turn and look. Shortly thereafter, a troop of cavalry appeared. The foremost rider was exceptionally tall, seemingly half a head taller than Guo Xiao, with a robust build that made even his steed appear small in comparison, suggesting that the horse must bear a heavier burden. As he drew near, his thick brows and large eyes, coupled with a sharp visage, exuded an aura of ferocity that set him apart from the ordinary. Guo Xiao, having spent his time among the lower ranks of the Imperial Guard, was unfamiliar with this individual. However, it was evident that Xiang Sun recognized him. As he reined in his horse and clasped his hands in greeting, "I did not expect to encounter Shi Qianfeng here." Xiang Sun continued, "Brother Shi, you must be aware that our army's discipline has waned following our advance into Hedong, leading to instances of pillaging, causing the officials and civilians of Hedong to bolster their defenses, making our supply lines increasingly arduous. The sovereign has repeatedly ordered the troops not to plunder the common people. Yet look at these men. They not only steal goods, but also abduct people. Surely, they cannot be soldiers under your command?" Guo Xiao pondered this, recalling that a subordinate had mentioned Fu Yanqing, Guo Zongyi, Bai Chongzan, and Shi Yanchao, and only Shi Yanchao shared the surname Shi. Could it be that this man was indeed Shi Yanchao? Despite his lowly rank, Guo Xiao could not claim to be a warrior if he had never heard of Shi Yanchao's name. Shi Yanchao was widely recognized as the mightiest general in the Zhou dynasty, his reputation comparable to that of Zhang Yuan Hui from the northern Han. It was unknown who among the two was truly stronger, as neither had ever engaged in a duel with the other. But Zhang Yuan Hui had been shot dead by Guo Xiao, an inconsequential soldier, in the heat of battle. With a disdainful grunt, Shi Yanchao dismounted and strode directly toward the disordered soldiers. The recently bound captives lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Without uttering a word, Shi Yanchao's presence commanded silence, and everyone awaited his next move. He then turned his attention to the young women bound to a cart, their faces etched with fear. Though one dared to glance at him, Suddenly, Huang Chao drew a long sword from his waist and approached. The women, though frightened, instinctively stepped back, perhaps thinking this general had come to free them, as just moments earlier, the officers had discussed prohibiting the plundering of civilians. With a swift thrust, a scream echoed, and only then did the women shriek in terror, for Huang Chao had brutally slain one of them without a word. A soldier beside Xiang Sun stepped forward, but Xiang Sun raised his arm to signal him a halt. Ignoring the anguished pleas and cries of the women, Huang Chao continued his grim task, dispatching them one by one with lethal precision, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. In that moment, one of the disordered soldiers knelt in desperation, begging General Xiang, "We realize our mistakes." After finishing with one victim, he approached another, whose eyes widened in terror as he stood there, bound and helpless. Huang Chao seized the man's hair and struck his neck with the sword, blood gushing forth as the man collapsed, convulsing in his final throes. Finally, one of the bound individuals shouted in outrage, "You bloodthirsty savage! Huang Chao, may you meet a terrible fate." The assembled soldiers watched in stunned silence as he executed one after another, none daring to intervene or offer counsel. Once Huang Chao and his cavalry departed, Xiang Sun ordered, "Bury the bodies." The army lingered beside this nameless village for a time, and as the sun reached its zenith, Xiang Sun commanded them to resume their march. As they appeared to be nearing Xinzhou, where they would dine at midday, true to expectation, at noon, they beheld a city on the horizon. The first notable settlement encountered while traveling north from Jinyang was undoubtedly Xinzhou. The gates of Xinzhou stood firmly shut, with soldiers stationed atop the walls for defense. Xiang Sun dispatched a messenger to the city to call for negotiations, presenting credentials, after which the gates were opened, allowing foot and cavalry to enter the city in succession. This city, though strategically significant, was not particularly large, and its interior bore a somewhat desolate aspect. However, it seemed to host a considerable number of troops, with columns of infantry and cavalry continuously mobilizing along the central thoroughfare. As Guo Xiao observed the military presence in Xinzhou, his curiosity piqued regarding the size of the forces amassed there, yet he hesitated to inquire of Xiang Sun, accustomed as he was to the lower ranks, where such military intelligence was neither expected nor sought. At that moment, a subordinate who had previously questioned the presence of so many horses amongst the infantry spoke up. "How many troops have arrived in Xinzhou?" Another officer replied, "With such a force, are we being called to reinforce? Do we not receive reports that the Liao army consisted of only a few thousand cavalry?" "Forget it," Xiang Sun retorted. "Have the soldiers rest in place. I shall first visit the command center to see Wei Wang." The soldiers could only find a small patch of ground within the city gates to rest. The area too cramped to set up cooking fires, forcing them to sit on the ground, consuming dry rations and drinking cool water to stave off hunger. Some searched for wells, while others busied themselves mixing bean cakes and salt to feed the horses. Guo Xiao and his companions, though originally infantry, had spent enough time in the military to become familiar with the care of horses, and Luo Mengzi meticulously examined the horseshoes. Despite the large number of troops in Xinzhou, the atmosphere felt surprisingly tranquil, in stark contrast to the bustling crowds swarming like ants in Jinyang. Chapter 18. The Battle of Jinyang 3. Shortly after noon, the army had consumed some dry rations and had yet to rest. Suddenly, the southern city gate swung open, and two light cavalrymen galloped in, the gate hurriedly closing behind them. Moments later, the sound of a great drum echoed from the city tower, prompting the soldiers surrounding Guo Xiao to rise and look skyward. However, within the city, they could only see Zhou troops moving about the walls, unaware of the unfolding events. "Look!" other officers exclaimed in response. At that moment, the drumbeat intensified, signaling some military development, and the city continued to dispatch waves of soldiers to the ramparts, creating an atmosphere of urgency. Yet, the troops remained composed, unperturbed, though murmurs of speculation began to circulate. "Do we not hear that the Chang'an army numbered only a few thousand cavalry? They cannot possibly be attacking the city." Someone suddenly articulated the underlying concern. No wonder everyone in the city appeared so unflustered. Another voice chimed in, "Even if there are thousands or tens of thousands of cavalry, it is uncertain they could ever take Xinzhou." This statement held merit, as it was rumored that the Liao were not adept at siege warfare, nor were they particularly skilled at defense. After the Chang'an people entered the Hebei region, they could no longer be considered a purely nomadic tribe, as they had adopted a semi-pastoral, semi-agricultural lifestyle, flourishing in animal husbandry and acquiring much knowledge from agricultural states. However, the Han people excelled in managing and utilizing the military potential of cities, a facet that the Liao state seemingly overlooked. Since the Five Dynasties, the Liao state had never abandoned its ambition to expand southward and encroach upon the territories of the Central Plains dynasties, and they had been quite successful in this endeavor. They occupied the 16 prefectures of Yiyuan, thereby opening the gateway to the core regions of the Han people from the Eastern Front in Hebei. On the Western Front, they supported the Northern Han in seizing Jinyang, a location that towered over the entire Hedong region, allowing them to advance southward to quench their horses in the Yellow River, directly threatening the heartland of the Central Plains. In this context, the Liao state effectively had both feet planted at the threshold of the Central Plains, seizing strategic locations that allowed them to advance or retreat as necessary. Thus, Jinyang became exceedingly vital to the Liao state, compelling them to muster elite troops for its defense, even amidst internal strife. Meanwhile, the Zhou dynasty stationed a significant force in Xinzhou with the objective of intercepting this Liao reinforcement to prevent them from threatening the besieged troops in Jinyang. Zhang Jinxiong succinctly noted that a contingent of Liao cavalry, possibly numbering over 1,000, was loitering outside the city. The prince ordered the vanguard, Shi Chao, to lead the cavalry out of the north gate to engage in battle. Soon after the fighting commenced, the Chang'an found themselves unable to withstand the assault and retreated northward. Following this, Shi Chao received the prince's command to pursue. A nearby general, upon hearing this, sighed and remarked on Shi Chao's valor. Zhang Jinxiong, however, frowned and replied that it seemed more likely that the Chang'an were feigning retreat as part of a ruse to lure the enemy into underestimating them and advancing recklessly, thus falling into their trap. The general muttered, questioning whether Shi Chao had not pursued only after receiving the prince's order. Zhang Jinxiong retorted that the prince was growing old. The other generals fell silent, reluctant to speak ill of the prince in public. After all, Prince Fu Yanqing was the commander of all the troops in Xinzhou. Holding a position of great authority and prestige, it was inappropriate for lower-ranking generals to criticize him. The prince's mission was clear: to defend Xinzhou and block the Liao reinforcements from reaching Jinyang. Typically, such a task was straightforward, necessitating a passive defense. Even if defeating the Liao forces proved impossible, as long as they diligently managed their defenses, the Liao would find it difficult to take Xinzhou. The Liao troops, attempting to pass through, would not only be anxious but also unsettled, which was the intended outcome. Under these circumstances, why would Fu Yanqing command Shi Chao to take the initiative? Was it possible that, seeing Shi Chao's initial victory, the prince sought to seize Xinkou? Along the way, Xiang Sun consistently inquired of local officials and common folk about the topography of Xinzhou, and Guo Xiao learned much in turn. The Xian and Dai basins served as the crucial passage for entering Jinyang from the north, yet they were separated by a series of mountains that were difficult to traverse. Only at the front of Xiankou were there two transport routes that could be navigated. These perilous passages were akin to the nostrils of Xinzhou, allowing it to breathe outward. Should the Zhou forces occupy Xiankou and dispatch troops to block the nearby routes, the Liao forces would find their southern advance exceedingly challenging, akin to birds attempting to fly over towering mountains. If this were the strategy, why would Fu Yanqing's main force remain in Xinzhou? They should have taken advantage of Shi Chao's boldness to follow closely behind with the entire army, making every effort to drive the Liao forces from Xiankou. Yet presently, they only dispatched a small contingent under Xiang Sun to assist. The intentions behind this were perplexing. For a moment, Guo Xiao felt that the tactical strategies employed by Prince Fu Yanqing lacked basic logical coherence. However, he refrained from voicing this. For Fu Yanqing was a warlord with 3 generations of noble lineage, and such elevated individuals are often endowed with extraordinary wisdom. Perhaps he harbored deeper strategies that were beyond the comprehension of a mere youth like Guo Xiao. Thus, Guo Xiao chose to remain silent. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao recalled an incident near the village on the way, where Zhang Jinxiong's remarks seemed to hint at that very matter. At that time, Shi Chao had slaughtered the innocent women who had been pillaged, nearly prompting Zhang Jinxiong to intervene, only to be restrained by General Xiang. Guo Xiao had initially thought Zhang Jianxiong to be a compassionate and just young man, yet upon hearing his criticism of Shi Yanqiao for disrespecting Xiang Sun, he suddenly realized that Zhang Jianxiong's discontent stemmed not from sympathy for the innocent women, but rather from indignation over Shi Yanqiao's demeanor before their superior, Xiang Sun. The warriors of the Five Dynasties likely did not regard the slain women as human beings. At that time, as soon as Xiang Sun encountered Shi Yanqiao, he chastised him using the authority of his command, presenting reasoned arguments that were difficult for Shi Yanqiao to refute. Nevertheless, Shi Yanqiao must have felt discontent. Humiliated by being reprimanded by a martial general he looked down upon. Consequently, Shi Yanqiao refused to engage in verbal discourse. Was the expectation to question how to handle the situation? According to Xiang Sun's perspective, it should have entailed releasing the innocent women and punishing the unruly soldiers for their breach of military discipline. Yet, Shi Yanqiao decisively executed all of them. What can anyone do about it? He was not merely taking lives, but deliberately sought to publicly confront Xiang Sun, to slap him in the face and vent his frustrations. Tragically, the innocent women who had done nothing wrong became tools for someone else's rage. Guo Xiao, possessing a semblance of contemporary values, certainly could not condone such a disregard for life. However, in the tumultuous era of the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, he did not deem it wise to stand up and contest what was right or wrong. Thus, he remained a detached observer. The crucial point was that at that moment, Shi Yanqiao had no knowledge of who he was and was in a furious state, encountering a mere junior officer. What might happen if a disagreement arose? Should he engage in a life-or-death struggle with the Zhou dynasty's foremost warrior, or wait to be killed and hope someone would avenge him? Moreover, in a time of chaos, numerous tragedies occurred daily, far beyond the capacity of any ordinary person to manage. Discontent simmered among the troops regarding Shi Yanqiao, leading to a chorus of complaints before Xiang Sun. Just then, Xiang Sun raised his hand to halt the discussion and spoke calmly. While Shi Yanqiao may possess some arrogance, has he slain our people or committed any unjust acts? He has not. Why then do you harbor such animosity? We are all commanders of the great Zhou. Do not let minor grievances disrupt our greater mission. Zhang Jianxiong retorted, I fear that if we go to rescue him, he may not appreciate our efforts and accuse us of meddling. Xiang Sun replied, Shi Qianfeng is not ignorant of gratitude and resentment. We must prioritize the greater situation and refrain from letting emotions disrupt our campaign. Cease your discussions. Issue orders for all troops to depart the city with light provisions. At this, the generals fell silent, each acknowledging their orders. Guo Xiao called to his men to ready their horses and weapons for departure. Luo Mengzi inquired, Are we leaving our belongings behind? Will they not be taken by others? Yang Biao coldly remarked, Shi Yanqiao is not worth our concern. Chapter 19. The Battle of Jinyang. 4. Xiankou was engulfed in yellow sands. It is said that when Han Gaozu Liu Bang led a campaign against the Xiongnu and found himself besieged, he fought valiantly to break free, fleeing to this very place to escape danger. Surviving such a calamity, Liu Bang was overjoyed and thus named the location Xiankou, meaning the gateway of great joy. Upon Guo Xiao's arrival at this place, he was immediately struck by the formidable landscape. Surrounded by mountains, he gazed into the distance, where dark shadows loomed behind the mountain ranges, resembling massive storm clouds pressing down upon the earth. The sun hung low in the west, casting a clear sky over the land, which was exceedingly dry as a thick cloud of dust was stirred up by the movement of troops. Following Xiang Sun, Guo Xiao ascended a small hillside, where the sounds of battle suddenly intensified. Thousands of troops appeared before him, and the dilapidated military post at Xiankou seemed diminutive, akin to a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea, swaying dangerously. The Liao forces to the north were evidently more numerous. Chaos reigned as they clashed violently, while the cavalry at the back remained orderly and poised. In contrast, the Zhou troops stood in a single line, lacking any reserve forces. The battlefield was shrouded in dust and smoke, flags billowing as the two sides engaged fiercely. The scale of battle between them must have numbered close to 8,000. If not more. Despite such a large and lively gathering, an inexplicable sense of solitude pervaded the atmosphere, perhaps due to the absence of any other presence aside from the warring armies in this desolate expanse. With the Liao forces concentrated here, any reinforcements we send would be but a drop in the bucket, Xiang Sun discerned upon surveying the scene and immediately stated. Zhang Jinxiong scolded with irritation. That fellow sure thinks he can defeat the Liao army? Xiang Sun's troops were arrayed behind the hillside, momentarily at a standstill. After observing for a while, the situation on the battlefield became clear to everyone. The majority of the Zhou cavalry at the front could not breach the Liao formation. Only a small contingent had penetrated deep into the Liao ranks. This group was not numerous, but fought fiercely amidst the throngs of Liao soldiers. It appeared to be Shi Yanxia and his loyal followers, as only he could be so ferocious. Although these cavalrymen fought valiantly, they had little impact on the half-mile-wide formation of the enemy, nor did they shake the Liao soldiers' resolve. However, they appeared remarkably tenacious, surviving for quite some time. But it was merely a matter of time before they would be overwhelmed. Lord Zhang Jinxiong was about to speak again, seemingly harboring a deep-seated prejudice against Shi Yanxia, but was immediately interrupted by Xiang Sun. Shi Yanxia is our dynasty's foremost warrior, renowned throughout the army. Should he fall in battle, the morale of our hundreds of thousands would be severely diminished, with consequences beyond reckoning. The generals, upon hearing this, expressed their admiration. Xiang Sun pointed with his whip, indicating that the Liao army's right flank was vulnerable, and Shi Yanxia's position was also on the right. Zhang Jinxiong, you are to lead your elite cavalry to charge their right flank. As a seasoned warrior, Shi Yanxia will surely advance eastward upon recognizing the situation, allowing us to encircle him. This subordinate obeys, Zhang Jinxiong responded. Shortly after, a couple of hundred elite cavalry emerged from the ranks, their armor and weapons well organized, each soldier brimming with valor, although Xiang Sun's cavalry horses bore no armor, classifying them as light cavalry. This cavalry was divided into 4 groups. The front line wielded spears and lances, while those behind carried sabers or bows, with each rank appearing remarkably uniform and aesthetically pleasing. They advanced at a slow trot. At that moment, from the rear of the Liao forces, a group of cavalry who had not yet engaged began maneuvering to flank Zhang Jinxiong's unit. Upon reaching the designated spot, Zhang Jinxiong immediately launched a charge, fiercely thrusting into the Liao army's junction. As Xiang Sun had predicted, Zhang Jinxiong's troops broke through the enemy lines. Shi Yanxia's elite cavalry, sensing the commotion, also redirected to support the right flank. Before long, the Liao side had been breached, and with the support of reinforcements, Shi Yanxia fought his way out of the encirclement. Zhang Jinxiong's forces turned southward to break free, with the Liao reinforcements closely pursuing them. Inundating the area like a tide, many were shot down in the chase, and soldiers fell from their horses. However, Shi Yanxia remained trapped as amidst the surging cavalry. A particularly dense cloud of dust indicated chaotic movement. Zhang Jinxiong, while fighting and retreating, was fortunate to be on horseback, managing to escape after a fierce struggle. Soon, he arrived, bloodied and furious, dismounting to vehemently curse. Shi Yanxia seeks his own demise. He has no one to blame but himself. I have lost so many men. Xiang Sun, troubled, inquired whether he had seen him and if any harsh words had been exchanged. Zhang Jinxiong spat blood. How could I dare jeopardize the Lord's affairs? I said nothing, but urged him to break free, advising that reinforcements were limited. Zhang Jinxiong's face flushed with anger. He told me to watch the battle closely, to see how he would break the Liao army's formation. The generals exchanged glances, filled with dismay. Suddenly, Xiang Sun slapped his forehead, lamenting, I have doomed Shi Yanxia. What do you mean by that, my lord? The officers quickly asked. Xiang Sun replied, I should not have acted on the orders of the guardian king. Had another person been sent to save Shi Yanxia, he might have appreciated it. One officer advised, my lord, there is no need for self-reproach. Shi Yanxia is unwilling to abandon his elite cavalry. If he were to retreat, his men would be crushed by the Liao army, leading to unquantifiable losses. Therefore, he fights desperately, seeking to drive back the Liao forces. His refusal to flee has nothing to do with you. Shi Yanxia's life is far more precious than my own, Xiang Sun said, reaching for the hilt of his sword. Hold on, General Xiang. Guo Xiao's voice suddenly interjected. The generals turned to Guo Xiao, and Xiang Sun asked, what do you wish to say? I believe, General Xiang, that you may wish to wait a while longer. Guo Xiao's tone was calm. Have you ever rescued a drowning person? When someone first falls into the water, they still possess strength, but are in a panic. If one jumps in immediately to save them, they may pull you under, making it impossible to rescue them, and you might end up drowning together. When manpower is insufficient, the best approach is to wait until the drowning person is exhausted, then intervene, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Upon hearing this, Xiang Sun regarded Guo Xiao with interest, unconsciously releasing his grip on the sword hilt. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "In your view, Guo Lang, when will be the right moment to save Shi Yanxia from drowning?" Guo Xiao pointed ahead within the Liao formation. The dust raised by Shi Qianfeng's unit has not changed in speed. This suggests that although the personnel around Shi Qianfeng may have diminished, it has not yet reached a critical point where their combat effectiveness declines sharply, nor does it affect their momentum. Once they are weary and casualties reach a certain level, their charge will inevitably falter and the dust will cease to rise. At that moment, we can strike to relieve the encirclement, as Shi Qianfeng will then be unable to continue fighting unless he truly seeks death. Xiang Sun countered, "What if we misjudge the urgency or fail to break through in time, resulting in Shi Yanxia's death? Would that not be a loss?" Wu Xiao replied, "If we do not proceed this way, even if we do break the encirclement, would Shi Qianfeng be willing to retreat?" Zhang Jinxiong concurred. "I believe Guo Lang's strategy is sound. If Shi Yanxia does not see the coffin, he will not shed tears. We risk everything to extricate him, and he shows no gratitude. Once the Liao reinforcements arrive, we will all perish in the midst of the formation. Then we shall wait," Xiang Sun resolved, maintaining his composure. The sun gradually descended in the west. At first glance, it seemed motionless, but after a while, it was apparent that it had dipped a few degrees. Xiang Sun's troops halted on either side of the main road, the entire army remaining still, creating a serene atmosphere. However, ahead, the sounds of battle thundered, the cavalry surged, and the conflict had reached a life-or-death juncture, with corpses of men and horses strewn across the ground, while some unmounted horses galloped chaotically around the battlefield. After a long while, the swirling dust in the midst of the Liao army moved slowly, indicating that Shi Yanxia was struggling, no matter how fierce he was. Once encircled and unable to move, his death was inevitable. "Please make a decision, General Xiang." Wu Xiao clasped his fists. "Orders received. Orders received." The martial generals spurred their horses from their respective units, shouting to rally morale while issuing various military commands. Soon, the sound of hooves echoed as hundreds of elite cavalry simultaneously advanced, their horses transitioning from a slow walk to a brisk gallop, then charging towards the battlefield. As they drew nearer, Xiang Sun unsheathed his sword and raised it high. The soldiers leveled their lances and sabers, and a cacophony of metal clashing accompanied the unsheathing of weapons, resembling a melody devoid of rhythm, raw and simple, yet filled with fervor. Chapter 20. The Battle of Jinyang. 5. The setting sun resembled blood, its final rays lingering between heaven and earth. The gleaming iron sword was held aloft as Xiang Sun shouted, "Kill!" In an instant, his forces collided with a surge of Liao cavalry. The war horses clashed, and the knights on both sides brushed past one another. In the blink of an eye, weapons were swung and thrust, screams filled the air, and the heavy sounds of metal striking echoed through the mountains. Following closely behind, Zhang Jinxiong raised his spear and shouted, "To die valiantly on the battlefield is the call of today." He then accelerated, leading a group of cavalry into the fray. Xiang Sun, commanding his elite cavalry and accompanied by the subsequent battalions, urged his horse into a gallop, transitioning from a slow trot to a full charge, with the troops roaring in fervor. Unlike Shi Yanxia, Xiang Sun did not rush to the front. Soon, his personal guards surged past him, charging ahead. Wu Xiao, witnessing this, thought to himself that as long as he followed Xiang Sun, the commander could not be allowed to charge forward while he remained behind, and thus led a dozen cavalrymen to catch up and gallop into the fray. Wu Xiao had long been proficient in horseback riding, yet he had consistently served as an infantryman, lacking both the conditions and opportunities to practice equestrian skills. Engaging in mounted combat was an entirely new experience for him. Previously, he had perceived riding as a simple endeavor and believed himself quite adept. He assumed that the art of cavalry warfare would be similarly uncomplicated. However, he soon discovered that while the warhorse galloped steadily, its speed during a charge exceeded that of a motorcycle, and the jarring motion felt akin to being at the bow of a small boat amidst tumultuous waves, an exhilarating sensation indeed. At that moment, an illusion flashed through Guo Xiao's mind, akin to mistakenly pressing the accelerator while driving. As the warhorse continued its rapid pace, Guo Xiao appeared remarkably valiant, swiftly advancing past the elite cavalry ahead. Yet, a surge of determination welled within him, accompanied by an unspoken sense of frustration. Just then, they encountered a fierce charge from the Liao army's heavy cavalry. The foremost rider was exceptionally formidable, swiftly cutting down several Zhou soldiers as he passed. The Zhou cavalrymen hastily readied their bows, but their arrows failed to penetrate the heavy armor of the Liao warriors, who were clad in iron. With their steeds armored as well and a round shield in hand, a young officer from the Zhou rank shouted, "Guo Lang, quickly shoot that fiend." The hope of the troops rested on Guo Xiao to eliminate the Liao general, thus reducing their own casualties. In his haste, Guo Xiao extracted an arrow from his quiver and aimed, but to his astonishment, the arrow veered far off course, soaring above the rider's head. Stunned and incensed, he fired 2 more arrows while galloping, yet none found their mark. The soldiers around him exchanged incredulous glances at that moment. Some might have begun to question the veracity of Guo Xiao's esteemed reputation, or even speculate that he was an impostor. Meanwhile, the Liao general continued his vigorous assault, seamlessly maneuvering on horseback with the grace of a performer, his heavy armor surprisingly agile. The opposing cavalry engaged in a swift exchange, with only fleeting opportunities to strike. The Liao warrior faced off against several Zhou knights, not only evading their attacks, but also unseating 2 of them. Guo Xiao contemplated the stark differences between mounted archery and foot archery. As the formidable adversary charged forth, Guo Xiao maintained his composure, quickly stowing his bow and drawing his broadsword from his back. The weapon's length effectively extended his reach, suitable for both mounted and foot combat, with his archery proving ineffective. He prepared for close-quarter engagement. Just then, Yang Biao shouted, "Elder brother, let me take over." He and Luo Mengzi galloped past Guo Xiao's position, swiftly closing in on the Liao general. Yang Biao bellowed, raising his iron blade to sweep horizontally at the Liao warrior. Unexpectedly, the Liao soldier leaned back, pressing his upper body against the horse's neck, causing Yang Biao's strike to miss entirely as they passed one another. The Liao general then encountered Luo Mengzi, who wielded a crude, unsightly iron hammer. He sidled closer to the Liao cavalryman, raising his hammer to strike down. The Liao warrior met the blow with his shield, producing a resounding clang that startled his steed, yet he remained unperturbed. Instead, he shoved the hammer back towards Luo Mengzi, who, having leaned to strike at the horse's back, lost his balance due to the push and fell from his mount. Luo Mengzi, a mere foot soldier, likely fared no better on horseback than Guo Xiao. Among the trio of brothers, only Yang Biao had considerable experience riding, having served for a significant duration. Before his laughter had faded, he was taken aback as a Zhou commander burst forth from his flank. This was none other than Guo Xiao. Luo Mengzi had just fallen, unable to rise in time as the oncoming Liao cavalry threatened to trample him. Guo Xiao could hardly bear to envision the scene of iron hooves crushing Luo Mengzi's rotund belly. His plan, albeit somewhat foolish, proved timely. He suddenly charged forth, intercepting an oncoming Liao cavalryman. At that moment, it was akin to a vehicle veering onto the wrong side of the road amidst orderly traffic. The approaching Liao cavalryman hastily reined in his horse, yet at such close quarters, there was no escape. The momentum couldn't be halted. With a resounding crash, the horse collided with Guo Xiao's mount. The impact caused his steed to cry out in pain, toppling sideways, while Guo Xiao was thrown violently to the ground. The weight of his dual armor and his own 200 pounds leaving him momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. By this time, Luo Mengzi had scrambled to his feet, rushing to aid Guo Xiao. Despite the pain coursing through him, Guo Xiao gritted his teeth and rose, his gaze fixed angrily on the solitary Liao general who had galloped 10 paces ahead. Looking down, he noticed his bow had fallen to the ground and swiftly picked it up. With a finger guard secured on his right hand, he retrieved an arrow from his quiver. The bow, designed for training the soldiers of the Xiang Sun department, was formidable, yet its practical application was rare. A one-stone, 2 caddies bow was already considered powerful in battle, while most foot archers wielded bows of 8 dou or less. Even the dual protections of shield and armor failed to save the Liao general, who let out a scream as he finally fell from his horse. Having regained his composure after a brief moment of disarray, Guo Xiao stood firm and unleashed a flurry of arrows. The sound of the bowstring echoed relentlessly. In the chaos of battle, archers typically shot with less tension due to the proximity of their targets and their own fatigue. However, Guo Xiao, in a state of fervor, drew each arrow fully, wielding the powerful bow with precision. Each arrow found its mark amidst the rushing Liao soldiers, piercing through armor with unerring accuracy. In a matter of moments, several unmounted horses galloped past him, and having accounted for the lives of 7 or 8 foes, Guo Xiao's wrath began to subside, though fatigue set in, compelling him to pause. He felt his arms grow weak and sore, palms slick with sweat, his fingers trembling and unable to steady themselves. "Guo Lang, you are magnificent," a Zhou warrior exclaimed, praising him for his deadly accuracy. At that moment, Yang Biao and 20 of his loyal soldiers arrived at Guo Xiao's side, encircling him for protection. Yang Biao bellowed, "Everyone dismount, we fight on foot." The entire unit consisted of infantry soldiers accustomed to the hardships of ground combat. Mounted warfare offered them little advantage, resembling a group of cavalrymen ill-suited for their steeds. The soldiers dismounted, arming themselves and forming a cohesive fighting group. Only 4 remained mounted, leading the horses alongside the Zhou cavalry as they maneuvered on the flanks, reluctant to abandon their steeds. Leading the infantry charge, Yang Biao wielded a long-handled iron saber, carving a path through the oncoming Liao heavy cavalry. While many-foot soldiers felt trepidation when faced with the elevated stature of the cavalry, Yang Biao surged forward, undeterred, his iron blade slicing through the air with ferocity. It was said that the iron sabers used by Zhou infantry were derived from the Tang Dynasty's Mo Dao, though the truth of this remained uncertain. However, the weapon's weight and robust construction made it favored by only the strongest warriors. Yang Biao's saber was heavier than nearly all long weapons, surpassing even the sturdy wooden shafts of spears. Its sheer weight and force rendered the enemy hesitant to counter. His fierce visage, framed by a bristle of coarse hair, transformed into a visage of wrath, blood-stained and reminiscent of a relentless slayer, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Amidst the throng of galloping steeds, Guo Xiao's small contingent of foot soldiers moved with difficulty. Fortuitously, nearby cavalry from the Xiangsun department provided support, ensuring Guo Xiao's men were not overwhelmed or trampled. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air, striking Yang Biao's breastplate. With a furious curse, he yanked it free. Guo Xiao followed the direction of the shot, spotting a Liao cavalryman preparing to fire a second arrow. Guo Xiao shouted, simultaneously grasping for an arrow of his own. The Liao rider, initially intent on targeting Yang Biao, turned his aim toward Guo Xiao upon hearing the shout. Both men, standing 20 paces apart, locked eyes for a fleeting moment before releasing their arrows simultaneously. Guo Xiao felt a sharp impact against his chest, where a steel plate lay beneath a layer of chainmail. The arrow failed to penetrate. Almost simultaneously, the Liao soldier in front let out a pained cry, discarding his bow and arrows as an arrow lodged itself in his shoulder. The Liao cavalry covered their shoulder with a hand and turned their horses to flee. Guo Xiao and the others continued to engage in combat alongside nearby cavalry, the clashing of weapons unabated. At this moment, a sudden shout from Xiangsun rang out. "Shi Yan Xiao is right ahead. Who will go to his rescue?" Guo Xiao and his companions, while keeping pace with the cavalry, fought on foot, their lower vantage point preventing them from seeing Shi Yan Xiao. However, following the direction pointed by Xiangsun, they indeed spotted a large cluster of Liao cavalry so densely packed that it defied belief. Typically, cavalry units maintain considerable spacing between horses to facilitate mobility. Yet, this group of Liao cavalry was huddled together, effectively abandoning maneuverability as the horses were unable to run. At that moment, a general beside Xiangsun led a charge with a mere handful of cavalry, the largest contingent Xiangsun could muster. This general bravely took the lead, attempting to break through the stationary Liao cavalry. However, as he approached, several long spears thrust forth, and without the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not withstand the onslaught and was immediately thrown from his horse, only to be mercilessly slaughtered by the surrounding troops. Following him, another Zhou cavalryman rushed to assist, but was met with horror as he beheld the gruesome scene of his comrade being butchered, causing him to pull back in fright. Unfortunately, he was struck in the abdomen by a blade, and, as his horse bolted, the weapon tore further into his wound. His agonizing scream was chilling. After falling from his horse, he lay on the ground, crying out in pain. Clutching his abdomen, his hand quickly turned a dark red, with a portion of his intestines spilling forth, painting a gruesome tableau. Guo Xiao craned his neck to observe, noting that Zhang Jianxiong remained by Xiang Sun's side. Zhang Jianxiong was indeed a formidable warrior. During the first rescue of Shi Chao, he had struck decisively, an act of ferocity that was necessary given the prowess of the Liao cavalry. This battle was perhaps the most formidable Guo Xiao had encountered since joining the military, facing an ancient army with unyielding resilience. Patience, let Zhang Jianxiong go first, Guo Xiao advised. Xiang Sun, undeterred by the peril, was resolute in his tactical goal of rescuing Shi Chao. With the besieged Shi Chao so close, he was compelled to exert every effort for a final push. As Guo Xiao had anticipated, shortly thereafter, Xiang Sun commanded, Zhang Jianxiong, charge through the Liao formation ahead. If you fail, bring me your head. Understood. Zhang Jianxiong rallied the scant cavalry at his side and adjusted their course. At this juncture, Xiang Sun's forces were thin. Should even a small contingent of Liao troops penetrate their center, the commander would be in dire straits. Zhang Jianxiong boldly proclaimed, "The moment of reckoning has arrived. If I do not succeed, I shall perish." His heroic and impassioned cry illuminated his figure, invigorating the morale of the soldiers, who rallied around him, their spirits soaring. With a mighty shout, amidst the chaos, there was a resounding crash as Zhang Jianxiong's saber struck something, sparks flying in the dimming light. The powerful sound reminded Guo Xiao of a stonemason's heavy hammer striking rock, a precaution against the vibrations that could cause internal injury. Such thoughts led him to believe that any valiant warrior often precedes their strikes with a loud shout, perhaps as a means of counteracting the shock of combat. In the fray, chaos ensued. The Liao cavalry's formation began to falter, and their horses ran amok. Observing this, Guo Xiao shouted, "It is our turn to advance." No sooner had the words left his lips than Yang Biao surged forward with his sword, prompting Guo Xiao and the others to quickly follow, guarding his flank. Yang Biao, a fearless vanguard, stamped his heavy iron shoes upon the ground, kicking up dust like a steam engine. The Liao cavalry, now immobile and resembling infantry more than mounted troops, had been thrown into disarray by Zhang Jianxiong's charge, unable to support one another. Yang Biao charged in, unleashing a brutal assault upon any foe that came within reach, the sound of blades clanging against armor echoing in the air. One Liao soldier was cleaved from his horse, and, as he struggled to rise, he was met with a flurry of thrusts from the advancing infantry, his body soon drenched in blood, his cries piercing the air. The soldiers pressed on, overwhelming another Liao cavalryman who attempted to parry their spears, but was swiftly pierced multiple times, blood spilling from both man and beast. In a frenzy, Yang Biao fought with abandon, and Guo Xiao called out to Luo Mengzi to shield his flank, seizing the opportunity to support the charge. A fierce warrior surged forth like a spearhead, allowing Guo Xiao to conserve his strength, for he was less adept with long weapons such as spears and sabers. From Gaoping to Jinyang, Guo Xiao and Yang Biao fought side by side, their coordination honed through numerous life-or-death struggles. Yang Biao led the charge, his ferocity commanding the field, while Guo Xiao excelled at discerning the flow of battle, always ready to act at the most critical moments. His skill, likely cultivated through years of archery practice, relied on keen observation, particularly of moving targets, requiring not only insight into their movements, but also an understanding of their intent. Before long, Guo Xiao and Yang Biao breached the encirclement. Looking up, they beheld a circle of corpses, both Liao and Zhou soldiers, mingled with the remains of horses, forming a grotesque barrier, the ground soaked in blood. Guo Xiao felt as though he had stumbled into a slaughterhouse. Shi Chao and several wounded men fought desperately within, their horses lost, surrounded by the Liao forces. Under relentless assault, Shi Chao was losing men rapidly, the situation dire. The Liao soldiers seemed to have realized that this individual was Shi Chao, and they were intent on eliminating this fierce general at any cost. It was a grim prospect. Most remarkable was Shi Chao himself, towering above the fray, his body riddled with arrows, particularly his back, resembling a porcupine. Strangely, despite the multitude of arrows, he remained alive, a testament to the exceptional skill required to shoot with such precision. It was a rarity to witness such prowess in archery, perhaps a combination of diligent practice and innate talent. Without Guo Xiao present, Huang Chao stood resolute. Guo Xiao had never before seen someone so thoroughly pierced by arrows. He thought Huang Chao was performing a miraculous feat akin to borrowing arrows with straw boats. What other reason could there be for him to be struck by so many? Huang Chao, Guo Xiao called out. As the encirclement began to lift, Huang Chao, not foolish, quickly brandished his sword and ran towards them, only to receive additional arrows in his back along the way. His loyal soldiers were dwindling, most gravely wounded and barely clinging to life. Upon Huang Chao's retreat, the formation wavered, and the Liao cavalry surged forward, swiftly dividing their ranks. With cries of anguish echoing behind them, the group regrouped and retreated, pursued by the Liao cavalry, only to encounter Xiang Sun leading his cavalry to their aid, momentarily alleviating the situation. The reinforcements from the Liao reserves had already thrown Huang Chao's right flank into disarray, bringing his forces close to collapse. In such dire circumstances, they did not scatter, perhaps holding on to the hope that Huang Chao still lived and that reinforcements would arrive. Fortunately, darkness soon enveloped the battlefield, stars twinkling in the absence of the moon. The clashing armies had yet to light torches, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Guo Xiao and the others found their mounts, following Xiang Sun's troops in the midst of the chaos, narrowly escaping the Liao formation. Nearly half of Xiang Sun's cavalry, once numbering close to 400, had suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, Huang Chao's main forces, having been shattered on the right flank, retreated in disarray, beset by the Liao cavalry. In a tumultuous flight southward, they soon encountered the infantry lining up behind them. In the dim light, the retreating cavalry surged forward, scattering the infantry battalion as they sought to evade the stampede of their own horsemen, leading to a swift and chaotic dispersal. In the depths of night, chaos ensued as they fled, a disarrayed retreat. Over the course of a single day, the forces under Huang Chao and Xiang Sun suffered losses exceeding 4,000, with casualties uncounted. Yet, amidst the turmoil, the tactical objectives of Xiang Sun were achieved. He managed to extricate the beleaguered Huang Chao from the brink of death. Silence enveloped the group, with Guo Xiao feeling utterly drained, his body on the verge of collapse. Were it not for the looming threat of pursuing enemies, he would have gladly lain down by the roadside. Guo Xiao refrained from uttering a single word, including any reference to his allegiance to a particular army. However, after a moment's reflection, he remarked, "While we were the first to break the encirclement, it is General Zhang Jinxiong whom Shi Qianfeng ought to be grateful to." Zhang Jinxiong, not far away, grunted in response. In the aftermath of the Battle of Xinkou, Guo Xiao believed that Wei Wang Fu Yanqing bore considerable responsibility for the loss of 4,000 soldiers. The first glance at Fu Yanqing reminded Guo Xiao of Zhang Jinxiong's words. Wei Wang is aging. Fu Yanqing's hair and beard were completely gray, his gaze somewhat vacant, and his expression appeared weary, likely a consequence of his advanced years. His face was lined with wrinkles, age spots creeping up his cheekbones. Yet, upon closer inspection, his facial structure and features were quite distinguished, suggesting that he might have been a formidable figure in his youth. Alas now, no spark of inspiration remained upon Fu Yanqing's visage, only a profound sense of despondency. It is not solely the melancholic women who lament the fleeting beauty of spring and the swift passage of time. Guo Xiao occasionally pondered that in the twilight of life, one might lose the fervor of youth. With one foot already in the grave and time running short, what could one hope to achieve after toiling for so long? Present among them, alongside Xiang Sun, were several military commanders unknown to Guo Xiao. He speculated that among them might be Guo Congyi, Bai Chongzan, and Sang Gui, as Xiang Sun had previously mentioned the general stationed in Xinzhou. Yet, Guo Xiao could not discern their identities. Soon, the attendees noticed the unfamiliar Guo Xiao, and the question arose from Fu Yanqing. Who is he? This inquiry evoked a sense of nostalgia in Guo Xiao. The young man named Guo Xiao, who belonged to this very era, had been saved years ago in Yinzhou at the behest of this elder, who had acquiesced to his daughter's plea. Of course, Fu Yanqing could hardly recall that incident or the boy involved. Xiang Sun interjected, Wei Wang, he is the one who shot Zhang Yuanhui dead during the Battle of Gaoping. Oh, Fu Yanqing nodded, then added, in my younger days, I could also draw a 10-stone bow. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao imagined Fu Yanqing's arm equipped with a high-tech motor, or perhaps he was a veritable transformer of immense strength, capable of using a catapult as if it were a bow. The feat of slaying Zhang Yuanhui was indeed remarkable, for it was a formidable task. Such a fierce warrior likely wore multiple layers of heavy armor, making it difficult for arrows to inflict fatal wounds unless aimed at a small, precise area like the face. In the midst of battle, hitting such a target was exceedingly challenging. Otherwise, Huang Chao would have long since met his demise, and there would be no tale of borrowed arrows. Guo Xiao himself acknowledged a degree of fortune in his success. Despite countless practice sessions, one could never guarantee a bull's eye every time. Xiang Sun continued, "Our ability to rescue Shi Qianfeng today is largely due to your contributions, Guo Lang. My forces fought valiantly to break through, but at the time, Shi Qianfeng was consumed by anger and had fallen into enemy ranks. If we had repeatedly attempted to extricate him, our strength would have been depleted and our morale shattered, leaving us helpless. You imparted a crucial lesson, Guo Lang, that one must wait until a drowning person ceases to struggle before attempting a rescue, lest the rescuer be pulled under as well. Thus, we chose to act when Shi Qianfeng's forces were exhausted. The Liao army, being numerous and fierce, delayed our efforts, resulting in Shi Qianfeng sustaining severe injuries." Fu Yanqing remarked. "Fortunately, it was timely." Xiang Sun praised. "I believe Guo Lang possesses a keen sense of timing. Had we not heeded your counsel today, Shi Qianfeng would undoubtedly have plunged into battle once more. How could our forces consistently come to his aid? By the time we finally rescued him, our troops were nearly at their limit, and it was thanks to your courageous assistance that we managed to break through the Liao ranks." Guo Xiao humbly replied, "It was solely due to the valor of my subordinates. I do not dare take credit." Xiang Sun's praise was unwarranted, and Guo Xiao remained modest. Today, he was particularly humble, as the presence of esteemed generals around him discouraged any display of arrogance. Moreover, the strategy he proposed to rescue Shi Chao had led to the loss of many of Shi's personal guards, and he himself had nearly perished, leaving him uncertain whether those present would truly express gratitude towards him. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao was momentarily taken aback, managing to suppress his urge to speak, and silently listened. Nearby, a military commander's expression darkened. Fu Yanqing turned to the visibly displeased commander and said, "Sangue, you need only remain here to defend Xinzhou." Sangue was a general of the northern Han, who had been stationed in Xinzhou and later surrendered to the Zhou army. The other commanders could only accept their orders with reluctance. The assault on Jinyang had temporarily ceased. The Zhou army surrounded the city, yet refrained from attacking, observing the situation. Guo Xiao recalled the recent swarming tactics and feared that the Zhou army's mindless siege tactics might prove ineffective, resulting in considerable casualties. However, there seemed to be no alternative. Stratagems such as digging tunnels had been exhausted through years of warfare, and the defenders were well versed in countermeasures, rendering such tactics futile. Upon returning to Jinyang, Xiang Sun confidently stated his intention to fulfill his promise made before deploying to Xinzhou, vowing to facilitate Guo Xiao's audience with the emperor to secure him an official position. In expressing his gratitude, Guo Xiao mentioned his desire to first meet Zhang Yongde, who had previously shown him kindness and was a prominent figure in the imperial guard. An initial greeting would indeed be advantageous. Xiang Sun recounted recent events concerning Zhang Yongde, noting that he had become highly regarded by the new emperor. During the Battle of Gaoping, the commanders of the Right Army, Fan Aning and He Hui, had been the first to flee, leading to the collapse of Guo Xiao's small regiment. The cavalry retreated at the first sign of trouble, causing the infantry to scatter. Subsequently, the Zhou army had turned the tide, pursuing the northern Han forces, only for those two to spread false rumors along the way. The emperor, furious after the Battle of Gaoping, sought to hold them accountable, contemplating their execution as a warning to others, yet hesitated. Guo Xiao speculated that at that time, Chai Rong had yet to fully assert control over the army, fearing that executing high-ranking generals might incite resentment among other commanders. At this juncture, the commanding officer of the Imperial Guard, Zhang Yongde, timely supported the emperor's stance, ardently demanding the execution of the two generals. With Zhang Yongde's unwavering backing, the emperor swiftly acted on his intentions, not only executing Fan Aning and He Hui, but also eliminating over 70 other generals he deemed unsatisfactory, publicly denouncing them for treating him as a commodity to be sold to the northern Han ruler Lu Chong for a better price, an implication of treason. Who else but they deserve death? Zhang Yongde instantly garnered favor with the new emperor. Many high-ranking generals possessed flaws. Some are driven by greed or lust. Others indulged in drunkenness and abuse of soldiers, while figures like Huang Chao, though bloodthirsty, wielded significant power, rendering it difficult to identify any glaring shortcomings in Zhang. As summer rains arrived unexpectedly, pouring intermittently, it rained for 3 consecutive days without respite. The rain, driven by the wind, cascaded like a series of milky veils dancing in the breeze, resembling mist swirling in the air. From a distance, Jinyang City appeared shrouded in deep clouds. The rain extinguished the beacons of war and washed away the bloodstains left by fallen soldiers upon city walls. The conflict was momentarily suspended, and fortifications were erected outside the city. Behind these fortifications, vast encampments appeared, akin to countless umbrellas dotting the rainy landscape. After the rain, the weather turned cooler, alleviating the sweltering heat of summer. However, the accompanying humidity brought considerable discomfort, as there were insufficient shelters for all the soldiers. The tent offers little protection against the rain, and the dry firewood is in short supply. The soldiers' damp clothing can only be partially dried by the fire, rendering the half-dry garments uncomfortable to wear. The most troublesome issue is the muddy roads. The paths connecting the various camps have been trampled into a quagmire, making it feel as if one is trudging through a swamp or the muck of a rice paddy. A misstep leads one to sink into the mire up to the ankles. The main thoroughfare is slightly better, as the ground has been compacted by the constant passage of vehicles and horses, preventing the rain from penetrating too deeply. However, the hard surface is coated with a thin layer of mud that acts like a lubricant, causing both men and horses to slide dangerously. The generals of the Zhou army gather daily at the main camp, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate over whether to advance or retreat. Is the emperor so easily accessible? Observing this, Wang Xiao hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying that General Xiang Sun treats his subordinates with respect and has graciously met with him multiple times, leaving Wang Xiao feeling both honored and astonished. He noted that his modest contributions would surely be recognized by the court, and there was no need to solicit an official position. Wang Xiao's remarks were not intended as flattery, nor were they an act of humility. The discrepancy in status between himself and Xiang Sun was indeed vast. Xiang Sun had granted him several private audiences, showing considerable deference. Xiao mentioned his title of commandant, to which Xiang Sun frowned and replied that such a position is hardly prestigious, commanding no more than 500 soldiers, and even then, one cannot be certain of their quality. It is far too trivial for someone with the accomplishments of slaying Zhang Yuanhui. Moreover, while others may be oblivious, I am not. Had it not been for Guo Xiao's intervention, Shi Yanqiao would have perished. These merits, alongside the military achievements at LZHUWQ Town, should rightfully elevate you beyond the rank of a mere commandant. Though Guo Xiao aspired to rise, he was not naive enough to dream of instant elevation, reminding himself that taking overly ambitious steps can lead to misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Sun remarked that he has a long-standing rapport with Prime Minister Wang Pu and would discuss the matter with him, promising to provide news in a few days. Guo Xiao did not decline, reflecting on how just months ago he was an inconspicuous captain, and now he finds himself connected to the Prime Minister. He expressed his gratitude profusely. However, Xiang Sun's words were somewhat exaggerated. The achievements of slaying Zhang Yuanhui and defeating the Liao army at WQ Town were significant, yet not monumental enough to warrant overwhelming praise. The gravity of such accomplishments is ultimately determined by the emperor's perspective and the opinions of others. In a more modest light, these feats hardly reach the threshold of altering the course of the war, thus failing to qualify as grand achievements. Conversely, they could be embellished into grand narratives, as the military yearns for heroes and tangible stories that resonate with the common soldiers, those renowned figures whose exploits inspire morale. The siege of Jie, New York, should now come to a close. While the Zhou Dynasty did not directly vanquish the Northern Han, they severely crippled its main forces at Jiop-ing and subsequently swept through all territories of the Northern Han, with the exception of Jie, New York City, where no other states or towns resisted Zhou forces. The Northern Han may now remain dormant for an extended period, deterred from any further actions, and whether they can recover remains uncertain. The infantry of the small contingent has disbanded, leaving only a handful of scattered soldiers. However, the cavalry has suffered minimal losses, with the main force still intact. Guo Xiao and his companions retreated under the command of the small contingent as cavalry. Upon reaching LZHU, They encountered a blockage on the road due to disorganized troop formations, prompting ministers to negotiate while the other troops paused to regroup. The weather in Lzhu had cleared, and Guo Xiao suggested to his brothers that they explore the area as no one was overseeing them. The three rode to the outskirts of WQ town, where Luo Mengzi inquired if Guo Xiao wished to enter and take a look. Guo Xiao pondered briefly and realized that he did not wish to encounter anyone he knew, although he found the townsfolk somewhat endearing. He held no deep familiarity or concern for any individual. Thus, he saw no compelling reason to linger in a place where he had shed blood. What purpose would it serve to enter if not to see if the townspeople had erected a monument in his honor? He shook his head and rode on with his companions, continuing south at a leisurely pace. Not far from the road, they noticed smoke rising from a hillside, suggesting the presence of several households, so they led their horses up the path. As they approached, they heard commotion, followed by a young woman's cries for help. Upon recognizing the urgency of the situation, Guo Xiao swiftly readied his bow and arrow, while Yang and Luo cautiously drew their daggers in preparation. The desperate cries echoed. "If we don't get food, we will cook this girl." Following the sounds, Guo Xiao entered a dilapidated courtyard, which contained a small earthen yard and a few thatched huts. At the entrance stood two ragged, emaciated individuals resembling refugees. Their expressions changed dramatically upon seeing Guo Xiao and his armored companions, prompting them to shout into the house, "The officials are here," just as their words left their mouths. Yang and Luo surged forward, pressing their blades against the throats of the two refugees, who froze in terror. Inside the dwelling, for other individuals were present, an elderly man knelt on the ground, staring blankly at Guo Xiao, while two ragged refugees held a young girl down by the stove. The girl, clad in tattered clothing, appeared painfully thin, with her head positioned over a boiling pot, steam rising around her as she sobbed, her face smeared with dirt. Yang and Luo followed Guo Xiao into the house, with a kneeling elder crawled forward, clutching Guo Xiao's leg, pleading, "Military officer, save us." Upon seeing this, the man by the stove barked, "Don't move. Otherwise, I'll let her fall into the pot." Guo Xiao, remaining calm, replied, "Let me set down my bow and arrow first." He cautiously lowered the arrow tip, then withdrew the arrow from the string and continued, "We have provisions and 3 swift horses, all outside in the yard. Release them." The man who spoke was the most menacing, and the other refugees cowered in fear. Guo Xiao asserted, "You release the girl, and I will let my people go." The man retorted, "Do you take me for a fool? If I let her go, can we overpower you and survive?" Guo Xiao maintained his composure. "If you release her and plead for mercy, you may live. If you harm her, do you think you will survive? We have no connection to this family. We merely came to ask for water." The man held hostage stammered, "Military officer, spare us. Spare us." Ignoring him, Guo Xiao focused on the fierce individual, cautioning, "Be careful not to slip. Innocent lives could be harmed, making it difficult for you to survive." The man, with a fierce demeanor, clutched the frail girl, poised to let her fall into the boiling water, a horrifying fate that was unthinkable. One of those held captive pleaded, "Cousin, don't abandon us." Silence. The menacing man snapped. He then began to lead the two refugees outside, taking with him a robust horse. As they made their way along the path behind the house, Yang Biao expressed his frustration. "What purpose do we have in keeping these two alive? Let us dispose of them first." The two thieves, sensing their fate, looked alarmed, prompting Guo Xiao to intervene. "Beware of deception. These two are a card we might need later. Regardless of their utility, we should hold on to them for the right moment." At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed from behind. Before the man could escape more than 100 paces, Guo Xiao leapt from his horse, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the man's back. The shot rang out, and the man fell with a cry. The elder and the girl had reached the courtyard entrance, the girl trailing behind, but seemingly unharmed, allowing Guo Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief. It would have been unbearable to witness such a young girl subjected to boiling water. The elder, pulling the girl close, knelt before Guo Xiao, exclaiming, "We thank you, military officer, for your great kindness." He then pressed his forehead to the ground in gratitude. Guo Xiao stepped forward to help them up. Hearing the old man refer to the young girl as little daughter, Guo Xiao felt a sense of confusion. The girl appeared to be no more than 12 or 13 years of age. Was this old man truly her father? Upon closer inspection, he noted that the old man did not seem particularly aged, likely around 40, though the hardships of life had rendered him looking far older. At that moment, the old man wiped the little girl's face with his sleeve, an action that unexpectedly captured Guo Xiao's attention, for it struck him as peculiar, as though the old man were cleaning an object rather than a child. Guo Xiao glanced at the young girl again, unable to resist a second look. Her thin face was shaped like a melon seed, her skin pallid, her lips chapped and peeling, her eyelashes damp with unshed tears, and her eyes red-rimmed, exuding an air of innocence. Most notably, Guo Xiao found her strikingly familiar, reminiscent of Yu Lian, particularly in the expression of her eyes. Just then, Luo Mengzi appeared, escorting two downcast thieves. Upon seeing them, Yang Biao became enraged, brandishing his knife and striding forward with menace. Yang Biao's fierce countenance was already intimidating, and in his fury, he appeared even more fearsome, causing the two thieves to tremble in fear. No, no. The little girl reached out to grasp Guo Xiao's large hand. He gently pressed her shoulder and said, "You are too small. This is not suitable for you to witness." At his words, she weakened her grip but continued to hold his hand. A sudden scream pierced the air as Yang Biao struck down with his blade. The old man beside them turned pale with fright. He quickly nodded and, clutching the water pouch, hurried inside. As the three waited, Guo Xiao could not help but steal another glance at the girl, who, in turn, lifted her gaze to meet his. The two exchanged a silent look, one tall and the other short. Guo Xiao broke the silence, asking, "What is your family name?" "Diying," the little girl replied softly. Guo Xiao acknowledged her response with a sound of understanding and tossed her a bag of rations from his horse. She failed to catch it, picking it up from the ground to discover it contained flatbreads. Immediately, she turned away, her frail shoulders trembling slightly as she made soft, rustling sounds, reminiscent of a rabbit nibbling on food. The old man emerged with the water pouch, his eyes widening as he caught sight of the girl, swallowing hard in front of others. Noticing this, Guo Xiao tossed another bag of provisions to the old man, which contained some rice in a cloth sack. Luo Mengzi remarked, "Brother, we can leave now." Suddenly, old man Diying interjected, "Military sir, if you think well of our third sister, why not buy her?" Guo Xiao patted his pockets. "We brothers have no money." Old man Diying turned to eye the stout warhorse. It would suffice to trade for the horse. Guo Xiao cautioned, "This is a military horse. Do not fear being confiscated or being falsely accused of stealing a military horse." After a moment's contemplation, Guo Xiao continued, "Does your family have any other members? In such a barren land, amidst chaos and famine, you will surely perish. Why not come with me? You can help me tend to the horses, and I will ensure you have enough to eat every day, including fine flour." Old man Diying was immediately swayed. Every day, with fine flour? Will the military, sir, keep his word? After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "All right, it is just the two of us left in our family. I have two brothers across the mountain, but we have already divided our family. Military sir, could you help take these bodies to the authorities?" The little girl remained there eating, and old man Diying pulled her along as they departed. Before they were far, Yang Biao remarked in front of everyone, "From poor mountains and treacherous waters come cunning folk. This fellow seems pitiable, yet is quite shrewd." Fearing that the elder brother will only take the little girl away, Guo Xiao remained silent. Yang Biao scoffed, "If we were that sort, we would just rob and leave. What could they do to us? A rogue is merely a rogue." Luo Mengzi chuckled, "Brother, are you perhaps thinking of taking that little girl as a wife?" As the three bantered and bickered, they ventured into the house to search for tools. Guo Xiao unexpectedly took an interest in examining the dwelling. The earthen walls and thatched roof were poorly constructed, and the lighting was surprisingly dim, with two rooms lacking even a single window. Even more astonishing was a wall made of bamboo covered in mud. In these chaotic times, the death of a few vagrant thieves seemed to elicit little concern. When the old man mentioned packing up his belongings, Yang Biao erupted in anger. "What are you dawdling for? I'll set fire to it all." The old man trembled at Yang Biao's fierce demeanor, truly a sight to evoke fear. Guo Xiao, smiling, remarked, "Leave something for the brothers on the mountain." Yang Biao cast a curious glance at Guo Xiao, while Luo Mengzi laughed. "Am I to lead the horse to the commander of the imperial army? Only the emperor would dare." Guo Xiao retorted, "Even the generals would dare, but if I were to lead the horse to the emperor, wouldn't he, the soldiers, say I'm a sycophant?" The little girl kept her head down, though occasionally Guo Xiao caught her stealing glances at him. Wishing not to frighten her, he kindly asked, "What is your name?" "Third sister." she replied. Guo Xiao inquired further, do you have an older sister or brother? Where are they? Old man Dean glared, what nonsense. If it weren't for the famine, I wouldn't sell my child. Initially, I thought that following the military sir would ensure my third sister could have enough to eat, better than starving to death. Guo Xiao chose not to press the matter further, instead saying, in the future, you may refer to me as Lord. You have a name, do you not? Lord. I am called D-ing W-G-ing, she replied. Guo Xiao casually remarked, a tile worker with no tiles atop his head, only thatch. Chapter 25. Duyhu along the journey. He felt very keenly that rising above others and possessing wealth was truly delightful. Even if he had yet to be promoted or rewarded, the modest gains he had received thus far filled him with immense joy. During the expedition, he had to carry numerous burdens, from large to small, with a mule tasked with transporting the team's tents and other items, leaving him to bear the weight of many necessary possessions, setting up and dismantling camp, a tedious and burdensome ordeal. Had it not been for Yu Lian, this unassuming woman, Guo Xiao would have felt a twinge of loneliness and melancholy at the sight of everyone else's jubilant expressions. As 100 years of solitude states, when people migrate to a place where their loved ones are buried, it becomes their homeland. In the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, Tokyo had not yet seen the burial of Guo Xiao's kin, but already held someone dear to his heart. He felt himself increasingly integrated into this era and location, gradually becoming a part of it. When imperial rewards and accolades were finally bestowed, Guo Xiao believed he could provide a better life for Yu Lian. Such anticipation was even more exhilarating than his own prospects for a prosperous life. In early July, the army reached Chang'an post, a mere 40 miles from Tokyo, and Guo Xiao's rewards were realized. It was said that the procession had encountered the entourage of the Lady of the Wei Kingdom, who, longing for her sovereign, had ventured forth 40 miles to greet the emperor. Accompanying her was the garrison commander of Tokyo, Feng Dao, who had previously remarked that the emperor was not as capable as the former prime minister of the Tang Dynasty, Taizong. The visitors from Tokyo brought with them a bounty of riches, feasting the soldiers with wine and meat, turning Chang'an post into a scene of joyous celebration, more vibrant than the New Year festivities. The emperor seemed exceedingly pleased, promptly reinstating Feng Dao to his former position, disregarding past grievances. Zhao Chao, the commander of the control crane, who had been advised by the emperor prior to the battle and subsequently stripped of his military command, was released when the army passed through Huai Prefecture and was restored to his former role without loss. Thereafter, the emperor eagerly convened a meeting at Chang'an post to commend the merits of the army, and a significant number of meritorious soldiers received gratifying rewards. When Guo Xiao learned the news, he was astounded by the honor bestowed upon him. He was promoted to the position of Knight Yuho. The first to receive the news were the high-ranking military officials entitled to enter the emperor's central camp. Before the lower-tier military personnel could come to inform Guo Xiao of the audience, Xiang Sun arrived first. Knight Yuho. Even Xiang Sun appeared exceedingly excited, unable to conceal his emotions on his prominent boned face. Wang Pu, the prime minister, had recommended him, and the commander Zhang of the Hall Front concurred, with Shi Yanchao also chiming in, and even the empress had spoken favorably of him. The emperor publicly declared his intent to enshrine the Lady of the Wei Kingdom as empress. The empress also spoke on your behalf. At that moment, the empress sat beside the sovereign and gently uttered a phrase that was not clearly heard, but undoubtedly it was a commendable remark that exceeded all expectations. The Knight Yin, though comprising a modest number of personnel, was akin to a military unit, representing the true imperial guard, where even the slightest achievement would be witnessed by the emperor himself. In summary, it was a highly esteemed position. What? The position of commander? That was far too inferior. Beneath the usual military hierarchy, there existed the left and right wings, where the commanders held the rank of commanders. Only beneath them were the Ji Yuho, akin to deputy commanders. To hold the title of Knight Ji Yuho, in Guo Xiao's perspective, was comparable to being the deputy commander of a central elite army. He would not turn 19 until this autumn, a feat unimaginable in modern times for one so young to hold such a rank. Those hailing from military aristocracies, like Fu Yanqing, whose forebears were conferred titles, had indeed occupied positions such as Knight Ji Yuho. For Guo Xiao, this was an extraordinary achievement. Guo Xiao, somewhat beside himself, exclaimed, "Alas! I owe everyone an immense favor that I may never repay. Xiang Sun laughed heartily. It cannot be entirely construed in that manner. Some individuals, despite recommendations, are like mud that cannot rise to the wall. What can one do? This is also closely tied to Gui Yuho's extraordinary valor and his unparalleled merits. Guo Xiao clasped his fists and said, Brother Xiang, if you do not mind, I shall henceforth address you as brother. Xiang Sun laughed again. Very well, Brother Guo. The two engaged in joyful conversation, while Yang Biao and other brothers and soldiers stood by, refraining from uttering a word. Even the initially rebellious Yang Biao now bore an expression of reverence before Guo Xiao. The power of authority is not something mere mortals can defy. After a brief interval, Guo Xiao regained his composure and casually inquired, Can the empress still speak on military and political matters? Xiang Sun dismissed the question. My brother is unaware. But the soldiers hold great respect for this empress of the Fu family. When the sovereign is in good spirits, all is well, but when angered, he might seize anyone he finds displeasing and drag them out to be beaten half to death, which is quite effortless. Even when the empress was still Lady Wei, she often advised the sovereign to treat the soldiers kindly. The sovereign listened to her, for who would not respect such a gentle and dignified empress? After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Sun softly remarked, The Prince of Wei has indeed fathered a fine daughter. Guo Xiao instantly comprehended that during the battle against the Liao army at Xinzhou, Xiang Sun likely harbored lingering sentiments towards the Prince of Wei, though he chose not to voice them. Guo Xiao pondered for a moment before inquiring. There's a general named Zhao Kuangyin who came specifically to commend me during the battle at Gaoping. I wonder if he has received any rewards? Xiang Sun's eyes widened. During the Gaoping campaign, Zhao Kuangyin was right beside the sovereign. That was a heroic rescue. At that time, not only the military generals, but even Nidianji's Marinyu was merely a soldier who shouted something akin to the disgrace of the ruler. I shall die a martyr, and charged heedlessly into danger. Immediately following the conclusion of the battle, he was promoted to the position of bow and arrow commander. Before the battle, I had no knowledge of who he was. With so many officers in the Imperial Guards, how could one possibly know them all? However, now everyone certainly recognizes him. Having been repeatedly promoted to the rank of Nidianji Yuho, there are numerous varieties of Yuho, essentially meaning deputy commanders, including Nidian Yuho, Jun Yuho, and Xiang Yuho. Zhao Kuangyin's Yuho title is from the Nidian division, which functions similarly to a military committee overseeing multiple armies. The Nidian Yuho is evidently of a higher rank than the Nidianji Yuho, yet Zhao Kuangyin has yet to be officially appointed, remaining merely a candidate. According to Xiang Sun, Zhao Kuangyin was simply an unrecognized officer prior to the Gaoping battle, likely holding a lowly position. Merely a few months later, he ascended to the ranks of the empire's highest-level military candidates, a remarkable rise indeed. It is also a testament to his adeptness in seizing opportunities. The initial dire circumstances of the Gaoping battle nearly spelled disaster for the entire nation, and Zhao Kuangyin's valor in the presence of the emperor can indeed be deemed a heroic rescue, akin to saving the emperor or establishing a dynasty, making it difficult to avoid wealth and nobility. Zhao Kuangyin is indeed formidable, worthy of being the talent of a founding emperor. Guo Xiao, of course, yearned to perform a heroic rescue, yet he found himself without the opportunity. Had he been in the emperor's presence at that time, and if the northern Han Zhang Yuan Hui had charged directly at the emperor, striking him down with an arrow, that would have been impressive. Although he could be said to have performed a rescue, the emperor did not directly experience the pressure from Zhang Yuanhui. The account of Zhang Yunhui's demise was relayed secondhand. Thankfully, there were those who spoke of it repeatedly, which made all the difference. Just then, a voice called out for Guo Yuho from outside the tent. Upon stepping out, Guo Xiao saw a military officer bearing news. The officer initially wore a smile, but upon seeing Xiang Sun, his expression immediately soured, indicating that someone had already reported the joyous tidings. The officer approached, exchanged pleasantries, and introduced himself. Xiang Sun remarked, I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. Guo Xiao promptly offered his respects and farewell. He then accompanied the officer to the central military camp to pay homage to the emperor. Guo Xiao was situated quite far from the central command, and by the time they arrived, many of the rewarded generals had likely already gathered. Outside the grand tent, adorned with the banner of the Zhou Dynasty, 2 rows of weapons lay meticulously arranged on the racks. After removing his ceremonial sword, Guo Xiao found little place to put it. Upon entering the grand tent, He indeed observed the civil and military officials divided on either side, with a multitude of attendees present. Someone in the front called out, "Nidianji Yuho Gua Xiao, present himself." Gua Xiao hurriedly bent forward, glancing around to find no familiar faces. Perhaps Zhang Yongda was among them. Yet Gua Xiao had never seen him. He had sought to meet him previously, but had not succeeded. Gua Xiao then clarified the relationships. He and Zhang Yongda could not possibly have any prior connections, nor did they hold any relevance now. He surmised that Zhang Yongda's favor was solely due to the goodwill extended by the Empress Fu. It was not to say that just because he had received favor, he was considered one of their own. Distinctions must still be made. Conversely, Xiang Sun, whose status was far beneath Zhang Yongda, was indeed someone worth befriending. Zhang Yongda was undoubtedly more formidable than Xiang Sun, yet he was not inclined to meet, making Xiang Sun's friendship appear far more genuine. Within the grand tent, Gua Xiao did not initially spot Zhao Kuangyin. The officer resembling a dark-faced judge was still recognized by Gua Xiao, primarily because he dared not glance around too much and thus did not examine closely. Upon entering the grand tent, Gua Xiao could observe the dignitaries from a distance, knowing that to approach and make direct eye contact with the emperor would be an exceedingly disrespectful act. In the upper seats sat a man and a woman. The man was undoubtedly the sovereign, for only he could occupy the southern position in such a setting. Gua Xiao, possessing keen eyesight, could discern even from afar the two emperors of the later Zhou, Guo Wei and Chai Rong, both regarded as wise and virtuous rulers. However, upon seeing Chai Rong in person, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. The sovereign was not clad in the yellow dragon robe nor adorned in armor, but rather wore a purple round-collared official robe, topped with a black gauze hat that had long wings. At first glance, he bore no resemblance to an emperor, but rather to a common official seated in the hall. No wonder people preferred to call him the sovereign instead of Your Majesty. Could this be the reason? Chai Rong appeared rather aged, though he was likely in his early 30s. He looked more like a man in his 40s or 50s, his posture not particularly upright, with a slight hunch and a thick neck. His eyes were large, and his features were fairly well defined, yet heavy bags under his eyes marred his expression, making him appear somewhat weary. Perhaps it was the result of frequent military campaigns, as his face bore the marks of hardship. Beside him sat Empress Fu, and the two presented a striking contrast, seated side by side, not as a couple, but rather like a father and daughter. The Empress was indeed extraordinarily beautiful, with skin resembling finely carved jade, clad in a loose, heavy brocade robe that concealed her figure entirely. The old-fashioned garment juxtaposed against her delicate, fair face created a somewhat jarring effect, akin to a vibrant jade pearl placed within a quaint, antiquated box. Her facial contours were round, yet her chin was slightly pointed. While modern standards deem such a chin elegant, in ancient times, a pointed chin was considered a minor flaw. Gua Xiao advanced a few steps, not daring to approach too closely, and promptly knelt on one knee, lowering his head to gaze at the ground, and proclaimed, "Your humble servant Gua Xiao pays his respects to the sovereign and the empress, wishing you both enduring health and longevity." "Rise." Chai Rong uttered a single phrase. Then, those around him publicly praised Gua Xiao for his 3 achievements, lavishly showering him with accolades. Among the praises was a decree for promotion, appointing him as a direct attendant in the inner palace and the governor of Qianzhou. The position of governor comes with a significant salary, yet it is a distant role where commanders of the imperial guards have little authority over affairs. Subsequently, Chai Rong issued a decree granting Gua Xiao a silver belt, a brocade robe, 12 taels of gold, and 12 taels of silver. Gua Xiao hastily expressed his gratitude. At that moment, a melodious and soft voice said, "Gui Yu Ho, the emperor has not treated you unfairly. Do not squander his grace." With those words, Gua Xiao's perception of Empress Fu shifted dramatically. Her words were so appropriate and generous, suitable for addressing both civil and military officials. However, when Gua Xiao recalled the inexplicable attention he had received from the high-ranking Zhang Yongda and the conversations with Xiang Sun about Empress Fu advocating for him before the emperor, he suddenly understood the profound meaning behind her seemingly formal and polished language. In his memories, the young Gua Xiao had adored Empress Fu to the extent of willingly sacrificing his life for her. He had once thought that this admiration was somewhat naive, But now he comprehended that the young man's affection for this woman was entirely justified. Not only him, but all the soldiers of the great Zhou, including Xiang's son, respected Empress Fu with a reverence akin to that of a sister or mother, for she genuinely emanated sincere affection. Was this the demeanor of a motherly figure to the world? Guo Xiao felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, and he blurted out, "Your humble servant is willing to serve as a guard for the emperor and empress, always prepared to repay their great kindness with my life." He articulated this because he recognized that the inner palace indeed functioned as a guard unit for the emperor. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Empress Fu subtly raising her willow-like eyebrows, prompting him to recall that he had indeed served as a guard for the Fu family. And not just once. He had followed her from the Wang family estate to Li Shoujing's residence, devising ways to protect her. Chai Rong nodded slightly, and the officials presented the silver belt and brocade robe, allowing Guo Xiao to don the robe on the spot as a sign of imperial favor. Guo Xiao knelt again in gratitude, then retreated to stand among the ranks of military officers. Every soldier who participated in the battle received rewards. However, due to the sheer number of them, lower-ranking officers were only granted a few dozen coins, with the soldiers receiving even less. Such additional rewards constituted a considerable fortune for ordinary families, not to be dismissed lightly, particularly for Yang Biao, who had fought fiercely on the battlefield and had earned the emperor's personal commendation. Guo Xiao felt a twinge of injustice, even though others deemed the distribution fair. Recognizing that not everyone could gain the favor of the powerful, nor could they all slay the fierce generals of Beihan. Upon entering the military camp, Guo Xiao wasted no time and opened his box, revealing a gleaming yellow-white sheen that silenced everyone. Zhuyu, you handle the distribution, dividing it equally, with the leaders receiving double. Guo Xiao offered no flowery words, simply stating this. Luo Mengzi scratched his head. Everyone has received rewards. Is it proper to take from Big Brother's share? The money looks abundant, but divided among so many, Big Brother will have little left. Guo Xiao ignored Luo Mengzi and reiterated, I serve as a direct attendant in the inner palace, which affords me certain powers. First, let us ascertain who the commanding officers are. For now, you will serve as my personal guards, and I will strive to secure any vacancies in the inner palace for you. Yang Biao immediately responded, we brothers will stick with Big Brother. Separating would be detrimental. Luo Mengzi added, holding an official position is indeed good, but it shouldn't affect our brotherly bond. Hearing this, Guo Xiao reflected that the perspectives of the two were telling, as Yang Biao seemed to envision that Big Brother would achieve more than merely being a direct attendant in the inner palace. Just then, someone murmured, Zhu Yuan be greedy for everyone's money. He should just weigh his own share more. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao turned to Zhu Yu, who smiled without speaking. Guo Xiao responded, Mr. Zhu aims to accomplish greater deeds alongside me. He wouldn't be swayed by such petty gains. Zhu Yu immediately regarded him with approving eyes, as if he considered Guo Xiao a confidant. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with joy. However, Guo Xiao soon uttered a line that dampened the festive atmosphere. Mr. Zhu, the 7 who died at Wuji Town and the 3 at Exenko must be accounted for. The deceased brothers are still brothers. You have the roster of military records, so please inquire about their families. I entrust this matter to you. The laughter quickly faded, leaving a somber silence, but no one opposed him. Yang Biao, with wide eyes, declared, the price of loyalty is death. It could be any of us. Big Brother is right and thoughtful. After assigning this task, Guo Xiao wished to first pay his respects to the commander of the inner palace. His rapid rise left him with a shallow foundation, and he was unaware of the identities of the military personnel there. Thus, he sought out the official who had awarded him, discovering that the commander of the inner palace was Wang Xianzhi. He hurried to pay his respects, intending to introduce himself as a courtesy upon his appointment. As the sun set, he dared not linger, opting for a brief acquaintance while assuring that there would be ample time in the future. The following morning, the army resumed its march. After a full day traversing 40 miles, they finally entered Dongjing as the sun dipped low in the west. Despite the late hour, the streets of Dongjing remained bustling, with townsfolk eagerly awaiting their loved ones, the atmosphere as lively as when they had departed. However, this day likely brought mixed emotions, as the grim reality of battle meant that some would mourn their fallen. After confirming the fate of the slain soldiers, families would not find solace, especially when the bodies of their loved ones lay unrecovered. The notion of battlefields where the dead were wrapped in horse leather was not mere rhetoric. In distant conflicts, hastily buried remains were considered fortunate. Should defeat occur, leaving corpses to rot in the wilderness for days was not unusual. Chapter 27. Fermentation. The sun beat down relentlessly on the streets of Dongjing during the sweltering summer. Yulian had spent the entire day beneath a pear tree. Her face flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her nose, her body sticky with perspiration. Yet, she dared not stray a step, even skipping lunch, and when thirst became unbearable, she sipped a bowl of cool tea by the roadside. The heat was barely felt, as her heart was consumed by a more intense emotion, worry. If the news of Xiao Ge's demise were to arrive, she could scarcely fathom how to cope with such profound sorrow. Yulian had lived for 20 years and encountered many people, yet she understood that only Xiao Ge had truly treated her well. Even if his kindness was often silent and understated, so subtle that it necessitated suppression to maintain decorum. The goodness of Xiao Ge surpassed that of anyone, including her own father. She firmly believed that Xiao Ge would never abandon her. Previously, she had not felt such a strong sentiment, but since their separation, the dread of potentially losing him had brewed and intensified within her heart. Perhaps Xiao Ge did not regard her as highly as she perceived. Perhaps he merely felt pity for her, similar to how she pitied the men of the Chen family. Yet, Yulian could not govern her emotions. As no one had ever truly cared for her, treating her as a person, others either coveted her beauty or regarded her as a commodity to be bartered. If Xiao Ge were to vanish, would anyone else in this world care about her existence? As dusk fell, a large contingent of soldiers finally entered the city, and the quietly waiting crowd erupted in excitement. Some had already spotted their men among the ranks, jumping and waving, disregarding military decorum, while many townsfolk offered soldiers bowls of tea and porridge. The commanders did not intervene in such chaotic displays, as they had already reached Dongjing, where public order still prevailed. An elderly woman, informed that her son had fallen in Jinyang, knelt by the roadside, crying out in despair. "My son!" Yulian stretched her neck, breathing softly, her eyes wide as she scanned the procession, scarcely blinking. "Heaven, please do not let him die." Just then, she caught sight of a figure clad in a brocade robe, mounted on a tall horse. The vibrant robe and elevated position made him stand out, while the soldiers around him walked in deference. Was that not Xiao Ge? In a short while, a eunuch pushed through the crowd and approached Xiao Ge's horse, uttering something that was inaudible amidst the din of the street. Then, Xiao Ge urged his horse forward, hastening past the throng. He soon caught up with the queen's procession. Xiao dismounted from his horse and was met by a slender, silver-haired eunuch, who switched the whisk to his other hand and gestured for him to proceed. Xiao led his horse to the side of the carriage, where a colorful curtain revealed a glimpse of a figure within, though it obscured the details. "I have come at your summons, to pay my respects to the queen," Xiao stated, keeping pace with the carriage as the procession did not halt. A soft voice from within inquired, "I have heard that you distributed the royal rewards among your subordinates." The curtain was gently lifted at one corner, and a delicate hand emerged, holding a copper key. Xiao stepped back slightly, intending to approach and receive the item, but was abruptly halted by the eunuch beside him, who admonished, "Hey, in such a public setting, do you intend to take it yourself?" Realization dawned on Xiao, and he hurriedly turned away, feeling nervous. Laughter erupted from within, quickly stifled, followed by a calm voice saying, "Chao Tai, do not blame him. He is still unfamiliar with the customs, which is forgivable." Xiao quickly responded, "I plead for the queen's leniency." The voice replied, "Very well." Xiao expressed his gratitude. "The queen's kindness is unforgettable." The voice acknowledged with a simple The elderly eunuch named Chao Tai discreetly waved his hand at Xiao, who promptly said, "I take my leave." Soon, another eunuch followed, likely to escort Xiao to the designated quarters. Inside the carriage, Fu Shi felt an inexplicable tension, though her demeanor remained composed, with only a faint blush betraying her unease. Reflecting on the earlier incident, she realized that while she had intentionally instructed her maid to present the key, it had indeed been a bit tense, and she had inadvertently laughed, a blunder she deemed unbecoming. After mulling over it, Fu Shi recognized that Chao Tai was astute, and the people around them would hardly dare to bring trivial matters to the royal attention. Gradually, she felt reassured. She recalled Xiao Ge's words in Hezhong, Let me serve you one last time. She was not oblivious to the implications of his feelings. She understood why he had followed her from Yenzhou, only to later marry Chai Rong. Did he think that by keeping his feelings unspoken, others would remain oblivious? The thought crossed her mind that perhaps Xiao Ge indulged in dreams or fantasies at night that were too disgraceful to voice. With this realization, Fu Shi felt a sudden wave of shame. How could she entertain such thoughts? She reassured herself that as long as one keeps their thoughts to themselves, no one else would ever know. Thus, her musings became a refuge of freedom. She reflected that in her younger days, she would never have considered such matters. Perhaps, as she occasionally overheard servants speaking crudely, women do become less reserved with age. Now, 26, having been wed twice without experiencing the joys of love, she found herself occasionally curious. When she first married Li Shoujin's son, her pride, her lineage, and beauty led her to look down on the timid Li Chongxuan, who was young and lacked decisiveness in front of his father. In resisting his advances, she missed her chance to experience intimacy. As Li Shoujin's family soon met their demise, she had no desire to accompany him to death, and when her father insisted she become a nun, she staunchly refused. She felt entitled to a fulfilling life, having not yet experienced marriage in its truest sense. Fortunately, Guowei sought her as his adopted daughter to marry Chai Rong, which spared her from her father's demands. At that time, Guowei's power was undeniable, making the union desirable, regardless of any past grievances. Marrying into Chai Rong's family brought her slight disappointment due to his less than stellar appearance, yet she accepted it, recognizing the alliance's significance and her own fortunate circumstances. Having already been married once, occasionally, the emperor would summon her to his chambers, yet did not engage with her intimately, merely falling asleep beside her. Was there something amiss with his health? Fu Shi knew that Chai Rong had married and fathered children before, and had not been slain by the Han Emperor. His son would likely be a teenager by now, yet he showed no interest in women after she arrived. Despite this, she did not feel neglected. The emperor was compliant with her wishes and often listened to her pleas on behalf of innocent soldiers. Such treatment hardly suggested a loss of favor, especially since she had recently been named queen. However, the previous night had been devoid of any intimacy. Fu Shi found herself perplexed, suspecting the emperor might be grappling with some hidden sorrow. Naturally, she dared not inquire or seek information from anyone within the palace. To do so might invite his wrath, a prospect too grave to contemplate. Fu Shi rationalized that such matters could be endured, recognizing their insignificance. She possessed sharp insight. While her lineage was noble, it did not grant her the liberty to act as she pleased. Before the royal family, the Fu clan remained vulnerable. Only a princess of the Tang Dynasty, favored by relatives, could exercise such freedom without consequence. If she sacrificed herself for trivial desires, her entire family would suffer the repercussions, making it an unwise endeavor. Moreover, as queen, she was regarded as the most revered woman in the realm. She considered herself pure and virtuous and found it beneath her dignity to emulate a Tang princess, which would only subject her to distasteful experiences. Chapter 28. The season of verdant greens and fading reds. The queen's granted residence lay within the inner city, accessible via the central thoroughfare of Xuanda Road, yet not directly facing the main road. It was situated farther from the northern artisan quarters and in closer proximity to the Grand Xiongwu Temple to the south. The area was sparsely populated, primarily inhabited by scholars and wealthy merchants, creating a serene atmosphere where one could hear the monks chanting scriptures, their soft recitations akin to soothing music. The Fu family's villa was equally well-positioned, clearly reflecting the refined taste of a military family. However, this reward was symbolized by a mere copper key, lacking a deed, intended only for temporary residence and not for ownership or sale. As the lock clicked open, Dong, the carpenter, poked his head inside and asked in a strong Huabei accent, "Is anyone here?" The attending eunuch replied, "There were several gatekeepers, but they have all been dismissed. Since Guiyuho is residing here, it would be more convenient to use his own people." "You have indeed thought this through," Guo Xiao remarked, reaching into his coin pouch to extract a piece of broken silver. Having received a generous distribution from Zuayu the night before, he instructed, "Make a trip to buy yourself some shoes." The eunuch hesitated, then accepted gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, Guiyuho, for your generosity. We shall take our leave now." Observing his demeanor, Guo Xiao was convinced that the current eunuchs could not be compared to those of the Tang or Ming dynasties, as their status seemed considerably diminished. The most powerful figures now were undoubtedly the military generals. Guo Xiao entered the gate first, followed by the elderly and young eunuchs. As he ventured further, he discovered an expansive courtyard, leading to an inner courtyard, yet the place was deserted. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he lacked the patience to explore further. While the two from the Dong family gazed around in wide-eyed curiosity, gingerly touching surfaces as if in a new world. The carpenter nodded and bowed, saying, "Yes, yes." On the Grand Avenue, one can ride a horse or drive a vehicle. Riding a horse is evidently more convenient than walking. Longjing Fang's commercial street features shops at the front and narrow alleys at the back. Guo Xiao first ambled down the street to peruse the shops. His store was ideally situated, visible right from the street corner. To his surprise, it was still open for business. The stalls outside were already set up. He led his horse to the front of the shop and saw Huang Lao busily working at the forge inside. Beside him was a money jar, and the amount inside suggested that today's sales were satisfactory. "Huang Taijiang," Guo Xiao called out, tethering his horse at the entrance before entering to speak. Guo Xiao inquired, "Where is Yulian? Has she not come to the shop?" Huang Taijiang replied, "She hasn't been here for a while. The rumors in the neighborhood are quite harsh, and some have even secretly thrown filth at her doorstep, claiming it wards off evil. Not long ago, I heard she has become a nun. People say she is seeking atonement for her grave sins." Guo Xiao was taken aback. "A nun? Where did she go to become one?" Huang Taijiang shook his head. "I don't know. She never mentioned it." After saying this, he turned to head back inside. A moment later, just as Guo Xiao was lost in thought, Huang Taijiang emerged carrying a burlap sack, which he subsequently opened. Inside was a considerable amount of coins. Guo Xiao stared in disbelief. "What is this for?" Huang Taijiang replied proudly, "This is what I've earned over the past few months, managing the shop all by myself. I took my wages from it, paid the taxes, and even covered my meals, which the former owner used to provide." Guo Xiao regarded Huang Taijiang with incredulity. Previously, he thought of him merely as an assistant, but today, he perceived a sense of integrity in him. Though his manner of speaking and acting was rough, he might possess more understanding than many eloquent officials. Guo Xiao pondered, realizing he only had small denominations of gold and silver on him, which were cumbersome for casual spending. He reached into the sack and pulled out a handful of coins. Noting their varying sizes, thicknesses, and conditions, yet they were neatly tied together with hemp rope. "The rest is for you," he said. "Boss?" Huang Taijiang asked in surprise. Guo Xiao explained, "I have been promoted. I will no longer rely on this small business. The shop's deed is still with Yulian. Isn't it?" Huang Taijiang furrowed his brow. "But she didn't give it to me. She merely left it for the boss." Alas! Guo Xiao felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He thought, now that he had achieved success, the absence of Yulian to share the joy diminished his happiness significantly, leaving him feeling rather melancholic. The weathered Huang Taijiang regarded him with confusion. "What have I done wrong?" "Forget it," Guo Xiao replied. "You can find someone to manage this shop. The profits shall serve as your reward. Go to my new residence and assist in managing my new garden. I have accomplished great things in battle and received a promotion to the position of Nidian Jidu Yuho. We shall no longer concern ourselves with the profits from this shop." Huang Taijiang did not appear elated. His expression suggested he had little understanding of the significance of the Nidian Jidu Yuho, rendering any explanation futile. Guo Xiao, sensing this, continued, "I also hold the title of governor of Qianzhou, the highest official in a prefecture. The county officials below me must treat me with utmost respect, as I can command them." At this, Huang Taijiang comprehended, his astonishment evident. "Boss, you are even greater than the county magistrate." Guo Xiao found it challenging to clarify further, so he simply nodded, thinking to himself that, compared to the practical military power held by the Nidian Jidu Yuho, a local governor was of little significance, let alone a mere county magistrate. However, in modern times, being a county chief might seem quite formidable. The key to wielding authority lies in the display of ceremonial grandeur to impress the common folk. Having just been promoted, he had yet to claim his new titles. Yulian stood at the street corner, her head lowered and her heart racing, torn between the fear of encountering familiar faces and her inner turmoil. Should she meet him? Upon seeing Guo Xiao beside the Queen's entourage, she felt as though a bucket of cold water had splashed over her. This Guolang was no longer the Xiao Gu of yore. In the past, while working for Xiao Gu, Yulian often begrudgingly used his money to buy wine, which left her feeling inferior and ashamed. Now, he had evidently risen to great heights. Huang Taijiang was oblivious, but Yulian understood all too well. Having conversed with royalty and noble officials, and even receiving a brocade robe as a reward, it was clear that this was no ordinary promotion. Once one enters the circle of power, their perspective and aspirations inevitably transform. Yulian thought about her own identity and how it could possibly relate to him now. Had she been his legally wedded wife from the beginning, there might have been a conversation to be had. But alas, it was fate. Everything that does not belong to oneself should not be yearned for. Such desires only lead to self-inflicted misery and humiliation. Xiao Gu had treated her kindly in the past. Now that he had achieved success, she should feel happy for him, merely hoping to hear news of him occasionally amidst the crowd. Thus, she resolved to fade away from his sight. Remaining at Yuzhenguan was, in fact, quite favorable. That was where she could seize the opportunities meant for her. In this chaotic world rife with famine and turmoil, becoming a nun or a Taoist priest was no simple task, and one could not easily secure a meal. One must accept their fate. Tears welled in Yulian's eyes as she turned, struggling to leave. As she turned her head, she found herself reluctant to speak, unable to articulate her thoughts, her heart a mix of shame and anger. Chapter 29. Huang Lian. Such harsh words were not new to Yulian. No matter how bitter Huang Lian's life was, one would eventually grow accustomed to it. This vixen, this harbinger of misfortune, a coarse and angry voice exclaimed, striking fear into Yulian. She could not fathom how she had offended this woman, nor when she had incurred such deep animosity, akin to a vendetta. If you don't keep your distance from my man, you'll regret it, the coarse woman declared. Yulian thought, when have I ever cast flirtatious glances at anyone? Summoning her courage, she glanced up at the woman, only to recognize her as the butcher's wife from across the street, who sold pork. Occasionally, Yulian bought meat from her, but due to infrequent purchases, she hadn't recognized her voice at first. In this day and age, with Tokyo's grain reserves not particularly ample, this woman was astonishingly corpulent. Her eyes were nearly squished shut by rolls of flesh, her cheeks bulging almost to the point of sagging, and her skin was taut and shiny. With her upper lip curling like a chicken's backside, she was as rotund as a pig standing upright. Yulian internally scorned this woman and her husband, whose oily appearance was never clean and whose head was misshapen. Would I ever cast flirtatious glances at such a person? Why not simply buy a cucumber instead? However, there were numerous people around, and several familiar faces had gathered nearby. Yulian certainly lacked the courage to confront them. Moreover, if a quarrel ensued, she felt utterly outmatched. Could she stand defiantly in the street and argue all day? Indeed, they would argue all day, and if provoked, they might even bring a stool into the fray. I'll tear your face off, the plump woman threatened, dramatically pretending to lunge forward. Yulian trembled, thinking they used to merely speak ill of her. But they had never been this brazen. Why had they suddenly grown so bold? Was it because she had declared she would not return, that showing weakness had emboldened them? Or did they believe she had no one to back her now, allowing them to act with impunity? But what of the law and the officials? Surely, they were only attempting to intimidate her. Nearby, a sharp-faced, middle-aged woman whispered that Xiao Gu from the blacksmith shop is quite fierce. We should not push our luck. If this vixen calls him, we'll be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Yulian felt a surge of fear that the plump woman might act on impulse. Nervous and frightened, upon hearing Aunt Li's words, she quickly nodded in agreement. However, Aunt Li and the other women did not dare to act, instead standing aside, content to watch the spectacle unfold. The corpulent woman, visibly enraged, seized Yulian's wrist and tugged at her collar. Yulian, in a state of desperation, clutched her garment and pleaded for mercy, imploring, "Please spare me." Suddenly, Aunt Li interjected, "Why is there a horse at the blacksmith's door?" The commotion escalated, drawing the attention of onlookers from surrounding shops. Undeterred by the crowd, the corpulent woman shouted, "Come and see, neighbors. This is the lewd woman who committed adultery and killed her husband." At that moment, a thunderous voice bellowed, "Damn, it's Yulian." Shog appeared beside them, grasping the corpulent woman's nape in an attempt to lift her away. However, her thick neck thwarted his efforts, and he could only grasp a handful of flesh, applying slight pressure which made her wail in agony, akin to a pig being slaughtered, likely audible to the entire street. In furious indignation, Gu Sho exclaimed, "You coward! Always picking on the weak. If you dare to touch me, I will trample this entire street with my army." He roared, "Before I die, I will annihilate your entire family. Get lost." The corpulent woman, her face reflecting fear, scrambled to her feet and retorted, "It was her fault. Get lost. I don't want to see you. You're truly disgusting. How can you live in this world with such a grotesque appearance?" Gu Xiagao, unable to contain his rage, turned beet red, pointing an accusatory finger at her. "Say another word, and I will kill you right now." The corpulent woman, acutely aware that Shog had already taken a life, did not dare dismiss his threats lightly. Noticing that the women who had stood with her had vanished, she quickly crawled away, shouting, "Murder! Murder!" Gu Sho cursed at her retreating figure. "Ignorant fool." Suddenly, Yu Yen threw herself into Gu Sho's embrace in front of the crowd, exclaiming, "Shog, don't die. Don't leave me." Gu Sho felt her soft body pressed against him, a refreshing fragrance enveloping him, akin to diving into a crystal-clear pool, extinguishing much of his fury. She sobbed heartily, her tears soaking his garment in mere moments. As he surveyed the gathering crowd, their expressions ranging from numbness to curiosity, he noted some straining to get a better view, akin to ducks caught by the neck. Gu Sho spoke softly, "I want to leave you. Let's speak indoors." Only then did Yu Lian release him, perhaps realizing her actions, her face flushing as she lowered her gaze and clutched her clothing, silently following Gu Sho towards the blacksmith shop, neglecting the basket left behind. Huang the blacksmith stood at the shop's entrance, silent and uninquiring. Gu Sho informed him, "We are closing for today." Indeed, the sun had set, and the light was fading. Once inside, Yu Lian turned her back and meticulously adjusted her collar, smoothing her hair. Gu Sho inquired, "Where have you been searching for you?" Yu Lian turned around, her head bowed, and after a brief pause, she looked up at Gu Sho, saying, "I will no longer be a nun. Allow me to be your concubine." Gu Sho responded, taken aback. Yu Lian stepped closer, her eyes glistening with tears, her ample bosom rising and falling as she trembled. "You may treat me as you will. If one day you tire of me and wish for my demise, I shall willingly accept it without a trace of resentment." Gu Sho furrowed his brow, contemplating. Promises should not be made lightly. If he lacked certainty, it was better to achieve it first before speaking. "Yu Lian," Gu Sho began. Yu Lian interjected, "I have but one request." Gu Sho queried, "What is it?" "As long as I can fulfill it." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Sho replied, "It must be by noon tomorrow. I need to retrieve something from the official office in the morning. Have you agreed?" Yu Lian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. How could he bear to refuse? Even if Gu Sho felt this request was trivial and unnecessary, could he not fulfill this small wish, however superficial it seemed? Without hesitation, Gu Sho affirmed, "Tomorrow at noon. Where will you stay tonight?" Old Huang entered, responding to the conversation, and Gu Sho provided him with an address to summon the couple, Luo Mengzi and his wife. Gu Sho intended to remain there temporarily, planning to leave in the morning with Luo Mengzi keeping watch. Chapter 30. The noble one. While Huang the blacksmith sought Luo Mengzi's home, the latter's family was preparing for dinner. This evening, the renowned Yang, the pancake vendor, transformed from a fierce tiger into a docile cat, her usual assertiveness replaced by a warm, eager demeanor as she prepared water for Luo Mengzi's face, all the while casting flirtatious glances at him while discreetly avoiding her mother-in-law and children. Luo Mengzi, reveling in his newfound status, lounged comfortably on a stool, relishing the attention of his wife as she catered to him, wiping his face and washing his hands like a child. Such blissful moments were rare. Typically, the pancake vendor was fierce, often scolding him, and encountering such gentleness during the festive season was indeed a treat. Luo knew her demeanor was sharp-tongued but warm-hearted. Nevertheless, a gentle facade was certainly preferable. Luo Mengzi sat there, his face flushed with contentment, his eyes squinting in pleasure, his expression entirely indulgent. He slammed a bag of money onto the table, filled with various gold and silver coins, their worth considerable. "This is a share from my elder brother. What is this amount? I shall follow him to achieve greater things," he boasted, gesturing grandly as if to illustrate the magnitude of his ambitions. This night marked the 100th time Luo Mengzi had mentioned his elder brother. In his eyes, Gu Sho was a celestial being, the most formidable figure in the realm. He had defeated the Northern Han's mightiest general, Zhang Yuanhui, and brought low the fierce general of the great Zhou, Shi Chao, earning accolades from nobles and officials alike. Revered for his virtues and selflessness, with the common folk eagerly recounting tales of his loyalty and brotherhood. His mother turned to him, bending her back. You? You? And I know your worth. Don't be dreaming. The pancake vendor chimed in. Mother, one can never predict. Perhaps fortune favors the capable. Encountering a noble one is more beneficial than mere talent. Luo's mother, despite her criticisms of Luo Mengzi's capabilities, softened at her daughter-in-law's words and admonished, as the saying goes, a loyal son must be filial at home and loyal abroad. Your elder brother treats you well, so you too must be loyal and courageous. The pancake vendor added, loyalty is essential, but be clever in your bravery. In battle, swords and spears are blind. Do not charge in blindly, understood? Luo Mengzi scratched his head. Second brother is incredibly formidable. With him around, what do I have to fear? The pancake vendor advised, heed your wife's counsel. It will serve you well. I would never lead you astray. At that moment, Huang the blacksmith finally arrived at the Luo residence. Struggling for words, he clarified he was at the right place and explained that Gu Sho's woman had been bullied by a neighbor, requesting Luo Mengzi and his wife to assist. What? Luo Mengzi slammed the table, rising in outrage. Who dares to bully my elder brother's woman? Someone, arm me and prepare my horse. As he busily prepared, he lamented, my elder brother's woman has been wronged. My heart aches. The pancake vendor swiftly changed her demeanor, scolding, you cannot even articulate properly. Why do you care about your elder brother's woman? I will deal with you later. His mother interjected, Luo heir means to say, a nobleman's woman is akin to a sister to him. Luo Mengzi donned his armor and grabbed a heavy hammer, contemplating, this won't do. I alone lack the intimidation factor. I must uphold my elder brother's prestige. Wife, you go ahead and inform my brother's servants, saying I will arrive shortly. I must gather my brothers and lead a formidable force to confront them. The neighborhoods of Tokyo bear no resemblance to the enclosed wards of Chang'an during the Tang Dynasty. The city of Tokyo has evolved into a framework based on streets and avenues, characterized by its openness, allowing for unfettered movement even after dusk. Luo Mengzi first sought out Yang Biao, then called upon those nearby, as everyone dispersed to summon more people, believing that the greater the numbers, the faster the message would spread. In less than half an hour, a total of 20 individuals, including Zuayu, had gathered, showcasing an impressive mobilization speed that would likely outpace even the most elite troops of this era. Those soldiers, having fought alongside Guo Xiao in life-and-death situations, had developed a sense of loyalty and attachment, further strengthened by the benevolence shown by their superiors. Consequently, they were all highly supportive of Guo Xiao and displayed great enthusiasm. Before long, the group of 20 mounted on horses gallantly made their way towards Longjing Bridge, and their formation was quite formidable, especially since all but Zuiyu were seasoned warriors who had survived countless battles. Typically, individuals of some stature would not venture into the outer city's commercial district, and if they did, they would send others in their stead. Such a scene was unprecedented, especially under the cloak of night. Tokyo, with its large population, still saw considerable foot traffic in the commercial area, even after dark. As a throng of mounted men surged forth, pedestrians hastily stepped aside, resulting in a chaotic scene. Among the soldiers, someone shouted for Gui Yuho at the blacksmith shop, and Yang Biao called out to his elder brother. At that moment, Luo Mengzi, perhaps in a fit of passion, bellowed, who dares to bully the women of my elder brother's household? That is akin to bullying my own mother. In his excitement, he forgot to mention his sister, and shouted again, I, Luo, will not let this go. Luo, with his robust physique and booming voice, resonated throughout the vicinity, likely shaking the very foundations of Longjing Ward. Before long, the doors of the blacksmith shop were flung open, and Guo Xiao stepped out, taken aback by the commotion. He thought to himself, what is all this fuss about? A fleeting image of Xiang Sun striking his forehead for having caused Shi Yinchao's troubles crossed his mind, prompting Guo Xiao to slap his own forehead in realization. I should have anticipated this. Elder brother, Gui Yuho, who is causing trouble? Came the cries. Get lost. Guo Xiao cursed. This is Tokyo. It's dark, and you soldiers have gathered without permission, making such a ruckus. What are you intending to do? These soldiers, tough and resilient, were unfazed by mere insults. It was unnecessary to mention their loyalty, Upon hearing Guo Xiao's expletive, some among them might have imagined what Luo Mengzi's sturdy sister looked like, which caused a ripple of laughter to erupt from the group. Guo Xiao's gaze fell upon Zhu Wen, and he could not help but reprimand. Mr. Zhu, how could you join in the commotion? Do you not understand? Zhu Wen stood tall and composed, stroking his light beard, replied, My lord, have you not noticed that apart from Luo Mengzi, none of us are armored or even armed? What can we do? Only then did Guo Xiao recognize the gravity of the situation. His previously stern expression softened slightly as he raised his hands and declared, I understand the sentiments of my brothers. Disperse. Yet the crowd remained, clamoring to know who had wronged their elder brother. One individual blurted out mistakenly, Who has bullied the elder brother's mother? In no time, officers from the official shops along the street had arrived, and even those from nearby streets were summoned to observe the commotion. Inside the adjacent butcher shop, a plump couple cowered in fear, their faces pale. A small child, dirty and sniffling, was on the verge of tears, prompting the thin man to hurriedly cover the child's mouth and promise him candy. The thin man urged quickly, Go out and bow to apologize. My dear mother, why provoke those strong men for no reason? Mother, the thin man cried, frantic and stamping his feet. I'm not involved with them. Once this blows over, you can beat or scold me as you wish. Can't you soften your stance now? If not for others, think of our child. Go, bow and apologize. What matters now is your life, not your pride. The fat woman, distressed, began to worry, her face contorted with anxiety. Law. Did I hear you right? Is there law in this world? Just months ago, Xiao killed the Chun family for a mere provocation. Where was the law then? Look closely through the door. There's a group of soldiers out there, and the officers nearby are merely watching in astonishment. What are they doing? As the thin man spoke, he even knelt before the fat woman, saying, I will bow first. You follow suit. Did our ancestors bury our family in the wrong place? Marrying a calamity like you? Only when faced with dire situations do you realize the gravity. The fat woman, finally alarmed, cautiously opened the door crack, only to be met with fierce-looking men outside. A burly warrior glared ominously, while beside him stood a heavily armored man wielding a hammer, his expression a mix of fury, as if ready to crush skulls at any moment. I want to go. I want to go. The fat woman retreated, trembling. Chapter 31. The Great Official that night. Guo Xiao invited Luo Mengzi and his wife to stay, while Luo's wife, Yang, kept Yulian company in their dilapidated home. Luo Mengzi, clad in armor and gripping a hammer, stood guard at the door throughout the night. Despite Guo Xiao's insistence that he need not remain so vigilant, he refused to budge. In battle, I may not match Guo, and in cunning, I may not compare to Zhu Yu, but my loyalty to you, elder brother, is unwavering. Seeing his steadfastness, Guo Xiao chose not to dissuade him. He mused that his earlier comments might have reached Yang Biao and Zhu Yu, possibly causing them discomfort. To Guo Xiao, the day's events felt like a farce. Yet, considering how much Yulian valued the situation, he reflected that taking others' matters seriously was indeed the hallmark of genuine regard. The night passed uneventfully in the outer city's commercial district. At dawn the next day, Guo Xiao went to the hall of the front court to collect supplies, instructing Yang Biao to bring the personal guard to Xuanda Road at noon. The commander of the inner court was Wang Xianzhi, who had recently been promoted following the significant battles of Gaoping and Jinyang, where countless generals of the imperial court had been executed and many more had been demoted. The resulting vacancies had given rise to a new class of military leaders, marking the first step in Chai Rong's efforts to reorganize the army. Chai Rong was known for his bold and decisive actions. His series of initiatives since taking power reflected his audacity, employing straightforward yet effective strategies. His intention to lead troops into battle was merely the prelude, followed by a significant overhaul of the imperial guards. It appeared that these changes were far from over, suggesting a period of instability ahead. Regardless of Wang Xianzhi's background or character, Guo Xiao was entirely in the dark. He had only encountered him once at Chunxiao Station after being appointed to the inner court, exchanging only a few words. Thus, Guo Xiao resolved to maintain a low profile within the inner court, observing the situation before acting. He certainly would not mobilize troops over trivial matters. However, that morning, while collecting supplies at the hall of the front court, he fortuitously ran into Wang Xianzhi and engaged him in polite conversation. Guo Xiao collected a substantial amount of items, including official robes, armor, and personal effects, along with a variety of other items, including a staff, umbrella, palanquin, plaque, and gong, which required several individuals to transport. Guo Xiao had gleaned that the green umbrella seemed to be a symbol of civil officials, and given the chaotic state of the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, where strict etiquette was almost non-existent, he wondered if the umbrella was indeed meant for the regional governor. After completing the collection, he was unexpectedly granted a sum of 50 guan as relocation assistance. An official from the hall of the front court, accompanied by a group of aides, helped carry Guo Xiao's belongings, which were then handed over to a crowd awaiting outside Chuan Gate. Zui Yu and Yang Luo, accompanied by 17 personal guards, donned plain attire as per Guo Xiao's instructions, without bearing any weapons. Zui Yu, having previously served in a civil capacity, busied himself with organizing the formation of their ranks. At that moment, a large contingent of well-armed cavalry, resplendent in their armor and brandishing military flags, was seen advancing from the direction of Ma Xing Street toward Xuanda Road. Guo Xiao observed them for a while, and, as they drew nearer, he gradually recognized the foremost figures, one of whom was none other than Wang Xianzhi. Upon closer inspection of the banners, he confirmed that they belonged to the inner palace's direct military command. Hastily, he called for the crowd to clear the way, allowing the troops of the inner palace to pass first, while preparing to pay his respects to Wang Xianzhi at the roadside. Just as Guo Xiao raised his fists in greeting, Wang Xianzhi lifted his right hand high, signaling for the army to halt. Dismounting, he approached Guo Xiao directly. Guo Xiao clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "This humble officer pays his respects to Wang Dusi." Gui Yuho, Wang Xianzhi replied, a warm smile gracing his face, exuding a demeanor that appeared exceedingly amiable. Guo Xiao hoped that his cordiality was genuine, reflecting on the fact that they were not previously acquainted nor had any enmity. Why would Wang Xianzhi, a dignitary, bear ill will toward his subordinate? His only concern lay in the character and temperament of this individual, hoping for a harmonious rapport. At that juncture, Wang Xianzhi remarked, "Earlier this morning, I saw you in front of the palace's official office and inquired about your dealings. I see now that you are preparing to receive someone in grand style." Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao thought to himself, "This fellow's nature remains uncertain, but he certainly possesses a penchant for gossip." He responded with a light-hearted smile, "Indeed, I do have such intentions." "Ha!" Wang Xianzhi exclaimed, inexplicably delighted, gesturing toward the multitude of cavalry behind him. "You lack sufficient numbers, Guo Yuho. This is the first cohort of the Eastern Division, 2 units under Du Chang'an, the military commander of the 1st Division, tasked with escorting you." A youthful martial officer behind Wang Xianzhi bowed respectfully. Guo Xiao momentarily stood in astonishment, realizing that while Wang Xianzhi was a superior officer and not ingratiating himself, such actions could certainly be seen as gestures of goodwill. With a joyful clasp of his fists, he replied, "This is most gracious, but it is unnecessary for Wang Dusi to personally bring troops. It is merely a trivial matter of mine and hardly warrants such attention." As he spoke, he pondered briefly, ultimately accepting the goodwill and expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Wang Dusi. I shall treat you to a drink another day to convey my appreciation." Wang Xianzhi waved his hand generously, saying, "Then I shall take my leave for now. We will discuss further matters in the military camp another day. Please proceed with care, Wang Dusi," Guo Xiao courteously urged. At that moment, Guo Xiao's spirits soared. In this era of the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, he found himself in a place where he was utterly alone, devoid of parental support. Yet now Wang Dusi had extended a hand of goodwill, filling him with a sense of elation and the belief that his path was widening. The inner palace's direct military command was not a conventional field army. Its numbers paled in comparison to that of a regular army, divided into 4 squads with 2 units each. Du Chang'an, the military commander of the Eastern Division, held a relatively low military rank. Yet the limited forces of the inner palace still endowed him with some measure of strength. Guo Xiao maintained the posture befitting a superior officer, treating Du Chang'an with appropriate courtesy. The group quickly swelled from 20 to over 70, transforming the procession into a grand spectacle. The sedan chair, adorned with a red canopy, was carried by 4 men, while the personal guards, attired in plain clothes, eagerly vied to bear the chair. Guo Xiao entered the sedan to change into the newly acquired attire. He recalled the previous day's encounter with Lao Huang, realizing that donning armor might render him unrecognizable to the common folk, as many could not discern the intricate patterns on the armor. Instead, The civilian attire of a bureaucrat was far more recognizable to the populace. Thus, he opted for the official robe and donned a lacquered cap. Upon emerging, his appearance elicited laughter from the assembled soldiers. Guo Xiao paid them no mind. He preferred to ride rather than sit in the sedan, as it was customary for generals to mount horses rather than be carried. This street was not a thoroughfare of significance, and it was rare for officials to traverse it. The hurried crowd made way, while street vendors created a chaotic scene. It was midday, with many people bustling about, some already engaged in their lunches, drawn out by the spectacle. As the crowd was pushed to the sides, they filled the streets, creating a bustling throng. Guo Xiao thought to himself that the situation had escalated to this point, and he might as well embrace the chaos. He then sat atop his horse, clasping his fists before the citizens, declaring, "I am Guo Xiao, the newly appointed commander of the Inner Palace and the governor of Qianzhou. I once resided here, and many of you present may recognize me." As he spoke, he chuckled at the absurdity of an official addressing the common folk in such a manner. Yet, he was the only one smiling. The crowd, filled with both trepidation and curiosity, gawked at the imposing display of cavalry. Suddenly, a woman dashed out from the side, dropping to her knees at the roadside, holding up a piece of paper and crying out, "Wronged! Wronged! Noble official, please deliver justice for a humble citizen." Guo Xiao's expression darkened, momentarily stunned. Beside him, Luo and Yang exchanged glances, stifling their laughter as they found the woman's distress too poignant to be humorous. Guo Xiao thought to himself, "What can I do about legal grievances?" In broad daylight, the common folk were indifferent to his title, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. He turned to Zhu Wen, who calmly stepped forward, accepting the paper and declaring, "Come to the Kaifeng Prefecture Gate at the hour of you this evening, and I will assist you in submitting your complaint." The woman exclaimed, "Heavens! I have truly encountered a noble official." Fortuitously, Zhu Wen was quick-witted, allowing Guo Xiao to extricate himself from this unwelcome predicament as he commanded the ceremonial escort to halt. Then, in full view of the onlookers, he gracefully dismounted and strolled towards the blacksmith shop, where 2 wooden boards had already been removed, and he entered. Inside, the place was cluttered with coal dust, iron tools, and the like. Yu Yan was seated on a stool, awaiting his presence. Her cheeks flushed. She wore a patched dress that appeared old, yet was not entirely threadbare. Guo Xiao pondered how he had overlooked providing her with funds for a more suitable outfit. Yu Yan lifted her gaze to him, her voice trembling slightly. In the midst of the dilapidated surroundings, broken bellows, soot-stained walls, and haphazardly arranged, unfinished ironworks, she resembled a pearl amidst the dust. Her legs were tightly together, sitting upright, her hands gripping the edges of her garment. Her ample bosom rose and fell with excitement or anxiety, her breath somewhat labored. Gazing at Guo Xiao with her bright almond-shaped eyes, a complex mix of emotions flickered within. Excitement and anticipation mingled with a hint of trepidation. Her cheeks flushed and lips pressed together as if she struggled to breathe. Yu Yan's skin was fair, but not to the extent of resembling mutton fat, possibly due to her living conditions. Her brows and other delicate features were unkempt, giving her the appearance of an ordinary yet rare beauty, akin to a neighborly older sister, approachable as if one could reach out and touch her. She was not only friendly but also embodied the whimsical nature of a neighborly sister, filled with small thoughts, ambitions, and even a touch of vanity. Having endured hardships and made missteps, she reminded Guo Xiao of a sister from a past life, evoking emotions that stirred deeply within him. Nevertheless, he managed to retain his composure, reminding himself that they were separated by a millennium and bore no relation. Guo Xiao mused, this beautiful woman, regardless of her past, has spent years of her youth enduring hardships here, living earnestly. She is about to leave this place. What is there to hold on to? Are you prepared? The carriage has arrived. He believed that Yu Yan would certainly wish to depart for a better place, to live a better life, as no mortal could remain aloof from worldly desires, and it was evident that she was not above such aspirations. Yet, this sentiment was not something that could be shared by everyone. As he had observed the crowd's expressions while flaunting his authority outside, he sensed that their emotions were a blend of reverence and indifference. I shall refrain from involving myself in the concerns of others. Perhaps many would relish the thought of your swift demise, sparing them the sight of your ostentation. Take, for instance, that corpulent woman from yesterday. Would she genuinely wish you well? These individuals, can sharing with them truly provide any sense of satisfaction? If after achieving prominence, one finds themselves devoid of a single individual willing to contribute or share, devoid of even a single soul who cares, is that not a profound tragedy? It is evident that Guo Xiao's willingness to share begins with Yu Lian. Are you prepared to depart? Yes. Yu Lian rose, her spine straightening. Her head held high as she followed Guo Xiao. Yet, her pretense could deceive others, but not Guo Xiao, for her proximity revealed her inner trepidation, necessitating support. She walked slowly, striving to maintain her composure, while Guo Xiao attentively guided her out. Suddenly, with a resounding clatter, the cavalry unit raised their lances in unison. These soldiers were not only the emperor's personal guards, but often also accompanied the royal family in a display of grandeur, their movements impeccably synchronized and visually striking. This startled Yu Lian, causing her slender shoulders to quiver. Her cheeks flushed, yet she remained steadfast. In the inner hall, the military officer Du Chengui wore a solemn expression, having discerned that this fellow was quite astute. Upon seeing that Guo Xiao was not accompanied by an elder, but by a young woman, he immediately inclined his upper body, saluting with military decorum. We await the lady's ascent to the palanquin. He even omitted addressing Guo Xiao, perhaps realizing that treating the lady with courtesy was more advantageous than flattering Guo Xiao. Yu Lian's face reddened, rendering her speechless. The surrounding populace erupted in murmurs. Many recognized Yu Lian. Having resided here for several years, the merchants of the street surely knew her, and even those at a distance had likely heard of her. For her reputation was poor and gossip abounded. The spectacle of such a woman, at this very moment, rendered the onlookers unable to contain themselves. Indeed, it challenged their perceptions. How could a woman once scorned now bask in such glory? Where's the justice in that? Is that not Yu Lian? Which Yu Lian? The one from a Chun family. Oh, never mind. Keep your voice down. You never wronged her, did you? Beware, Aunt Wang. You have spoken ill of her behind her back, and she surely knows. You see, that Xiao Gu'er has brought honor to his family. Why does Yu Lian not resemble him? I have long asserted that she is not an ordinary person. A raggedly dressed man shook his head. To have a daughter is fine if she marries well. To have a son is to be lost among the weeds. Crowded together, none comprehended the scholaress' words, but soon someone remarked. Earlier this year, it was said that the Khitan and He Dong forces would march upon Dongjing. The emperor himself is leading the expedition. Xiao Gu'er must have achieved great merit on the battlefield to attain such a high position. Indeed, while the men fought abroad, their womenfolk were subjected to indignities. Is that not Xiao Gu'er's wife, the former Yu Lian of the Qin family? Yu Lian felt a surge of anxiety as she cautiously approached the palanquin, her head held high under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Just then, a gaunt, middle-aged woman suddenly collapsed by the roadside, exclaiming, "Lady Yu Lian, I beg you to overlook my past transgressions." She maneuvered on her knees until she was at Yu Lian's feet, clutching her ankle. Yu Lian frowned and looked down to discover it was Aunt Li from the grocery store. The crowd turned to observe, while Guo Xiao watched with a smile, enjoying the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the crowd stirred as a hefty woman rushed forward. Without a word, she kneeled down, a mound of flesh collapsing onto the street. Was that not the owner of the pork shop? Perhaps Aunt Li's display emboldened her. Seeing Aunt Li so frightened, the plump matron followed suit, akin to a duck coming ashore, prompting a flock to follow. I was wrong. I was wrong. The stout woman knelt, pounding her forehead on the ground, her voice booming. Yu Lian, please do not let anyone kill me. Yu Lian, with her neck held high, did not even deign to look at them directly, merely casting a sidelong glance at the two, before finally speaking. I have never regarded you with any esteem. Even if you mistreated me before, I can only feel disdain. Yes, yes. How could we ever compare to you? Lady Yu Lian, you have chosen to forgive us? Yu Lian replied gently. You are not even worthy of jealousy. I cannot be bothered to hold a grudge against you. Release me. Your touch is disgusting. Aunt Li hastily withdrew her hand, and Yu Lian moved to the rear of the palanquin. Guo Xiao, emulating a modern gentleman, elegantly lifted the curtain and extended his strong arm to assist her in ascending. Being attended to by a man donned in official robes and crowned with a black cap, flanked by knights on splendid steeds, the crowd's gaze converged upon her. With the backdrop of authority, Yu Lian momentarily transformed into a noble woman, the focus of envy among the masses. She cast aside her inhibitions, at least for this fleeting moment. She was free from inferiority and sorrow. Noticing Guo Xiao extend his arm, she cared not for decorum, reaching out to grasp his arm as she ascended the palanquin. Her palms bore calluses, yet they remained unseen, while the backs of her hands appeared pristine, a testament to her desire to present her most polished self to the world, concealing her struggles within. With Yu Yin aboard the palanquin, it shifted direction, the bearer of the umbrella changed position, and the rear guard led the way. Guo Xiao mounted his horse, and at that moment, a thought struck him. What would Empress Fu's demeanor be before such a crowd? Surely, she would not engage with them, nor allow them to touch her. One could speculate on her thoughts. Perhaps she harbored no concern for their opinions, viewing these gossiping townsfolk as mere ants. Would one truly be concerned with the perceptions of a swarm of ants scurrying for trivial gains? Perhaps, but it is merely conjecture. After all, Empress Fu had always lived in opulence, never experiencing the fall to the mundane, and to the populace, she was not of this world but rather an ethereal being, distant and unattainable. Yet Yu Yin was entirely different. Today, she feigned indifference while suppressing her true feelings. A closer inspection of her expression revealed a rich tapestry of emotions. She could feel anger, sadness, shyness, a desire for dignity, and a thirst for revenge, albeit expressed in manners distinct from men. Her vengeance was not to publicly humiliate those women with vulgarity. Perhaps her revenge was somewhat impotent, for not all individuals are concerned with their reputation, and not all value the opinions of others. To some shameless individuals, what purpose does humiliation serve? Regardless, Guo Xiao deemed the day's events satisfactory. He promptly disregarded the crowd's gaze, riding ahead of the palanquin, confidently leading the ceremonial procession along Zhuke Avenue. Chapter 33. You are not human. The residence of the Fu family's guard, Wang, is located in the northern section of Daxiangguo Temple, now serving as the abode of the inner hall's military officer, Guo Xiao. This estate, although sizable, can only be regarded as a secondary residence among the aristocracy. Even as a secondary dwelling, it exudes elegance and sophistication. The estate comprises three main sections: the front courtyard, the main courtyard with a central gate tower, and a garden at the rear. The total number of rooms likely amounts to several dozen. The central gate tower is constructed in the style of a grand platform, with a square frame and smooth lines, while the enclosed corridor above arches like a bridge, combining a robust design with a touch of opulence. The rear garden centers around a pond, with a spring at its core, showcasing the meticulous selection of this location. Deep subterranean water flows through this rare spring to the surface, creating a lively stream. This water feeds into the pond, which in turn connects to the drainage system of Dongjing, imbuing the area with vitality. It is no wonder that Empress Fu allowed Guo Xiao to reside here without granting him the deed to the land, though the estate is not large. The Empress likely hesitated to part with it. Guo Xiao was also contemplating another surprise for her, eagerly summoning Dong Weijian and Dong Sanmei to introduce them to her. He had speculated that Dong Sanmei was the sister of Yu Yin, sharing the same surname and hailing from the Gaoping region, as he recalled Yu Yin mentioning her hometown in Hedong Gaoping. Furthermore, Dong Sanmei had an elder sister who had married out, and having witnessed Dong Weijian's intention to sell his daughter, Guo Xiao had wondered if that sister had indeed been sold. Numerous signs led Guo Xiao to assume that Sanmei and Yu Yin were indeed related. Although it seemed rather coincidental, it was not entirely implausible, considering Yu Yin had once been a maid in the household of Li Shoujing in Hezhongfu, and it was not entirely unlikely for them to encounter each other in the capital. Moreover, it was conceivable that the surname Dong was not particularly common in Gaoping. However, upon their meeting, none of the three recognized each other. They exchanged puzzled glances, and the atmosphere was decidedly strange, especially between Yu Yin and Sanmei. Understanding the situation, Guo Xiao discerned that they were not family. If they were sisters who had grown up together, they should have recognized each other after a few years apart. After all, if Dong Weijian were indeed Yu Yin's father, an old man could not drastically change in appearance over the years, and Dong Weijian had not been disfigured. After an awkward moment, Dong Weijian, noticing some resemblance between Yu Yin and Sanmei, initiated a conversation. Eventually, they established a connection, revealing that they were indeed from the same region and had some familial ties, though they themselves were unclear about the specifics. Yu Yin's father and Dong Weijian were acquaintances, having worked together in the past, It was mentioned that Yu Lian's family resided just behind Dong Weijian's home in a village called Aoshan. However, according to Dong Weijian, a disaster had struck their hometown years ago, resulting in the early death of Yu Lian's parents from illness and starvation. Dong Weijian, eager to ingratiate himself, could not resist asking if Yu Lian had married into a good family, perhaps to a noble official's wife. Yu Lian pursed her lips and shook her head in denial. Her expression was not favorable, likely due to the news of her parents' demise, although she did not exaggerate her reaction and said nothing. Guo Xiao understood that their connection was merely one of being fellow townsfolk, and he lost interest, stating as he departed that when he was not home, Yu Lian would be in charge. They were to heed her words and avoid causing trouble. Dong Weijian nodded eagerly, while the quiet and simple-minded Lao Huang grumbled, lamenting the loss of good days to the pursuit of illicit paths. Guo Xiao reflected that Dong Weijian, being from Hudong and having no family left, was truly reckless. It was Lao Huang who was far more reliable, having worked at the blacksmith for several years, and he had a family in Kaifeng. Yu Lian furrowed her brow and said that, out of consideration for their shared hometown, she would plead for leniency on his behalf and not have him sent to the authorities. Dong Weijian thanked her profusely, claiming he had acted out of momentary greed. Yu Lian then turned to Guo Xiao, asserting that Dong Weijian could no longer stay at the Guo residence, as it was Guo Lang's home, and they should not bring troublesome people into their household. She insisted on sending him away. Dong Weijian immediately knelt and pleaded, asking for just a meal, insisting he had been foolish for a moment and would never dare again, mentioning that Yu Lian's father had once worked alongside him. Suddenly, Yu Lian became very angry. She was usually a calm and gentle person, but today, for reasons unknown, perhaps recalling her own experience of being sold, she was infuriated. She exclaimed that he was no relation to Guo Lang, and that being given one chance was merely good fortune, and he should not expect a second opportunity. Her plea for leniency was already exceedingly generous. Guo Xiao remained silent, appreciating Yu Lian's clarity and rationale, which greatly satisfied him. He then glanced at Dong Xianmei, who stood there looking pitiful, her face pale and evidently frightened, unsure of what to do. Guo Xiao inquired about Dong Xianmei, prompting the young girl to look at him with eyes full of yearning, taking a couple of steps closer. He gently asked if she wished to go with her father, reminding her of their familial bond. The girl, without any hesitation, shook her head and softly replied that her father had no money and would surely sell her for profit. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao looked at Dong Weijian with unreserved disdain, remarking on the misfortune of such a wretched man, unable to even keep his own daughter. Initially polite on the road, Guo Xiao's demeanor shifted once he realized the lack of connection between Dong Weijian and Yu Lian, even if Dong Weijian had not stolen anything. He had to leave, albeit for different reasons. Guo Xiao felt no guilt, thinking that it was not his concern. How could he manage everything? If he were to be kind to everyone, he might as well dedicate himself to charity, given the multitude of individuals in need of assistance. Yet, he found himself wanting to help the little girl, perhaps because a girl in distress was more likely to elicit sympathy from someone like Guo Xiao, who held modern sensibilities. Guo Xiao resolved to grant Yu Lian the greatest authority possible in this matter. Suddenly, Dong Weijian began to wail, exclaiming that they could not treat him this way, lamenting his years of care for his daughter. Yu Lian interjected, stating that every place had its good and bad, and this matter was unrelated to Dong Xianmei. If she wished not to go with her father, she could simply be bought. Dong Weijian immediately ceased his cries and raised his head, inquiring how much she would offer. Guo Xiao regarded him with scorn, wondering if he could not at least feign some dignity. He reached into his waist pouch and extracted a handful of small coins. Having not spent much on the midday feast, he handed the money over, stating that in such chaotic times, a person was worth less than a sheep. And this amount was considerable. He concluded with a firm warning that if Dong Weijian lingered, he would not receive even a single penny. Dong Weijian, relieved from his bind, eagerly accepted the money, expressing his gratitude profusely, claiming it would suffice for him to enjoy a good life for a long time, and then he hurried away, not even casting a glance back at Dong Xianmei. Dong Weijian was elated, practically skipping down the road, his behavior incongruous with his age. "You are all inhuman," Yu Lian suddenly exclaimed with emotion. Guo Xiao turned to see her eyes brimming with tears. Covering her mouth, she turned and ran inside. Guo Xiao looked down at the small girl, who gazed up at him with her bright, innocent almond-shaped eyes, wide open in a display of vulnerability. "Xianmei," Yulian softly called. The young girl looked up at her, sensing that her elder sister had no further words to say, and continued to gaze silently at the ornate architecture and picturesque pavilions around them. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the arc of the corridor, reflecting in her large, sparkling eyes, creating a beautiful image of two rainbows. Sanmei had likely never ventured beyond Hedong, perhaps never even leaving their small village. Hedong Gaoping had been a battlefield for years, suffering from drought, locusts, and the ravages of war. In such a place, a village girl like Sanmei would have never witnessed the splendor of the capital. Compared to Hedong, even this residence in Fuzhou was considered a fine dwelling in the capital. Sanmei was so engrossed in her observations that she paid no attention to Yulian. In her gaze, Yulian was reminded of her own past, stepping into the Li family's home in Hezhong for the first time. Back then, she too had marveled at the clarity and beauty of such a place, believing even the corners were filled with sunlight. The innocence of the little girl's heart resonated with Yulian, who felt an unspoken connection to Sanmei's current emotions. Yulian sighed softly and spoke gently. Third sister, perhaps some paths are destined by fate. Will you grow into a woman completely different from me? The young girl looked up, somewhat perplexed by Yulian's words, her expression one of confusion. The courtyard was quiet, with only Yulian and third sister in the vast back garden. Xiao Ge and old Huang were outside, leaving the entire residence with just 4 people. Without mentioning anything else, there was much work to be done in cleaning. Guo Xiao was without parents, children, a wife, brothers, or even relatives, his family line so thin it was almost non-existent. Otherwise, at this moment, relatives might have come to share in everything and help fill the emptiness of this house. But as it stood, Guo Mansion felt desolate. Yulian designated a room for third sister beside the main house facing the pond, telling her, "You will live here from now on. This room belongs to you. Please tidy it up." Third sister rarely spoke, and when she did, her words were brief and spoken in the dialect of the Hedong region. Emerging from the room, Yulian intended to consider how to manage the garden, knowing that Xiao Ge was too occupied to assist. Yet, she suddenly felt a tumult of emotions, fatigue overtaking her even before dusk. Approaching the pond adorned with lotus leaves, she caught a glimpse of herself in the water, instinctively reaching up to touch her cheek. But why was she ensnared by an inexplicable sorrow at that moment? Perhaps it was the realization that her parents were gone, leaving her without a day of happiness. Or perhaps it was witnessing a father sell his daughter. At that moment, she heard Guo Xiao's voice ask, "What are you thinking about?" Yulian quickly turned to see him approaching the pond. She forced a smile, wishing to convey her happiness, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. Guo Xiao observed her closely. "What's the matter? Are you still upset about that person? Out of sight, out of mind. Just get rid of him and ignore it." Yulian shook her head, suppressing her strained smile, her brows slightly furrowed. Her naturally shaped eyebrows, without any trace of grooming, appeared somewhat thick, with fine, unruly hairs beneath that made them seem a bit rough. Yulian's hair appeared abundant, both delicate and dense. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I am not thinking about that person." Having completed his tasks for the day, Guo Xiao, now in a period of rest, had become patient, his tone gentle. "Then what are you thinking about?" Yulian said, "I will not forget what you did for me today." Guo Xiao responded absent-mindedly, not particularly invested, his interest piqued by the orange-yellow reflections shimmering on the lake's surface. The natural beauty was such that it could make one forget they were in the grand city of Tokyo. Yulian pursed her lips. "If one day you are forced to, or if you grow weary, let me die. I only wish to live one last time. I am truly exhausted." Guo Xiao was taken aback. Yulian's eyes brimmed with the melancholy of the setting sun. "If only I were third sister. I know I can only be one of your possessions. But I do not wish to be sold again." This was her second time confiding in him. And suddenly Guo Xiao seemed to understand. People from ancient times did not express themselves too directly. Her boldness in sharing her feelings was, in fact, a confession, wasn't it? Guo Xiao stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the garden, emotions drifting gently in a breeze, creating ripples upon the water surface. Guo Xiao felt a surge of emotion, but did not know how to articulate it, nor how to comfort her. Had he, after years of becoming a military man, completely assimilated into a mere soldier? Guo Xiao felt a silent frustration and touched his forehead. In his previous life, he had been well-read. Why was his mind now a blank slate? Observing his speechlessness, Yulian offered a forced smile and softly said, "It's fine. I will go prepare a meal for you. Guo Xiao wanted to see her genuine smile. Not this fade of forced cheer, but what could he say that would truly matter? After a moment of contemplation, he finally regained his composure and pointed out a dandelion nearby to Yulian. She followed his gaze and indeed saw a plant with white blossoms. As the breeze blew, the delicate petals carried seeds into the air. She wondered why Guo Xiao had suddenly taken an interest in such a small plant. Just as she pondered this, his voice reached her ears. That dandelion grew from a crevice in the stone. It was once just a seed, like those white flowers floating in the air. Where it lands is determined by the wind. It is small and cannot choose where it falls, if luck is not on its side. It may land in a barren crevice, yet it can choose to strive to survive and grow, relying solely on the scant moisture available. Look, even though it grew in a crevice, it has still sprouted green leaves and bloomed beautiful white flowers. Yulian gazed intently at his face and eyes, and suddenly realized that despite spending many days around the forge, she had not fully grasped all aspects of him. This man, often clad in armor that instilled fear, could also possess such a gentle demeanor. Guo Xiao's voice lowered, as if afraid the dandelion might overhear. I understand your thoughts. You often grapple with your shortcomings. I want to tell you, it is all right. In my eyes, you are like a beautiful dandelion, somewhat unfortunate, yet resilient throughout these days. Yulian clearly understood. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that revealed her feelings. Guo Xiao's praise was sincere and persuasive, implying he liked her, but did not find her wanting. Do you truly think so? She asked, and Guo Xiao nodded without hesitation. Yulian, being quite astute, should have quickly comprehended that this was a roundabout way of expressing his feelings, initiated by her. I will repay you, she murmured shyly. The words she had spoken the day before seemed to echo in her ears, intertwining seamlessly. She felt an increasing desire to understand Guo Xiao, her gaze during dinner betraying that her thoughts were entirely consumed by him. She now yearned not only to learn about his surface, but also to delve into his inner self. Do you have an elder sister? Yulian could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Just moments before, Guo Xiao had been seated, fiddling with a nearby inkstone, pondering how much it might be worth in modern times. Suddenly, he saw Yulian enter with that expression and froze. The outside world had darkened, and only a candle flickered within the room, leaving them, a man and a woman, alone in the late night. She was even somewhat disheveled. Guo Xiao gulped nervously, his heart racing. After several years in the past, he had yet to find an opportunity to grow close to a woman. In an instant, he felt as if he had forgotten all his previous experiences, paralyzed by anxiety. Yulian approached with a flushed face, her hand gripping the hem of her garment, as if awaiting something. Guo Xiao found himself immobilized, as if his hands and feet were glued in place. Staring blankly like a fool, Yulian appeared tense as well, unable to utter a word, stealing glances at Guo Xiao. After a brief moment, she gently took his hand, her palms somewhat rough, yet emanating a refreshing fragrance. She trembled as she grasped Guo Xiao's right hand, slowly guiding it beneath her skirt, resting it on her smooth thigh. In the stillness of the night, her heavy breaths filled the air. Chapter 35. The young master of the Xiang family. 1. He planned to rise early, as there was something weighing on his mind. Today, Xiang Sun was hosting a feast, and for Guo Xiao, Xiang Sun was akin to a benefactor who recognized his worth. Without Xiang Sun's recommendation through Prime Minister Wang Pu, it was uncertain whether Guo Xiao could swiftly attain the position of Nidianji Douyu. This favor was something he must hold dear to his heart. Today, Xiang Sun is hosting a banquet in Tokyo to celebrate the full moon of his youngest son, a matter he had previously mentioned. Guo Xiao felt compelled to attend and was determined to arrive punctually. After all, a child's full moon celebration, though seemingly trivial, serves as an occasion for relatives and friends to connect and share the joys and sorrows of their lives. However, Guo Xiao was anxious not to neglect his obligation to Xiang Sun, recognizing that the affairs of others indeed warrant attention. Observing Yulian in a deep slumber, he carefully propped her head up with his right hand, attempting to free his left arm from beneath her. Unfortunately, this motion roused her from her sleep. She yawned, lazily stretched with her eyes still closed, and then opened her sleepy gaze to find Guo Xiao, momentarily startled, as if recalling that they had shared a bed the previous night. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck in an affectionate embrace. Guo Xiao gently remarked, I have something important to attend to today. His tone, rising and falling melodiously, bore a hint of playful charm. It is the full moon of General Xiang Sun's child. I must first consult Zhu Wen about the proper etiquette. The intricacies of officialdom elude me for now, and I must prepare accordingly. Guo Xiao sought to soothe her. He chuckled, I shall manage a light meal outside. There is no need to worry about it. How is it that I felt no pain? Well, perhaps just a little. But at that moment, I hardly paid it any mind, Yu Lian whispered softly. I always thought such matters would be as painful as childbirth. An inevitable suffering that a woman must endure to serve her husband. What matters? Guo Xiao inquired, inadvertently. Yu Lian's cheeks flushed as she playfully pinched his arm. You're pretending to be oblivious. Guo Xiao was not feigning ignorance. His thoughts had been occupied with Xiang Sun. Upon witnessing her bashful demeanor, he teasingly fabricated, yesterday, I noticed you frowning, your face flushed, and even shedding tears. I assumed you were in distress, but was I mistaken? Yu Lian frowned and retorted, how can you speak of me in such a manner? I am quite upset. As she contemplated, it dawned on her. Are you suggesting that such physical matters are connected to one's emotional state? Indeed, there is a connection, Guo Xiao replied with a smile. From the morning's engagement in the bustling marketplace, fulfilling her desire for social recognition, to the afternoon's efforts to instill a sense of affection and warmth, he had meticulously crafted an atmosphere conducive to her happiness. How could she not feel content? If she were not willingly inclined, she would not have approached him for intimacy. For no one compelled her to do so. He could sense Yu Lian's joy and mused. Only those who have truly experienced despair can comprehend genuine happiness, just as only those who have known hunger can appreciate the allure of food. After resting in bed for a while, Guo Xiao rose and encouraged Yu Lian to sleep a bit longer. He rummaged through his belongings, but found no suitable attire to wear to Xiang Sun's celebration. It would be inappropriate to don armor or official robes. As Xiang Sun was a prominent general, akin to a commander of a major military district in the south, he was held in high regard. Naturally, many esteemed guests would be present. To attend such an occasion in worn-out garments would be most unbecoming. Guo Xiao planned to seek out a ready-made outfit to purchase. He could hardly blame Yu Lian, who had only just arrived the previous afternoon and, managing the household alone, was understandably too rushed to attend to every detail. Guo Xiao had also neglected to inform her of today's event, further compounding the oversight. Who would consider what attire to wear? Zhu Yu advised Guo Xiao to bring a modest gift and contribute 60 coins. As the full moon celebration was a joyous occasion, 60 being an even number symbolizing harmony and auspiciousness. Moreover, this sum was appropriate, as Xiang Sun had long been in the emperor's service and would not be in want of such a paltry amount. It would be inappropriate to flaunt wealth or appear miserly. Conversely, a contribution too meager would seem disrespectful, given the care and friendship Xiang Sun had extended to Guo Xiao. Heeding Zhu Yu's counsel, Guo Xiao complied. Upon arriving at Xiang Sun's residence in Tokyo, Guo Xiao was immediately struck by the bustling scene, with numerous guests in attendance. From high-ranking officials to various individuals hoping to curry favor during this auspicious event, the entrance to Xiang Sun's estate was crowded. Servants hurried about, creating a lively atmosphere. Guo Xiao was ushered into a hall within the inner courtyard, where 4 tables were set. The individuals at his table rose to greet him, though he did not recognize any of them. They introduced themselves with a lengthy recitation of titles and names, which Guo Xiao struggled to memorize. Although he retained some names, he often forgot their respective positions. He did not see his superior, Wang Xianzhi, at the table. Perhaps he was seated at a different table. For Wang Xianzhi was of a higher rank, and thus might not belong to the same circle. As Guo Xiao scanned the hall, he still could not spot Wang Xianzhi. After a while, he finally caught sight of him, accompanied by a large entourage of 11 or 12 individuals. Leading the group was none other than the Marshal General Zhao Kuangyin. The sudden influx of guests, aside from Wang Xianzhi and Zhao Kuangyin, included a young man whose face was strikingly familiar, not from having seen him before, but because he bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Kuangyin, with a round face, wide forehead, sparse eyebrows, large eyes, a flat nose, thick lips, a double chin, and a short, stout neck. He appeared as if he had been molded from the same template as Zhao Kuangyin, though the creator had used different materials for their features. The young man's complexion was a rosy hue, quite the opposite of Zhao Kuangyin's darker skin. When they walked together, it created a disorienting illusion. Was this young man Zhao Kuangyin's son or brother? Zhao Kuangyin seemed scarcely 30, while the young man appeared to be at least 16 or 17. Fully grown, and therefore unlikely to be his son, he must be a brother. Otherwise, his resemblance to Zhao Kuangyin would be too striking. And he wouldn't be walking alongside him. Guo Xiao pondered, could it be Song Taizong, Zhao Kuangyi? His assumption proved correct. As the group entered, they exchanged greetings and introductions, with particular emphasis on the young man, whose name was indeed Zhao Kuangyi. The banquet at Xiang Sun's abode was quite remarkable, featuring 2 emperors of the Tang Dynasty in attendance. Zhao Kuangyin and his companions did not join Guo Xiao's table, but instead took their seats at a higher table. The camaraderie among them was unmistakable, referring to each other as brother and younger brother, reminiscent of the bond shared by Yang Biao and Luo Mengzi. Wang Xianzhi was also engaged in jovial conversation with them, displaying a level of familiarity. However, unlike Yang Biao and Luo Mengzi, most of these individuals were mid-ranking generals of the imperial guards, with some even holding the rank of senior generals in the palace. Otherwise, they would not have qualified to enter the inner courtyard of Xiang Sun's residence. Guo Xiao mused, does Brother Chai know about your faction in the imperial guards? At the farthest table, a hushed conversation broke out, with someone remarking that the group had long been known as the 10 Brothers. It was rumored that Zhao Kuangyin was to be promoted to senior general in the palace, cautioning that one should be mindful not to offend them after a few drinks. The voice was particularly low, but fortunately, Guo Xiao, seated at the same table, overheard. The 10 Brothers? Could they refer to the Brotherhood of Righteousness? Another nearby voice chimed in. I had little impression of them before. How did they rise so quickly? Indeed, we should drink in moderation and not press too hard. Just then, more guests arrived, including the host, Xiang Sun, who appeared delighted and boisterously announced, Please, Prime Minister Wang, take your seat. He then turned to the assembled guests and clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed colleagues, your presence today has illuminated my humble abode. I did not anticipate such a turnout. Should I have neglected to attend to any details, I ask for your understanding and patience. Xiang Sun felt an immense joy, devoid of any negligence. Everyone stood up, and someone suggested, let us first invite Wang Changxiang to take a seat. He then pondered that since Wang Pu and the 10 Brothers of Yi she had not entered together, it could be inferred that this group had no connection to Wang Pu. In chapter 36, the scene unfolded as Xiang Sun finished his lines with laughter, appearing quite elated. Today was a momentous occasion, and naturally, he should be joyful. Perhaps he also felt that in front of so many guests, it was essential to revel in the moment. The crowd continued to chatter boisterously until Wang Changxiang was invited to sit in the esteemed position. Before long, several attendants entered the room, arranging 2 square tables together. They placed a variety of items upon them, including an inkstone, a short sword sheath, books, bowls, and strings of coins, forming a circle. Amidst the merriment, a nurse entered holding a child, who, being quite clever, observed the people in the room without crying. The martial generals erupted in cheers, with someone enthusiastically exclaiming, Let us see what the second son of General Xiang can capture. Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter, and one voice chimed in, Hey, the second son of Xiang does not wish to inherit his father's legacy. Xiang Sun smiled and replied, If the young one enjoys reading, then that is certainly a good thing. Should he one day become as learned as Wang Qingxiang, a pillar of the state, would that not be splendid? Seated in the esteemed position, Wang Pu chuckled and stroked his goatee with a smile. The others, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice spoke up. I have a suggestion. Why not compose a poem to celebrate General Xiang, inspired by the scene and sentiment of today? The crowd turned to see it was Zhao Kuangyi, the younger brother of Zhao Diyuho, who had spoken. Zhao Kuangyi appeared plump and youthful, his voice still retaining a hint of childishness, lacking the ruggedness of the men around him. As a young man with delicate features, Zhao Kuangyi was polite and harmless, entirely reliant on his elder brother, Zhao Diyuho, to be present at such an event. Thus, the guests did not feel compelled to show him much respect and openly express their dissent. What poem? Are you joking? Haha, I can drink. But what is this poetry nonsense? Unexpectedly, Xiang Sun interjected. If Wang Chengxiang could grant my son a poem, it would be a treasure beyond measure. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately supported Xiang Sun. After all, Wang Pu was a learned chancellor, surely capable of composing poetry. If he were suddenly inspired, would it not be tasteless to prevent him from writing? Wang Pu, in a cheerful mood today, was genuinely a distinguished guest in Xiang Sun's eyes. Having received great respect and flattery from him, he could not bear to refuse Xiang Sun and the goodwill of the assembled generals. So he stroked his chin and began to ponder. This calm gesture seemed to communicate to everyone. I shall compose a poem. The crowd fell momentarily silent, eagerly awaiting. However, some among them may not have understood that even if Wang Pu were to compose an immortal masterpiece, it would likely be lost on certain individuals. Wang Xianzhi. I do have a couple of lines in mind, but the latter part eludes me at the moment. Poetry is often serendipitous. One cannot simply wait idly for inspiration. Xiang Sun quickly responded, having 2 lines is already wonderful. Poetry is not merely about length. Some may write dozens of lines, yet produce nothing of worth, while a few well-crafted lines can surpass them. Enough, enough, Wang Pu waved his hand. Today, Guo Xiao realized that Xiang Sun was not just a martial general. He was quite different from those who merely excelled in battle. Xiang Sun was adept at flattery, skillfully complimenting others without belittling himself. A natural talent that did not cross the line. Even if Wang Pu recognized Xiang Sun's intentional flattery, he would appreciate it and not take offense. One could easily discern this from Wang Pu's expression. A person may remain unperturbed in the face of calamity, but that does not mean they do not express their emotions through words and actions. Indeed, Wang Pu began to recite, the jujube flowers, though small, can bear fruit. Mulberry leaves, though tender, yield silk. Well done. Regardless of whether they understood the nuances, the crowd erupted in applause. Guo Xiao, too, joined in the joyous atmosphere, cheering along. Wang Pu then waved his hand. Since I have begun, let others contribute with a couple of lines to congratulate General Xiang's second son. Young man, your surname is Zhao. Wang Pu turned to Zhao Kuangyi, giving a nod to Zhao Kuangyi. Zhao Kuangyi replied, I am Zhao Kuangyi. In the exchange, the crowd became noisy again. Who was interested in a chubby youth introducing himself? They returned to their own conversations and laughter. Consequently, when Zhao Kuangyi recited his poetry, even Guo Xiao could not clearly discern what he had sung. However, when it was Zhao Kuangyi's turn, the surroundings quieted slightly. Even though some continued to laugh loudly, they were reminded by their companions to listen momentarily. Zhao Kuangyi then composed a quatrain, which Guo Xiao found rather unimpressive, akin to a half-hearted doggerel. Perhaps Song Taizu was better suited to seizing the realm than to crafting poetry, or perhaps he lacked the inspiration and haste. After all, not everyone could compose poetry as effortlessly as Chao Ji. Though Guo Xiao could not write poetry himself, he had memorized some and had a basic understanding of appreciation. He could discern good from bad. Then it was the turn of the martial generals, who wasted no time in their contributions. One boldly declared, the sun rises, crimson as a blush, hardening the stones beneath. This provoked a round of laughter, prompting Zhao Kuangyi to shake his head. Enough, enough. What are you composing? At least respond to the occasion. Following this, the martial generals fell silent, and it was Guo Xiao's turn. If martial generals possessed greater literary talent than the chancellor, what need was there for a chancellor? Wang Pu could not fight nor boast martial skills, and it would be quite embarrassing if a 19-year-old young general surpassed him in talent. Last time Guo Xiao was promoted directly to Nei Dianji Diuho, it was likely due to Wang Pu's recommendation. Although Wang Pu had acted out of consideration for Xiang Sun, he had still elevated Guo Xiao. Was it wise to publicly embarrass the chancellor who had promoted him? Guo Xiao intended to avoid such useless posturing, which also spared him from pondering an appropriate poem. Just as he was about to excuse himself, the fellow who had recited the sun and stone poems spoke disrespectfully again. Guo Xiao felt frustrated and did not wish to engage in a public quarrel. Should he simply endure it? Guo Xiao thought he could tolerate it, as it was ultimately trivial banter. However, if there was no need to swallow his pride, he would not allow himself to suffer unnecessarily. Why should he accommodate someone who could not even craft a simple doggerel? Guo Xiao promptly declared, I have it. The crowd, seeing his youthful demeanor as a young general seated among them, anticipated the humor that might ensue. This banquet had devolved into a farce, where the poetry initiated by Zhao Kuangyi had transformed into a display of martial generals mocking one another's literary inadequacies. Guo Xiao calmly recited, O little second son, carrying your school bag to class, unafraid of the sun's scorching rays nor the tempest's fury, only fearing the teacher's scolding for being lazy, lacking knowledge and feeling ashamed before your parents. While some martial generals might not grasp Wang Pu's exquisite poetry, none could fail to comprehend this playful verse. The sight of such words emerging from Guo Xiao's tall and imposing figure was bound to induce laughter. The crowd exchanged glances and, after a moment, broke into uproarious laughter, doubling over with mirth. There was a rather exaggerated fellow, pounding the table with laughter, nearly in tears, and one could fear he might roll on the ground in his mirth. How could the host, Xiang Sun, endure such a spectacle? As Guo Xiao and the others finished their laughter, with only the echoes of chuckles remaining, he smiled and addressed the general who had just spoken of his Xiao Erlang poem, asking, "Which do you believe is superior, my Xiao Erlang song or your Sunshine on Stone poem?" The general found himself in an awkward predicament. Guo Xiao was unperturbed by the prospect of offending him. What consequence could there be from a brash general known for his loose tongue? Perhaps he would forget his displeasure in an instant. Yet at that moment, Guo Xiao noticed Zhao Kuangyi, who had been entirely overlooked, and a fleeting shadow crossed the gentle, chubby face of the young man, causing Guo Xiao to feel a twinge of surprise. This brief expression went unnoticed by others. Only Guo Xiao observed it. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, for he was but 16 or 17. Could he possess such depth of thought? Regardless, Guo Xiao composed himself. It would be unwise to leave a negative impression on Zhao Kuangyi upon their first meeting. Although he held a disdain for the chubby youth, he did not wish to forge an unnecessary enmity, which would serve no purpose. Seizing the opportunity while the attention of the crowd remained on him, Guo Xiao declared, "I must apologize for the laughter. I believe that, apart from Chancellor Wang, the Zhao brothers possess the most literary talent today." Chapter 37. The witty man Guo Xiao praised Zhao Kuangyi, yet no one echoed his sentiment or even acknowledged him. The disappointment and gloom that surfaced on Zhao Kuangyi's features indicated that he had been grossly disregarded, denied even the basic respect he deserved. Only Guo Xiao offered him encouragement, and Zhao Kuangyi cast a grateful glance in his direction, though Guo Xiao's praise was insincere. He had not even caught the essence of the poem Zhao Kuangyi had recited. For reasons unknown, this was Guo Xiao's first encounter with Zhao Kuangyi, and inexplicably, he felt an aversion towards him. He had not felt this way upon meeting Zhao Kuangyi in Gaoping. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps the histories of previous lives had provided him with a forewarning. Zhao San, Zhao Kuangyi, the third son, as the eldest brother had died young, would later become Song Taizong, a ruler of notable military ineptitude, who resorted to castrating warriors to ensure that none could pose a threat to his reign by being equally incapable. Thus, the balance of civil and military power shifted from one extreme during the Five Dynasties to another. Humanity progressed from the blade to the civility of rhetoric, evolving into intricate theories designed to baffle the masses, allowing someone who has violated familial bonds to preach the eradication of desire. Meanwhile, a faction of men clamored for the 3 obediences and 4 virtues for women, proclaiming chastity as more precious than life, declaring that all who are not virgins deserve death, while leaving princesses and a multitude of women to the whims of foreign armies, a paradoxical situation wherein the women, who could have escaped, were instead captured and subjected to various torments. Through unfathomable theories, they justified their actions as being in the best interest of the state, soothing the fragile egos of the Jin, people who felt they had plundered too little. In time, they believed, once they had exhausted the thousands of women from the Great Song, they would lose the impetus to continue their southern incursions. This was Guo Xiao's astute perception of the men surrounding Song Taizong. He relied solely on his intuition and the simplest of truths to grasp historical realities. Indeed, those men were cunning, devising every possible scheme to enjoy and solidify the benefits of their position, perpetuating their fame throughout history while reaping both renown and wealth. Most importantly, Guo Xiao himself was a warrior, and if the emperor were to be Zhao Kuangyi, he feared for the future of his fellow generals. Thus, he found it impossible to harbor any fondness for Zhao San. The banquet at Xiang Sun's continued, the overall atmosphere remaining joyous. Zhao Kuangyi and his companions toasted and drank heartily, fostering a brotherly bond. As Zhao Kuangyi became increasingly inebriated, he grew excited, feeling a kinship with a general named Li Jixuan. He sure dared not intervene. This woman, usually gentle and amiable, possessed a somewhat timid nature. Her family was not of high birth. Her father was merely a low-ranking officer. Nonetheless, during Zhao Kuangyi's marriage negotiations, the Zhao family was considered a suitable match. As Zhao Kuangyin ascended to the rank of palace guard, he had already crossed the threshold into a different social stratum. He sure, being in a vulnerable position, yielded to the Zhao family's wishes, particularly deferring to the matriarch, displaying more filial piety than even a biological daughter would. How could she dare to obstruct her husband's late-night escapades? The palace guard was not merely a military unit, but a system that paralleled the emperor's personal guards. Zhao Kuangyin was on the verge of attaining a position among the highest echelons of military command, a status of great significance. Now he sure stood before him, and with her second brother absent, Zhao San was enveloped in an indescribable longing. The elder brother's wife, the legitimate spouse, Zhao San felt an uncontrollable attraction to anything belonging to his brother, especially that which his brother cherished. Since childhood, he had witnessed his brother receive accolades from all, commanding respect wherever he went, while Zhao San remained in the shadows, often overlooked. Admiration mingled with the belief that anything belonging to his brother was inherently good and desirable. Had he sure not been his brother's wife and lacking in beauty, Zhao San would have held no interest whatsoever. Yet she was his brother's woman. Zhao San was aware that such thoughts were inappropriate and against decorum. He knew well the risks involved, yet in that moment he found himself enthralled by an inexplicable excitement. Fearful of exposure, he felt a thrill at the thought of his plans, which seemed utterly flawless in his mind. He remained silent, his heart racing with anticipation and trepidation, reveling in the delightful sensation of his pulse quickening. He sure remarked, "Youngest brother, you are still quite young. Do not drink too much." She cared for her family, yet could not impose restrictions. Zhao San nodded and returned home. This residence was familiar to him. He knew every blade of grass and every wall intimately. In that moment, he felt exceedingly clever and astute. Chapter 38. Sowing discord. Zhao San approached his tasks with an audacity that often exceeded expectations, yet at the slightest setback his resolve would waver, and fear would creep in. Aware of his own tendencies, he resolved to press on with determination. Just as he was about to stealthily enter He Shi's chamber, he caught sight of a shadow moving by the wall under the light, startling him into retreating to a tree in the courtyard. In the lush summer foliage, he melded with the shadows, stifling his breath and remaining utterly still. Once concealed, he observed a maidservant carrying a basin emerge from the eaves. Upon realizing she was merely a maid, Zhao San was filled with anger. "You nearly ruined my plans. I shall deal with you later." A vengeful resentment brewed within him as he focused intently on identifying the maid. Resolute in his intent, he vowed that she would pay for her interference. As she passed, Zhao San did not linger. Noticing the coast was clear, he swiftly and quietly slipped into the room, closing the door behind him. Inside, he searched for a place to hide, but the screen partition made it difficult to find a suitable spot, particularly due to his size. It dawned on him that he had overlooked this crucial detail. He had not considered where he might conceal himself. He initially contemplated crawling beneath the bed, but it was too low for him to fit. Zhao San exerted himself, lifting the bed entirely, a consequence of his substantial physique. He found himself unable to fit into a wardrobe, and with no place to hide, his fear escalated. The earlier close call with the maid flooded his mind. If this affair were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. Yet, the moment he craved was tantalizingly close, and he found himself unwilling to relent. Everyone perceived him as youthful, plump, and harmless, a good soul with a penchant for reading. Surely, no one would suspect him capable of such acts. Despite his outward charm, had he not managed to win over the lady for himself? As he pondered and attempted to convince himself, he suddenly heard voices outside, drawing nearer. Alarmed, Zhao San hastily retreated behind the door, considering that lacking a hiding place might allow him to catch the frail He Shi off guard. However, his quick wit reminded him that if there were voices, there must be more than one person. How could he possibly control two individuals? In a state of desperation, he noticed a large portrait hanging on the wall. The dim light offered him cover, and he dashed to stand before the painting, attempting to pose as one of the figures depicted. Yet, as the door creaked open, he realized the folly of his plan and cursed himself for such a poor idea. With no time to waste, he maneuvered around the screen and heard the door's hinges squeak ominously. With no other recourse, he rushed to the wardrobe, pulled it aside, and concealed himself behind it. However, the wardrobe's position, away from the wall, was conspicuous, and should anyone notice it, his hiding spot would be compromised. The danger loomed large, instilling a profound fear in him that made his legs tremble. Moments later, the door closed, and he could hear the sound of the latch clicking shut. He hoped that only he sure had entered. If she were alone, she would not secure the door immediately. Zhao San felt painfully visible behind the wardrobe, terrified that he sure might discover the oddity of his presence and scream. A shadow holding a lamp entered, and he longed to leap out and cover her mouth, but feared the timing was wrong. The moment had slipped away, and if he startled her into a scream, what could he say when the family rushed in? Would he simply claim to be wandering about? Paralyzed by his mounting dread, he remained there, wrestling with his thoughts. Remarkably, no one seemed to notice his presence. Perhaps his determination had earned him divine favor. However, the risk of being discovered remained imminent. Steeling himself, he cautiously peered out. He sure was standing before the bed, leisurely undressing, her movements relaxed as she was alone in her chamber. Seizing the moment, Zhao San nimbly emerged and stealthily approached her from behind. He swiftly covered her mouth with his hand and pushed her onto the bed. He sure gasped in shock, flailing her limbs and grasping at his hands. But her delicate frame was no match for his strength. Despite her struggles, she could not prevail. Upon recognizing him, her eyes filled with surprise and questions, and her resistance weakened slightly, for he was a familiar face, not a stranger. However, as realization dawned upon her regarding his intentions, her struggles intensified. Zhao San, covering her mouth, felt immense anxiety himself. He had not brought any ropes or cloth to silence her. He understood that mere force was insufficient. He had a reason with her. "You are too beautiful. I cannot resist," he implored in a trembling voice. "If you yield to me, I shall treat you well." He sure shook her head vigorously, unable to articulate her protest. Incoherent sounds escaped her lips. Zhao San, overwhelmed by fear, excitement, and tension, pressed down on her mouth, his body brushing against her back. "Your husband is often away. My company would be a blessing. No one will know." He attempted to remove her skirt but struggled to manage both restraining her mouth and holding her down. Despite her frailty, she remained a challenge to contain. "You know how much I desire you, day and night. For you, I would do anything," he continued, his fervor unyielding. "To kiss you, I would willingly face death. Just nod, and I shall release you. We can be discreet. I assure you, I can make it enjoyable." After a while, he sure, exhausted but still furious, shook her head defiantly. He remained hesitant to release his grip on her mouth, knowing that if this affair were to be revealed, he would face the consequences. "I might endure a beating, but I am still your brother-in-law. Our mother is still alive. You do not know how she feels about me. Do you think your husband would harm his own brother for a woman? But your fate would not be so fortunate. Once you lose your virtue, you will be discarded like refuse. He has long considered casting you aside, merely out of pity. Reflect on your fate. You think you could escape? You would only tarnish his reputation, leaving you with no path forward. Our mother would prefer your demise. The cleaner, the better." Zhao San warned, "If I release you, do not scream. I will claim that you seduced me, sowing discord between brothers." Yet still uneasy, he added menacingly, "Do you understand?" He sure nodded reluctantly, hoping to gain her freedom. Once released, she gasped for breath and firmly commanded, "Leave at once. I will never yield to you. If you dare to tarnish my name, I shall leap into the well tonight." Zhao San paused, contemplating her words. If she truly feared death, would she not risk everything and expose him? He quickly adopted a more amicable demeanor. "Why suffer? Have you not realized your position is at stake? If you submit to me, we can unite and ensure your status as the legitimate wife remains intact. You underestimate my influence in our mother's eyes. You despicable, duplicitous fiend." He sure seethed. "How could I have been so blind?" Zhao San retorted with a cold smile, "Do not regret it. Our family is on the cusp of wealth and fortune. After enduring this long, would you truly wish to miss out on the good days that lie ahead? Get out. I command you to leave." He sure hissed. Her voice lowered, indicating her desire for discretion. Though she resisted his words, he spoke some truth. After the tumult and fear, Zhao San's earlier desires had dissipated significantly, and he found himself lacking in interest. His fervor cooled, replaced by trepidation. He was consumed by the thought, would he sure divulge their encounter? She would likely remain silent. Yet he still felt uneasy, for her lips held the power of revelation. As he hesitated, he sure coldly remarked, "I will inform your brother of your beastly behavior. How terrifying it is for one so young to act in such a manner. Fury and fear surged within Zhao San as he lunged at her, his hands clutching her throat. Yet, he hesitated. This was murder. Should he leave marks? What would become of him? He growled, "Why won't you just perish? You wretched woman, why do you linger in the Zhao household? We have granted you a life of luxury, and yet you wish to sow discord among us." Chapter 39. The Buddha Speaks. Zhao Mu shook her head, implying that the daughter of the Wang family did not wish to marry the third son or had feelings for him. Zhao Kuangyin quickly responded, "That is out of the question. Wang Xianzhi holds a higher position than I. Marrying into the Zhao family would be a step down, and she could never become a concubine. I'm already married, and my first wife remains. How could I take another?" I conveyed the same to the third son. Zhao Mu replied. Unexpectedly, upon meeting He Shi, she displayed a peculiar expression and said, "Husband, you must be wary of Sandy." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Kuangyin raised his hand and struck her, delivering a resounding slap that sent He Shi sprawling to the ground, rebuking, "You have learned nothing good but slander." He was instantly filled with rage and turned to leave, noticing Zhao Kuangyi still lingering in the courtyard. Zhao Kuangyi hurried over, attempting to calm him. "Second brother, please temper your anger." Zhao Kuangyin shot him a glare, snorted dismissively, and thought to himself, "Sandy often lacks discretion, but being my younger brother, he cannot be too far gone at heart." Just then, the gatekeeper announced that someone was seeking an audience. Zhao Kuangyin inquired if the visitor had a name card. The gatekeeper replied, "No, it is a female Taoist who claims to be the master's." Upon hearing this, Zhao Kuangyin immediately ordered the gatekeeper to admit the guest. However, the visitor turned out to be a middle-aged woman with dark skin, not much lighter than Zhao Kuangyin himself. She presented a letter, stating that the head of Yuzhan Guan wished to meet him regarding urgent matters. Zhao Kuangyin opened the letter and indeed recognized the handwriting of Jing Yang. Yuzhan Guan is the Taoist temple where Yu Lian had resided for several months, located within the inner city of Dongjing. The head of the temple, known as Yuzhan, was actually named Jing Yang, a woman Zhao Kuangyin had encountered during his travels in his youth. She had feigned abduction by bandits, prompting Zhao Kuangyin to rescue her. Later, he discovered that she could not have been captured by mere bandits, as her martial prowess was exceptional in a fair fight. Zhao Kuangyin would not have been her match, making the need for a rescue quite absurd. He had no intention of marrying a woman of the Jianghu, and there were reasons for that. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Kuangyin instructed his servants to prepare horses and then retrieved several gold ingots from his collection, wrapping them in cloth. The meeting was to take place at the dining hall of the Xianghu Temple, and Zhao Kuangyin found it rather amusing that a Taoist would come to a Buddhist temple for a meeting. He thought to himself that Jing Yang must be engaging in some nonsense. Furthermore, that temple was not a legitimate Taoist establishment. Leaving his entourage outside, Zhao Kuangyin entered the temple alone to meet the guest. The Xianghu Temple was not a place for frivolity. Both officials and noble families had contributed offerings there, and the temple held considerable influence, making it unwise for anyone to cause trouble within its confines. Jing Yang was tall, with long legs, entirely unlike the typical modest woman. She appeared more robust than some men. Her face bore a cold expression, and her eyes sparkled with a fierce intelligence, immediately revealing that she was no docile or easily manageable woman. Zhao Kuangyin clasped his fists and addressed her. Jing Yang returned a respectful bow, her demeanor quite proper, and they took their seats. After some pleasantries, she broached the matter. Recently, the court intends to dismantle various Buddhist temples and Taoist establishments, which has now affected Yuzhan Guan. The officials of Kaifeng have declared that our temple is neither Buddhist nor Taoist, but a cult. They demand that we disperse our disciples and demolish the temple. Zhao Kuangyin placed the cloth bag containing the gold at his feet and asked, "Then whom do you worship?" Jing Yang replied innocently, "We revere Wang Mu. We call it Wang Mu Jiao." Wang Mu Jiao. Zhao Kuangyin frowned, recalling that his had traveled far and should be more knowledgeable about history. The Yellow Turban Rebellion during the Han Dynasty was associated with the Tianshi sect, which was notorious for claiming auspicious omens. Your so-called religion is neither Taoist nor Buddhist. What are you attempting to achieve? The official's decision to dismantle the temple is rather lenient. Jing Yang retorted, "Lenient? The officials have even slandered us as spies from Shu." Zhao Kuangyin was taken aback. How could they accuse you of being spies from Shu rather than from N and Tiying? It is no wonder I ask. The court has recently been preparing for military action against Shu, and now they are branding you as spies right in the midst of it. Do you truly have dealings with people from Shu that have caught the attention of the officials? Jingyang spoke softly. I dare not deceive you. I indeed have correspondence with the favored consort of Shu, Huarue. Last year, while I was cultivating at a mountain and planning the temple, I needed funds and thus sought her assistance. Zhao, Kuang-yin replied. The court has long been preparing for battle. At this point, it is no longer a secret. Within half a year, our dynasty will wage war against Shu. You, residing in Dongjing, have connections with the consort of Shu, which certainly raises suspicions. The official suspicion of you as a spy is not entirely unfounded. Jing Yang declined the gold. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she quietly said, If I must return to secular life, I would. Yet do you not understand my intentions? Zhao Kuang-yin felt a surge of anger. You think I do not comprehend your intentions? If I wish to marry Mai, why would I allow you to waste your youth? I have always regarded you as Mai. With no ulterior motives, Zhao Kuang-yin asserted. Jing Yang replied with a sense of injustice. But I can only harbor feelings for one person. If you enter my heart, there is no room for another. Being is not the same as being blood relatives. What does it matter? The current empress is also the of the ruler. Zhao Kuang-yin, irritated, declared, Let me be frank. I have made my intentions clear from the start. You are wasting your time, and in the future, do not blame me when you grow old and lose your beauty. When I escorted you back then, it was not out of romantic interest. It was merely an act of kindness to build my reputation and virtue, and I have performed more than one good deed. If you have misunderstood my intentions, I truly apologize. Jing Yang remarked, Now that you have gained fame and position, what difference does it make to marry me? I would even be willing to be a concubine. If you fear others' gossip, I can wait until your wife passes away. I never anticipated you to be this kind of woman. Zhao Kuang-yin replied curtly. Even if you wish for my wife to die, I would only seek a suitable match from an appropriate family. What concern is it of yours? This was Zhao Kuang-yin's true sentiment. He was well aware of Wang Rao's esteemed lineage and influence, and it seemed the Wang family had intentions towards Yishur. Should the latter pass away, Zhao Kuang-yin would not hastily take Jing Yang as a concubine, entangling himself with a woman from the Jianghu. Zhao Kuang-yin continued, My good intentions were always sincere. I have maintained propriety and have not laid a finger on you. How can you accuse me of ingratitude? I never expected you to be so persistent. Jing Yang clenched her teeth, saying, Do you mean to abandon everything for wealth and status? It is not for wealth. It is for the sake of establishing a legacy and accomplishing great deeds, to assist the ruler in bringing peace to the people. Can a woman truly understand a man's aspirations? Zhao Kuang-yin replied coldly. Moreover, have I abandoned anyone? You and I have formed a bond as siblings. I am now offering you gold to encourage you to live well. Is there anything wrong with that? Jing Yang choked back her tears. I know your heart is set on great matters. I do not begrudge that you have no feelings for me, so long as I cherish you in my heart. I do not want anything from you, nor will I obstruct your ambitions. What good is it to act on your own? Are you threatening me? Jing Yang too became incensed. Zhao Kuang-yin asserted, I bear no grudge against you. What could I possibly threaten you with? You need only cease your entanglements with me. With that, he turned to leave. Jing Yang sat dazed at the wooden table for a long moment before noticing the gold left behind. She gulped down her tea and slammed the cup onto the table. At that moment, a monk entered, clasping his hands together. Amit Ba. The Buddha speaks. Beware of anger. The Buddha speaks. Indeed. Are you blind? Do you not see that I'm a Taoist? Jing Yang spat angrily. Chapter 40. The unwavering obsession, had it not been for her wide Taoist robe concealing her figure, her slender waist and voluptuous, alluring physique might have attracted too much attention. Many years ago, Jing Yang's father had been a retainer of a great merchant in the south, which allowed her to encounter exotic peoples from afar at her childhood. These individuals brought with them a variety of deities, but she dismissed them all. Her disbelief stemmed from a simple conviction. She did not believe that the gods of these foreigners could intervene in matters concerning the Jade Emperor or Laozi. Her father, loyal to the wealthy merchant, was willing to risk his life to defend his master. He advised Jing Yang to secure one's existence. One must either become the master of all or, if that is unattainable, devote oneself entirely to a single master, without wavering or questioning the reasons. Only then can one find true belonging. Perhaps her father was unaware that his every word and deed had planted seeds in young Jing Yang's heart, which gradually took root. After growing up, Jing Yang found herself unable to change her fate. In her heart, the most significant endeavor of her life was to choose a master whom she would pledge her loyalty to for eternity. This individual, of course, had to be her husband, eliminating any other considerations. Thus, she unreasonably clung to Zhao Kuangyin, having resolved to follow him from that very year. Perhaps spurred by her circumstances, she later engaged in peculiar actions that made Zhao Kuangyin wary of her. In Dongjing, she endeavored to establish the Yuzhongguan, recruiting a group of women as Taoist practitioners. Few of these women were of sound mind. If there were any respectable ladies, they would not have sought refuge in such a dilapidated temple, nor would they have believed in the teachings of the Wang Mu. Only the foolish would abandon the prospect of a good marriage and the joys of family life. Among these women were some ignorant and unattractive individuals, such as the stout, dark-skinned woman who delivered messages to Jing Yang, alongside a few young and beautiful ones, albeit none of them were virtuous daughters of good families. Each harbored their own tragic stories and had endured hardships that left them with no choice but to seek solace. For example, Yu Lian nearly fell into the grasp of Wang Mu's teachings. Their fates were largely similar, all beset by misfortune. Jing Yang, however, welcomed these discarded women with open arms, unperturbed by their pasts, fostering a familial atmosphere among them under a shared dream of joy. As they continuously chanted praises to Shanggu, the followers began to firmly believe in Jing Yang's divine status, perceiving her as a celestial being sent from the side of Wang Mu. They held that through sincere devotion, anyone could attain the beauty of a fairy and reside in ethereal palaces adorned with fine garments and sumptuous feasts, an existence filled with flowers and joy, devoid of abandonment and persecution. Once, when the authorities attempted to disperse them, 2 individuals committed suicide on the spot, declaring that without Shanggu, they would rather perish. The officials hastily retreated, preferring to avoid further conflict. When Jing Yang entered the back courtyard of the temple, the congregation sat cross-legged in the courtyard, reverently honoring the heavens. In the center stood a bronze cauldron, surrounded by curling wisps of incense smoke, as the female Taoist chanted simple yet banal verses. Thank you, Wang Mu. Thank you, heavens. Wang Mu is wise and just, capable of all. Should anyone dare disrespect, they shall be reduced to ashes. Wang Mu has dispatched Shanggu Yuzhan to alleviate suffering. There were about 40 to 50 individuals reciting these words, and Jing Yang, having almost single-handedly supported them, had not engaged in any unlawful activities, an impressive feat indeed. Upon seeing Jing Yang, the crowd hurriedly prostrated beside her sedan, calling out, Shanggu. Zhao Kuangyin, reluctant to exert himself, merely watched as Jing Yang decisively communicated with her subordinates. Some of the protectors were reasonably attractive, as Jing Yang preferred not to have overly unattractive individuals attending to her. Hearing her concerns, one of them lamented, What shall we do? If the temple is dismantled, where will we reside? With 50 or 60 individuals, how shall we sustain ourselves? The 4 women deliberated, but found themselves at a loss. With so many without a home, they faced a grim reality. At that moment, Mei Hufa spoke up. Do you recall Yu Lian, who stayed at Yuzhongguan for several months? The others nodded, albeit puzzled about Mei Hufa's intentions, and inquired further. Someone exclaimed, Given Yu Lian's situation, what official would wish to marry her? What was that young man's name? He can't be very old, can he? Mei Hufa replied, I cannot say for certain. However, Yu Lian has moved into the former residence of the Fu family, which is not far from here. It is said that the empress personally bestowed that residence upon Xiaoge. Instantly, several individuals felt a glimmer of hope. One woman immediately suggested, If Yu Lian is here with us, it would be advantageous. Perhaps we could ask her to persuade Xiaoge to assist us with the authorities. Maybe Yuzhongguan could be spared. Even Jing Yang found this course of action worth pursuing, as her experience indicated that a female Taoist could successfully sway a noble woman. She ordered Mei Hufa to handle matter. Deep within her, something began to crumble. The very notion of Wang Mu and Shanggu felt uncertain, and she herself questioned the purpose of her existence. She shed her Taoist robe, revealing a plain white garment adorned with floral patterns, and languidly reclined on a wooden bed. Devoid of any desire to act, exhausted, she fell into a slumber, only to awaken once more to the turmoil within her heart. Feeling distressed, she recalled the Wang Yu San she had concocted the previous month. Although the elixir was not beneficial for her health, it offered a fleeting sense of lightness and comfort. This recipe had been derived from ancient texts of the Wei and Jin dynasties she acquired from a Mei mountain. It was said that renowned scholars of that era indulged in the elixir daily, drifting into a state of ethereality. Jing Yang pondered that while excessive consumption of the elixir might be harmful, it served as a remedy during moments of distress, and moderation was key. Now was one such moment of discomfort. With little concern for the consequences, she resolved to take a dose of the elixir. She rose, retrieved a pill, and swallowed it with a sip of water. Feeling no immediate effect, she remained unperturbed and consumed 2 more. After ingesting 3 pills of Wang Yusan, the effects soon began to manifest. A rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, and a bewitching smile graced her lips. Initially, she felt lightheaded, but as the potency intensified, her vision blurred. She became entirely oblivious to her earthly existence, perceiving herself to be in a realm of bliss. She had forgotten her identity and purpose, only sensing that joy and freedom from worry were the true essence of reality, while the world was merely a fleeting dream. At that moment, a voice from outside called, "Shenggu, matters are progressing smoothly. Yu Lian has assured me that she will find a way to assist us in repaying the kindness we have shown her. She has convinced Guo Shizhu, yet he expresses concern that we may be part of a cult. He wishes to clarify our situation before offering his support. Although we have done no wrong, we lack the official endorsement from the authorities." Chapter 41. Entanglements. Guo Xiao was willing to personally visit to handle matter, motivated by Yu Lian's prior benefaction from Yu Jingguan, as well as the proximity of the temple to his home. However, the most compelling reason was that Yu Lian had mentioned the temple master's name was Jing Yang. With a mindset of respect and anticipation, he rode over on horseback, eager to meet Jing Yang and offer his assistance if possible. Upon arriving at the unremarkable Taoist temple, he entered through the courtyard gate, facing the main hall. Guo Xiao suddenly felt an incongruity about the temple. The layout was unlike any Taoist temple he had encountered during his travels. The main hall bore an uncanny resemblance to a Buddhist temple, with a clay statue of a deity positioned in the center, surrounded by cushions for worshippers to kneel upon, with jars for offerings placed before them. Guo Xiao observed with interest, noting that business seemed quite prosperous, with worshippers kneeling on the cushions and many women among them. This was likely an advantage of a female-led Taoist temple, as women might feel a greater sense of security. The expressions of the worshippers were profoundly pious, their eyes closed as they fervently recited prayers, bowing deeply in reverence. After completing their devotions, they remained kneeling, continuing to pray. Humans are inherently social creatures, easily influenced by the collective atmosphere. Even Guo Xiao, observing their sincerity, felt a fleeting thought: could there truly be divine beings, regardless of their existence? It seemed wiser not to harbor any blasphemous thoughts, as it was better to believe than to doubt. After all, the fortunes of individuals often hinge on luck, and the mystical can be quite powerful. Above us, there may be divine beings, and many ancients placed great faith in such notions. Even Guo Xiao could not entirely dismiss this belief. Besides the worshippers, there were also Taoists stationed at the entrance offering talismans. Prompting Guo Xiao to recall the talisman he had brought with him to Gao Ping and Jin Yang. Was it not sought here? When Yu Lian sought a talisman, she too must have been silently praying before the statue, earnestly requesting assistance. Observing the scene before him, Guo Xiao mused. While it was plausible to accuse this Wang Mu cult of illicit profit, the notion of them being a cult seemed far-fetched. Under the guidance of a middle-aged female Taoist, Guo Xiao traversed through the front hall and the central hall, eventually entering a guarded courtyard. Once inside, he encountered only Taoists coming and going, devoid of any incensed devotees or idle onlookers. The surrounding structures appeared rather unrefined, while the central bronze cauldron seemed to be made of cast bronze. The female Taoist led him across the courtyard and up the stone steps, coming to a halt before a door to the upper chamber. Without uttering a word, she abruptly pulled Guo Xiao inside. Caught off guard, he found himself pressed against her body. A waft of fragrance enveloped him, subtle yet distinctly captivating. A scent that was perhaps not a cosmetic application, but rather an innate essence unique to her femininity. Through the fabric of their clothing, Guo Xiao could still feel the heat radiating from her skin, which rendered him exceedingly embarrassed, causing his body to stiffen. "Madam, please exercise restraint. Do not act in such a manner." Guo Xiao nervously implored, flustered by the situation. However, the woman held him tightly, refusing to let go. At that moment, 3 women, seemingly over 40, entered but remained unmoved, one of them inquiring, "Is the Holy Lady possessed by a spirit?" Upon hearing her referred to as the Holy Lady, Guo Xiao surmised that she might be the sect leader and suddenly realized she must have ingested some dubious elixir, rendering her senseless. "Quick, we need to assist," he urged, but the women disregarded his plea. Another suggested, "Let us close the door, lest others witness this." Guo Xiao, perplexed, questioned the situation. One middle-aged Taoist expounded in a disjointed manner, "What the Holy Lady intends, we cannot oppose. Her will is not to be defied." Meanwhile, the woman in his embrace began to caress his chest, her crimson lips pressing against his neck. Guo Xiao exclaimed in desperation, "Will you stand idly by while she is sullied?" The 3 women exchanged glances, and one proposed, "Perhaps we should separate them before explaining to the Holy Lady." They then approached to pry the 2 apart. Receiving assistance, Guo Xiao sighed in relief. He was not intentionally playing the virtuous gentleman, nor did he possess a heart of righteousness that transcended time. He was merely adapting to his surroundings. Despite his vigorous resistance, he uttered the truth. During the struggle, his clothing was torn, and the 4 women and 1 man became entangled in a chaotic scuffle. Just then, Guo Xiao felt a sudden pressure at the back of his neck, and a cloud of white mist erupted before him, sapping his strength. When he regained consciousness, he found the female Taoist had vanished, and something soft lay beside him. Turning his head, he indeed saw the Holy Lady curled up on the wooden couch, still in slumber. Her long hair was disheveled, eyes tightly shut, with long eyelashes fluttering gently, her breathing steady. She was still clad in her white dress. Though it was in disarray, Guo Xiao's gaze fell, and he suddenly noticed a red stain on the white fabric, causing a jolt of realization to surge through him. Alarmed, he thought, "What the hell? I haven't even experienced anything yet, and I've already landed in this predicament?" Clearly, something had transpired with the Holy Lady prior to their encounter, or she had consumed some sort of potion. If she truly were the type to engage recklessly upon their first meeting, how could she still retain her purity? Judging by her appearance, she was at least in her 20s, considered quite advanced in age by ancient standards. A woman's purity was of utmost importance. And Guo Xiao recognized the gravity of the situation. Observing that no one was around, he meticulously examined her body for signs, confirming that her purity had indeed been compromised, presumably by him. Could this matter be clarified? Guo Xiao's mind was in turmoil. Feeling that things had already escalated, he pondered whether to repeat the act. However, given it was broad daylight, he wondered if anyone might intrude, and when the slumbering woman would awaken, he decided against it. He hastily rose to tidy himself up, thinking it best to leave the premises, for he was in their domain. Guo Xiao felt this matter was indeed serious, and contemplated the connection between Zhao Kuangyin and her, fearing he might face repercussions. Thus, he only sent Huang Taixian to summons Zhu arrived that afternoon, and Guo Xiao welcomed him into the parlor without mentioning the breach of purity, instead stating, "There is a Taoist temple nearby, named Yuzhenguan, which has rendered kindness to my family Sun. Now, due to the Taoists lacking proper documentation, the authorities plan to demolish the premises and disperse the Taoists. However, as far as I know, the temple shelters many homeless women, posing no threat and constituting a benevolent endeavor. If they are forcibly dispersed, it would deprive them of their livelihoods. I seek assistance in advocating for them. What do you think is the best approach, Mr. Zhua?" Zhu replied, "Such matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Kaifeng officials, and this is a minor issue. It would be somewhat excessive for you to seek others' assistance. I have previously served as a minor official in the Kaifeng government and know some people. Although officials may not regard a lowly clerk, times have changed. I can leverage your name to approach the officials." Zhu smiled, "Of course, it is no trouble. But why would the government wish to antagonize you? In the capital, both civil and military officials ultimately serve the same court. If you truly wish to deal with a civil official, there are ways to do so. Do you not know Xiang Sun? He is closely connected to Prime Minister Wang Pu. Furthermore, you currently reside in a property belonging to the Fu family. Discerning individuals should take note of this. Therefore, no one would wish to provoke you without cause. Allowing leniency toward a small Taoist temple that no one cares about is hardly a significant matter, and it is a simple favor that could be done." Guo Xiao nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. He inquired, "Is it just one person?" Huang Chao affirmed, "Just her. She stands alone on the street. And I cannot drive her away. Perhaps you might want to see if she is someone you recognize?" Chapter 42. An unexpected encounter indeed. They had come knocking. Huang Chao mentioned she had arrived alone, indicating potential for negotiation. Although Guo Xiao felt wronged, it was akin to Zhu Beiji tasting ginseng fruit. He had not even savored a morsel before being caught in a serious predicament. Such fruits bloom once in a millennium. Zhu Beiji was not as wronged as Guo Xiao, for at least the pig willingly indulged. Guo Xiao exited through the side gate, and there she stood, staring blankly at the roadside, neither crying nor causing a commotion. Upon seeing Guo Xiao emerge, her gaze fixed upon him. Guo Xiao approached and said kindly, "Holy Lady has come personally. Please, allow me to escort you to my humble abode so we can discuss matters thoroughly. Now that we have reached this point, debating right or wrong serves no purpose. We must find a solution. Do you not agree?" The woman remained unresponsive, ignoring him completely. Guo Xiao added, "This is a public street, bustling with people. Why must we air our private matters before onlookers? Please step inside." She seemed not to comprehend his words, offering no reaction whatsoever. This behavior led Guo Xiao to question whether he and the ancient figures of the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms were experiencing a language barrier. But having navigated these years, he felt assured that communication should not suddenly falter. Guo Xiao resolved to enlist another to persuade her. After all, Yu Lian had spent months at Yuzhongguan. With this thought, he turned to leave, but to his surprise, the woman silently followed him. This was fortuitous. Once inside the side gate, Guo Xiao continued speaking, though it felt more like he was conversing with himself, as the woman behind him showed no interest. "When I first entered your domain this morning, I was apprehensive about tarnishing your purity and struggled against it. Yet, your subordinates were so foolish as to come to my aid, and I know not who struck me with such precision, knocking me unconscious in one blow." He spoke various kind words as they walked into the courtyard ahead. At that moment, he posed the most critical question, straightforward and characteristic of his style. "What is your relationship with Zhao Kuangyin?" The moment the words left his lips, they struck a chord. The woman stood frozen in place, her expression turning icy. The intensity of the moment was palpable. She did not even twitch a finger. Yet Guo Xiao sensed the imminent threat of violence. His heart was engulfed in emptiness. Psychologically, he felt at a disadvantage. No matter how he rationalized, he could not shake the notion that the innocent maiden was the true victim. If it came to a physical confrontation, could he truly exert his full strength? This is perhaps the reason why, in the realm of warfare, righteousness often proves more formidable than wickedness. Furthermore, Guo Xiao had heard Yu Lian mention that Jing Yang had traversed the martial world and possessed formidable skills. In truth, Guo Xiao himself lacked any martial prowess. His greatest strength lay in archery, and while he had some experience in close combat, he was utterly ignorant of any techniques in grappling or wrestling. Moreover, he was hardly a valiant warrior. Even if he were, he lacked the time to hone his skills in brawling, rendering such abilities useless on the battlefield. His expertise in archery, mounted combat, and the use of long weapons alongside the occasional knife and shield were what truly mattered. If it were to come down to a barehanded fight, he had no confidence in besting Jing Yang. She appeared tall and robust, not significantly shorter than Guo Xiao, and it was said she possessed martial skills, making her far from a delicate flower. After a moment of stalemate, fortunately, Jing Yang refrained from resorting to violence and remained silent, her expression growing cold and forlorn, evoking a tinge of sympathy. Yu Lian stood at the entrance of the courtyard. Observing the peculiar situation, she seemed to sense the oddity but was unaware of the specifics of the encounter between Guo Xiao and Jing Yang. As Guo Xiao had not divulged anything, Yu Lian likely could not fathom how such a situation had arisen. Guo Xiao and Jing Yang had been complete strangers until now. And had it not been for Yu Lian's plea for Guo Xiao's assistance in repaying a debt of gratitude to Yuzhongguan, they would have remained two individuals whose paths would never cross. Just this morning, they had been unfamiliar with one another, and now, Jing Yang had come to his home, seemingly filled with profound resentment. Guo Xiao abandoned the rooted Jing Yang in the courtyard and stepped into the entrance, with Yu Lian following closely behind. What transpired? Yu Lian inquired, perplexed. Guo Xiao, flushed with embarrassment, admitted, I have wronged Jing Yang. Yu Lian stood there in shock, her mouth agape. Unable to utter a word. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed, "You are both rather careless. This is your first meeting. And how could Jing Yang find herself in such a predicament? Did you force her? How could I possibly do such a thing? Alas, this matter is unfortunate." Guo Xiao replied awkwardly. In a moment of clarity, he suddenly felt akin to Yin Jiping. Zhao Kuangyin had escorted her for miles, driven solely by pure intentions. A gentleman who would not harm a hair on her head. The maiden, moved by his character and the security he provided, reciprocated his feelings. And then Guo Xiao, without a second thought, took advantage of her, leaving behind a trail of blood. Thus, Guo Xiao laid bare the sequence of events to Yu Lian. Yet, Yu Lian commented lightly, "You are fortunate. Jing Yang would fare far better with you than with Zhao Kuangyin." "Why do you say that?" Guo Xiao asked. Yu Lian shook her head, remaining silent. Guo Xiao wondered whether there was something she understood that he did not. Upon reflection, he found the situation somewhat perplexing. When Zhao Kuangyin had escorted Jing Yang, he was not yet a soldier, nor had he held any official position. Otherwise, how could he have had the time for such matters? Their past was so distant. Yet why was Jing Yang still residing in a dilapidated temple rather than in the Zhao family estate? Yu Lian softly suggested, "You must marry her." This statement bore merit. Guo Xiao nodded thoughtfully. If one were to bite into a fruit unexpectedly, the most sensible course of action would be to purchase that fruit. Yu Lian continued, "It depends on how you choose to marry her. If you are willing to take her as your legitimate wife, the matter can be easily resolved. You are not an unworthy man." She added with a hint of melancholy, "After all, Jing Yang is innocent." Guo Xiao discerned that Yu Lian belonged to him. Why not extend her a bit more affection? He hastily reassured her, "Life is arduous, and survival is not easy. Moreover, your prior experiences were not voluntary. They are in the past and should not be mentioned." He clenched his right fist tightly with his left hand and pondered seriously. He certainly did not wish to marry Jing Yang as his primary spouse. His thoughts were clear and unconflicted. He was unwilling to sacrifice his own interests for a woman with whom he had no familial ties. Even if he perceived Jing Yang as an innocent victim, taking her as a concubine was acceptable, provided she consented. He was, in fact, an ordinary man tainted by worldly desires, devoid of noble sentiments. From a certain perspective, Guo Xiao believed that marrying Jing Yang would mean relinquishing a tangible benefit. What need was there to discuss love? He and Jing Yang shared no romantic feelings, nor did they understand each other's true natures. Their encounter had been fleeting, and he had not even savored its essence. Guo Xiao mused, "If I were to achieve success and a woman were to approach me, and then I would be responsible for her and her family's wealth and honor, could I truly shoulder such a burden?" He contemplated for a while. Recognizing the complexity of the situation, Guo Xiao thought of Song Taizong Zhao Kuangyi. He was most reluctant to serve Zhao Kuangyi in the future. Yet if he lacked sufficient strength, what choice would he have? Forming alliances with those in power was indeed a viable means of accelerating one's ascent. However, if he treated Jing Yang too well now, elevating her to the status of Guo Foreign, what would happen when he needed to form alliances later? Would he then bully her into becoming a concubine? There was yet another dilemma. Jing Yang seemed to share a bond akin to that of siblings with Zhao Kuangyin. Taking a superior's foster sister as a concubine, where would that leave Zhao Kuangyin's dignity? Of course, this brother-sister relationship was merely nominal. One should not think that marrying a foster sister would grant one any leverage over Zhao Kuangyin. If it were so, why was Jing Yang still residing in a decrepit temple? This matter was indeed far too complicated. Seeing Guo Xiao hesitate and falter in his words, Yu Lian ceased her inquiries and went outside to persuade Jing Yang. However, it seemed futile, as Jing Yang remained standing there dazed. At that moment, the darkened sky suddenly unleashed a downpour. Guo Xiao hurriedly stepped out, calling to Jing Yang, "It is raining. Come inside to avoid the rain." As anticipated, she ignored him entirely, lost in her thoughts. Guo Xiao pondered before adding, "Getting wet is a minor issue, but wearing wet clothing is another matter. If soaked, the fabric will cling to your body, and others may see." Chapter 43. A broken pot leads to recklessness. The rain fell in round droplets, creating a crisp sound as it struck the tiles of the roof. In July, the rain brought a refreshing coolness, and a gentle breeze swept through, clearing the heat from the earth and rendering the atmosphere pleasant. Guo Xiao eagerly nodded in agreement. He mused that the situation should begin to improve, at the very least. She had spoken, And regardless of whether her words were kind or harsh, it was better than her previous silence, which had been quite terrifying. The mere act of speaking was an improvement. The weather in July was already warm, and everyone wore light clothing. Jing Yang, clad in a simple white standing collar dress, became drenched, the fabric clinging to her skin. Guo Xiao shamelessly widened his eyes, standing there with the umbrella. "I will strangle you." Jing Yang suddenly lunged at him with fierce intent. Guo Xiao, quick to react, grasped her wrist, but in his distraction, he lost his footing on the slick ground and was promptly thrown to the ground. This woman possessed great strength, desperately attempting to choke Guo Xiao. Panicked, he thought that if she truly managed to do so, it would be perilous, and he fought back vigorously, exclaiming, "Are you mad? I warned you not to stand in the rain." Fortunately, although he was lacking in other skills, his arm strength had greatly benefited from years of archery practice. Jing Yang, in her reckless fury, was indeed powerful. Had her opponent been anyone else, she might have truly succeeded in choking him. With great effort, Guo Xiao managed to restrain her arms. The two struggled for a while, a pitiful sight, their bodies smeared with mud and rainwater, appearing quite disheveled. After a considerable time, Jing Yang finally collapsed in the rain, sobbing uncontrollably. Guo Xiao, exhausted, crawled over to the nearby eaves to catch his breath, watching her helplessly. "Why not accompany me? I promise to treat you well." Guo Xiao pondered for long, while before finally uttering a breathless phrase. He realized that while such words might carry some weight, Jing Yang was unaware of his true nature, rendering it ultimately futile. After a while, Jing Yang ceased her loud weeping, lying there with her shoulders quivering slightly. In the pouring rain, her tears mingled with the rainwater, cascading down her sorrowful visage, painting a scene of profound despair, akin to one who had just endured a tragic violation. A surge of irritation welled up within him, and he blurted out, "It's not as if I forced myself upon you." He harbored unspoken thoughts, questioning why she valued her chastity so highly yet resorted to such drastic measures. What madness was this? Time dragged on, and dusk approached. Eventually, a Taoist priest arrived to inquire about the mistress. Upon seeing the group of eccentric female Taoists, Guo Xiao felt a surge of anger. He refrained from expressing it, allowing the priest to carry the nearly lifeless Jing Yang away. He could not bear the thought of her freezing here for an entire night. Guo Xiao spent a restless night, grappling with how to resolve the situation. However, the following morning, he was required to report for duty. The time for his period of rest had come to an end, and all soldiers, from generals to those stationed in the capital, were to assemble for roll call. The next morning, the rain had ceased. Yang Biao and around 20 others gradually arrived at the entrance. As they prepared to depart, only 19, excluding Zhuyu, were present. Upon inquiry, Guo Xiao learned that Zhuyu believed their lord required a few attendants for the court. It was evident that the household had no servants. Thus, he summoned a group of personal soldiers to fulfill this role, as they too needed to report to the military camp. As they set foot on Xuanda Avenue, they encountered a large crowd of commoners blocking the gate of the imperial city. Guo Xiao was taken aback. He was indeed seeing a throng of ordinary citizens. The commotion was astonishing. Some individuals were brandishing paper banners and shouting, creating an atmosphere that resembled a protest rather than a mere petition to the emperor. Did the common folk dare to assemble and demonstrate at the gates of the imperial city? What were they attempting to achieve, and who was orchestrating this? Moreover, Guo Xiao was curious as to how these individuals, appearing travel-worn with bundles in hand, managed to enter the inner city so early in the day. Truly, it was a time replete with strange occurrences. The soldiers paid them no mind, silently passing through the administrative district outside the imperial city, then veering eastward along the main road toward the northern gate. The offices of the Dian Qian seat were situated to the north, alongside the barracks of the various military classes outside the northern gate of the imperial city. Guo Xiao instructed his companions to gather at the training grounds outside the inner hall, while he himself proceeded to the Dian Qian office to seek out the chief commander, Wang Xianzhi. Having just assumed his position, Wang Xianzhi was still unfamiliar with the typical duties of this military unit or the recent arrangements. However, it mattered little, as there were others overseeing operations within the inner hall. Guo Xiao thought it best to first familiarize himself with the situation while working under Wang Xianzhi. The martial officials of the inner hall convened at the office, where Wang Xianzhi directed the clerks to record the names of the attending generals, subsequently delivering a speech marking the roll call of the inner hall. Following the roll call, An equally critical task awaited: the verification of military orders by the principal commander, deputy commander, and other generals. While general orders were of little concern, troop deployment orders required meticulous scrutiny. Guo Xiao noted that the martial officials conducted their business with a commendable efficiency, devoid of unnecessary formalities. Subsequently, the commanders of the East and West divisions departed to the training grounds of the inner hall to account for their respective numbers. Wang Xianzhi, along with Guo Xiao and others, lingered within the office for a while before leisurely heading to the training grounds. Guo Xiao reminisced about his earlier days as a junior officer, when he would line up at the training grounds to report attendance. His current circumstances were distinctly different. He was now alongside Wang Xianzhi, awaiting the tally of the soldiers below. Yet, Guo Xiao could surmise what the soldiers on the training ground were engaged in. As for matters concerning court attendance or discussions of state affairs, those were of no concern to him. It was not his place to worry about such matters, as he merely needed to execute the orders from the Dian Qianxi, adhering to whatever directives were issued, rather than scheming behind the scenes. It was more prudent to approach Zhao Kuangyin directly. Guo Xiao, having navigated through several years in this era as a martial man, had grown accustomed to a straightforward, unembellished approach to handling affairs. Facing the reality was preferable to evasion, so he resolved to confront the situation head-on. Chapter 44. A different kind of ease. The government provided lunch, and after dining, Guo Xiao endeavored to inquire about Zhao Kuangyin's whereabouts. Eventually, he learned that Zhao was currently engaged in discussions at the Dianqianxi office. He was informed that entry to the main hall was prohibited. Yet he soon heard the booming voice of Zhao Kuangyin within. The emperor has conveyed to the ministers that victory in the Battle of Gaoping does not depend on sheer numbers, but rather on the capabilities of a select few valiant troops to turn the tide. Thus, it is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. The emperor empathizes with the hardships of the common people, stating that it takes 100 households to barely sustain a single armored soldier. The more soldiers there are, the greater the burden on the populace. If 100 households' resources can only support one soldier, what use is he if he cannot defend the homeland or prove his worth on the battlefield? The pressing concern of our time is to reform the imperial army, weeding out those who are cowardly, old, weak, lazy, or undisciplined, and promoting those who are robust, skilled in archery and horsemanship, and adept with weapons to become elite soldiers. With the state providing armor, weapons, and provisions, the discarded weak soldiers will be relegated to auxiliary roles, tending to the fields in peacetime, and called upon to support the main forces during wartime. The meeting inside seemed interminable, and Guo Xiao, feeling anxious, wished to clarify matters that afternoon. If he delayed, Zhao Kuangyin might finish and attend to other business. He opted to wait, slowly absorbing the essence of the central government's military philosophy outside the hall. Finally, Zhao Kuangyin emerged. Upon seeing Guo Xiao approach to pay his respects, he let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "I recognize you, the one who beheaded Zhang Yuanhui, the esteemed Guo Xiao." Guo Xiao perceived Zhao Kuangyin to be quite a sunny character, perhaps due to his dark complexion, which could easily evoke thoughts of the sun. "I humbly greet you, General Zhao," Guo Xiao replied with respect. Zhao Kuangyin regarded him for a moment before stating, "Let's go to the signing room." Guo Xiao thought to himself that conversing with remarkable individuals was indeed a relief, without needing to articulate much. Zhao Kuangyin intuitively understood that he had matters to discuss and directly led him to a suitable place. The two entered a public chamber, where Zhao Kuangyin took a seat beside a large wooden table and gestured for Guo Xiao to sit as well. He said nothing, refraining from the customary pleasantries about Guo Xiao's recent appointment, and calmly awaited Guo Xiao to broach the subject. This silence seemed to convey, "Speak your mind." The brief pause heightened Guo Xiao's anxiety. He pondered how to express himself while anticipating Zhao Kuangyin's possible reactions, feeling an overwhelming pressure akin to meeting an intimidating relative. Finally, he spoke. "General Zhao, do you recognize Jing Yang, the mistress of Yizengwen?" "What?" Zhao Kuangyin's previously calm demeanor shifted slightly, his eyes reflecting a flicker of interest. "I find Jing Yang to be quite admirable," Guo Xiao stammered, hesitating to share the full extent of his sentiments. He momentarily reconsidered, feeling it might be inappropriate to divulge that he had been intimate with her, thus choosing to withhold the words on the tip of his tongue. Zhao Kuangyin, being a remarkably astute individual, quickly discerned Guo Xiao's hesitance and, connecting the dots from his incomplete sentence, likely surmised Guo Xiao's interest in Jingnyang. In an instant, a myriad of expressions flickered across Zhao Kuangyin's usually unchanging complexion, revealing hints of frustration intertwined with a sense of relief. Without hesitation, Zhao Kuangyin declared, "Many years ago, I knew a woman named Jingnyang, though she was not a Taoist." "You Zhengwen? I have not heard of it." Guo Xiao was initially taken aback, but quickly pressed on. "Could it be that the Jingnyang of Zhengwen is the same one you once knew, yet you are unaware that she has taken vows in Tokyo?" Zhao Kuangyin burst into laughter, though it lacked its usual brightness, and after a moment he sighed, "To be frank, the Jingnyang I knew. Alas, it is my fault." Guo Xiao hurriedly apologized. "I should not have brought up your past regrets." "It is all in the past," Zhao Kuangyin replied. "That Taoist, none, simply shares a name. There are countless people in the world with the same name. It is not surprising." Zhao Kuangyin was enveloped in a complex array of emotions that defied articulation. In those years, it was just the two of them, Jingnyang and Zhao Kuangyin, traversing 1,000 miles together. One could hardly imagine that even a stone, given enough time, would warm up, as she appeared poised to accompany another man. How could Zhao Kuangyin's heart remain untroubled, especially under his very nose? Yet, the entanglements of his heart did not waver his resolve. For the sake of greater matters and the ambitions within him, not even the slightest influence from any person or circumstance could be tolerated. Many were aware of his previous benevolent deeds, and now, as Zhao Kuangyin ascended to higher ranks, more would undoubtedly take an interest in his affairs. His integrity and loyalty could inadvertently lead to adverse consequences if further developments arose. Many knew that Jingnyang had leaped into the lake, and Zhao Kuangyin, upon hearing whispers from the past, expressed profound regret. Now that she had miraculously survived after so many years, why had he failed to mend the regrets of his initial rejection of Jingnyang, allowing her to suffer in waiting only to marry another? Zhao Kuangyin understood clearly that Jingnyang's demise had been the best possible resolution. Her return to life would not restore her to the woman she once was. Guo Xiao, upon hearing this, remarked, "I see now. I must have been mistaken. However, it is still necessary to inform General Zhao about this. I have heard that you once shared a bond of brotherhood with Jingnyang. Since she is not your sworn sister, may I take the liberty to act?" Zhao Kuangyin replied, "Though I hold a superior position, I cannot meddle in the private affairs of my subordinates." Guo Xiao responded, "I understand. I apologize for troubling you with such matters today." "Wait," Zhao Kuangyin said, his expression darkening. "Though my demeanor is consistently stern, if you wish to take in the female Taoist named Jingnyang, it will be prudent for her to adopt another name. There are always idle individuals who fabricate rumors without substantiation. We must remain vigilant against their slander." "Indeed," Guo Xiao quickly agreed. "I would never tarnish the reputation of a virtuous woman. If the female Taoist wishes to return to secular life, I shall encourage her to change her name." Just as Guo Xiao departed, Zhao Kuangyin suddenly heard a crack and looked down to find the cup in his hand had developed a fracture from his grip. A discerning observer of great affairs, he recalled how Liu Bang had abandoned even his legitimate wife in times of distress. Why should he hesitate over a woman who had wandered through the world, pretending to be divine? Though Zhao Kuangyin felt a twinge of discomfort, a wave of relief washed over him. Amidst his complex emotions, he found solace in Guo Xiao's timely intervention. This matter ultimately represented a positive turn. A man of stature ought not to be perturbed by trivial sentiments. Guo Xiao, though skeptical of Zhao Kuangyin's assertions, recognized that his actions were already in accordance with established protocols. If Zhao Kuangyin chose to disavow their connection, it was of no concern to him. At that moment, Guo Xiao also exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling unburdened as clarity began to emerge regarding his worries. He contemplated allowing Jingnyang some time to gather her thoughts before addressing her again, trusting that she would come to understand. Meanwhile, Guo Xiao set aside his pressing anxieties and recalled the morning-'s events outside Xuanda Gate, where a crowd had gathered in unrest. Observing the winds of change, it appeared that the Zhou Dynasty was once again preparing for war. Chapter 45. A deep-seated concern. The imperial court had resolved to wage war against the Shu kingdom. An elderly, frail eunuch gently uttered these words. Upon hearing this, Fu Shi paused, her delicate fingers halting their movements with a brow pencil before she lowered it and glanced into the bronze mirror at the eunuch, Chao Tai, behind her. The surface of the mirror was polished to a high sheen, yet the reflection remained somewhat indistinct, revealing only a blurry silhouette of the eunuch. In contrast, Fu Shi's own visage was clear due to her proximity. The mirror reflected the flickering candlelight, casting a golden hue upon her beautiful face, reminiscent of a finely crafted painting. The blurred edges and hazy background created an illusion of pigments, while the central figure was exquisitely detailed to perfection. Fu Shi gazed at her reflection, captivated by its beauty. However, the painting depicted only one figure, leaving Fu Shi with a lingering sense of emptiness. Was it truly, as the Taoist Ma Yi had suggested, that the issue lay with her face, her slightly pointed chin lacking the balance of symmetry? Years ago, a fortune teller had visited the Fu family and remarked upon her chin, causing her father, Fu Yanqing, to become displeased. Yet after marrying into the household of Li Shoujing, she encountered another fortune teller who exaggeratedly proclaimed her to possess the qualities of an empress. Such matters always carried an air of mystique. Cao Tai remained silent for a considerable time, refraining from speaking until the empress broke her silence. He hesitated, recalling her immediate reaction to the first piece of news, her brow pencil pausing before she set it down. He then continued, "This afternoon, I encountered Prime Minister Wang Pu, who had just emerged from the Privy Council. They discussed a critical matter, and the emperor was present as well." Cao Tai spoke softly yet clearly, his words articulated distinctly, while his voice lacked mellifluousness. The clarity of his enunciation rendered it not unpleasant. Today's discussion must begin with the conclusion of the Battle of Gaoping, where Wang Pu, immediately following the conflict, advised the emperor on the grand strategy for unification, advocating a northern-first approach followed by the south, with particular emphasis on the Khitan strategy. Wang Pu asserted that the Khitan Liao dynasty would undoubtedly become a grave threat to our dynasty for at least the next century. By expelling the Khitan from Yuzhou and driving them north of the Yanshan Great Wall, we would benefit countless citizens of China, leaving a legacy for future generations and ensuring that wise men would regard the emperor as a timeless sovereign and unparalleled ruler. This endeavor is worth any cost to our army and the people of our nation. Currently, the Khitan were embroiled in internal strife, their military and governance in disarray. In contrast, our dynasty was under the rule of a sagacious monarch with a robust military, buoyed by the residual momentum from the Battle of Gaoping and the Jinyang Campaign. Focusing on benevolent governance while engaging in just wars to reclaim lost territories, a rare opportunity indeed. If we fail to seize this moment to establish great achievements, future chances may vanish, leading to regret. Thus, Wang Pu proposed that our national strength should be employed to defeat the Liao and reclaim our territories. Fu Shi's heart stirred at these words. Wang Pu was indeed a rare talent. Cao Tai continued, "These are matters conveyed to me by Wang Pu today. However, in the current world, there are numerous states carving out territories and raising armies for self-governance, with many countries prioritizing profit over righteousness. The southern Tang states even engage in collusion with the Khitan as a national strategy. The northern Han openly allies with the Khitan, claiming kinship while focusing on the Khitan threat to guard against attacks from behind. The primary threats to our dynasty are threefold: the northern Han, the Shu kingdom, and the southern Tang. Presently, the northern Han has suffered significant military losses, and after the Jinyang crisis, they can only look southward with diminished strength. The Shu kingdom occupies areas such as Qin and Feng, posing a threat as they advance into Guangzhou. The southern Tang remains the wealthiest state, with vast territories and numerous troops, often aspiring to invade the Central Plains. Thus, we must first strike at their vital locations, secure key areas, and eliminate any concerns from our rear before we can mobilize our entire strength to defeat the Khitan and reclaim Hebei, achieving unparalleled glory." Gao Dai Gong Din. Wang Pu and his associates advised the emperor to first target the Shu kingdom. The states of Qin and Feng rightfully belong to China, yet the Shu kingdom seized them during our dynastic upheaval. Now, we can justify our military actions by claiming the need to restore our lost territories, launching a western campaign to expel the Shu people from Guangzhou, and subsequently stationing troops at the critical Qinling passes to deter any further unrest from Shu. If victorious, we can then turn our attention to the southern Tang and eliminate their potential for aggression. Wang Wenbo. Wang Pu advocated for a swift resolution against Shu and Tang, prioritizing immediate concerns over a full-scale assault on a single nation, while emphasizing that the foremost threat remains the Khitan, thus advocating for a northern-first strategy. Today, The emperor convened in the Privy Council and has already expressed support for Wang Pu's recommendations. This is a military matter. Hence, there may be slight discrepancies from the Ping Bian Su. I believe the court is already preparing to engage militarily against the Shu kingdom. Fu Shi's attention turned to matters of state as she pondered. No wonder, during the Battle of Jinyang, Bei'an was left with only a solitary city. The sovereign and his ministers were willing to make decisive judgments and withdraw promptly, reluctant to expend the nation's full strength. The Empress Dowager possesses great insight, Chao Tai promptly remarked. At that moment, a middle-aged palace maid was seen lingering outside the chamber, seemingly intent on meeting the Empress. Recognizing the situation, Chao Tai tactfully stated, "As night falls, it would be inappropriate for me to linger too long. I shall take my leave." With a graceful flick of her wide sleeves, Fu Shi signaled for Chao Tai, who bowed and retreated quietly, making not a sound. Once Chao Tai had departed, the middle-aged palace maid turned and said, "Come in." A beautiful palace maid followed her in, her head bowed and movements cautious. Once inside, the maid gently closed the palace door behind them. Observing this, Fu Shi remained composed, rising to lift the beaded curtain and entering the warm chamber, stepping into the bed draped with purple silk. In the vast chamber, apart from herself and the two women who had just entered, there were no other servants or eunuchs. Chao Tai had been discreetly dismissed prior to her arrival. The women followed Fu Shi into her private quarters, deep within the palace. Their manner was more cautious than that of spies seeking military secrets, bordering on surreptitiousness. Fu Shi felt compelled to exercise caution, for she was undertaking a considerable risk, essentially putting her life on the line. She yearned to ascertain whether the sovereign summoned the concubines merely for the pretense of companionship, or if he truly sought their company. She believed herself to be quite attractive, confident in her beauty surpassing that of the other concubines. Why then was she not favored? She needed to understand whether it was the sovereign's heart that strayed, or if he suffered from some ailment. Deploying informants close to Chai Rong to uncover his private affairs was indeed a serious matter. If discovered, even the Empress might be blamed for orchestrating such a scheme. Fu Shi endeavored to keep the circle small, involving only a few trusted confidants. After the older palace maid brought the maid in, she quietly stood watch at the door, appearing to have spent considerable time in the imperial court, possessing a wealth of experience and wisdom. She had no desire to eavesdrop on the maid's conversation with the Empress in these deep palace chambers, for no amount of cleverness would safeguard her from ignorance, which proved more stable. The maid stood for a while, her pallor evident, before suddenly collapsing to the ground, stammering, "I cannot speak, nor can I lie before the Empress." Fu Shi, taken aback and increasingly curious, gently coaxed, "The sovereign often embarks on campaigns. Within the palace, it is I who holds authority. If you remain loyal to me, I shall protect you. Fear not, speak to me." The maid's shoulders trembled, as if she had overheard something of great import. Chapter 46. The sovereign's secret and intricately designed bronze candlestick held dozens of candles. Yet the Empress's chamber was so spacious that the light remained dim in the depths shrouded by curtains. The deep purple silk enhanced the ancient and somber atmosphere. In the palace's night, the delicate and radiant features of the Empress and the young palace maid created an almost otherworldly illusion against such a dark backdrop. The night transformed Fu Shi, stripping her of the grandeur she held during daylight in the great hall. The maid knelt at Fu Shi's feet, trembling with fear, her body betraying her trepidation. "Viliti? I do not wish to die," she spoke in a tone of desperate pleading. Fu Shi had previously shared her intentions, emphasizing the consequences, and having said it once, she chose silence for a while before coldly asserting, "I can grant you more time. You will speak." Indeed, the maid would eventually divulge her knowledge, whether through deceit crafted flawlessly enough to convince even Fu Shi, or by revealing the truth. Regardless of her choice, she would have to speak. To reveal the truth might spare her life and offer her a chance to earn favor from the most powerful woman in the harem. To remain silent would surely lead to her demise. The Empress had made it abundantly clear that the sovereign frequently embarked on campaigns both before and after his ascension, wielding the greatest power within the court, with a formidable family backing her for protection, unless an event occurred that even the Empress could not prevent. There was no one in the palace who could safeguard the maid. If a mere palace maid were to oppose the Empress, even if she survived, she would likely live in perpetual fear. Today, Fu Shi had indeed revealed a more ruthless side to her character. The maid remained prostrate for a long while before finally speaking. Yesterday afternoon, Mu Shanggong sent someone to clean the Xichen hall, ensuring the floors were spotless, and ordered that no common palace servants were to enter and soil the space. I hid beneath the bed until the last. I was so frightened I dare not move, hoping to doze off until nightfall, but sleep eluded me. I endured until the second watch, hearing the sound of the night watchman, and, shortly after, the sovereign entered and summoned Qin Meiren to his side. After Qin Meiren entered, she spoke with utmost deference, but once the sovereign dismissed all attendants, she grew bold and frivolous, even playfully scolding him. Yet, the sovereign did not rage. Instead, he laughed and conversed with Qin Meiren. Must I repeat her indecent remarks? I can hardly remember all of them, only recalling the most significant phrases in my mind. Fu Shi inwardly cursed. She thought her propriety and decorum would earn the sovereign's esteem, only to discover he favored frivolous and playful women. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Speak freely. Recount all that you can remember." At this juncture, Fu Shi's heart filled with confusion. A son? This indicated that the sovereign was not ailing. If he were, how could he call upon that concubine to bear children? Unable to contain herself, she interjected urgently. "Did the sovereign favor Mu Shanggong last night?" The maid replied, "Yes." Later Mu Shanggong became quite lascivious, exclaiming that the sovereign was formidable and that she was dying, heedless of those outside who might hear. I felt my face flush as I listened from beneath the bed. Fu Shi could no longer restrain her anger, scolding vehemently. That despicable harlot! How dare she utter such words within the palace? Before she could finish her sentence, she tore a seam in her silk robe with her delicate hands, her fury palpable, causing even the kneeling maid to sweat on behalf of Mu Shanggong. However, it was clear that Fu Shi's ire was directed at Mu Shanggong, not the maid. Observing the empress's intense hatred for Mu Shanggong, the maid, though frightened, felt an inexplicable urge to continue. The sovereign not only tolerates her lowly behavior, but even praises her. Not long after, Mu Shanggong exclaimed, and the bed suddenly fell silent. Then the sovereign spoke, "Am I truly that formidable?" Mu Shanggong replied in a sultry tone, "Your Majesty is the emperor, the mightiest in all the realm." The sovereign responded, "You have only experienced my prowess alone, as if it could be compared to anyone else. Moreover, I know you are being disingenuous." Mu Shanggong panicked, saying, "I would never deceive your Majesty." The sovereign smiled, "I am aware you seek to please me. Do not fear. I do not hold it against you," he sighed. "For the sake of the realm, I have endured hardships and injuries. In the past, I could have shown you true might." Mu Shanggong replied, "Your Majesty's favor is enough to satisfy me." The maid paused abruptly, and Fu Shi sensed she had not finished her account. "Surely, there are more crucial details you have yet to share, for with just this, you could not possibly have been so frightened." The maid's complexion paled, and after a moment of difficulty, her voice lowered significantly, almost a whisper. "Your Majesty, please discern the truth. You are the revered matriarch of the realm, and I lack the audacity to incite discord between you and the sovereign. However, it is true that the sovereign and Mu Shanggong spoke of you in bed." Mu Shanggong questioned the sovereign about his recent favors to several concubines, asking why he had not visited the empress, implying perhaps he did not favor her. The sovereign replied, "Do not overthink it. The position of empress is not one you should aspire to." Mu Shanggong said, "I would never dare to think of such things." The sovereign concluded, "It is wise not to think of it. The empress is not only the eldest daughter of the Fu family, but was also betrothed by the late emperor himself. Do you think you can challenge her? Too many thoughts and too little experience." The late emperor, foster father, held the empress in high regard during his lifetime, believing her to be composed in times of crisis and possessing great insight. I concur that the late emperor did not misjudge her. However, people tend to care most about their own affairs. The question of whether Mu Shanggong is licentious elicited little urgency from the Fu family. Yet at this moment, she urgently pressed, inquiring, "What did the emperor say?" Chapter 47. The Veiled Blossoms. Fu Shi, inherently astute and having grown up in a prominent royal family, had been exposed to both military and political matters, as well as the intrigues of women from an early age, easily discerning the intricacies of human relationships. Before the palace maid could finish her sentence, she had already grasped much. Reflecting on it, the favored concubine, Qin Meiren, though somewhat frivolous, embodied the essence of the emperor's woman. Such is the nature of romantic relationships. Even Fu Shi's esteemed father, a paragon of virtue, displayed a light-hearted demeanor in the presence of his wives and concubines, often engaging in playful banter. The ancient said, mutual respect is akin to that between guests. Yet, from Fu Shi's observations, men's affection for women rarely adhered to such formalities in private, yet it still flourished. The semblance of propriety was merely a fade maintained in public. Perhaps it was not mere pretense, but rather a lack of genuine affection. At least, not the kind shared between men and women, akin to the emperor's feelings towards her. She had never experienced such intimacy. Fu Shi speculated that the emperor's injuries from battle had affected his physical and emotional state. Furthermore, when he remarked, "You have seen for yourself how I stand alone," it suggested to Fu Shi that he believed himself worthy of comparison to others, leading her to conclude that his injuries had indeed impacted his temperament. Considering the emperor's usual wisdom, capable of governing both military and state affairs, he was far from a fool, yet he occasionally exhibited inexplicable fits of rage, transforming his demeanor without apparent reason, even displaying cruelty towards palace maids and soldiers. Fu Shi often counseled him. Logically, he had achieved the status of emperor, the most powerful and affluent person in the realm, a pinnacle attainable by mortals. What could possibly incite his anger? The palace maid had yet to finish her words, hesitating as if reluctant to speak further. Fu Shi pressed on, eager to uncover the truth. The maid stammered, "The emperor said, how could a sovereign of my stature be compared to the emperors of Liang, Jin, Tang, or Han? Must a woman weigh my worth against other men in such trivial matters?" Upon uttering this, the maid hurriedly pressed her face to the floor. Indeed, this statement was clear and grave. Not just Fu Shi, even a palace maid could comprehend its implications. The emperor implied that the empress, having been married before, might compare him unfavorably to her former husband, Li Chongxuan, and ridicule him. Fu Shi's face paled. The maid, oblivious to the gravity of her words, continued. The emperor also declared that he bestowed upon her the title of empress, not only because she is the daughter of Fu Yanqing, but also due to the late emperor's designation. No one is to touch her. At this moment, Fu Shi's mind became a blank slate, and upon hearing the final words, she could only think. The emperor harbors lofty ambitions and holds himself in high esteem. Previously, Prime Minister Feng Dao had merely remarked that he could not compare to Tang Taizong, and the emperor had taken offense. Tang Taizong is a historical figure renowned for his sagacity and esteemed across ages, with most emperors falling short of his legacy. The emperor's irritation likely stemmed from his belief that he was no less than Tang Taizong. Such a man might not be very willing to accept a bride chosen by the late emperor. "Leave," Fu Shi commanded weakly, waving her hand. The maid hurriedly bowed and departed. At this juncture, Fu Shi's emotions ran far deeper than mere disappointment. She was a woman of considerable pride, accustomed to the notion that all should hold her in high regard, including the emperor's actions. Having been elevated to Lady of Wei, and swiftly thereafter to empress, her favor could not be overstated. Yet, she had not anticipated her insignificance in his eyes. She collected her thoughts, suppressing her anger, deeming the situation not entirely dire, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. The emperor was unaware that she had not yet experienced the affections of other men. It was hardly surprising. Who would believe that a woman who had already been married, and was now in her 20s, had not encountered the complexities of life? It seemed even if she were to express this in front of the emperor, he would find it hard to accept such an extraordinary notion. Fu Shi had lived a life of privilege, adorned in silks and enjoying comforts, possessing dignity, power, and wealth, none of which she lacked. Thus she had never placed great value on them. Yet, she yearned for the affection and adoration of a man. Having reached this juncture, the only person who could bestow upon her such sentiments was the emperor. Indeed, there were many men in the world, and remarriage for women was hardly an extraordinary affair. Fu Shi herself had remarried. There would always be someone willing to take a widow or a divorced woman as a wife. However, who could dare to marry an empress? Without the emperor's affection, Fu Shi could only await a fate of widowhood or a semblance of it, with no opportunity for a second marriage. This was not an uncommon predicament. There were many women in the palace, and even the exalted position of empress did not exempt one from such realities. Gradually, she calmed from her initial feelings of grievance, disappointment, and anger. Previously, she had not fully grasped the severity of the situation, but now she recognized that, even as empress, she must vie for favor. A strategy was imperative. Should she resort to the baseness of Qin Marin, shamelessly uttering lewd words to appease the emperor? No. Fu Shi resolved that she could never stoop to such depths. The foremost task was to ensure the emperor recognized her as virtuous and unblemished, while preventing him from suspecting that she had overheard his private words, thus needing to convey them to him. Some clever arrangements were necessary to make it seem as though she had learned of them by chance. With the palace maid summoned away, she remained alone in her chamber, quietly contemplating many matters. Exhausted, she did not even change her clothes but lay on the bed, drifting into sleep. Her slumber was restless, and she dreamt vividly. In her dream, she was running joyfully, not alone, for in the distance stood a handsome young man who gazed upon her with evident excitement and admiration. This young man was Xiao Ge, a scion of a noble family, possessing both literary and martial prowess, the reasons for his attributes unknown in the dream. Yet she felt assured of them. Xiao Ge approached, earnestly professing, "I vow my loyalty to you, to protect and cherish you for a lifetime, even to the point of sacrificing my life." Just as she reveled in this moment, suddenly the light dimmed, and chaos ensued. Akin to the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, with a tumult of events crowding in. Then she awoke, her arm numb, unable to move, discomfort washing over her. It turned out that in her earlier slumber, she had inadvertently rested her head on her arm instead of the pillow. Fu Shi opened her eyes to find herself in a vast, dimly lit yet opulent palace, utterly devoid of company, the silence almost oppressive. A wave of melancholy washed over her, followed by an inexplicable panic as she called out, "Mu Shanggong." "Where's Mu Shanggong?" A middle-aged palace maid hurried in, lifting her skirts, and knelt before the bed. "I am here, your highness. What are your commands?" Fu Shi furrowed her brow slightly, regaining her composure and speaking with an air of authority. "What time is it?" "I wish to bathe and change." Fu Shi spoke with a tone that held no room for question. What she desired was of no concern to the hour. The maid appeared equally unperturbed, as if it were perfectly normal for the empress to bathe before dawn. "Please wait a moment, your highness. I shall prepare at once." After a while, Fu Shi found herself submerged in a grand, intricately carved wooden bathtub, warm water rising in gentle steam, with flower petals scattered upon the surface. Beside her lay a crystal-clear goblet of sweet wine, the ruby liquid contained within a glass vessel. Surrounding her were a dozen or so bowing palace maids. Among them a particularly close young maid, whose delicate hands, as soft as green onions, carefully kneaded Fu Shi's arms. The mood of Fu Shi gradually improved as she reclined comfortably, seemingly savoring the moment. The worries that had previously plagued her mind were momentarily cast aside. She was, after all, an inherently optimistic individual. If it were not for her dire circumstances, such as the chaos of invading soldiers breaching her home, she typically possessed a keen understanding of how to cultivate her own joy. As she lifted a glass cup, her eyes half closed, she became increasingly entranced amidst the gentle caress of her surroundings. Who could dictate my thoughts? Fu Shi had come to terms with this. Life necessitates letting go, and there is no need to incessantly berate oneself over past mistakes or debts incurred. Her lengthy bathing and dressing ritual consumed a considerable amount of time, and by the time she was ready, dawn had fully arrived. After partaking in breakfast attended by a multitude of servants and rinsing her mouth, she was sipping on a delicate floral tea when the eunuch Chao Tai entered at the opportune moment. This eunuch, regardless of whether he had business or not, made it a daily routine to hover before the empress. As fate would have it, he encountered Fu Shi at a moment when she wished to consult him. Fu Shi simply stated, "Regarding the matter discussed at the Privy Council yesterday, you should meet with Wang Pu and suggest he recommend someone to the emperor." Chao Tai awaited Wang Pu at the West Hua Gate, engaging in trivial pleasantries before gently prodding, "Why does Prime Minister Wang not nominate someone for the Western expedition?" Wang Pu casually inquired, "Who should I recommend?" Chao Tai, with his whisk in the crook of his arm, clasped his hands and replied, "You are the Prime Minister. Naturally, you can nominate whomever you wish." After a brief exchange, they parted ways, appearing from a distance as mere acquaintances exchanging polite greetings within the imperial city. Wang Pu found himself momentarily perplexed. Initially, he assumed that Chao Tai was merely doing a favor for the empress or some noble. He pondered the implications of endorsing a mediocre candidate for the critical task of the Western campaign. How could such a significant matter be trivialized for the sake of personal connections? Furthermore, even if he were inclined to treat it lightly, the Privy Council was not solely under his authority. Any major decision required the emperor's approval. Yet, Cao Tai's remark about nominating someone led to Wang Pu's confusion. If the decision rested with him, why would the eunuch mention it? However, at just over 30, Wang Pu was quick-witted and soon discerned the crux of Cao Tai's statement. It was not about who to recommend, but rather who would make the recommendation. With this realization, Wang Pu concluded that he would recommend someone himself. In his opinion, Xiang Sun was an excellent choice, possessing a prudent demeanor and a broad perspective. This revelation illuminated the situation for Wang Pu. Among the military, he had the closest rapport with Xiang Sun, who also enjoyed his utmost admiration. If Wang Pu were to recommend someone, it would almost certainly be Xiang Sun, who could potentially request personnel from the Privy Council. Specifically the Inner Palace's Commander Guo Xiao. Unbeknownst to others, Wang Pu had some connections with the Empress and had been observant of her subtle maneuvers outside the palace, such as bestowing Fu South family estate in Tokyo to a military officer, Commander Guo Xiao, who had previously made an impression on Wang Pu when he recommended him to the emperor. Piecing together these elements, it became evident that Cao Tai had come today to facilitate a backdoor arrangement, with the primary beneficiary being Guo Xiao. This arrangement was cleverly orchestrated, as no one explicitly stated who was involved, yet everything was evidently aligned with the empress's intentions. Wang Pu did not suspect Cao Tai of harboring ulterior motives. A smile crept across Wang Pu's face, recognizing it as a fortuitous favor that posed no difficulty. In a grand hall, the empress received concubines, female officials, and eunuchs, overseeing reports concerning the inner palace. Though the empress appeared distracted, the attendants maintained an air of seriousness. Ignoring the ongoing discussions, Cao Tai approached the dais and leaned in close to Fu Shi, whispering, "I have already met with Prime Minister Wang." He also mentioned encountering the eunuch Wang Xianzhi, who informed him of a Taoist temple near the Xiangwu Temple, where the temple master, Jingyang, was closely associated with Guo Xiao, and a marriage between them seemed likely. Cao Tai expressed his doubts regarding Jingyang's lineage, suggesting that even if she were Zhao Kuangyin's foster sister, her current circumstances spoke otherwise. Cao Tai succinctly relayed this information, emphasizing the essentials while also incorporating his insights to ease the empress's concerns. His articulate manner and efficiency in handling matters had earned him Fu Shi's trust. Upon hearing this, Fu Shi gestured for everyone to disperse, stating, "Everyone, attend to your duties." The attendants, some kneeling and others bowing, offered their respects. Cao Tai adeptly accompanied the empress, navigating through the crowd into a side hall, where she dismissed all present. Casting a glance at Cao Tai, she remarked, "You are too conspicuous. Better send Wang Xianzhi to meet with Guo Xiao." Cao Tai promptly bowed, understood. "What should Wang Xianzhi convey to Guo Xiao?" "Please instruct me, Your Majesty." Fu Shi then beckoned Cao Tai closer, whispering a few words to him. The seasoned eunuch accepted his orders, dispatching someone to summon Wang Xianzhi while simultaneously drafting a letter, sealing it with lacquer. When Wang Xianzhi arrived, Cao Tai instructed him to personally deliver the letter. The correspondence was straightforward yet authoritative, leaving no room for negotiation. It forbade Guo Xiao from marrying Jingyang as his legitimate wife and prohibited any marriage for the next year or two, stating that the empress would decide the appropriate time for such arrangements, lacking any official seal and the handwriting appearing not to belong to a woman. It was evident that it was not Fu Shi's personal note. The tone of the letter conveyed the essence of a directive from a superior or elder, as it even dictated matters concerning Guo Xiao's marriage. Initially, Guo Xiao felt a sense of resistance, but upon further reflection, he acquiesced. With no foundation or connections in this tumultuous era, he realized he had inadvertently gained the empress's favor, a fortunate turn of fate stemming from the risks taken by a young man. Had it not been for this serendipitous opportunity, his future remained uncertain. Most likely, he would have achieved the rank of a minor officer after years of military service, gradually accumulating experience and hoping for fortune to favor him in battle. If he continued on this path, aspirations of greatness akin to Zhao Kuangyin's would be mere illusions. For during that time, even if he had distinguished himself by slaying Zhang Yuanhui, without explicit recognition from Zhang Yongda before the emperor, he would remain obscure. Zhang Yongda's advocacy on his behalf was evidently influenced by the empress's favor, as she commanded respect among military ranks, coupled with Xiang Sun's admiration for Guo Xiao. Guo Xiao came to the realization that his rise to prominence depended entirely upon one individual, Empress Fu. Now that the Empress was overseeing his affairs, was it not a fortuitous circumstance? Yet he found himself perplexed by the notion that the Empress would personally arrange his marriage. If so, he hoped the chosen candidate would not be too unattractive, for he had no intention of being overly selective in a union. Not long after, Xiangsun personally visited Guo Xiao's residence, opening the main entrance for a guest for the first time, as they typically used the side entrance. Xiangsun greeted him, suggesting that Guo Xiao prepare himself. Guo Xiao remained oblivious to the intricate maneuvers occurring above him, as everything unfolded rather unexpectedly. Suddenly, someone remarked, "You are about to embark on a military expedition." Naturally, no one would disclose to him the court's motivations for this campaign, nor the rationale for selecting him. He was simply expected to obey orders. Guo Xiao planned to seek out Wang Xianzhi or someone familiar from the Dynasty the following day for some supplies. Recently, the imperial court had issued 2 essay topics: the difficulty of serving as sovereign and strategies for border security, which he intended to study as a means of grasping the central government's ethos. However, the arrangements made above held little significance for Guo Xiao. A thought lingered in his mind. I am destined to achieve greatness. As he pondered this matter, a peculiar and joyous smile crept across his face while seated at the dining table. Suddenly, a dish was heavily placed on the table, and Yu Lian, setting the table, sensed the discontent brewing within her. Guo Xiao glanced at Yu Lian and noticed the displeasure etched upon her oval face. He casually inquired, "What has a mere bowl done to offend you?" Yu Lian replied, "Who has offended me? I would never dare to disrupt my lord's good cheer. It seems I can only sit there and grin foolishly." Given that there were only a few individuals in the Guo household, Guo Xiao did not distinguish between master and servant. With only 4 people present, they dined together to avoid the hassle. It created an odd impression of 3 generations living under one roof, ranging from the elderly to the young. Yu Lian remarked, "Is your benefactor trying to win you over again?" She seemed to meddle in matters beyond her purview, even regarding Jing Yang. Guo Xiao then recalled that all his possessions were sorted by Yu Lian, and she must have seen that letter. People seek wealth, and while we can afford to quarrel with anyone, why provoke those in power and privilege? Guo Xiao suggested, smilingly adopting a jesting tone. Why do I sense a tinge of jealousy in your words? Did the vinegar jar accidentally topple over today? With irritation, Yu Lian retorted, "Yes, I have indeed spilled the vinegar jar. The pots and bowls are swimming in it." Her recent attitude had shifted significantly. Previously, while working at the blacksmith shop, she had been polite and humble in her interactions with Guo Xiao. Yet within a mere month, she had transformed entirely. There exists a saying that one's body may reside in Chao Ying while the heart remains in Han, suggesting a disconnection between the two. However, for women, such separation is indeed challenging. Once Yu Lian and Guo Xiao shared an intimate bond, her demeanor changed drastically, and she seemed to lack the reverence she once held. Even though Guo Xiao had vastly changed from the small-time boss at the blacksmith shop to his current status, he found that this respect was not reciprocated in Yu Lian's eyes. Guo Xiao slightly turned his gaze, contemplating and mused, "What brand of jealousy are you harboring? The incident with Jing Yang was unexpected, yet you appeared unperturbed, even advising me to take responsibility. If I am not mistaken, you often visit Yu Zhangguan to check on her welfare. Could it be that after a few months at Yu Zhangguan, she had been brainwashed and now considered herself one of them?" Yu Lian remarked, "Jing Yang is also a pitiable soul." Guo Xiao did not dispute this, thinking that even if Jing Yang were not unfortunate, her fate was hardly enviable. Yu Lian could not contain herself, adding, "Yet that person was born with everything. Beauty, status, wealth, she lacked for nothing. Now she is revered by all. Which woman could possibly compare? Why is she still unsatisfied and coveting more, even seeking your attention?" Guo Xiao could not help but laugh, finding her jealousy both amusing and peculiar. Yu Lian, with indignation, declared, "Indeed, I am one who fails to recognize the grand scheme of things, lacking in experience. How could I ever measure up to her?" Guo Xiao shook his head and sighed. Comparing oneself to others can be a source of great distress. Why compare yourself to the most esteemed woman in the realm? It serves no purpose to create unnecessary conflict. You need not compete with her for the emperor's favor. She has no leisure to quarrel with you. I believe, Yu Lian, it would be wise to keep such thoughts to yourself and avoid harming your health. For people like us, Being favored by the powerful is a blessing from our past lives. Many yearn to be noticed and promoted, but it is often but a dream. We ought to rejoice. Not everyone who strives to pledge their loyalty will be appreciated, Guo Xiao remarked. At the table, only Guo Xiao and Yu Lian engaged in lively banter, while the elderly and the young remained silent. Old Huang was perpetually indifferent, avoiding discussions beyond his comprehension and showing no interest in trivial matters. Meanwhile, Dong Samé remained focused on her meal, her small mouth delicately consuming food without pause, continuing until her belly could no longer accommodate more. Days passed in this manner, and a period of relative tranquility ensued. In early August, Guo Xiao was stationed at the inner hall of the North Gate, fulfilling his turn in duty, as arranged by the Privy Council. At that moment, an elderly eunuch arrived at the North Gate, bearing the Empress's imperial decree, instructing him to lead 2 cavalry units to escort her during her outing. Guo Xiao dutifully accepted the order, deploying only 2 units, which was not a significant troop movement. Besides, it was the Empress's command for protection, thus trivial in nature. Guo Xiao merely needed to record the details in the inner hall. Had he called forth hundreds of cavalrymen without permission, it would have alarmed the Dynasty and the Privy Council. The Empress was to leave the palace for the Xiangwu Temple. A grand procession of ceremonial attendants exited the palace, with Guo Xiao at the forefront leading the horsemen. Behind him followed a multitude of eunuchs and palace maidens, and a small contingent of cavalry brought up the rear. The scene bore a striking resemblance to a moment earlier in the year when Guo Xiao, drenched in sweat at the blacksmith shop, gazed up at a similar procession. Yet this one was even more splendid. The idle onlookers outside the Xiangwu Temple had been cleared away, and the Kaifeng city guard were deployed to maintain order. The common folk were fortunate to catch a glimpse of the Empress's regal presence, standing at a distance, eagerly awaiting the fleeting moment when she would dismount at the temple entrance, eyes wide to avoid missing the spectacle. Once the grand entourage arrived at the temple entrance, the abbot and several monks awaited outside to extend their greetings. Accompanied by an entourage, the Empress was enveloped in a throng of attendants, surrounded on all sides by eunuchs and maidens, leaving little room for the excited spectators in the distance who might have hoped for a closer view. Nevertheless, this would not hinder their conversations in the marketplaces and homes, where they would boast of having seen the Empress with their own eyes. Guo Xiao and his troops followed the Empress into the temple, stationed outside to ensure security. The Empress made little appearance. One might catch a glimpse of her within the throng, but who would dare stretch their necks and peer eagerly? Such behavior would be deemed most improper. At that moment, the elderly eunuch, Chao Tai, addressed the abbot, stating the monks in the main hall should also withdraw, allowing the Empress to converse with the Buddha in peace. He then called to Guo Xiao, "You may enter and take a look, then guard the entrance." Guo Xiao complied. He entered the main hall to ascertain any potential security risks. However, there seemed to be no issues. Although the Empress was of high status, as a woman, she was unlikely to be perceived as a threat by certain factions. Once preparations were complete, Guo Xiao and the elderly eunuch stood guard at the front entrance, while another officer and the eunuch attended to the rear. At that moment, the soldiers and monks within the Xiangwu Temple finally beheld the Empress's elegance. She was not clad in elaborate ceremonial attire, but donned a simple garment, perhaps in keeping with the spiritual act of seeking purity. With minimal adornment, she required no external embellishments to accentuate her presence. Even though her attire could easily be emulated by ordinary citizens, the onlookers could hardly divert their gaze, some monks even losing their composure in astonishment. Among the monks at the Xiangwu Temple, some had yet to fully attain the state of detachment from worldly concerns. The Empress stepped into the main hall and gently knelt upon the prepared mat. Though she was the most esteemed woman in the world, her status remained confined to the mortal realm. Divinity still held its own sanctity. The crowd outside the courtyard observed from a distance, unable to approach. Yet they could see the Empress's silhouette. She stood before the Buddha, quietly offering her prayers. Chapter 50. Preparing the bedding on the mat, the Empress, clad in a flowing gown, sat with her legs obscured, blurring the distinction between sitting and kneeling. But one should be kneeling. How can mortals deceive the divine? She wore a plain white silk robe, exquisitely patterned and crafted, yet clearly ill-fitting, excessively loose. In Guo Xiao's eyes, it resembled maternity, suggesting that women who don such ample garments either possess an ungainly figure they wish to conceal or are exceptionally beautiful, yet prefer to remain hidden. The empress evidently belonged to the latter category. Fu Shi had been kneeling on the mat for an extended period. The incense candles in the courtyard had long since burned out, yet no one dared to replenish them amidst such a prolonged wait. They could have dined 2 or 3 times over, as hundreds lingered in the temple courtyard, rendered powerless to act. Nevertheless, Fu Shi remained unfazed by the multitude awaiting her, allowing them to wait while she knelt before the Buddha, occasionally faintly hearing the delicate sounds as if genuinely conversing with the divine. She finally rose from the mat, but showed no inclination to turn around, continuing to stand with her back to the assembly. Suddenly, she began to speak, her voice soft. Yet Guo Xiao, positioned near the entrance, could hear her clearly. Perhaps in a few days, your appointment will be finalized. The commander of the left wing of Hujia. Was she addressing me? Upon hearing these words, Guo Xiao felt certain they were meant for him. He refrained from responding, as the empress's back was to him, clearly indicating her desire for no one else to witness their exchange. He listened quietly. Meanwhile, the aged eunuch, Chao Tai, dozed off with half-closed eyes, seemingly oblivious to the lengthy, standing period. You will be dispatched westward to reclaim the Qin and Feng provinces. I hope you can distinguish yourself on the battlefield this time. Fu Shi paused, then continued in a calm, almost self-reflective tone. Only then will you possess sufficient qualifications to achieve merit in the forthcoming campaign against Huainan. The southern Tang is the most formidable nation beyond China, its wealth and population long surpassing my dynasty. The campaign against Huainan aims to seize the southern Tang's salt and iron in the Huai River Basin, crippling their capacity to advance northward. This battle will be of paramount importance. If you can achieve success in this endeavor, you will gain the prestige and capability to become a trusted minister of the realm. At that time, I shall bestow my younger sister from the Fu family upon you. You will find her appealing. She resembles me, yet is even younger and more beautiful. The implications of marrying the empress's sister and forming an alliance with the Fu family are self-evident. I need not elaborate further. The last 4 words for you. First north, then south with a focus on Khitan. Guo Xiao was elated. In the subsequent moments, he merely responded dazedly, his thoughts seemingly floating among the clouds. Such a magnificent opportunity seemed almost too good to be true. To marry the empress's sister, the daughter of Wang Xianzhi's family, would undoubtedly position him in a place of great influence and power. Moreover, the empress herself had proclaimed it, stating her sister closely resembled her, yet was even younger and more beautiful. Could such fortune truly exist? Upon returning home, he encountered Yu Lian, striving to temper his emotions. Reflecting on Yu Lian's reaction from a few days prior, her inexplicable feelings towards the Fu family, Guo Xiao pondered anew. Perhaps her sentiments were not solely rooted in jealousy. She simply wished to avoid a fate where she might be forsaken for the likes of Empress Fu, as he had once been. He fully understood Yu Lian's thoughts. Having finally found a reliable companion, she would surely be distressed if he were to perish for a woman who lacked any need. Guo Xiao was certainly no longer the young man. He simply struggled to find the right words to explain to Yu Lian. However, the matter of his impending expedition ought to be disclosed to her soon, as he would be away for no less than several months. Guo Xiao spoke lightly, unable to conceal his excitement, genuinely eager to achieve great things. Yu Lian stood there in shock, but Guo Xiao, as a military man, was bound to face battles. It was an inevitability she should comprehend. She neither urged him nor spoke for a long while. Guo Xiao gradually grew perplexed, regardless of his circumstances. She should have reacted in some way. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he inquired, Yu Lian, will you not say anything? She suddenly posed an unrelated question softly. Did you once have a sister? Guo Xiao was taken aback. I mentioned my expedition, and you show no concern for that? Why ask this now? I indeed had a sister. Guo Xiao, who had been reveling in immense hope, suddenly felt his spirits dampen. Upon hearing this, Yu Lian's expression turned earnest, and she urgently requested, please tell me something about her, if you will. Yet he, unless absolutely necessary, truly despised fabricating lies and preferred silence. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it harmless to share some details. Thus he spoke. Our family's circumstances were quite dire. It seemed my sister's marriage was somewhat rushed, and she later sacrificed much for my education. I have often wondered if her actions were motivated by a desire to assist me. As he spoke, Guo Xiao's mood sank further, a sense of inexplicable disappointment enveloping him, and his voice dwindled to a whisper, lacking strength. Yet he found no opportunity to inquire further or fulfill his own longing. Yu Yin softly questioned, "Has she passed away?" Guo Xiao remained silent. Chapter 51. How many flowers fall in dreams on a remarkably tranquil night? Only the occasional croak of frogs could be heard from the pond. Guo Xiao tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. It was not the frogs croaking that disturbed his slumber, for they had serenaded him for many nights, and he usually fell asleep peacefully. Yu Yin lay beside him, turned on her side, motionless. She merely lay quietly, her eyes open, unable to drift into sleep. The hour was uncertain. The courtyard was devoid of the watchman's call, and the sound from the street were faint. It was deep into the night, perhaps even into the early hours of the morning. Guo Xiao's emotions had fluctuated throughout the day, soaring with elation, tinged with eager anticipation, then descending into despondency. The roller coaster of feelings left his mind in disarray, and the more he pondered, the harder it became to fall asleep. Suddenly, Yu Yin softly asked, "Are you unable to sleep, my lord?" "Yes," he replied. "For some reason, I feel restless and uncomfortable." Influenced by her presence, Guo Xiao's voice was subdued. In truth, the vast courtyard was nearly empty. Even if they spoke loudly, it would not disturb anyone. Yet, people often succumb to habits, and in the dead of night, their voices naturally grew hushed. Yu Yin remarked, "You must have been quite happy today. I have failed to congratulate you. Forgive me." Guo Xiao reassured her. "There is no need for an apology. I understand. Fortune and danger go hand in hand. To fight means to face peril. You are merely concerned for me." "Indeed," Yu Yin replied softly, "yet I do not comprehend why, now that we live comfortably, you still seek wealth and status recklessly. The pursuit of fame and fortune is endless. Desires are insatiable. Why the urgency? Having known you for many years, I have not discerned any ambition within you to govern the world," she added, her confusion evident. Guo Xiao casually responded, "Who does not aspire for fame and fortune?" Yu Yin countered, "Yet few are willing to wager their lives for it. What use is wealth without life to enjoy it? I often feel a fear that you might disregard your own life in pursuit of glory." Guo Xiao hastily reassured her, "I am not so foolish. I will not engage in pursuits that risk my life without reward. You need not worry." He paused, seemingly having come to a realization, reflecting, "Regardless of the era, without money, one cannot achieve distinction. One cannot find joy. At least from my experiences, one will inevitably encounter situations that evoke regret or guilt throughout life. With wealth and power, not only can one find personal joy, but also ensure that loved ones lead fulfilling lives. We are indeed living well now, with a decent salary. However, these possessions are not necessarily secure. To safeguard what we have and attain true peace of mind, our current influence is woefully inadequate, rendering us vulnerable." Guo Xiaobin is not a person prone to indecision, nor does he often find himself in a state of perplexity. He typically possesses the ability to persuade himself, allowing his thoughts to flow freely, and this occasion was no exception. After a restless night, he gradually attained clarity. In the realm of philosophical inquiries regarding the meaning of life, numerous thoughts abound. Even Buddhism speaks of the emptiness of all things. What constitutes the ultimate truth is difficult to articulate. However, Guo Xiaobin firmly believes that his perspective is valid, convinced that it is a truth distilled from life's experiences, and he perceives it with profound clarity. Wealth does not equate to happiness. The absence of fortune breeds discontent, while the presence of it may lead to the futility of efforts akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. One must not only possess wealth, but also strive for prominence, accompanied by a sense of security. It is crucial that one does not feel as though their interests and loved ones could be easily usurped and trampled upon by others. Only then can one genuinely laugh with abandon, reveling in profound joy. Regarding Wai Lian, he is certain of his feelings, despite the inability to articulate them fully. He simply desires to treat her well. Guo Xiao often perceives a resemblance between Wai Lian and his sister from a previous life, not in appearance, but in an ineffable connection. However, it is Wai Lian's need for him that draws him in. This desolate woman, devoid of hope, can find solace solely in him. Naturally, Guo Xiao does not regard Wai Lian merely as a substitute for his sister. Were that the case, he would feel an innate aversion to physical intimacy with her. Upon reconciling these thoughts, he found himself drifting into slumber. only to awaken to the astonishing realization of newfound wealth. On a splendid sunny morning, he sat in a luxurious car on the street, awaiting his sister who was indulging in an elite beauty treatment at a women's wellness center. He patiently anticipated her completion, for the sun blazed fiercely outside, and it would be unthinkable to let her be exposed to its rays. It was essential that she had a vehicle ready to whisk her away upon her exit. After an extended period of idle waiting, his sister emerged, her face radiating satisfaction. Adorned in world-renowned fashion brands and clutching an exquisitely valuable handbag, she epitomized elegance. Such extravagance was merely trivial in the eyes of Guo Xiao. Then, the elder sister remarked that there was still a little time before dinner. So the siblings ventured into a CAF within a five-star hotel. The luminous glass and exquisite tableware created an atmosphere of sophistication. She sat gracefully opposite him, engaging in leisurely conversation about mundane matters with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Guo Xiao turned over, producing a sound. Beside him, Yu Yin, having spent a sleepless night, gazed at his beaming smile, her eyes closed, and a trickle of drool escaped from the corner of her mouth. Yu Yin took a handkerchief and gently wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. She tenderly traced her fingers across his face, meticulously caressing every inch of skin and every contour. Yu Yin pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with him turning his back to her. Thus, she stubbornly rose and moved outside, insisting that Guo Xiao face her once more. Then, she gently rested her face against his chest, listening to the powerful and steady rhythm of his heartbeat, contentedly closing her eyes to rest. The following morning, Guo Xiao, busy preparing to leave, spoke while dressing. Yu Yin, do not let your thoughts wander. You will never regret following me. Yu Yin shook her head and replied, your words are utterly meaningless. I may regret many things, but how could I ever regret being with you? What have I to lose before this? Guo Xiao, after a night of reflection, once again found himself enveloped in anticipation and joy. The awaited day would see him commanding a formidable military force, wielding significant authority that would compel respect from all. Moreover, the impending union with the illustrious Fu family, known for their substantial wealth and influence over the decades, would create a harmonious alliance. The favor of the queen and the enchanting beauty of the queen's sister, a refined young lady, have left Guo Xiao in a state of eager anticipation. He yearns to lead his troops and deliver a resounding defeat to the state of Shu, compelling them to obediently surrender the territories of Qin and Feng. Wealth and power are the true harbingers of happiness and joy. To ensure that neither oneself nor the cherished individuals in one's life experience regret, sorrow, or the need to compromise unjustly, Guo Xiaoxin thought to himself, whatever I desire is within my grasp, and whatever I wish to pursue, I shall pursue. He secretly indulged in a series of indecent musings within his heart, feeling quite exhilarated. Yet suddenly he pondered, if one truly ascended to that echelon, that status, perhaps mere satisfaction would not suffice. Indeed, one must cultivate a sense of grandeur and aspire to loftier dreams. With such immense potential, why not embark on endeavors that leave a more profound impact? However, as he donned his ornate armor and rode forth accompanied by a retinue of loyal soldiers towards the imperial city, the exhilaration and sense of freedom within him gradually subsided. The stark reality was that he could not act at will. He had to confront his circumstances. It was merely a reassignment. Guo Xiao hastily adopted a humble demeanor, noting that the troops from the Hu Jia army, which belonged to the imperial guards, would no longer be able to work together. Alas, his statement was not without merit. The Zhou dynasty's imperial military system primarily consisted of two branches, the Dian Qianxi and the Shiwei Qinjunxi. The inner palace guards were an independent establishment subordinate to the Dian Qianxi, serving as close protectors of the emperor, though their numbers were insufficient to constitute a proper army. In contrast, the left wing of the Hu Jia army was a regular military force under the Shiwei Si, boasting greater manpower and scale, yet they were evidently not as intimately connected to the emperor as his personal guards, and were composed of infantry. In terms of rank, Guo Xiao, who concurrently commanded the first and second armies of the Hu Jia left wing, held a higher position than the Yu Ho of the inner palace guards. However, it was difficult to discern which position was superior, as many would likely prefer to serve as the Yu Ho of the inner palace guards. Yet, Guo Xiao's current situation involved more than a mere position change. His assignment to the Hu Jia army was primarily to facilitate his western expedition, providing him with an opportunity to achieve merit. His previous command of the inner palace guards lacked sufficient troops for independent operations, and only by being assigned to principal forces such as the Shao Dijun, the Kong Hijun, or the Long Jiejun and Hu Jiejun of the imperial guards could he muster the necessary military strength. The intricacies of these developments were not convoluted. Everyone could see clearly that Guo Xiao had influential backing. Upon hearing Guo Xiao's modesty, Wang Xianzhi felt a sense of joy, for the formal appointment had yet to be issued, and Guo Xiao remained his subordinate. If a subordinate were to display arrogance in Wang Xianzhi's presence, how could Wang Xianzhi maintain his dignity before the soldiers? Previously, Guo Xiao had already received a favor from Wang Xianzhi. For a moment, everyone exchanged polite pleasantries and reminisced about their camaraderie, creating an atmosphere of warmth. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the barracks. Wang Xianzhi turned to his attendant and said, "Who is making such a ruckus in front of the military camp? Go and investigate." Huh? Wang Xianzhi immediately turned to gaze at Guo Xiao. Chapter 52. The Clamor of the Military Camp. During the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, the imperial army was rather disorganized. By the time of the later Zhou, the imperial army was primarily composed of 2 major systems and 4 main forces. The 2 major systems refer to the Dynasty and the Qingjun Shi. The Dynasty was more intimately connected to the emperor and belonged to the inner circle. Although the name of the Shi Qingjun Shi implies closeness, it actually constituted the outer organization of the imperial army. The Dynasty boasted elite troops, while the Shi Qingjun Shi generally had a larger number of personnel. The 4 main forces include the Shaodi Army, later renamed the Tiechi Army, and the Konghe Army under the Dynasty, and the Longjia Army and the Hujia Army under the Shi. The organizational structure of these 4 armies is similar. Each typically comprises left and right wings, with the wings further divided into regiments, such as the 1st Army, 2nd Army, and 3rd Army, each varying in number. Each regiment is commanded by a leader, one leader overseeing 500 men, with a regiment size determining whether it has 5, 7, or 10 leaders. Each leader commands 5 units, each unit consisting of 100 men. Each unit is further divided into 4 squads, with each squad containing around 20 individuals. And each squad comprises 4 fire teams, with each team consisting of 5 or 6 members. Based on this organization, the corresponding commanders are the wing commander, 1 wing, the regiment commander, 1 regiment, the leader, 1 leader, the unit head, 1 unit, with cavalry referred to as Junshi, the team captain, 1 squad, and the fire chief, 1 fire team, totaling 6 ranks. The troops responsible for guarding and duty belong to the Dynasty and are not the main military force. They include the Nidianji, the Weidianji, and the various classes of troops. The organization of these personnel differs from that of regular forces. The 4 classes under the Nidianji are relatively small in number and do not constitute a full army. However, those who serve as commanders in these guard duties are generally regarded as promising, as untrustworthy leaders would not be assigned to such positions. Currently, compared to when Guo Xiao held the position of team captain at the beginning of the year, he has risen from the 2nd rank to the 5th rank. Hu Jiejun belongs to the army of the Shi. Guo Xiao inquired and learned that the 1st Army of the left wing has 7 commanders, while the 2nd Army has 5, totaling 12 commanders. The overall military strength is approximately 6,000 men, and his authority over the troops has become quite substantial. Although his promotion to the commander of both the 1st and 2nd Armies of the left wing from the Nidianji Yuho can be seen as an elevation, it is essentially a lateral transfer in rank, a normal reassignment that can be accepted by the military generals. Everyone is aware that the Nidianji generals are favorites of the court. Outside the camp, someone wishes to meet Guo Xiao, causing a commotion among the soldiers. Upon reporting, the visitor claims to be the son of Prime Minister Wang Pu. Wang Xianzhi and Guo Xiao were both astonished. Seeing Wang Xianzhi looking at him, Guo Xiao quickly said, "I have had no prior dealings with Prime Minister Wang. I have only met him once when I attended the birthday celebration of General's 2nd son, which you also attended. What if he truly is the son of Prime Minister Wang?" Wang Xianzhi remarked. Guo Xiao then accorded enough respect to Wang Dushi, asking in an inquiring tone, "Shall we let him in for a visit? If he proves to be an impostor, we can simply expel him." Wang Xianzhi nodded in agreement. "That would be excellent." The soldier received the command, and shortly thereafter brought a young man into the barracks. Previously, hearing that this lad was looking for Guo Xiao, he asked. "Are you the son of Prime Minister Wang? What business do you have with me?" The young man performed a formal bow and replied, "Indeed, my father is the Prime Minister. I initially did not wish to disclose this, but the brothers guarding the camp were about to drive me away. My name is Wang Xianzhi, and I have come specifically to enlist." Enlist? Guo Xiao and Wang Xianzhi exchanged glances. If he is truly the son of Wang Pu, why would he abandon a bright future and seek to join the Dynasty? The young man, Wang Xianzhi, continued, "I do not know who Guo Yuho is. I only wish to serve him. The one who shot dead the mightiest general of Beihan. Guo Yuho. I am he," Guo Xiao replied, and he and Wang Xianzhi shared a laugh. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the young man immediately knelt and said, "I have long admired and respected the reputation of General Guo. I have heard that you are about to embark on a western expedition. Please accept me under your command. I will serve you faithfully." Guo Xiao was momentarily taken aback and said, "If your father were to speak on your behalf, I would certainly be willing to oblige. However, it is evident that you have come here without your father's knowledge. Otherwise, why would you not first seek a position in the palace?" Wang Xianzhi added, "The Wang family is a scholarly lineage. Why would the young master forsake his studies to enlist in the military?" Wang Xianzhi retorted, "I am not suited for scholarly pursuits. My father sent me to study, but I ended up rallying the children as soldiers and taking on the role of a general myself." Laughter erupted among the military men in the barracks. Even the soldiers at the door chuckled. Wang Xianzhi pounded his chest and declared, "Do not underestimate me for my youth. I have heard that Guo Yuho is not yet 20. Ambition knows no age. I am proficient with all weapons, and I am quite skilled in horseback riding and archery." He eagerly continued, "General Guo, accept me under your command. Let us fight for our country and achieve great deeds. That is the true calling of a man." Guo Xiao assessed the young man and laughed. "You are thinking too simplistically. Serving the court is far more advantageous than risking your life on the battlefield. Wouldn't you agree, General Wang?" Wang Xianzhi nodded. With a father who is a prime minister, the young master need not worry about sustenance. Why would he risk his life in battle? Wang Xianzhi disregarded their comments and directly inquired, "Is it that General Guo looks down upon me and does not wish to accept me under his command?" Guo Xiao replied, "It is not that I look down upon you. Rather, I cannot accept you." Wang Xianzhi persisted, "General Guo, do not judge me by appearances. I am skilled in archery and horsemanship. If you doubt me, let us test our abilities on the training grounds." Guo Xiao suddenly shouted, "You dare to intrude into the military camp. Seize him." Wang Xianzhi was startled, not expecting such a swift change in tone, and hastily exclaimed, "My father is the prime minister. What do you intend to do?" The approaching soldiers hesitated, and Guo Xiao reiterated, "Seize him. He claims to be the son of the prime minister, but how can we verify that? We do not know the son of the prime minister. We can take him to Wang Pu and inquire." Wang Xianzhi remained uncertain, allowing Guo Xiao to proceed. Thus, two soldiers seized Wang Xianzhi by the shoulders, while several others armed themselves and surrounded him. However, they did not bind him, for he appeared to be a refined young man, clearly the son of a wealthy family, making it unnecessary to take such measures. Guo Xiao stood up and said, "General Wang, I must take my leave. I will personally escort this young man to the Shumi Yuan to verify whether he is truly the son of the prime minister and then make a decision." Wang Xianzhi replied, "General Guo, you are waiting for your promotion. There is no need to be overly concerned. There are others on duty in the barracks." Guo Xiao bid farewell, leading several soldiers as they escorted Wang Xianzhi out of the barracks. The young man remained composed, insisting he was not deceiving them. Yet he was not overly arrogant, willingly being taken away. Guo Xiao mounted his horse and slowly led the group toward the Xihua gate. Upon arrival, they could not enter, so he requested the officer on guard to inform Wang Pu at the Shumi Yuan. The officer, recognizing Guo Xiao as part of the Dynasty, warmly sent someone to deliver the message. Soon, Wang Pu, upon learning that his son had caused trouble, quickly came out and confirmed that this young man was indeed his son. Guo Xiao had long ceased to doubt Wang Xianzhi's identity. It was all predictable. While there may be imposters claiming to be the son of the prime minister, it was rather incredible for someone to impersonate and then attempt to fool military generals in the barracks. Guo Xiao thought to himself, would it even serve any purpose to cling to the commotion caused by the prime minister's son at the military camp? Although he gained nothing from the encounter, at least it bore no adverse effects. After all, Guo Xiao had nothing to do in the Dynasty and would soon be reassigned. Chapter 53. Words as precious as gold outside the Xihua Gate. To the north lies the Jinshui River. The southern bank of the Jinshui River is lined with numerous taverns and restaurants that profit from the royal treasury. For within the Xihua Gate lies the Shumi Yuan, known as the Western Court, surrounded by many official buildings. Consequently, it is quite common to see individuals in official attire and armor in this bustling area, with many shopkeepers having encountered high-ranking officials of the prime minister's status. Wang Pu and Guo Xiao chose a quiet spot inside, facing the street. Knowing Guo Xiao was a military figure, Wang Pu naturally avoided discussing refined topics such as poetry and literature. If they were to converse, it would likely be on a trivial level. Wang Pu waved his hand, saying, "Enough, enough, this is not a place for formalities. I merely recommend capable individuals to the court. It is my duty, and there is no need for gratitude. Moreover, my recommendation is merely an embellishment. I do not seek to claim credit. The Empress also greatly appreciates your loyalty and bravery, Guo Lang." Wang Pu's willingness to meet Guo Xiao, a mere mid-ranking military officer, reflects his acknowledgement of Guo Xiao's connection to the Empress. Guo Xiao candidly replied, "In my youth, I served as a soldier at the Wei Wang Fu." Wang Pu, seeing that he was reluctant to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. However, it was evident that Wang Pu did not entirely believe Guo Xiao's explanation. As the number of soldiers in the Fu family was vast, did every single one who served there merit the Empress's personal promotion? At this moment, Wang Pu remarked, "Guo Lang, you are to transition to a military position in the Shuai Sea and embark on a western expedition alongside Xiang's son. You must have heard the news?" "Indeed, I have received word," Guo Xiao responded, "but I am suddenly tasked with managing so many soldiers, and I lack experience, which makes me feel somewhat uneasy." Wang Pu reassured him, "What is there to worry about? You hold the military authority. Aside from not being able to mobilize troops in the capital, isn't everything else in the army subject to your command? If you possess the power of life and death, who among those generals would dare to disobey you or fail to win your favor?" "You are absolutely right," Guo Xiao pondered. He sensed Wang Pu was willing to discuss this matter, yet he had not yet revealed anything of practical value, so he sought to encourage further dialogue. He mused to himself, "Clearly, the Empress intends to promote him. Her words and promises regarding the marriage of the second daughter of the Fu family cannot be taken lightly. However, being a member of the imperial harem, the Empress cannot personally intervene or frequently send people from the inner palace, as that would be too conspicuous, making her position somewhat inconvenient. In such a situation, how could Guo Xiao possibly rely entirely on the Empress? It would be fortunate enough if she could offer support at a critical moment, but he still had to rely on his own wits to figure things out. Presently, he was attempting to carve out a path for himself by plotting with Wang Pu. Guo Xiao mused, although this was true, being young and inexperienced, if the soldiers were to rebel, employing harsh punishments would ultimately be futile. Just then, as the two were leisurely chatting, Wang Pu suddenly became anxious, seemingly indicating through body language that their discussion had reached its limit and that Guo Xiao should proceed with caution. Guo Xiao quickly said, "Allow me to see you off." Wang Gong. Among Wang Pu's words today, the most significant figure was undoubtedly Shi Yanchao. When Guo Xiao thought of this individual, he first recalled how he indiscriminately executed soldiers and innocent women without a second thought, followed by the image of him being riddled with arrows, akin to the tale of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Although Guo Xiao had come to understand that Shi Yanchao's actions were rather commonplace in this era, he still felt a lingering discomfort towards his blatant disregard for human life. Regardless, Guo Xiao held little fondness for Shi Yanchao in private. However, this did not hinder his business. Having come this far, how could he afford to act solely based on personal preferences and still hope to achieve his goals? Shi Yanchao had not perished at Xiankou. If he had, how could Wang Pu claim he was going to inspect the city defenses? At that moment, Wang Xianzhi entered the room and inquired, "Is that young man the son of Wang Pu, the prime minister?" The two of them chuckled for a while. During the last banquet at Xiang Sun's residence, Wang Xianzhi had jovially mingled with Zhao Kuangyin's group, suggesting an association with Zhao Kuangyin. Guo Xiao was well aware that Zhao Kuangyin would later rise to become the great Emperor Taizu of the Tang Dynasty, which instinctively made him cautious and vigilant. Moreover, Wang Xianzhi and his group were all military officers from the Dianqiansi, and Guo Xiao was about to leave the Dianqiansi for the Shuai Sea, making it inappropriate to inquire about unrelated matters. Guo Xiao intended to consult Zhu Wen. Though Zhu Wen had always been a minor official, he seemed to be well informed about various matters in the officialdom. Previously, when Guo Xiao had asked him to facilitate matters regarding the Kaifeng prefecture's Yuzhangguan, he had executed it with remarkable efficiency. Guo Xiao exited the camp, found Luo Mengzi, and instructed him to stand down from guarding the military camp and wait at Zhu Yu's residence. Once Zhu Yu was located, he should come to Guo Xiao's residence at the hour of Yu. Aside from Shi Yanchao, Guo Xiao was acquainted with others from the personal guard, including the commanding officer, Li Chengjian. The Lord must have heard of Li Chengjian. He was the nephew of Emperor Taizu, Guo Wei. Emperor Taizu was his maternal uncle. Zhu Yu paused and quietly added, Emperor Taizu is also a relative of the imperial family, having adopted a son from them. Emperor Taizu and Li Chengjian are even closer, at least by blood, while the imperial family is related through the maternal side of Emperor Taizu's wife, merely holding the title of adopted son. With my explanation, do you understand the imperial family sentiments toward Li Chengjian, my lord? Guo Xiao pondered for a moment and gave a slight nod. Zhu Yu continued, however, Li Chengjian was also a military officer in the Dynasty before, serving during Emperor Taizu's reign in various capacities, such as within the inner court and the imperial guards. It was only earlier this year, upon the emperor's ascension, that he transitioned to the personal guard, so his foundation there may not be very deep. As you mentioned, the prime minister only referred to Shi Yanchao, perhaps for this very reason. Shi Yanchao, on the other hand, has moved from the Tiger Swift Army to the Dragon Swift Army and then to the cavalry of the personal guard, continuously rotating in this vicinity. It can be inferred that Shi Yanchao has many acquaintances within the personal guard and a solid foundation. Guo Xiao nodded repeatedly, appreciating Zhu Yu's thoroughness in sharing insights. He felt the stark contrast between the privileged literati and those from humble origins, exemplified by the disparity between Wang Pu and Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu further remarked, the Prime Minister's mention of Shi Yanchao likely indicates a desire for you to leverage his established reputation to gain credibility within the military before your expedition. Although Shi Yanchao is no longer directly commanding the Tiger Swift Army, he remains the optimal candidate due to your life-saving favor towards him. Life-saving favor? Guo Xiao frowned. I hardly feel he owes me much. General Xiang Sun has done far more for him, sacrificing the majority of his finest troops to rescue Shi Yanchao. What was Shi Yanchao's attitude then? Chapter 54. Do you not feel uncomfortable? Shi Yanchao was scheduled to inspect the city defenses the day after tomorrow. This news was not easily accessible. Only someone like Prime Minister Wang would know exactly when he would undertake such duties. How the Prime Minister could be so well informed about the movements of military officers remained a mystery. Zhu Yu replied, what you say is indeed correct. The residence was structured in a 3-courtyard layout, prompting Guo Xiao to instruct Zhu Yu to wait in the outer courtyard while he hurried into the inner courtyard to summon Yu Lian to change into casual attire. Eager to remove his armor, he felt that despite the urgency, it was important to change clothes. Considering Shi Yanchao's temperament, he wondered if arriving in armor might lead to a misunderstanding of intentions. However, wearing robes would be more amiable. As Yu Lian assisted him, she remarked, this morning, I sent the blacksmith to Yuzhangguan to inform Jingyang about your impending expedition, as you instructed. Guo Xiao casually replied, when did I say that? Yu Lian explained, in the morning, I asked if you wanted me to tell Jingyang, and you simply hummed an agreement, which I took as consent. Do you not wish to inform her? Not a problem. It is only right to let her know. Guo Xiao dismissed the matter. Yu Lian then inquired, will you be dining with your colleague during your visit? The blacksmith added, that woman named Jingyang is waiting outside. Guo Xiao said, why do you not invite her in? What's she doing standing out there? The blacksmith replied, she did not specify her purpose for coming, nor did she request to meet. Reluctantly, Guo Xiao ordered him to fetch her, and the blacksmith finally exited through the side gate. Before long, Jingyang entered with the blacksmith, and Guo Xiao, standing at the entrance of the courtyard waiting for Zhu Yu, happened to see her. Jingyang's expression remained cold, devoid of the customary greetings or pleasantries one would expect upon meeting. Guo Xiao scratched the back of his head and offered a friendly smile. Since she did not appear inclined to speak, Guo Xiao was uncertain how to initiate the conversation. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss about her. It was not merely that she was dressed in male attire, wearing a collar cloth robe. Soon, Guo Xiao realized it was her bosom. Although it appeared somewhat full at the moment, it was not significantly pronounced. Having seen such things before, he knew that during the transition from summer to autumn, wearing light clothing would typically accentuate one's figure. Without overthinking, he casually remarked, do you not feel uncomfortable? To his surprise, Jingyang immediately understood, her face flushing crimson. At that moment, Guo Xiao realized he had misspoken and felt a twinge of regret. However, he noticed Jingyang did not react as she had previously, showing no intent to retaliate. Guo Xiao felt slightly relieved, pondering whether she had come to terms with her situation, ready to accept her fate. Just then, Zhu Yu approached the corner gate and, upon seeing a woman present, hurriedly retreated. Guo Xiao noticed him and quickly addressed Jingyang. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please call for Yu Lian in the inner courtyard and have her prepare dinner for you. I apologize for not being able to host you personally today. Jingyang suddenly spoke up. What urgent matter? Is it not a pursuit of fame and fortune? Guo Xiao was taken aback for a moment before decisively responding. Exactly. Who would not wish for a life of wealth and comfort, relishing in delicious meals? I sincerely admire that. With that, he turned to leave and encountered Zhu Yu, who was carrying a basket. It was somewhat amusing to see a scholar in long robes holding such a basket. Zhu Yu remarked, we are not here to bribe Shi Yanqiao, but it will be inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. I casually picked up some pastries and fruits from a shop at the entrance. The sweets there are quite delightful. If the adults do not fancy them, the children surely will. Bringing a small gift when visiting conveys our intentions without needing to articulate them. Your thoughtfulness is commendable, Mr. Zhuo Guoxiao acknowledged. He did not insist on giving Zhu Yu money, as a few pastries and fruits were hardly worth much. And the last time the imperial family had distributed rewards, they had been considerable. Furthermore, as Zhu Yu served as Guo Xiao's advisor, Guo Xiao would naturally allocate a portion of his salary to him, considering it part of his duty to support his retainers. The two then mounted their horses and made their way to Shi Yanqiao's residence. Upon reaching the estate, they presented their visiting cards. Fortune smiled upon them, for Shi Yanqiao was indeed at home. Guo Xiao and Zhu Yu were granted entry through the side gate adjacent to the main entrance, a perfectly reasonable arrangement. Shi Yanqiao, holding a higher rank than Guo Xiao, certainly could not expect the Shi family to open the main door to welcome a benefactor. Indeed, Shi Yanqiao maintained a considerable air of authority, choosing to await in the drawing room rather than coming to the door to greet them, or even standing to acknowledge their arrival. However, Guo Xiao did not take offense. At least he noted that upon seeing the name card, Shi Yanqiao promptly received him, without making him wait. This indicated that Shi Yanqiao not only remembered his name, but also recalled their shared experiences on the battlefield. Guo Xiao, in his conversation, refrained from mentioning those matters, treating them as if they had never occurred, and did not bring up the recent conflict at Exine-Co. Without such topics, their conversation dwindled significantly, with Guo Xiao merely stating that he had heard he would be transferred to the Imperial Guard. At that moment, a maidservant entered with tea, and an amusing scene suddenly flickered through Guo Xiao's mind. If Shi Yanqiao, in a moment of whimsy, were to seize a young girl in his home, the sight of his massive frame pressing down upon a delicate maiden would indeed be a tragic spectacle. After exchanging trivialities, Guo Xiao inquired, I have heard that General Shi is to inspect the city defenses the day after tomorrow. Might I accompany you? His question was posed lightly, without detailing his motivations, which were quite simple, to leverage the authority of another. Who told you this? Shi Yanqiao asked abruptly. Guo Xiao was taken aback, unprepared for such a direct query. Shi Yanqiao's imposing stature and booming voice exuded an intimidating presence, instilling a pressure that could make anyone feel as though they might be physically reprimanded at any moment. Despite the fact that others might not perceive him as a threat, the sheer size of this man, reputed as the mightiest general of the Zhou, could easily instill fear. Guo Xiao responded honestly, an official from the Privy Council. He could only hope that Shi Yanqiao, recalling how he had once saved his life on the battlefield, would refrain from further probing into the identity of the official. Shi Yanqiao snorted disdainfully. Those literary types who play with words are hardly worth considering. Guo Xiao, sensing Shi Yanqiao's displeasure, acknowledged that such feelings were natural. No one relished the thought of being watched from the shadows. His brusque remarks were not aimed specifically at Guo Xiao, but rather a reflection of his own sentiments. Beside them, Zhu Yu, clad in scholar's garb, appeared unperturbed, seemingly immune to Shi Yanqiao's ire. The latter seemed discontent with everyone in his vicinity, giving off an impression of general dissatisfaction. Guo Xiao could not discern what had provoked this, yet Shi Yanqiao's mood darkened, leading him to abruptly toss his teacup onto the table, spilling its contents and bellowing, "See them out." Guo Xiao, undeterred by Shi Yanqiao's rudeness, pressed on, And about the day after tomorrow? Shi Yanqiao replied curtly. Be there early in the morning and wait outside the Imperial Guard's office. Understood. I shall await your departure, Guo Xiao responded, adopting Zhu Yu's nonchalant demeanor, disregarding the other's expressions, and gestured towards the modest pastries brought in, adding, a small token of my esteem, nothing more. Soon, Guo Xiao and Zhu Yu exited the estate. They rode their horses in silence down the street, with Guo Xiao pondering Shi Yanqiao's discontent and whether he would cause him embarrassment before the troops the day after tomorrow, potentially backfiring on him. Zhu Yu sighed, responding cryptically, a tree that stands out will inevitably be blown down by the wind. A mound that rises above the bank will surely be swept away by the current. It was a feat for Shi Yanqiao to remain vibrant after all these years. Guo Xiao mused that the emperor seemed to hold him in high regard. A military leader favored by the emperor should not fear offending anyone. Zhu Yu, riding alongside Guo Xiao, leaned closer and whispered, I speculate that the emperor might view Shi Yanqiao's formidable reputation as a means to balance the Chang'an within the Imperial Guard. Guo Xiao contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. The emperor's intentions are inscrutable. As subjects, we cannot easily discern them. Zhu Yu continued softly. Shi Yanqiao is indeed a man of pure martial prowess. I know little of Li Chang'an, having never had the opportunity to meet him due to my humble rank. However, given the emperor's efforts to reposition Shi Yanqiao from the Hall of Precedence to the Imperial Guard and the apparent urgency to strengthen the Hall of Precedence, it seems Li Chang'an is not one to be trifled with. How can someone like Shi Yanqiao possibly balance against him? Guo Xiao remained silent. Although he had received a respectable education, his experiences diverged significantly from those of ancient scholars. And after years of living as a warrior during the Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, he was not inclined to discuss matters that felt too distant. He thought to himself, am I not here to achieve merit through military exploits? I eagerly anticipate marrying the second daughter of the Fu family. The accolades from the Western campaign may not suffice, but there will be ample opportunities, provided the higher-ups are willing to grant them. If Guo Xiao were not so driven by ambition, he would not be so anxious to inquire about matters before the appointment had even been finalized. Chapter 55, A Cruel Prank. The weather was clear, with a gentle breeze. Shi Yanqiao and his entourage commenced their inspection at the southeastern gate of Chun Prefecture, where a granary stood to the north. And within the gate lay a barracks of the Hu Jie Army's 1st Division. Surrounded by his retinue, Shi Yanqiao approached the Chun Gate, where a large contingent of soldiers awaited. The ranks of armored men far surpassed the number typically assigned to guard a single city gate. Salute, General Shi. The eyes of the gathered multitude focused on Shi Yanqiao, their expressions a mixture of reverence and fear. His reputation resonated not only among the troops of Zhou, but had surely reached the ears of warriors from other nations. Shi Yanqiao towered over the gathered soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, with curious onlookers among the populace. Yet none could match his imposing stature. He merely nodded, maintaining an air of authority. Guo Xiao recalled that Zhao Kuangyin was to ascend to the Hall of Precedence, and, in rank, was comparable to the officers of the Imperial Guard. Like Shi Yanqiao, he was a formidable figure, yet even Zhao Kuangyin's presence might be slightly less imposing than that of Shi Yanqiao. While most regarded Shi Yanqiao with awe, there were exceptions. A nearby officer, brimming with excitement, called out, General Shi, do you remember Jin Prefecture? The Northern Han mobilized their entire force to attack, and we were outnumbered, fighting valiantly for over a month. I am Li Dezhu, who defended the southern gate. Shi Yanqiao turned towards the speaker, approaching the officer, who bore the marks of hardship, a weathered face with a prominent scar across his cheek that deformed his left eye socket. Shi Yanqiao placed a firm hand on Li Dezhu's shoulder, saying, how could I forget? Li Dezhu, filled with fervor, recounted, I will never forget that brutal battle. When the southern gate fell, the northern Han surged in, outnumbering us at least 20-1. I commanded 500 men, and in less than half an hour, only a few dozen remained. Had it not been for General Shi's timely arrival and our brothers fighting side by side, we would have perished at Jin Prefecture. Shi Yanqiao, usually so proud, revealed a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Even the most valiant warriors can occasionally betray such vulnerability. He spoke softly. Over the years, I have witnessed too many good brothers perish. I remain, waiting for the day when I can reunite with them. Guo Xiao, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. His impression of Shi Yanqiao shifting slightly. The group moved through the crowd towards the stone steps of the city wall. Shi Yanchao called out, "Brother Guo." Guo Xiao hurried forward, responding, "I am here." Shi Yanchao gestured towards him, proclaiming loudly, "Soon, he will command the first division and the second division as well. Everyone, take note." The crowd remained unresponsive. While they glanced at Guo Xiao, there was no hint of enthusiasm in the air. Guo Xiao, hardened by rigorous training and campaigns, had developed into a robust young man. Yet he still appeared too youthful, starkly contrasting with the seasoned veterans among the ranks. At that moment, Shi Yanchao spoke again. In the Battle of Gaoping, it was a single arrow that felled the fierce General Zhang Yuanhui of Beihan. It was he, Guo Xiao. Instantly, murmurs arose from the crowd as discussions erupted. Such tales spread easily within the military. An arrow that struck down Zhang Yuanhui. It was both straightforward and engaging, capturing the interest of many. Archery was, after all, one of the most vital skills in the army, and the generals of the Zhou army were generally proficient in it. The martial officers were pleased to have such stories circulate about formidable figures within their ranks, as it bolstered the confidence of the soldiers. People yearned for tangible role models and heroic narratives. Shi Yanchao seized Guo Xiao's wrist and led him up to the wall. Guo Xiao did not resist, though he found the gesture somewhat contrived. He mused, "Shi Yanchao is indeed a man of principle, valuing loyalty. Regardless of his demeanor, at least he has taken action, lending Guo Xiao some prestige." He sought to capitalize on Shi Yanchao's renown. At that moment, Guo Xiao's attention was drawn to the striking figure of Jing Yang, who stood out amongst the gathered women, her height making her easily discernible. With pressing matters at hand, Guo Xiao chose to ignore her, pretending not to see. As he reflected on Shi Yanchao's loyalty, he felt a sense of comfort. However, before long, Shi Yanchao sought to create discomfort for Guo Xiao. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shi Yanchao suddenly pointed to the road below, proclaiming, "Guolang's archery can pierce through 1,000 troops to strike down Zhang Yuanhui. Fellow soldiers, why not let everyone witness it?" Following his gesture, Guo Xiao's gaze fell upon a figure clad in a long robe and cap, leading a donkey cart along the road, with its back turned toward the city gate. The cart was laden with a high pile of goods. "What does Commander Shi mean? Should I shoot an innocent person?" Guo Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Shi Yanchao responded nonchalantly, "Shoot his hat. It's merely to frighten him." Guo Xiao, along with his companions, including Zui Yu, stood frozen, sensing the absurdity of the request. The man was merely a passerby, and given that this was Dongjing, a place not embroiled in war, to shoot at a common citizen for mere amusement could lead to dire consequences. Even if he did not kill the man, the repercussions would be significant. Could this be casually resolved? Shi Yanchao reiterated, "With Guolang's archery, you would hit the hat without fail. As long as you do not harm the man, how could it be deemed killing the innocent?" He said this with keen interest, while the soldiers remained silent. Guo Xiao had several attendants beside him, but none spoke, waiting to see how he would respond. Guo Xiao assessed the distance. The man with the donkey cart was merely 40 to 50 paces from the city wall. If he acted swiftly, he could not allow the figure to escape further. At this distance, Guo Xiao felt confident, as the individual was walking steadily, akin to a stationary target, thus reducing the difficulty. However, the notion of risking an innocent life was contrary to Guo Xiao's principles, filling him with distaste. Yet, Shi Yanchao seemed unfazed. The expressions of the soldiers suggested they believed that if Guo Xiao was confident, it was nothing of great consequence. After all, they all had faced life and death in battle. Who would deem a mere scare as anything remarkable? Unless, of course, Guo Xiao lacked the skill and assurance. "Shi Yanchao, how could you be so thoughtless? I once believed you valued loyalty, yet here you are seeking to trouble me." Guo Xiao was not one to dwell on indecision, nor was he particularly noble. Although he was averse to such antics, conforming to the customs of the warriors might project weakness. Shi Yanchao's reasoning was not entirely flawed. As long as he did not harm the man, it could merely be seen as a prank, and it would also showcase his confidence in his archery skills. Guo Xiao reassured himself. 45 paces, though there was a breeze, it was nearly akin to a stationary target. Guo Xiao mentally reaffirmed himself and extended his hand. "Bring me the bow and arrow." At that moment, he noticed a flicker of excitement in Shi Yanchao's eyes, as if the thought of risking a life was exhilarating. Guo Xiao found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of this fierce man, who had recently expressed grief for fallen comrades, yet now displayed no sympathy for an innocent bystander. What was he truly thinking and feeling? The soldiers within the city could not see the outside scene, but they could hear the conversations atop the wall. The voices of the martial officers were loud enough to be heard from a distance, so they could surmise the events unfolding above. Guo Xiao was acutely aware of the many eyes upon him, and suddenly recalled Jing Yang was among the onlookers. How would she perceive this incident? Guo Xiao felt a slight turmoil within, taking a deep breath to steady his mind. He did not wish to waver. It was merely a prank, 50 paces, with a gentle breeze, a stationary target. Guo Xiao lightly knocked the arrow to the bowstring. There was no time for hesitation, as the longer he delayed, the farther the man would go, diminishing his chance. In truth, he had never felt complete certainty. He merely sought to find a rhythm through countless successes and failures. Just then, the cart shifted slightly around a bend, revealing a woman partially obscured by the goods atop the cart. She was not alone. Cradled in her arms appeared to be a child. Guo Xiao's heart faltered, and he instinctively lowered the arrowhead. At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Big brother, don't shoot that man. Shoot me instead." Chapter 56. Trust there was a gentle breeze in the air. Yet it was not just the wind that could sway the arrow. It was the human heart as well. Though Guo Xiao sensed something was amiss, the actions he contemplated were not so resolute. For him, confidence stemmed from clarity of thought. He was considered a formidable warrior in the army. Yet behind the forceful draw of the bow lay a meticulous and sensitive heart. Without such sensitivity, how could he ever find a target without the aid of precise aiming instruments? Even the slightest emotional fluctuation could affect his accuracy. This was not akin to tossing a dart within a few paces. It was about hitting a small target from a distance of dozens of paces using basic equipment. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air, drawing the attention of the soldiers. Guo Xiao had not yet turned to look, but he recognized it was his younger brother, Yang Biao. Upon seeing Guo Xiao turn, Yang Biao continued, "I will wear a hat and ride down that road. Big brother, shoot my hat." The crowd erupted in astonishment, turning to gaze at Yang Biao, who was a stout man with a fierce visage, shorter than Shi Yanqiao, but equally intimidating. It was clear he was not one to be trifled with. Perhaps a gentle-looking individual could stab you in the back, while a handsome face might hide a cruel heart. Yet Yang Biao, known for his threats against comrades on the battlefield, was now inviting risk to his own life. Everyone was taken aback. It took a moment for them to notice Guo Xiao's companions. Younger brother? Guo Xiao was equally surprised, furrowing his brow. "My weapon shall not be aimed at kin." Initially serious, Yang Biao broke into a relaxed smile, saying, "Big brother's weapon is not aimed at kin, but merely at the hat." With that simple remark, Yang Biao, known for his sharp tongue, was not one to express kind words. If he refrained from cursing, it could be considered a display of courtesy. Though he often spoke unkindly, Guo Xiao perceived deeper meanings in his smile and words. At that moment, Zhu Wen stepped forward. "Guo Lang, Yang Biao trusts in your archery, just as he trusts in your sincerity towards your brothers. Yet Yang Biao is your loyal right hand, a brother of rare loyalty, and he is of greater use to you. I, on the other hand, am merely a scholar, powerless and lacking in strength, having read but a few books and barely grasping the history. I am but a small official in the Kaifeng prefecture, easily replaceable. Moreover, Commander Shi likely favors martial officers over someone like me, a mere scholar. Let me show Commander Shi that not all learned men are cowards. Though their strength may be soft, their resolve is not." As Wei Yu turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, he found a crowd in a raucous uproar. Yet the identity of the one who had initially spoken those profoundly moving words, akin to the voice of a confidant, remained a mystery. Unexpectedly, Yang Biao interjected with a remark that seemed to douse Zhu Yu's fervent enthusiasm with cold water. "After all that, do you really think the elder brother would shoot you with an arrow?" At that moment, Luo Er also stepped forward, puffing out his chest and declaring, "Let me go instead." Although he appeared somewhat hesitant, witnessing the resolute stances of Yang Biao, and Zhu Yu compelled him to rush forth toward what seemed like certain doom, seemingly forgetting the earnest counsel from his wife. Guo Xiao, caught in indecision, turned to Shi Yanqiao, only to find that Shi showed no inclination to intervene. Given the escalating situation, Shi Yanqiao offered no reprieve, revealing a stubbornness that would not allow him to concede. Yang Biao, observing this, turned on his heel and departed without a word. A man of determination, Yang Biao appeared furious, indignant at Shi Yanqiao's disposition. Soon, he descended from the city wall, mounted a war horse, and galloped toward the city gate. In that fleeting moment, Guo Xiao felt a surge of obligation not to betray Yang Biao's trust. Countless times on the battlefield, each moment held the potential for deadly peril, where one's life hung by a thread. Having survived so many close calls, could he truly fear missing Yang Biao's hat? Yang Biao was determined to stake his pride, and Guo Xiao, equally vexed, yearned to release his pent-up frustration. Just as Yang Biao exited the city gate, Guo Xiao, filled with righteous indignation, shouted, "Second brother, if I were to accidentally shoot you, I would pay with my life." Resolving to take action, he inhaled deeply, focusing his mind. A single shot was needed. A miss would cost a brother's life, weighing heavily on Guo Xiao's conscience. He gently closed his eyes, silently repeating a mantra as he extended his hand against the wind, feeling the cool breeze that heralded the arrival of autumn. With this chill, he committed to memory the sensation of the wind brushing against his skin. Suddenly, Guo Xiao opened his eyes wide, his muscles taut. Nocking an arrow and drawing back the bowstring with deliberate grace, steadying his aim. Patience was essential. He could not rush nor be complacent. While aiming, it was critical to remain calm, to observe clearly, yet not hold the string too long, as fatigue could compromise stability. Guo Xiao's grip was ironclad, unwavering. The wind was gentle, and at the most opportune moment, he released the bowstring, clearing his mind of all distractions. Luo Mengzi, witnessing the event, joyfully danced about. Calling out to those below the city wall, "He has struck the hat perfectly. Second brother is galloping away." The soldiers, upon hearing this, exhaled in relief, erupting into cheers. Guo Xiao, relieved, calmly returned the bow to the nearby warrior. Shi Yanchao, left speechless, nodded in approval, remarking, "You brothers truly are valiant." Guo Xiao refrained from echoing this sentiment or uttering words that might embarrass Shi Yanchao, choosing instead to remain silent. After all, Shi Yanchao held significant esteem within the imperial guard, and Guo Xiao preferred not to jeopardize his standing over a matter of pride. The group descended from the city wall, while Shi Yanchao proceeded to inspect other areas. Guo Xiao, suddenly disinterested in the unfolding events, bid farewell mid-journey, departing the Qinzhou gate with several companions. Yang Biao remarqued, "You left rather abruptly." Guo Xiao contemplated for a moment before replying, "Brothers are often not friends, yet friends frequently resemble brothers." Yang Biao and Luo Er, perhaps initially motivated by the desire to follow their elder brother to prominence, had formed an extraordinary bond of trust that was truly rare. Chapter 57. Uncommon individuals. As Guo Xiao ambled slowly toward his home, he unexpectedly encountered Jing Yang, who emerged from the narrow street diagonally across. At that moment, Guo Xiao felt as though this woman appeared as if conjured from thin air. He had not noticed her presence until their paths crossed at the doorway. Jing Yang approached, leading a horse burdened with a bundle, resembling someone preparing for a long journey. Guo Xiao lingered at the corner gate until she drew near, at which point she inquired, "If your hand had trembled on the city wall and struck that man, would you truly pay with your life?" Guo Xiao keenly observed Jing Yang's demeanor, which seemed calm and composed, devoid of the earlier erratic instability. This was a relief. After all, an incident had occurred unexpectedly, and it needed resolution. Better to negotiate than to harbor a grudge and invite an unprovoked enemy seeking vengeance. Therefore, Guo Xiao resolved to adopt a positive stance to alleviate any tensions. Jing Yang coldly asked, "What deity do you believe in, and how do you beseech them?" Guo Xiao replied casually, "I thank the Queen Mother and the heavens, praying for her protection." Jing Yang immediately shot him a disdainful glance before turning to retrieve her bundle from the horse's back. The two entered the corner gate, where Huang Taijian approached to tend to the horse. Guo Xiao, of course, would not obstruct Jing Yang's entry into the estate, but noticing her carrying items, he could not help but ask, "Are you leaving or moving in?" Jing Yang replied, "I live with Yu Lian. I have entrusted the leadership of Yu Zhenguan to someone else." Guo Xiao blurted out, "Yu Lian is the one I sleep with." Jing Yang paused, questioning, "Are you suggesting I should leave?" No. If you wish, go find Yu Lian and have her prepare a room for you. You are welcome to stay here as long as you like. I would never chase you away," Guo Xiao hastily assured. Jing Yang stated, "I will not reside in the inner courtyard, but rather find a simple room outside for a few days." They proceeded inside. with Guo Xiao heading to a hall in the outer courtyard to wait for a meal, as the kitchen was located there. Yu Yin and Dong Sanmei were absent, likely busy preparing food. Previously, Guo Xiao had suggested hiring a couple of sturdy women to assist with the laborious tasks in the courtyard, but to date, no new help had arrived, possibly due to the difficulty in finding suitable candidates. Guo Xiao first removed the dagger hanging from his waist and placed it on the rack, then began to unarm himself. It was somewhat cumbersome, so he beckoned to Jing Yang. She paused for a moment before stepping up to assist him, exhibiting remarkable skill, suggesting she had experience in such tasks, potentially from a family of warriors. Noticing her change in attitude, Guo Xiao remarked, "With so many people at the temple, why didn't you bring a few trusted individuals to attend to your needs?" Jing Yang offered no response. Unexpectedly, within a few days, individuals from Yu Zhongguan arrived. Not just a few, but a dozen or more. The central courtyard of the estate was unoccupied, yet there were many rooms. Guo Xiao and Yu Lian resided in the garden at the back, which boasted a pleasant view. Thus, he allowed the visiting Taoist from Yu Zhongguan to temporarily settle in the central courtyard. The sudden influx of people brought a lively atmosphere to the estate. This was indeed beneficial, as such a large residence required gardeners, cooks, and laborers for tasks like gathering firewood and other strenuous work. Among them were two robust, dark-skinned women who clearly had the capability to work. Their presence would ease Yu Lian's burdens, provided she managed the financial aspects. Guo Xiao calculated that his salary could comfortably support these additional individuals, and soon after, his income slightly increased. He received an appointment to concurrently lead 2 military commands, earning a salary higher than that of the Inner Palace's direct supervisor and maintaining his position as the governor of Qinzhou. While he held authority over the Tiger Brigade's 2 military commands, there was no immediate news regarding a campaign. Even officials in the court and military generals remained uncertain about whether the Zhou army would engage with the Shu kingdom. During this period, Dongjing was relatively peaceful. Adjustments made in preparation for a Western expedition had not attracted public attention, as the ongoing reforms in the Imperial Guard were of greater interest. The main figure behind the restructuring of the Imperial Guard's various military divisions was Zhao Kuangyin. Guo Xiao, now assigned to the military within the Imperial Guard, found this matter to have no bearing on him. Guo Xiao had long expressed his intentions for a Western expedition at home, and both Yu Lian and Jing Yang were aware of this. However, 2 months had passed without any developments. Guo Xiao considered Zhu Yu's musings to hold some merit and readily agreed. It was said that many years ago, Shaanxi enjoyed a temperate and humid climate, which contributed to the prosperity of Guangzhou, making it the capital of various dynasties since the Qin era. However, from a mid-Tang Dynasty onwards, the climate in Shaanxi gradually became arid. Following the 5 dynasties and 10 states, Dongjing Daliang had already supplanted Chang'an in prominence. Thus, Zhu Yu's assertion regarding the harsh and frigid winter winds in Shaanxi at this time may not have been unfounded. Nevertheless, Guo Xiao's mood had grown somewhat impatient. His military objective was to capture the territories of 2 provinces. While such an accomplishment would certainly be regarded as a military merit, it was unlikely to be considered a remarkable feat. He pondered how much his military rank would be elevated upon completion, reasoning that it should not be significant. In the Imperial Guard, recognition and connections from superiors were indeed crucial, yet without military achievements, one's esteem and experience served as insufficient foundations for advancement. This meager military success, however, would require waiting until the following year. Moreover, it seemed to be a formidable challenge, and he was uncertain how long it would take to achieve victory. Guo Xiao was preoccupied with the intention of marrying Fu's second daughter to forge a union with the Wei royal family. Yet at present, he saw little hope for this aspiration, suspecting that there would not be significant progress even after a year or 2. Hence, he occasionally found himself in a state of agitation. As Guo Xiao prepared for military engagements in Guangzhou, he aimed for a swift resolution to avoid wasting time. However, Qin and Feng provinces were outposts of Shu, serving as their foothold to prevent being enclosed within the Sichuan basin. Defensively, they could act as a cushion, while offensively, they could serve as a launch pad for warfare. It was certain that Shu would not relinquish them easily. Guo Xiao recognized that if he wished to earn military accolades from them, he must first ascertain whether the Shu army would consent. Shu, of course, would not agree. Thus, to achieve a rapid resolution, one must exert full effort and remain vigilant. Guo Xiao sought counsel from Zhu Yu. stating that if the Western expedition had to wait until spring of next year, they would have little to do in Dongjing for several months. Why not prepare in advance? He had never been to Guangzhou and was entirely unfamiliar with the geography and conditions of Qin and Feng. Therefore, he wished to request leave from the Imperial Guard. Claiming he was going to Guangzhou to visit relatives, seizing the opportunity to inquire about the situation in the provinces. His eagerness to achieve merit was certainly appreciated by his followers. After a long contemplation, Zhu Wen replied, "If the Lord wishes to go." Prior to informing the Imperial Guard and the Army Department, you should first speak with the eunuchs in the palace, and then inform Prime Minister Wang Pu. Zhu Wen was aware that the Empress was inclined to promote Guo Xiao, but he was unaware that the Empress had personally revealed the matter of the Western expedition. Guo Xiao had not disclosed anything regarding the incident at Daxiangguo Temple. He heeded Zhu Yu's advice, realizing that their assumption of launching the expedition in spring next year could be erroneous. If the court summoned him and he was nowhere to be found, it would ruin everything and render their efforts futile. He decided to inform the influential figures above him, whether it was the Empress or the Chancellor of the Privy Council. They would undoubtedly be fully aware of military affairs, and once they approved, he need not worry further. It was at this moment that Guo Xiao suddenly recognized the dilemma. He had always relied on the eunuchs sent by the Empress to communicate with him, yet he had no means to engage with them. As a marshal general of the Hujia army, he was either reporting to the Imperial Guard or stationed at the barracks of the 1st or 2nd Army of Hujia, and he could not even enter the gates of the imperial city, let alone seek out the eunuchs. The situation unfolded smoothly. 2 days after Wang Pu was informed, an eunuch encountered Guo Xiao on the street and supported his plan for early preparations. This left Guo Xiao quite astonished. The Prime Minister had only known about this matter for 2 days, yet those in the palace were already aware. He could not help but speculate. Could it be that the Empress's influence extended to the Privy Council? A woman from the harem, such as Fu, seemed far from ordinary. Not only did she possess considerable esteem among military generals, but there were also individuals within the critical offices of military affairs. Chapter 58. How dire is it? Guo Xiao prepared for his journey, and in the past few days, Zhu Yu had been frequently visiting the Guo residence, often pointing out overlooked details and offering sensible yet easily ignored suggestions. On one occasion, Guo Xiao jested that having Zhu Yu under his command was quite advantageous, as he was efficient in his duties yet demanded little compensation. In truth, Zhu Yu's remuneration under Guo Xiao far surpassed that of his previous minor official position, and he seemed unconcerned with immediate wealth. Hailing from humble beginnings with no alternative path, Zhu Yu's sole focus was to align himself with a person like Guo Xiao, which was undoubtedly the best choice given Guo Xiao's current strength. Those with high-ranking positions and talents would naturally not deign to serve Guo Xiao, and he could not afford them, whereas those of lowly status often lacked capability. It was akin to standing on the street, observing the bustling crowd, who among them possessed true skill. Extracting gold from sand is no simple endeavor. Zhu Yu entered the parlor and directly stated, "Today, I come not to offer counsel, as selecting worthy individuals is my duty." Perhaps due to Guo Xiao being surrounded by martial generals, Zhu Yu had adopted many habits of warriors, such as speaking directly and plainly, rarely engaging in elaborate or cryptic discourse. Guo Xiao, taken aback, realized this was his first encounter with Zhu Yu's so-called selection of talents, and he inquired casually, "What sort of person?" "A military general," Zhu Yu replied, shaking his head. "This individual has truly encountered misfortune, reduced to such a state that it evokes pity." "How dire is it?" Guo Xiao inquired with curiosity. Zhu Yu continued, "How dire? A military general who became renowned during the Tang Dynasty, having served through 3 successive dynasties. What position do you believe such a person should hold?" Guo Xiao reflected that during his 4 years in the military, he had mostly been a lowly foot soldier, and had only recently ascended to the rank of the lowest of the 10 generals, far from fame. Now, in less than a year, he had concurrently taken command of the 2nd Army of the Imperial Guard. Zhu Yu's subject had endured through 3 dynasties. In such tumultuous times as the 5 dynasties in 10 states, if he had survived, he must have fought countless battles and achieved numerous merits. He should have risen to considerable heights, should he not? Zhu Yu stared wide-eyed. He has reached the point of merely having a name, spending his days idly in the military office to partake of meals. Guo Xiao was taken aback, realizing, indeed, there are always others whose misfortunes make one's own struggles seem trivial. It appeared that merely enduring through the years was insufficient. Some individuals, upon encountering the right opportunity, could soar to great heights. Not to mention Guo Xiao himself. Was he not merely a mid-ranking officer known to few just months ago? Now he was responsible for reorganizing the two main forces of the Hall's military. Yet Guo Xiao was also perplexed and asked to have fallen to such a state. He must lack capability, no? If he were truly a talented individual, surely among the many powerful figures of 3 dynasties, one would have recognized his worth. Zhu Yu shook his head. A military general who has served through 3 dynasties as long as he survived does not need to be a talented steed, nor require a discerning eye. Enduring through military achievements should not lead to such a fate. This individual has suffered from ill fortune and encountered misfortune at a critical moment. He paused before continuing. This individual is named Luo Yinhuan. His father was already a governor, and he attained official rank as a palace attendant during the Jin Dynasty. You naturally understand that becoming a palace attendant is a straightforward path to advancement. Luo Yinhuan's future was boundless. Furthermore, he possessed valor and was renowned for his bravery, soon earning the title of 10 brave warriors when the Khitan attacked and obliterated the Jin Dynasty. He decisively took away 1,000 warhorses that were originally meant for the Khitan and defected to Han, showing great courage and righteousness. However, last year, misfortune struck. The arrogant and overbearing Privy Minister Wang Jun attempted to coerce the founding emperor, Guo Wei, and after the emperor's demotion, Wang Jun met his demise. Subsequently, his faction was extensively purged. Luo Yinhuan was implicated as a supporter of Wang Jun and was demoted to Dengzhou, after which his misfortunes continued unabated. Wu Xiao pondered. Was he truly a supporter of the traitor? Zhu Yu replied. Wang Jun, as privy minister, was deeply entrenched and dared to threaten the founding emperor. During his rise, many in the court had no choice but to bow to him. If one were to scrutinize, few could completely extricate themselves from the situation. The founding emperor's purging was merely a warning, and Luo Yinhuan was simply a victim of circumstance. Zhu Yu sighed. I occasionally gain some insight. The affairs of the world are difficult to predict, and when luck is adverse, no amount of planning can be of use. Indeed, Guo Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, adding, luck is unpredictable, and accumulating virtue may yield no benefits. The grand historian had already expounded on this in the biography of Bo. Oh? Zhu Yu was surprised to hear Guo Xiao reference history so casually. However, he did not pursue the topic further and continued. At the beginning of this year, when the emperor ascended the throne, he expanded the military to prepare for the threats posed by the northern Han and Khitan, seeking to enlist capable and valiant generals. The court then reassigned Luo Yinhuan to Dongjing, placing him in the military affairs office, which was almost devoid of responsibilities, serving merely to accommodate those generals without active posts, providing them with meager salaries and meals. Gao Ping, following the Battle of Jinyang, saw the imperial decree for the severe punishment of a multitude of generals and officers. Many perished on the battlefield, resulting in a significant number of vacancies. During this opportune moment, Luo Yinhuan had yet to secure an official post and continued to subsist in the military headquarters. In my opinion, though he was merely in his 30s, his prospects appeared to have reached an impasse. Guo Xiao inquired how Mr. Zhua had made his acquaintance and if he was inclined to join his ranks. Zhu Yu responded, recalling a previous encounter at the city wall of Qinzhou, where in a fit of anger, he had spoken out in front of Shi Yanchao, garnering cheers from the crowd. Subsequently, he wandered nearby in hopes of locating that individual, who turned out to be Luo Yinhuan, waiting for him. Zhu Yu chuckled, affirming that indeed, Luo Yinhuan had not explicitly expressed his intention to join the Lord. When he mentioned the Lord's intended journey to Guangzhou to explore the local customs of Qin and Feng provinces, Luo Yinhuan eagerly volunteered, stating he had relatives in Fengzhou and was willing to accompany the Lord, assisting in inquiries about the terrain. However, I would wager he is entirely eager to join the Lord's banner. Otherwise, he would not see a bright future. Those involved with the traitorous faction were mainly from the era of the Taizu, and after the ascension of the current emperor, there was little need for excessive caution. Guo Xiao nodded in agreement. Zhu Yu grinned, echoing the Lord's previous sentiments about such individuals being highly advantageous. Guo Xiao immediately suggested that Mr. Zhu should bring him forth for an introduction. Zhu Yu replied that Luo Yinhuan was already waiting outside, and with his recommendation, if the Lord was willing to meet him, he should be invited in. Guo Xiao pondered for a moment and then said, let us go out and welcome him. At the entrance, They indeed encountered a robust man in his 30s, with large eyes, a round forehead, and a narrow chin, clad in a cloth robe and wearing a headscarf. He first recognized Zhu Wen and then fixed his gaze upon Guo Xiao, his eyes brightening, not merely due to Guo Xiao's appearance, but likely because he had recognized hhim. According to Zhu Wen, Luo Yanhuan had also witnessed the events at Qinshao Gate. Guo Dusi? The man stepped forward to bow. He clasped his fists, his tone somewhat animated. I have had the honor of meeting Guo Dusi. Guo Xiao then, in a manner reminiscent of Zhao Kuangyin, praised him, saying, I have heard of your exploits from Zhu Wen, who spoke of how you bravely took away 1,000 war horses originally destined for the Khitan in Yuzhou. In times of turmoil, your clarity of purpose and decisive bravery command my utmost respect. Where Luo Yanhuan replied, appearing increasingly agitated, his speech faltering. General Luo, please come inside. Guo Xiao displayed a hearty and welcoming demeanor. I am unworthy. Luo Yanhuan seemed to imply he was reluctant to be addressed as a general. Feeling embarrassed that Guo Dusi had personally come out to greet him. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao thought to himself that while both he and Luo Yanhuan were martial generals, there was a subtle distinction between them. The three of them proceeded into the hall. Guo Xiao was reminded of another general, Xiang Sun, who had hosted a banquet with unfeigned joy. Thus, he wore a broad smile, enhancing the atmosphere of warmth and hospitality. As they walked, he remarked, as soon as you mentioned your name, I felt a deep respect and immediately wished to befriend you. I was then informed that you were already at the gate, and my eagerness to witness your gallant demeanor grew. At this moment, Zhu Yu spoke little, merely smiling calmly while observing Guo Xiao. Upon entering the hall and taking their seats, a robust black servant approached with a tea tray. Luo Yanhuan perched on the edge of his seat and remarked, I had thought Guo Dusi treats my brother well. I did not expect such courtesy towards one of humble standing. Guo Xiao replied, aside from beautiful women, I only extend kindness to brave and valiant souls. It is not my custom to be polite to everyone. Hearing the mention of beautiful women, Luo Yanhuan could not help but glance at the sturdy black servant who had just set down the tea and walked towards the door. In that moment, he may have pondered whether Guo Dusi had a rather peculiar taste. Luo Yanhuan appeared somewhat impatient, not engaging with Guo Xiao's conversation, and hurriedly interjected. I am reminded of a dear friend, one I have known since the Tang Dynasty, whose character I know well. Should Guo Dusi treat him with the same sincerity as he has shown to me, he would undoubtedly follow him devotedly. Oh, Guo Xiao responded. Luo Yanhuan continued, a man is often wrongfully accused when possessing something precious. My brother Li has a remarkably beautiful eldest daughter, renowned for her beauty far and wide. Yet, Later Liang, a man of lewd disposition, has long coveted her and wishes for her hand. However, it is not merely Later Liang's dubious character that makes Li and his daughter disdain him. He already has 8 wives and concubines, and should Li's daughter marry him, she would only become his 9th concubine. Being from a family of generals and well-versed in etiquette, how could Li bear to cast his beloved daughter into such a shadowy existence? Later Liang, frustrated by his unfulfilled desires, first slandered Li to his uncle, Zhigong, who did not believe him, and then resorted to false accusations. Guo Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation, reflecting on the variety of unsavory characters in this world. Zhu Yu calmly replied, this occurred in Guangzhou, not far from Fengshan. Guo Xiao remarked, how fortuitous. As we are preparing to journey to Guangzhou, we shall pay a visit to Li Chuyun then. I would appreciate Brother Luo's introduction. Luo Yanhuan eagerly agreed. I will be most delighted. Guo Xiao did not intend to bring too many people along, treating the trip similarly to a leave of absence from the military headquarters to visit relatives and friends in Guangzhou. The party consisted of Yang Biao, Luo Mengzi, 6 personal soldiers, Zhu Yu, and Luo Yanhuan, totaling around 10 individuals, just right for a light and agile journey. Upon learning of their plans, Jing Yang expressed her desire to accompany Guo Xiao. He disallowed it, believing it inconvenient and unnecessary to travel with a woman for such a distance. Yet, feeling somewhat swayed by Jing Yang's persistence, he reluctantly acquiesced. They made their preparations and set off in early August. Unable to decline the warm hospitality, Guo Xiao and the others found themselves attending a banquet arranged by the longsure and other officials, where the night was filled with revelry and toasts. It was inevitable that they were offered singing girls for entertainment, presented openly for Guo Xiao and his companions to choose from. Guo Xiao inquired of Zhu Yu whether such practices were indeed lawful, inwardly lamenting the pervasive corruption. As he beheld the young women clad in revealing attire parading before him, Guo Xiao felt the fervor of youth and vigor making restraint difficult. However, with Jing Yang by his side, he ultimately decided to postpone any indulgence. As for the invitations from provincial officials to inspect local governance, Guo Xiao politely declined. The governance of Qianzhou was of no concern to him. Though he bore the title of provincial governor, the responsibilities and achievements did not rest upon him. Even if Qianzhou were in disarray, with uprisings erupting, Guo Xiao felt no pressure. Thus, the following day, they bid farewell to the officials and continued their westward journey. Wang Jing similarly sent emissaries to warmly welcome his colleagues from the capital, though their meeting was brief and the lower officials accompanied them. Given that Guo Xiao held a position several ranks below Wang Jing, this was to be expected. Originally, Guo Xiao and his party had departed from the capital to survey the battlefield terrain, yet nearly a month had passed, spent largely in social engagements and banquets. These social niceties were indeed difficult to forego, as fellow officials. Being on another's territory required some manner of cordiality to avoid leaving a bad reputation of incivility in the court. By the end of August, Luo Yinhuan first met with his friend, then brought forth the warm invitation from Li Chuyun for Guo Xiao. Li Chuyun opened the grand doors and personally awaited them outside, suggesting his status was likely far beneath that of Guo Xiao, the military commander. Upon their arrival, Guo Xiao and his companions were met by a throng of at least 30 individuals at the entrance, most of whom were dressed as scholars, some in luxurious silks, others in simple robes, indicating a disparity in wealth. Yet none appeared to be soldiers. Some were so slender they appeared incapable of lifting even a chicken. Guo Xiao was initially perplexed, pondering how Li Chuyun could host so many literati when he had heard from Luo Yinhuan that he was struggling. However, he soon realized that these individuals were likely not Li Chuyun's guests, but rather an assembly gathered to honor the occasion. Guo Xiao, having participated in numerous social engagements since departing from the capital, had become familiar with the customs of such gatherings, understanding that the more attendees present, the greater the honor shown to esteemed guests. With many voices offering compliments, the atmosphere became increasingly jubilant. Yet, Guo Xiao's assumptions were mistaken. As Luo Yinhua introduced everyone's names and titles, Li Chuyun stepped forward to engage in pleasantries, revealing the backgrounds of this group. Although Li was a martial man, he cultivated an appreciation for the arts and held esteemed scholars in high regard. Coincidentally, when young Master Zhe mentioned a gathering of renowned scholars at his residence to exchange poetry, I deemed today a fitting occasion for inviting Guodusher as well, hoping for your understanding. What an unusual affair to bond over poetry. Guo Xiao noted that all present were warriors, including his friend Luo Yinhua. At the entrance of the Li family estate, a multitude of individuals engaged in courteous banter, bowing and exchanging greetings. Observing this assembly, Guo Xiao found it curious. Despite years of warfare, many still indulged in poetry, and indeed, quite a few did so. In truth, Zui was also a literary figure, yet he seemed never to compose poetry. Guo Xiao currently harbored no interest in poetic matters. His thoughts were straightforward, no matter how exquisite the verses. They could not sway soldiers armed with blades, nor persuade them to lay down arms and become poets. Thus, he felt no inclination towards these unfamiliar faces, focusing solely on Li Chuyun. According to Luo Yinhua's recommendation, Li Chuyun was a man of both literary and martial prowess, possessing courage, strategy, and a profound understanding of moral principles, truly admirable. Therefore, Guo Xiao was eager to meet such a capable individual. With so many distinguished scholars present, Guo Xiao had no doubts regarding Li Chuyun's literary wisdom. However, upon seeing his appearance, a bushy beard covering his cheeks and mouth, with piercing phoenix eyes and a notably flat face, Guo Xiao mused that he might as well don a couple of wigs, paint his dark complexion red, and proclaim himself a martial saint like Guangong. Despite his unusual appearance, Li Chuyun had just expressed his appreciation for the arts. He had hosted this large gathering of literary talents for what purpose? A lively crowd entered the Li family's hall, seating themselves at several tables. Though no food or drink adorned the tables, they were furnished with plenty of Xian paper, brushes, inkstones, and paperweights. The papers bore writings, suggesting that the guests had arrived early and engaged in literary pursuits. Guo Xiao calmly seated himself at the table farthest north, only to have a flamboyantly dressed, young, noble plopped down at the head of the table without a word of courtesy. Guo Xiao felt a twinge of displeasure. Thinking to himself that he was the commander of the imperial guard and held a respectable position among local martial figures, even if this noble outranked him. A few polite words were in order. Luo Yanhua had introduced their titles outside, and everyone here should be aware of Guo Xiao's status. Who this noble was, Guo Xiao did not know. He had not retained the names from the earlier introductions, deeming them irrelevant after today as socializing. Li Chuyan glanced at him but remained silent, perhaps feeling it inappropriate to comment on the guests. Was young Master Zhu the one Luo Yanhua spoke of, who wished to take someone's daughter as a concubine and resorted to slander? Guo Xiao silently cursed. What sort of young master was this? Did he believe Guo Xiao would not retaliate if provoked? Yet, Guo Xiao ultimately held his tongue, as a guest and encountering Li Chuyan for the first time. He ought to grant the host some respect. Creating a scene would only lead others to think him unhinged. Furthermore, Guo Xiao had come to Guangzhou for business, not to seek confrontation. The world was filled with all manner of individuals, and it was unwise to dwell on those who bore no relevance. Guo Xiao resolved to disregard the young noble, focusing instead on cultivating a connection with Li Chuyan, hoping to persuade him to join his ranks. As he pondered this, Li Chuyan spoke. Guo is an esteemed guest who has yet to showcase his talents. Might we request that he compose a verse for us? At this, the young noble interjected. Guo is a warrior. What does he know of poetry? Let's not waste time. He must have many poems to recite, and it would take quite a while to read them all. Li Chuyan felt a wave of embarrassment and promptly bowed to Guo Xiao, saying nothing, but seemingly apologizing for the young noble's remarks. Guo Xiao, noting Li Chuyan's demeanor, gestured for him to sit and smiled, saying, he speaks the truth. I am merely a warrior and lack poetic skill. Considering Li Chuyan's standing and viewing the matter as trivial, Guo Xiao did not wish to contest the young noble's words. Li Chuyan's gaze then shifted to Zhu Wen. Sir, perhaps you could compose a verse on behalf of Guo. Guo Xiao, recalling Zhu Wen's usual choice of words and having never witnessed him compose poetry, suspected he would decline. Regardless, Guo Xiao felt assured that Zhu Wen, accustomed to the government office, would navigate this situation smoothly. Unexpectedly, Zhu Wen spoke. Guo Lang is capable in both literature and martial arts. Writing is fundamentally about governing the state and ensuring the well-being of the people. Poetry and prose are merely trifles, easily conjured without difficulty. However, since the host has not provided a theme, Guo Lang must humbly decline. Guo Xiao noticed that several attendants who entered with him were intrigued, including a woman disguised as a man, who appeared both surprised and expectant, uncertain of Guo Xiao's true nature. Meanwhile, Luo Mengzi's face flushed crimson, as if he were stifling laughter. Perhaps he recalled Guo Xiao's previous jest about his own poetry. At that moment, the affluent young noble seemed unable to contain himself, retorting, "You've exalted him to the heavens. Why not have him compose a poem here and now? I am eager to witness the remarkable verses this general can create." He paused before adding, "If you wish to copy, you should first memorize them. With so many well-read scholars present, what poetry have they not encountered?" Guo Xiao remained impassive, thinking, "You have no idea what poetry they have not seen." Before the young noble could continue, he feigned a laugh. "I was being overly cautious. To copy, one must first have the verses committed to memory." A few so-called scholars could not suppress their laughter, perhaps mocking him or merely appreciating his wit. Finally, Guo Xiao spoke. "May I inquire, esteemed young noble, what theme guides today as poetry gathering?" Inside the hall of Li Chuyan's residence, a small door was concealed by a curtain. The maidservant, having served tea and water, exited through this inner door instead of the main entrance. This maid, demure and obedient before others, upon entering the inner room, encountered a beautiful young lady in a cross-collared skirt and began to chatter animatedly. Among the recent arrivals, one surnamed Luo is a longtime acquaintance of our master, and he has brought along a general named Guo Xiao. I heard he is the great general from the capital. It's hard to believe he is so young. The young lady furrowed her brow slightly. What business does a martial general have with poetry? The maid laughed. Who knows? Could it be that your beauty has already reached the capital? What is amusing about that? The young lady chided. The maid quickly stifled her laughter, eager to appease. I forgot myself for a moment. Young Master has brought so many people today for a poetry duel, and his intentions are far from innocent. That is good to know, the young lady replied. My father has not suggested a literary contest for suitors, yet he brazenly meddles in others' affairs, spreading rumors that our family seeks a scholarly son-in-law. He has gathered a crowd to flaunt their literary skills. Does he think I am unaware of his schemes? Last night, I overheard our master mention that if a suitable candidate were to present himself today, he might as well agree to your engagement, thus preventing young Master Zhe from continuing his pursuits. What? The young lady's expression shifted to one of shock. Why did you not mention this sooner? You were already asleep last night, and I forgot to tell you this morning. Our master's words hold merit. Marrying anyone else would certainly be better than marrying young Master Zhe. How I detest him. Moments ago, he spoke of General Guo outside, and my lady also overheard. Li Shi remarked coldly, for what I gather, it appears you have taken a fancy to the military man surnamed Guo, who has just arrived from Dongjing. Why not marry him yourself? Go and inquire if he would be willing to take you as his bride. The maid, shrinking her head, replied sulkily, as a mere servant. How could I ever marry a general? If such a fortunate event were to occur, I would willingly toil as a beast of burden in my next life. She paid no heed to Li Shi's displeasure, casting her a frosty glance, and cheerfully suggested, Why not, my lady? Sneak a peek from behind the curtain? I assure you, General Guo is indeed quite remarkable. We must not be overly choosy. Do you prefer scholars or warriors? There are both in the hall ahead, Li Shi retorted coldly. These scholars are all too self-aware, indulging in poetry and prose, and I find them utterly irksome. Warriors are no better. They have spent years in endless conflict, vying for power without a thought for the suffering of the common people. As she spoke, her mood darkened, lamenting the state of the world. Perhaps her father was right. As long as he is not a great villain or a shameless scoundrel, I would not dare to contradict him. At that moment, a loud conversation echoed from outside. The voice of young Master Zhe declared, The topic is not restricted nor bound by form, as long as it is inspired by one's own observations and feelings. Another man's voice responded, That sounds splendid. Allow me a moment to ponder. The speaker was likely General Guo, as he had previously identified himself as a martial man, and Li Shi could piece together the maid's account. Before long, General Guo's voice resounded again, Mr. Zhuo, as we traveled through Guangzhou, passing through Tongguan. Did you have any reflections? I am weary from the journey and have little inclination to muse. What sentiments does our Lord hold regarding Tongguan? General Guo replied, In this journey through Guangzhou, I do feel a twinge of nostalgia. Why not use Tongguan as a theme for our poetry, young Master Zhe? Today, we are not limited by form. Young Master Zhe responded, Poems, prose, long or short verses are all acceptable. There are no restrictions. Very well. I happen to have a line or two ready. General Guo pondered for a moment before reciting aloud. Peaks and ridges gather like a throng. Waves rage like fury. The road to Tongguan lies between mountains and rivers. Outside, the previously boisterous atmosphere quieted instantly, so still that one could hardly believe there were dozens of people seated together. Within the inner room, Li Shi's delicate brows slightly arched, and she inadvertently exclaimed, What a magnificent line, so grand yet succinct, devoid of any sign of artifice. Far superior to the previous soft and frivolous lamentations. The nearby maid, though not well versed in the merits of poetry, could discern her lady's unabashed praise and smiled brightly at her. A moment later, Li Shi noticed the maid's grin and promptly scowled, silencing her. Just then, a voice outside rose in a sigh-like recitation. Gazing towards the western capital, my thoughts are uncertain. The sorrowful paths of the Qin and Han, where once stood palatial halls, now lie in ruins. Li Shi couldn't help but feel moved. He is a warrior, a young warrior? Unable to resist, she stood up, forgetting her earlier reprimand of the maid, and rushed to the door, parting the curtain to take a look. At that moment, cheers erupted outside as people applauded. She beheld a tall young man clad in a long robe and wearing a cap, standing by the table, lost in thought. The young man, a warrior, exuded an aura of bravery in both stature and countenance. Yet at this moment, he seemed absorbed in the sentiment of his lines, his resolute features revealing a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a poet troubled by the plight of his nation. Li Shi's gaze gradually shifted. The applause continued, and suddenly he swept his sleeve dramatically, as if delivering an enlightening proclamation. When a nation thrives, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Young Master's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering him momentarily speechless. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one daring to speak or move, save for a soft, stifled cough. At that moment, Li Shi accidentally knocked over an incense ash pot by the door, causing a loud clatter that echoed sharply. The people outside turned their heads in unison, noticing the curtains sway slightly, revealing no one. Li Shi fled, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling the room was no longer safe, and hurriedly exited through another door into the courtyard. The maid quickly followed, breathless, and eagerly asked, "My lady, was General Guo's poem the finest?" It was a long and short verse. There were a couple of odd notes. But if set to music and given a title, it could be sung, Li Shi replied gently. The maid persisted. "I ask if his long and short verse was the best. If it is indeed the best, then my lord shall surely take the lead." "Hush!" Li Shi exclaimed playfully. "How can such matters be publicly discussed?" The maid feigned a sorrowful expression. "From your words, it seems General Guo's poetry must be the finest. But what if young Master Zhe claims his verses are lacking? What then?" Today's event was initiated by young Master Zhe. He presides over the poetry gathering, and thus it falls to him to judge the merits. Li Shi scoffed. Young Master Zhe may be shameless, but he cannot be so brazen. If he dares to say General Guo's verses are lacking, he must present a comparison from among that crowd, those idlers who flatter each other. I do not believe anyone among them possesses the caliber to write anything that could rival the beauty of Tong Wan's historical reflections. As Li Shi anticipated, no one in the front hall dared to contest the merits of Tong Wan's verses. Many offered praises, leaving young Master Zhe in an awkward position. He neither identified who was best nor broached the topic of evaluation, swiftly departing in a huff. After all, no one had informed him of this matter. Were Guo Xiao to learn the details, he might understand why young Master Zhe had treated a stranger with such rudeness. Even a villain would hesitate to speak ill without cause. However, young Master Zhe's resentment was not baseless. He was indeed alarmed that Guo Xiao would ruin his prospects. And it turned out he had. Guo Xiao remained at Li's residence, engaging in heartfelt discussions with Li Chuyun, facilitated by Luo Yanhua. This was the true purpose of his visit to Binzhou, to attract talented individuals. Li Chuyun seemed to be faring better than Luo Yanhua, though he appeared equally discontented. Such unfulfilled, yet potentially talented individuals were exceedingly valuable. For those already successful or displaying extraordinary talent, Guo Xiao's influence would not suffice to sway them. By afternoon, Guo Xiao and the others reluctantly bid farewell to Li Chuyun. They certainly felt it inappropriate to stay at Li's residence. And Guo Xiao had accommodations at the post in outside Binzhou. They would not dare to suggest to Zhe that they were there to undermine him. Guo Xiao's pretext was merely to visit family and friends while passing through, thus choosing to stay at the inn. Upon seeing Guo Xiao, Luo Yanhua exclaimed dramatically, "Lord Li has asked me to inquire into General Guo's familial matters. Has he taken a wife and fathered children?" At this, Jing Yang, seated at a distance, turned her head sharply. Guo Xiao glared. "What does he mean by that?" "Nothing. I only just learned myself," Luo Yanhua replied. Today's poetry gathering was intended as a contest for suitors. Whichever talented poet composes the best verses is to be granted the hand of a lady from the Li family. It is evident that your long and short verse far surpassed all present. Guo Xiao paused, turning to Zuiyu, as if to say, "What mischief have you wrought?" Zuiyu wore a playful expression. Since the Sui and Tang Dynasties, the imperial examinations have always begun with poetry. I assumed you, having read extensively, would surely be able to compose a respectable piece, at the very least not to embarrass yourself. Who could have anticipated your debut would astonish the assembly. Now, even the young ladies are not immune to your allure. Guo Xiao retorted, "When did I claim those lines were my own composition?" Luo Mengzi laughed. "Didn't brother Luo say, the Li family's young ladies are renowned for their beauty? It seems, dear brother, you have found favor." Chapter 62. Victory lies not in eloquence, Guo Xiao remarked. To be candid, the lyrics were not my own creation. Had I been tasked with composing poetry, I might have eventually succeeded, but it would not have reached such heights of excellence, and it would require time. In that moment of urgency, I had no choice but to recite something from memory. It is also unfortunate that the young Master Zhe harbored inexplicable animosity towards me. If he were merely an aloof scholar of talent, I could have accepted it, but hearing of his questionable character, I could not restrain my irritation when he pretended to be virtuous before me. Luo Yanhua, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired, Might I ask whose work you recited? If it is a renowned piece, those present, well-read as they are, would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Guo Xiao rubbed his forehead and fabricated an excuse, saying, "It was imparted to me by a hermit I once encountered, and I know not his current whereabouts." "Ah, I see," Luo Yinhua nodded. "In that case, does it imply that Guo Xiao looks down upon the daughter of Li Xiong?" "I dare not. I dare not," Guo Xiao replied, somewhat flustered. "I have heard whispers of her beauty. How could I possibly think so?" The words were merely a makeshift recitation, not an act of plagiarism. "And I would never deceive General Li Chuyan. Brother Luo, should you meet General Li Chuyan, please convey this to him. I am merely a martial man, possessing a limited grasp of words, devoid of any literary flair." Zhu Yu shook his head and said, "I do not perceive much literary merit in that piece. The language is quite simple, lacking in artistry. It requires a grander vision. Even if the master himself composed it, I would hold it in esteem." Luo Yinhua quickly interjected, "Mr. Zhu, do not press Guo Xiao unduly. Such matters cannot be forced. I understand Guo Xiao's intentions." Guo Xiao found himself at a loss for words, thinking, "I cannot convince you of my sincerity, yet you persist in your disbelief." The more he attempted to clarify, the more it seemed he was evasively seeking excuses. Nevertheless, the reality corroborated Guo Xiao's insights. Those enduring verses that still resonate in the modern age are indeed the timeless classics that have withstood the test of time. Zhu Yu's assessment was accurate. The lyrics of Tongwan Huaigu were not particularly eloquent, possessing little so-called literary merit. The form of the lyrics, being of a free style, did not conform to the rhythmic conventions of the late Tang and Five Dynasties, rendering it seemingly devoid of artistry, yet exceptionally fluid. It triumphed in its breadth of vision. Guo Xiao initially wished to continue his explanation, but ultimately decided against it, allowing the misunderstanding to persist. They could think as they pleased. Guo Xiao had no desire to wed the daughter of General Li Chuyan. The latter was not so desperate as to consider his daughter as a concubine for anyone. Were Guo Xiao already married, there would be little to discuss, but as he was still unwed, to take Li Chuyun's daughter as a concubine would appear to be a blatant insult. It was better to avoid entanglement altogether. Guo Xiao was wholly focused on marrying the second daughter of the Fu family, as endorsed by the queen herself. Both were unknown maidens. Why would he rush to ally himself with Li Chuyan? The daughter of the Li family was known for her beauty, while the second daughter of the Fu family was renowned across the nation. How could he possibly falter in his choice? Thus, he refrained from further explanation, even at the risk of arousing General Li Chuyun's suspicions. In comparison, Guo Xiao preferred to forego an alliance with Li Chuyan rather than displease the queen or abandon his pursuit of the second daughter of the Fu family. Guo Xiao's intentions were sincere, having made it clear that he held no disdain for Li Gong's daughter, merely in not acquiescing to the marriage. Luo Yinhua remained steadfast in speaking on Guo Xiao's behalf, hoping his friend would join him in service. Continuing, "I surmise that Guo Xiao is currently prioritizing significant matters, unperturbed by romantic entanglements. Many prioritize significant affairs, yet I have not observed them foregoing marriage before achieving success." Li Chuyan, of course, did not expose the truth, merely descending the steps of the conversation, acknowledging that Guo Xiao's aspirations lay beyond trivialities. Li Chuyan pondered, "Brother Luo speaks well. I am grateful. However, Master Zhe has treated me kindly, and I cannot abandon him. Previously, when his brother's officials sent people to falsely accuse me in the capital, Master Zhe disregarded familial ties and personally interceded on my behalf." Luo Yinhua dismissed the notion, saying, "Isn't that official here today? To accuse Master Zhe's generals and still stir trouble shows that Master Zhe is not as commendable as you suggest." Li Chuyan reflected. Master Zhe is indeed in a difficult position. Treating his officers in such a manner shows considerable loyalty. Unable to persuade further, Luo Yinhua reluctantly took his leave. Previously, Li Chuyan had intended to marry his daughter to Guo Xiao. Had this noble union been realized, securing his allegiance would have been effortless. The daughter of a Li family seemed somewhat anxious. Upon learning of Luo Yinhua's return to the estate, she hurried to see Li Chuyan, asking, "What did Uncle Luo discuss with father?" Li Chuyan, understanding her intent, replied, "Guo Xiao is indifferent. There is no need to mention him again." The expression of the Li maiden subtly shifted. She bit her lip, her tone tinged with annoyance. "I did not mention Guo Xiao. I merely inquired about Uncle Luo. Where did father go? What need is there to bring up Guo Xiao, whom I do not even know?" Upon finishing her remarks, she maintained her decorum while departing. Yet her emotions were evident. Returning to her chamber, she encountered the maid who had been waiting at the door. The maid, oblivious to the atmosphere, eagerly asked, "What happened?" "Nothing. If you keep prying, I shall return your contract, and you may go with him." The maiden forcefully pushed the door open, storming inside. She had always been pursued by suitors since her journey from Xian'an town to Chang'an town, even those from esteemed families, who did not mind her father's lesser rank and sought to marry her as Lin Yangzi. Yet Guo Xiao seemed to look down upon her, believing that the military commander was of little consequence. Seated beside her bed, she fumed silently, contemplating that Guo Xiao had never laid eyes upon her. He was not from Binzhou. Once he beheld her, he would surely change his mind. In terms of appearance, character, and knowledge, how could I possibly be inferior to others? Chapter 63. An incessant discomfort after a restless night. The morning sun shone brightly, casting warm rays upon the courtyard and the leaves, as if one could feel the dew evaporating from the foliage. The daughter of a Li family lay languidly on a bamboo couch, her cheeks flushed, appearing rather lackluster. Her petite frame seemed even more fragile in repose, devoid of any strength. A middle-aged woman, her wet nurse, approached with concern, placing the back of her hand against the maiden's forehead. "My lady, are you unwell?" The Li maiden sighed. "I believe I am ill." The wet nurse hastily asked, "Should I fetch a doctor? Where do you feel discomfort?" The Li maiden weakly raised her arm, pressing her finger against her soft bosom. "Here. My heart races, and I cannot find peace. I simply wish to remain still. It has been pounding all morning, somewhat numb and painful. Why do I feel this way? I have never experienced such a thing." The wet nurse's expression shifted. "I shall hurry to find a doctor. We must ensure you are well. Do not go. Even if you call him, I will not see him," the Li maiden replied. The wet nurse insisted. "When one is ill, a doctor must be consulted. You cannot endure this." The Li maiden responded, "Though I am unwell, I do not wish to be cured. I want this to continue." At that moment, the maid happened to pass by the doorway and overheard the last two remarks, chuckling, "My lady is lovesick. Do not mind her, wet nurse. You are not equipped to understand." The wet nurse, displeased, retorted, "Sanner, do you comprehend? I have consumed more salt than you have rice, traversed more bridges than you have roads. Do not presume to lecture me." The Li maiden, hearing this, interjected, "Oh, please, do not quarrel before me. The horses will be frightened away." The wet nurse left without further ado. Sanner approached the bamboo couch, displaying no signs of anxiety, and instead, with a smile, inquired, "Madam, have you seen a horse? Where is it?" Li Shi, her eyes vacant, murmured, "A person was riding it, moving as swiftly as an arrow released from its bow. I dare not approach. It was too frightening. What if he were to fall?" "No, that is not right." Sanner gently prodded, "What is not right?" Li Shi continued, "That person should not be so unruly. He is not a reckless man. When he sat yesterday, his posture was dignified and somewhat reserved, speaking with humility and restraint. When he moves, he must be as agile as a startled rabbit, yet with decorum. I cannot quite articulate it," she whispered to herself. "His demeanor seems open-minded, yet when he recites poetry, he stands as if braving the wind, his eyes betraying a hint of worry and empathy. His concern is palpable, unlike the idle troubles I bear, which I cannot fathom, leaving me unaware of their origin." Li Shi slowly attempted to rise. "Sanner, help me grind the ink. I wish to write something." She donned her shoes and stood up. At that moment, the maid had already taken the inkstone to fetch water, but Li Shi hesitated, saying, "This cannot be. He is not someone to whom I am connected. If I, a woman, were to boldly deliver a letter, would it not seem frivolous?" Sanner shook her head and asked, "Then shall I grind the ink or not?" Li Shi, regaining her soft demeanor, replied, "At the riverside of Guangdafeng, there is a pavilion. Go and find that Guidusher. Have him meet me there." "Huh?" Sanner exclaimed in surprise, then hesitated. "Madam, are you going out for a clandestine meeting? If a Liang finds out, he will blame me for encouraging you." "How can you speak so harshly? It is broad daylight. What clandestine meeting?" "It is merely a meeting," Li Shi retorted. "Guidusher resides at the inn outside the city. You go and arrange it for the hour of C." Sanner protested. "If a Liang and the lady of the house blame me, madam, you must speak on my behalf." "Understood. Off you go." The maid, feeling helpless, tidied up and slipped out of the small door of the residence, heading straight for the city gates. However, preoccupied with her thoughts, She hurried along and unexpectedly encountered young Master Zhe and his companions, who recognized her. He was accompanied by 4 individuals, 2 friends and 2 young attendants. The other 2 young scholars, upon hearing her voice and taking a closer look, also recognized her and chimed in. One of them remarked, "In such a fluster, what business does she have?" This place was not far from the southern gate of Binzhou, and the maid's route was indeed heading south. Just yesterday, young Master Zhe had lost face in front of Guidouche. How could he forget so soon? Zhu Liang's expression darkened immediately. His discerning friend, observing the situation, softly remarked, "Surely she isn't going out to seek that General Gua?" Another added fuel to the fire. "If that maid is meeting with the surname Gua, it must be that the lady of the Li family has sent her privately. If Li Chuyun intended to send someone, would he not send a servant or a soldier instead of a woman?" Zhu Liang's face was now overshadowed by a gathering storm. After all our efforts yesterday, was it merely to facilitate another's gain? A young attendant said, "I will follow her to see if that maid is indeed heading to the inn." Upon receiving Zhu Liang's nod of approval, the attendant swiftly made his way down the street. In this venture to Guangzhou, the recruitment of talents recommended by Luo Yanhua was merely incidental. The principal objective was to ascertain the general geography of Qin, Feng, and other states. Guo Xiao had already begun arranging personnel for this purpose. Jing Yang brought along 2 attendants, one a woman in her 30s, the other a stout, dark-skinned woman. The woman in her 30s was more pragmatic and held a position of authority at the Yuzhangwen in Tokyo. Guo Xiao instructed Jing Yang to direct them. The 2 women, armed with funds, were to first venture to the nunnery in Fengzhou under the guise of religious practitioners, establishing a foothold, and then begin to recruit locals to survey the terrain surrounding Fengzhou. Luo Yanhua had relatives in Qinzhou, having migrated there from Hudong many years ago. Now that Li Chuyun's endeavors were thwarted, Guo Xiao instructed him to set aside efforts to win over Li Chuyun and instead visit relatives in Qinzhou with 2 of his personal guards. Once Wang Jing received the private commission from the chancellor, he would send some people to assist penetrating through the routes established earlier, which would yield much valuable intelligence. This information could be shared with the collaborators and Wang Jing, but as the orchestrator, Guo Xiao would inevitably secure the lioness share of the intelligence. Just as the group concluded their discussions, someone sought an audience, claiming to be from Li Chuyun's household. Guo Xiao hurriedly instructed someone to bring them in. It turned out to be a young girl. Guo Xiao was initially puzzled, but soon recognized her as the maid who had frequently traversed the hall the previous day. Confirming her affiliation with Li Chuyun's household, the maid initially appeared timid, but when Guo Xiao greeted her kindly, she spoke quickly and eloquently. "My lady wishes to see Guidouche, waiting for you by the riverside at Guangdafang. If Guidouche is unfamiliar with the route to Binzhou, I can guide you. The meeting is set for the hour of C. If Guidouche hesitates, my lady will be left waiting too long, and a Lang will surely notice, drawing more attention." Jing Yang coldly remarked, "No one is stopping you. Do as you wish. Why must you look to me?" However, Guo Xiao hesitated slightly. For while Li Chuyun was not of high birth, she was still a person of some distinction. Her daughter was not comparable to an ordinary girl. Would there be complications should this entanglement continue? He pondered that it was unlikely. After all, would the young lady pursue him? Chapter 64. A mess at this moment. Zhu Liang's fan trembled in his hand, subtly revealing his suppressed anger. This humiliation felt akin to a wife being dishonored. Nay, it was worse. At least a wife would feel reluctant when faced with a villain, akin to catching an adulterous couple in the act. The wrath of a husband is a burden too heavy to bear. "Calm down, young Master Zhe, do calm down," his friends urged. Zhu Liang exhaled deeply, his countenance grim as he scanned the bustling street, lined with shops, and after a moment's contemplation, he coldly stated, "If the Li family's lady intends to meet in secret, she must take this route. There are too many people now. You go fetch a carriage." The attendant could not help but inquire, "Young master, what do you need a carriage for? If it becomes excessive, it will be us who suffer." "What for?" "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and get a carriage. I want to remove her from here," Zhu Liang declared. "I have traveled with my uncle to numerous places. Who dares to openly contest with me over a woman? This is my domain, and this matter is trivial. What do you fear? Even if something monumental occurs, the Zhe family will not let it go unresolved." A nearby young scholar, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, "I have something urgent to attend to. I must take my leave now and will host a banquet for young Master Zhe to atone another day." Zhu Liang frowned. You didn't mention any business when you left this morning. How suddenly do you find yourself with matters to attend to? I thought you were my brother, and now you shy away at the slightest inconvenience? The young scholar hastily replied, Since young master considers me a brother, I will bear the risk of your displeasure and advise you. Li Chuyin is at least a formidable general under your command. In this current climate, it is wise to tread carefully when dealing with warriors. Zhu Liang shook his head. TSK. Cowardice disguised as wisdom, pretending to espouse principles while seeking an escape? What does Li Chuyin matter in front of my uncle? He is a warrior, yet does he think the Zhu family is made up of mere weaklings? With a single word from my uncle, he wouldn't dare to breathe. The young scholar cautioned, Your words are heavy. Yes, I admit I am indeed timid. In the future, should you scold or strike me, I will never speak a word against you in public. However, it is only natural for you to be bold, as you have the backing of young Master Zhu, who commands respect and authority. Thus, you remain untroubled. But I lack such support. Even a minor incident could send my family into a frenzy, and each challenge seems insurmountable. In such a case, it is impossible to be courageous. Enough chatter. Let us go. Zhu Liang waved his hand dismissively. Another friend quickly added, I will accompany Han, brother. I sincerely apologize today. Please be lenient with young Master Zhu. Not long after the two departed, a servant who had received instructions hurriedly arrived with a canvas-covered horse-drawn carriage. Zhu Liang pondered for a moment, then climbed aboard the carriage and instructed the servant to pull the vehicle to the roadside. The servant, still uneasy, asked, Master, once we have the lady aboard, where shall we take her? What is our plan? Zhu Liang replied, You may ask what you wish. Once she is aboard, drive eastward to our family's residence, where only a few servants reside. How could Li Chuyin possibly retaliate? She is merely a daughter, and it seems her ties to the Zhu family will only deepen. What harm could come of it? Zhu Liang, accustomed to a life of ease, seldom engaged in manual tasks, prompting the servant to recall. How shall we get her onto the carriage? Should we not bring a bag to cover her? We can conceal her from sight, and you may assist once she is distracted. What say you? Then hurry and find one. Zhu Liang scolded. After some commotion, they kept watch from a street. Before long, they spotted a young woman in a veil approaching from the north, walking alone. Zhu Liang, having encountered countless women, discerned something amiss in her demeanor, which starkly contrasted with that of the ordinary women on the street. He then instructed, You, go over and lift her veil so I may see her face clearly. As soon as she passes, we shall pursue her with the carriage and confirm her identity. The approaching servant, flustered, abruptly seized Li's arm and thrust her against a nearby wall. Li struggled desperately, shouting for help against the wrongdoers. Cover her mouth, you fool. They're almost upon us. Zhu Liang could no longer contain his frustration. Recognizing Zhu Liang's voice, Li cried out, I am the daughter of General Li Chuyin. Zhu Liang has kidnapped me. Someone informed General Li Chuyin at the Li residence, and you shall be greatly rewarded. Just then, the coachman arrived, flustered and clutching a burlap sack. Making a mess of the situation, the sack became nearly ineffective, prompting Li to struggle even more fiercely. She desperately glanced toward a nearby pavilion by the river, which stood empty, and tears streamed down her face as she fought to break free. In a moment of desperation, she bit down, but only caught a bit of flesh on her palm, eliciting a cry from her captor, causing him to loosen his grip. As she attempted to escape again, she called out, Guidusher, Guo, where are you? The sack descended over her head, and she reached up to claw at it, continuing to call for help. The crowd around them was growing, and the servant, both frightened and anxious, urged, Master, perhaps we should abandon this plan. The situation is dire. Enough of your nonsense. Get her into the carriage. Zhu Liang commanded. Now that we have come this far, we must see it through to the end. Is it not worse to turn back? Shut her mouth. You imbecile. Whose mouth are you to shut? Though Li was a woman and not particularly strong, her resolve made her a formidable opponent. The three of them struggled to lift her, her legs flailing as they dragged her towards the carriage door, but she grasped the wooden frame tenaciously. One servant attempted to pry her fingers loose when Zhu Liang, in a moment of decisiveness, delivered a swift punch to the sack, causing Li to emit a muffled groan and go limp. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves broke the tension, startling the onlookers. Zhu Liang turned to see the approaching Guo Xiao and a woman riding beside him. With a crack of the whip, Guo Xiao charged forward, striking one of the servants, who cried out in pain and fell to the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. The force of the lash had left its mark. "Damn you!" Guo Xiao bellowed as he leapt from his horse, lunging at Zhu Liang. A nearby servant attempted to intervene, but the swift draw of the sword from the woman, Jing Yang, met him first, the blade striking his abdomen with fluid precision, sending him collapsing to the ground, clutching his midsection in agony. In a fit of rage, Guo Xiao seized Zhu Liang, allowing no room for resistance. His fist, propelled by a fierce wind, struck with the force of a hammer, halting just before Zhu Liang's face, the gust causing his brow to furrow. "Guo Xiao, we are in Binzhou," Zhu Liang stammered. "Spare me." But before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his hand as Guo Xiao stepped down with force, crushing it mercilessly, leaving Zhu Liang gasping in pain, his eyes bulging. Another kick sent him crashing against the wall, his legs rendered useless as he lay there, unable to rise. Chapter 65. No bloodshed. The young woman's face was bruised on one side, yet the other remained strikingly beautiful, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth amidst her disheveled hair, presenting a pitiful sight. Guo Xiao, witnessing this, instructed, "Administer artificial respiration. Pinch her nose and blow into her mouth. You're a woman. It won't compromise her virtue." Unexpectedly, Jing Yang shot him a glance and pressed her fingers against the young woman's philtrum, achieving immediate results. Soon, the young woman began to regain consciousness. However, Guo Xiao's thoughts shifted. Upon escorting her to the Li residence, he would need to embellish the tale. He had initially abandoned any hope of winning over General Li Chuyan, but now it seemed there might be a shift in fortune. As Li regained her senses, she instinctively touched her collar and surveyed her surroundings. Realizing she was still amidst the bustling street, she exhaled a sigh of relief, then discreetly glanced at Guo Xiao, quickly turning away as the realization struck her, covering her swollen cheek with her hands. The uninjured side of her face flushed crimson as well. It was only natural for a woman to wish to present her best self to a suitor, and this was their first meeting under such unfortunate circumstances. Her garment bore several tears, her collar torn, leaving her attire disheveled. Without a moment's hesitation, Guo Xiao removed his own robe and wrapped it around her, the ample fabric enveloping her like a blanket. Li lowered her head, unable to utter a word, but she did not refuse Guo Xiao's kindness. Guo Xiao then secured the two military horses to the back of the carriage before setting off. At that moment, a maid rushed up breathless. The earlier cries for help had alerted her, and she had raced to catch up. Upon arriving at the Li residence, Guo Xiao was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. At the entrance stood several armored soldiers, clearly gathered in response to the news of Li's abduction. Li's beauty and obedience rendered her precious to General Li Chuyan, and she was far more than just a daughter. Guo Xiao disembarked, casting a glance at Jing Yang, confident she would remain silent. With Li unconscious and the maid unaware of the full situation, he began to embellish the tale, concocting fabrications about revenge against Zhu Liang. After detailing the events, Guo Xiao boldly stated, "Li Gong, we cannot linger here. For the sake of your daughter, you must come with me. I assure you, this is not mere bravado. I have connections within the court and the Privy Council. I can guarantee your position will surpass its current stature within 6 months, with a salary doubled, and I can provide you with opportunities to utilize your talents." Given their relative unfamiliarity, he felt no hesitation in laying bare his intentions. Li Chuyan furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, the young woman descended from the carriage, her appearance pitiful, wrapped in Guo Xiao's clothing. One might assume she had been stripped bare. Her hair was disheveled, her face swollen, with blood at the corners of her mouth, and the sight pained Li Chuyan deeply. Seizing the moment, Guo Xiao urged, "Li Gong, decisive action must prevail. Delay will only lead to further chaos. Make your choice. There is no need to bring anything. Just gather a few essentials and take your family to leave the city." Li Chuyan stated, "I have several brothers among the generals. I cannot abandon them. You should quickly bring your wives and children and meet outside the South City Iguan." Just then, a brawny man erupted in furious exclamations. "This is intolerable. This is intolerable." Without hesitation, the man surnamed Wang, along with a dozen armored soldiers, departed from the entrance. "We have no families. While we still have time, let us vent our frustrations," the general proclaimed. His name was Wang Dashi, a straightforward man who, unafraid of death, earned Li Chuyan's favor. Wang Dashi continued, "Li Gong has treated me well. Today, I must repay that kindness. Since we are leaving anyway, Let us end this swiftly. We will charge into Zhu Liang's residence and leave nothing behind. Then we will make our escape." The others found this reasoning sound. After all, killing was but a trivial matter. The martial generals took the lead, fully aware that they would bear the brunt of any consequences. Wang Xianzhi and his men rode ahead, treating it as if they were going into battle, first sending 2 scouts to assess the terrain and the exits of Zhu Liang's estate. They then split into 2 groups and charged forth. Upon reaching the entrance of Zhu Liang's residence, they found the side gate ajar, and Wang Xianzhi urged his horse inside. A gatekeeper approached but was quickly frightened away by the horse, only to be met with a blade from a second rider, resulting in an immediate spray of blood. The sight of blood drove Wang Xianzhi and his men into a frenzy, dispelling any lingering doubts. He bellowed, "Spare no one, whether human or beast." He then drew his powerful bow and, with a swift shot, pierced the back of a nearby servant. Without armor, the arrow was fatal. Nearby, a dog barked at the commotion, and without a second thought, Wang Xianzhi shot it dead as well. A horde of chaotic soldiers surged into the residence, wreaking havoc as screams and wails filled the air. Wang Xianzhi, reveling in the carnage, discovered some fire materials in a room and ignited them. Before long, the occupants of the courtyard, pursued by the rampaging soldiers from the back door, emerged. They were all elderly, women, and children, with the exception of a few young women and an affluent old matron leaning on her dragon-headed cane. The soldiers, seeing so many potential victims, rushed forward with their weapons, indiscriminately slaughtering the elderly and children alike, as easy as cutting through melons. These unfortunate souls, unable to escape or resist, soon lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their cries echoing in the air. Blood stained the stones beneath the eaves, dripping down the steps. At that moment, several houses caught fire, sending flames soaring into the sky and smoke billowing. A cat attempted to scale a wall, but fell victim to Wang Xianzhi's skilled archery, also meeting its end. One young woman, her face partially swollen, displayed a strikingly beautiful other half, with blood at the corners of her mouth mingling with her disheveled hair, creating a pitiable sight. Guo Xiao, witnessing this, urgently instructed, administer artificial respiration, pinch her nose, and blow into her mouth. "You are a woman, so you need not worry about compromising her innocence." To his surprise, Jingyang shot him a glare and proceeded to revive the young woman with a swift grip, which proved effective. Soon, the young woman stirred back to consciousness. However, Guo Xiao's mind began to race with thoughts. "Once we escort her to Li's residence, I cannot speak plainly. I must embellish the tale to persuade Li Chuyun, who had seemingly abandoned hope for reconciliation." Upon awakening, Li Shi first touched her collar, then glanced around. Realizing she was still in the bustling street, a clear sigh of relief escaped her lips. She then discreetly glanced at Guo Xiao, quickly realizing the situation, turning her face away while covering her swollen cheek with her hands. Her other cheek flushed crimson as well. It is only natural for a woman to adorn herself for the one she cherishes. Once beautifully attired, she now found herself in such a disheveled state upon first meeting him. Her garment was torn in several places, and her collar was askew, leaving her appearance disheveled. Without a second thought, Guo Xiao removed his own robe and wrapped it around her, the ample fabric enveloping her like a blanket. Li Shi lowered her head, unable to utter a word, yet she did not refuse Guo Xiao's kindness. Guo Xiao tied his 2 military horses to the back of the carriage and began to drive it. Just then, a maid came running, breathless. Earlier, while Guo Xiao and his companions were near the street, they had heard cries for help and had not paid attention to the maid, charging ahead instead. Once they arrived at Li's residence, Guo Xiao was taken aback by the scene. A throng of people gathered at the entrance, and Li Chuyun was among them. From the commotion, it seemed Li Chuyun had already been informed of his daughter's abduction. Li Shi, both obedient and lovely, was truly the apple of Li Chuyun's eye, signifying more than just a mere daughter. Guo Xiao helped Li Shi down from the carriage, casting a glance at Jingyang, sensing that she would remain silent. Li's young daughter was unconscious and unaware of the situation, while the maid had not witnessed the events firsthand. Thus, Guo Xiao began to embellish the story, concocting falsehoods about Zhigong's intentions to retaliate without regard for consequences. Having conveyed his tale, Guo Xiao asserted, "Li Gong, we cannot linger here. For the sake of your daughter, you must come with me. I do not boast. I have connections in both the court and the Privy Council." I can ensure your position will exceed its current stature within 6 months, with a salary that will double your present earnings, and provide you with opportunities to utilize your talents. Since everyone was not too familiar, he laid bare his intentions of enticing them to join him. Li Chuyun furrowed his brow tightly. At that moment, the young woman disembarked from the carriage, her appearance truly pitiful, wrapped in Guo Xiao's clothing, which led one to believe she had been stripped bare. Her hair was unkempt, her face swollen, and blood streaked from the corners of her mouth, eliciting a pang of sorrow in Li Chuyun's heart. Seizing the moment, Guo Xiao urged Li Gong, decisive action is crucial. Time is of the essence. Make your decision. There is no need to carry anything. Just gather a few essentials and take your family to leave the city. Thus, Zhu Liang, disregarding his own injuries, shouted for his servants to carry him to his uncle's house to lodge a complaint. In no time, a throng of relatives filled the hall, lamenting their plight. Someone, feeling exasperated, sent someone to the Iguan to summon the assailant, Guo Dusher, to explain himself. After all, the nephew had only received a beating for his prior transgressions, as many witnesses had seen him attempt to abduct a daughter of the Li family. Thus, he had brought this upon himself. Zhitsong found the situation bothersome, but did not perceive it as particularly severe. However, shortly thereafter, a subordinate reported, Li Chuyun has left the city with his family. Another soon followed, stating, the military general Guo Xiao, residing at the Iguan, has also departed, leaving behind a letter with the Iguan steward. Zhitsong paid no heed, leisurely opening the letter to read its contents. The letter explained why Li Chuyun had been taken, mentioning a close friend of his named Luo Yanhua, who happened to be a good brother of Guo Xiao. Guo Xiao, not wanting to cause trouble for his friend this acquaintance, had chosen to escort Li Chuyun away. It also expressed Li Chuyun's gratitude for Zhigong's kindness. Zhitsong stroked his beard, pondering for a long while. Zhu Liang, growing anxious, exclaimed, Uncle, how can we allow this? That Guo Xiao, an outsider, comes to our territory, enjoys our hospitality, and then brazenly departs after assaulting our family members in public. Does that not imply that anyone can bully the Zhu family? What will become of your reputation? Seeing his uncle's anger, Zhu Liang swallowed his grievances, refraining from further argument. Zhigong coldly responded, that young woman is innocent. What she encountered was well-deserved. It is fortunate that Li Chuyun is a man of gratitude and discretion. Otherwise, you would have felt the claws of a cornered cat. When soldiers with weapons storm your residence and blood is shed, you will regret your actions. Today, I teach you a lesson. Remember, one must not be excessive in conduct. After chastising him, Zhitsong waved his sleeve in dismissal. What are you lying here for? Remove him. Zhigong retreated to the tea hall and inquired of his advisors. Who is Guo Xiao? Is he related to the Chancellor of the Privy Council? Zhigong nodded. That would be most favorable. Chapter 66. Military considerations. Is it worthwhile to have a disagreement between Li Chuyun and Zhigong? Both Guo Xiao and Zhu Yu believe it is indeed worthwhile, for they find it impossible to win over a general of Zhigong's caliber. Only a talent like Li Chuyun is worthy of their pursuit. After a long journey, they immediately sought refuge at a relay station upon leaving the territory of Jingnan town. It was apparent that Zhitsong had no need to wait any longer to act. The large relay station within the borders resembled a small city, complete with walls and gates, bustling with travelers that stimulated local commerce, often giving rise to markets around it. Li Chuyun's family and servants numbered around 10, and together with Guo Xiao and the others, there was ample space for accommodation. Li Shi hesitated, unsure how to explain her reluctance, and finally retorted, if I ruin the clothes, I will wash them once we reach Fengxiang. As soon as the nurse left the room, Li Shi retrieved a robe from her bundle, gazing at it for a moment before she could not resist bringing it to her nose. It bore a faint scent of sweat and perhaps other odors. Or perhaps it was merely her imagination. Lost in thought, the door creaked open once more, and Li Shi quickly stuffed the garment back in her bundle, her face flushing with both alarm and embarrassment. Guo Xiao felt a sense of relief. Once they settled in Fengxiang and paid their respects to Wang Jing, they left Li Chuyun's family in Fengxiang and set out the next day for Chang'an, wholly focused on understanding the terrain. Zhang Zhao, the chief clerk of the Fengxiang town government, personally accompanied Guo Xiao to Chang'an, and then they proceeded to explore Songwan. The group departed from Chang'an early, traveling lightly for about 30 to 40 miles, reaching Songwan by afternoon. Along the way, they encountered towering mountains, with only a single valley serving as the conduit between the peaks. Upon arrival at Songwan, Huang Chao immediately cautioned, Gudusi must not venture beyond Songwan, as the territory ahead is controlled by the Shu army, and the terrain is complex, posing potential risks. Guo, observing the steep cliffs and being enclosed by the valley as if trapped within formidable walls, could not help but exclaim, "So this is the Shu road?" No wonder the poet Li Bai lamented its difficulties, claiming it more challenging than the azure sky. Huang Chao chuckled and replied, "Indeed, we are now entering the Shu road, but the path from Chengsong to Songwan is relatively easy. After all, we are riding horses. This route is known as Chengsong Road, and the phrase to repair the plank road while secretly crossing Chengsong refers to this very path. It begins in Chengsong. There are several routes to Shu, but Chengsong Road is the most level." Guo Xiao noted the treacherous nature of Songwan, wedged within the steep mountains. Aside from the valley, traversing the terrain would be challenging, even for small contingents. He remarked, if Chengsong Road is the most level, then it would be difficult for the Shu army to enter through here. It would be easier to approach from Longyu, Gansu. Huang Chao affirmed, precisely, historically, Longyu has held a commanding position over the passes, with Qinzhou situated in Longyu. Zuiyu, possessing a fair understanding of these matters, could have elaborated further, but Guo Xiao chose not to continue the discussion. He pondered that since Qinzhou lay in Longyu, an advancing army could swiftly enter the plains. The court's intent to reclaim several states occupied by Shu likely hinged on the threat posed by Qinzhou. None of Guo Xiao and his companions had ever been to this place, nor traversed the Shu road. Thus, aside from admiring the mountains, they could glean little else. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Xiao surmised that Huang Chao, having lingered in Fengxiang for a considerable time, must possess at least a general familiarity with the area. He decided to procure paper and set it out atop the watchtower, retrieving a wooden ruler from his pack. This crucial military stronghold appeared remarkably tranquil, with only a few soldiers on duty along the walls, and travelers crossing the pass were scarce. Guo Xiao observed the sun's position for a while, then sketched a circle on the paper, inscribing it with minute characters, Chengsong. Next, he drew a short line in the lower right corner using the ruler, marking it with 40 miles. Estimating the direction, he drew a wavy line, labeling 1 in Songwan. Huang Chao and Zuoyu watched with great interest as Guo Xiao engaged in this endeavor, appreciating its straightforwardness despite its rough execution. They found Guo Xiao's methods somewhat peculiar. Guo Xiao inquired, "Qinzhou lies to the northwest of Chengsong, does it not?" Zhang Changshu, "Do you recall the distance?" Huang Chao responded, "The direction is indeed northwest, approximately 500 miles away." Following his instructions, Guo Xiao marked Qinzhou at a relatively distant point from Chengsong. Through their exchange, Huang Chao displayed considerable knowledge, able to approximate the locations of any reasonably well-known places. Thus, in the span of a stick of incense, Guo Xiao sketched out Fengzhou, Chengzhou, Jiezhou, Xiongxingjun Fortress, Xingzhou, and the southern route of the Han, among other significant towns. The states of Qin, Feng, Cheng, and Jie were likely territories the court aimed to seize from Shu. Cheng and Feng lay in a line, east to west, south of Chengsong, with Fengzhou being the nearest to Chengsong at over 200 miles southwest. Qingzhou lay 300 miles west of Fengzhou. The Shu Army's Xiongxingjun Fortress was located between Cheng and Feng, with Jiezhou being the furthest at nearly 300 miles southwest of Qingzhou. Guo Xiao had gained a rough understanding of the general layout and produced a basic schematic map. However, the roads and terrain between these states remained unclear. He realized that military routes could not merely be assessed by straight-line distances, particularly in the Qinling mountain area surrounding Songwan, where traversing was challenging without aerial means. Glancing at his schematic map, he understood that while he had outlined the basics, he also needed to incorporate lines to create a comprehensive representation. He first inquired about the rivers, knowing there should be from major ones. The Weishui was the northernmost, flowing from Qinzhou to Chengsong, while the ancient Dao River and the Jialing River roughly corresponded to the Shu Road of Chengsong, flowing north and south between Chengsong, Fengzhou, and Xingzhou. The Chang River flowed east from Jiezhou into the Jialing River, along with the Hanzhui that traversed the southern route of the Han. Beyond the rivers, there were the roads, but Zhang Zhao could not recall specifics and could only clarify the Shu Road, which was Chengsong Road. To travel directly south from Chengsong to Cheng, west, and Feng, east, one would need to cross the Qinling Range. in reality. The southern areas along the Weishui line from Chang'an and Qinzhou were all mountainous regions with treacherous terrain. Guo Xiao's journey had proven fruitful. He at least comprehended that the court's objective in this campaign was to seize control over the Qinling line and neutralize the threat posed by long to the passes. While in Dongjing, no one had informed him of these matters, as neither the Empress nor Wang Pu would provide detailed instruction. Even Zhu Wen, who possessed some insight, was limited in his knowledge, primarily being well-versed in the politics of Dongjing. Guo Xiao, having acquired the command of 1,000 elite troops from the Imperial Guard, was expected to represent a formidable force in the forthcoming campaign against Shu. If the commander were entirely uninformed, should the battle turn unfavorable, the court would surely hold him accountable, questioning how he could answer when he had merely followed the deployments of Wang Jing and Xiang Sun. Moreover, Guo Xiao envisioned a rapid resolution to the conflict, leading him to feel fortunate for having lived in modern society, which had broadened his horizons. Otherwise, had an ordinary low-ranking officer found themselves in a similar situation, lacking access to convenient sources of information, they might indeed be utterly uninformed. Previously, regions like Cheng and Feng had belonged to the state, but they were now part of Shu. The local populace remained indifferent to governance, seeing little difference regardless of who ruled, their concept of righteousness being virtually non-existent, as the conflict essentially amounted to civil war. As long as certain benefits were provided, they were willing to act as guides. Consequently, Guo Xiao drafted several smaller maps depicting the terrain and roads. His geographical knowledge stemmed largely from examinations, much of which he had forgotten. However, he retained some methods for representing elevation with contour lines, which he found unnecessary for this task. After all, why complicate matters? As long as a mountain obstructed the path, its height was irrelevant. The scale he learned had proven useful in practice. Out of curiosity, he sought a map stored at Sangwan and soon understood why they were astonished. The maps used by the military were far more dreadful than what he considered a rough draft. The text was oversized, the mountains poorly drawn, with no sense of scale, and a single city depicted as occupying a significant portion of the Qinling range. How vast must that city be? Chapter 67. Tang Luo Yanhua and his 5 companions found themselves in a place known as Lishigu. Luo Yanhua, accompanied by 2 personal guards and an elder and a youth from the Luo family, found themselves at the Pear Tree Valley, located to the north of Tangsong Town. Tangsong Town itself lies within the mountainous recesses of the Qinling Range, on the western side of the Shudao, far from the main thoroughfare. They had been in the territory of Fengzhou for nearly a month, having located relatives of the Luo family who had migrated from Hudong to Tangsong Town years prior. Among their company was an elder and a young man, sent to guide them out of the mountains. As they journeyed, they encountered a farmer herding a water buffalo. The elder from the Luo family greeted him in a thick dialect, inquiring if he had heard of the legendary Ma Yi Dao Ren passing through recently. To their surprise, the farmer had indeed heard of the figure, exclaiming, "Ma Yi Dao Ren? You'd best head to Mount Amei to seek him out. Such celestial beings flit about, making them difficult to find. Are you looking for him to tell fortunes?" The farmer spoke with a leisurely enthusiasm. Elder Luo explained that the young lad was afflicted with a strange illness, and they hoped to find Ma Yi Dao Ren for guidance. Luo Yanhua recalled how, just a month prior, he had almost been captured while traversing the Shudao, but today they were still alive, meandering through the mountains. Not merely due to luck, but also because the defenses of the Shu army at the border towns were rather lax. At that time, unfamiliar with the terrain, he had taken the main route of the Shudao, and shortly after leaving the Zhan Pass, he was confronted by a patrol of Shu soldiers. He had deceitfully claimed to be a merchant seeking goods from the southern mountainous region, and with a bribe of copper coins, he had narrowly escaped without a confrontation. His guard, Guo Xiao, had suggested abandoning the journey due to its inherent dangers, yet Luo Yanhua, eager to prove himself, insisted on continuing, claiming that the Luo family members were nearby and assistance from them would make their passage easier. The path was circuitous, winding along the valley, and without a local guide, it was easy to wander into a dead end. The valleys were not man-made. There were paths ahead, but they could easily vanish into the towering mountains of the Qinling Range. To traverse those mountains directly would be exhausting and perilous. According to the Luo family, there were 4 principal roads extending north from Fengzhou, 2 of which were passable, one along the Jialing River on the Shudao, and another leading west towards the mountainous region of Tangsong Town. These myriad rugged paths were essential for transportation in the Qinling area. Apart from these, there were no alternatives, as no one had the means to scale one mountain after another. This landscape starkly contrasted with the familiar plains where numerous smaller paths crisscrossed through fields, offering countless possibilities, with the only requirement being to maintain the right direction. Despite the challenging terrain, they were not far from the pass, and within 2 days, they reached Fengxiang. The guard stationed at Fengxiang informed them that Guo Xiao had gone to Sangwan. Consequently, Luo Yanhua had to turn back south to seek him out. Guo Xiao, still residing at Sangwan, had been there for over half a month. Upon meeting Luo Yanhua and hearing about his harrowing journey, Guo Xiao remarked, "Victory is determined not just in battle, but in the strategy behind it. Brother Luo has risked life and limb to map out the terrain north of Fengxiang. I shall surely reward you for your service." Luo Yanhua humbly replied, "I have merely fulfilled my duty." Guo Xiao, not wishing to prolong the conversation, promptly inquired about the details and subsequently sketched 5 maps, ranging from broad to detailed, striving for clarity. After delineating the paths and terrain, Guo Xiao remembered the villagers who had assisted Luo Yanhua, thus personally rewarding them with a small pouch of coins. Elder Luo, delighted with the heavy pouch, exclaimed, "This could buy several mules. Thank you, General, for your generosity." With a warm smile, Guo Xiao further inquired, "Tangsong town controls the western approach of the Shudao. It must house a garrison. Elder, do you know how many troops are stationed there?" Elder Luo pondered briefly, estimating perhaps around 1,000 or maybe 800. "I know there are quite a few troops stationed at Tangsong town. There are also other locations, with numerous soldiers in Fengzhou City and Waiwaching, and a military encampment in Wanghuagu. Last month, while trading on the Shudao with fellow villagers, I saw it with my own eyes." He continued to relay all the information he possessed to the general. After a moment's thought, he added, "I'll bear this burden alone." Guo Xiao traced the lines of the Shudao on the map with his palm, tapping twice at the location of Tangsong town before moving to the right, asking, "To the east of the Shudao, is there a place called Maliangjai? What routes connect there with the main Shudao?" Elder Luo frowned, admitting, "I have not been that way. Typically, one would not take the western valley out of the Qinling, but rather the Qinsong road. However, I do know of a road called Shiego near Baijian, which leads eastward." "Baijian? Where is that?" Guo Xiao inquired eagerly. Elder Luo, unable to read, could not point it out on the map and instead described, "Baijian is just north of the exit of Shiego, not far from Qinsong Road Shudao, about 30 li from Fengzhou." Guo Xiao, grasping the direction he referred to, carefully verified, 30 li from Fengzhou, along Qinsong Road to the north. Elder Luo nodded affirmatively. Guo Xiao then marked Baijian on the map, estimating a line to denote Shiego beneath it. After extracting all the useful information he could from the elder, Guo Xiao dismissed him. He then convened with the remaining relevant personnel, including Zuiyu, Jingyang, and several martial officers, stating, "Over the past half-month, we have come to understand the terrain and routes north of Fengzhou quite well. What are your thoughts?" Li Chuyan remarked, "From Sangwan to Fengzhou lies the Qinling. The Qinsong Road, Shudao, is the closest and most accessible route. The Shu army likely focuses on fortifying Qinsong Road while controlling the flanks at Tangsong Town and Maliangjai to command the winding, intricate paths." Guo Xiao, succinct in his response, merely nodded, acknowledging generally possesses a broad perspective. "Your reasoning is sound." Luo Yanhua interjected, "General Guo should pay heed to Wanghuagu. This location is not well known, yet several routes from the western Tangsong town converge here." Guo Xiao similarly praised, "General Luo possesses keen insights." A group of 4 approached, consisting of 2 female Taoist followers of Jingyang, accompanied by 2 bald nuns. They carried wooden frame bundles, which extended upwards to form a canopy of oilcloth, shielding them from the sun and light rain, thus freeing their hands from the burden of umbrellas. These women took the Qinsong main road, passing through Sangwan before encountering Guo Xiao and Jingyang. Guo Xiao personally welcomed them. He recognized the 2 female Taoists, one a robust woman, the other a freckled lady in her 30s, both having journeyed from the plains. The 2 bald nuns, one elderly and the other seemingly in her teens, were unfamiliar to him. However, the Taiha and temple had originated from Qingni Ridge, already south of Fengzhou, and the journey was thus considerably longer, causing the Taoist women to spend more time traveling than Luo Yanhua and his companions. Chapter 68. Xuanzang's pilgrimage to the west, it is said that the abbess of Qingni Ridge Temple originated from Manomei. However, her influence on Buddhism in the Qinling region has been minimal, perhaps due to her insufficient understanding of Buddhist teachings. Otherwise, how could she maintain amicable relations with Taoists of uncertain affiliations? As a disciple from Manomei, such associations are now considered a significant taboo. Initially, Manomei was home to numerous Taoist temples. During the late Han and Eastern Jin periods, Buddhism established itself as the domain of Puxian Bodhisattva at Manomei, quickly overshadowing Taoism. While Taoist temples still exist at Manomei, they often find themselves in conflict with Buddhist practices. Jingyang's disciples, however, seem unconcerned with such matters. They claim to be Taoist, but embody a rather eclectic mix. The abbess of Qingni Ridge Temple should be mindful of these issues, yet she appears to have resigned herself to them. The temple is on the brink of closure, and perhaps she considers it most crucial to ensure that a group of women does not starve. Currently, the two nuns have traveled hundreds of miles to Songguan to repay the favor of the female Taoist, Jingyang. Then he became entangled in mundane affairs, being asked to describe the terrain and climate of Qingyiling. Although Guo Xiao harbored a sense of reverence for the unknown entities of gods and spirits, he did not adhere to any religion. He was indifferent to whether they were nuns or Taoist priestesses. He would utilize them if they served a purpose. His sole focus was on achieving military merit, eagerly awaiting the day he could marry Fu's second daughter. The Shu Road initially extended along the Jialing River, but after reaching Fengzhou, crossing the treacherous waters of the Jialing River proved to be troublesome. Thus, a detour was made westward, passing through Guzheng before traversing Qingyiling. This place, characterized by high mountains and abundant rainfall, presented arduous paths and was, in fact, the most perilous location, having witnessed numerous fierce battles. It was not only difficult to conquer, but also a challenge to traverse even in peaceful times. Listening to the nun's account of the hardships, Guo Xiao mused that Qingyiling lay south of Guzheng and was not a target in the current campaign to seize Qin and Feng. He felt a quiet sense of relief. A group of women traveled north along the Shu Road and identified 8 military camps north of Weiwu City. This intelligence was exceedingly valuable to Guo Xiao. It constituted a simple intelligence system, with the main station situated at the terminus of the Shu Road in Shinsong, where a rented civilian residence served as the base, temporarily manned by Luo Yanhua and 2 personal guards. 2 outposts were established. One was the Qingyiling Monastery, where Jingyang's subordinates pretended to be lay Buddhists. The other was Tang Song Town, which was no longer garrisoned by robust guards, but instead staffed by 2 servants from Li Qiyun's household, masquerading as merchants, in collusion with the old man Luo. The servants from Li Qiyun were clearly not soldiers, rendering them less conspicuous. It was the first time the group witnessed how spies could be dispatched in such a manner. Previously, military generals would either inquire with passing merchants or send scouts to gather information. The concepts of infiltration and undercover work were indeed rare in the military, which is why Guo Xiao had to organize it himself. This task proved to be straightforward. As long as one was willing to spend money to support such a simple organization, there would be numerous individuals ready to take on a risk, provided the rewards were reasonable. Along the way, so you could not help but commend Guo Xiao in the presence of Yang Biao and others, praising his adeptness in utilizing people, whether they were Taoist priestesses, nuns, or mere servants, all found their use. He recalled the battle at Wuqi Town, where Guo Xiao swiftly organized a disarrayed group of injured soldiers, even the old, weak, women, and children, into a formidable fighting force, which was indeed praiseworthy. At this moment, those around him followed Guo Xiao's gaze upwards. As the leader of the group, his every word and action naturally attracted the attention of his companions. However, at that moment, they saw nothing out of the ordinary, except for a window with a bamboo curtain fluttering gently. The thoughts of the Li family's daughter were evident, not just to Guo Xiao, the main party involved, but even to an outsider. Guo Xiao could only feign ignorance. If it were not for the promise made by Empress Fu, he might have considered Li's daughter quite agreeable as well. Li Zhen Li Spuka. The robe that the governor of Binzhou gave me to wear, I have already cleaned it, and I return it to you now. It was merely the return of an item, yet her face was deliberately adorned. The garment was new, made of light red silk, with narrow sleeves and a short top adorned with a floral silk ribbon, which in this time would be referred to as a shawl. The The skirt was a slightly darker hue, with a pattern resembling pomegranates, creating a sense of layering. However, to Guo Xiao, as long as her face was not unattractive, the clothing mattered little. What he valued most was a woman's figure and demeanor. At that moment, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Li's ample bosom. Having been away from the tender embrace of a woman for nearly 2 months, it was all too easy for his emotions to be stirred. By now, October had approached, and the weather in Guan had turned quite chilly, prompting people to wear thicker clothing. At this time, women without support for their chests, coupled with the loose-fitting garments of Han attire, could hardly conceal a bosom capable of supporting several layers of thick clothing. Guo Xiao had never been fond of modest chests. Moreover, Li's face was also beautiful, exhibiting a delicate roundness characterized by soft curves. Yet, in terms of physique, Jing Yang was the most exaggeratedly alluring, though she deliberately concealed it, maintaining a cold demeanor that made Guo Xiao hesitant to act impulsively. Stimulated by Li's gentle words, his mind shamelessly imagined a pair of large, white jade rabbits. At this point, Li said softly, "Come with me to fetch the robe. There's a tier that I have already stitched for you." Guo Xiao stood still, pondering for a moment before calling to Jing Yang, "Please retrieve that garment for me." He was relieved by his quick thinking, but unexpectedly, Li's face fell in a display of grievance as she directly remarked, "You have been away from Fengxiang for 32 days. I have been counting. It feels like I have waited 32 years. What is wrong with me that you choose to ignore me?" Guo Xiao was at a loss for words, contemplating that she was not unworthy, yet he felt Fu's second daughter would be even better. If he bore no responsibilities, both would indeed be suitable. Just then, Jing Yang stepped forward and coldly addressed Li. "Did you not intend to return the clothing? Will you or will you not?" Such a frigid statement caused Li to momentarily freeze, perhaps only then realizing that there was another woman beside Guo Xiao. It was not that Jing Yang was easily overlooked. Being tall, she was not someone who could be easily ignored. Yet, she had remained silent up to this point, appearing indifferent, so Li had not considered her. Guo Xiao pondered for a while before asking, "Jing Yang, have you heard of Master Xuanzang of the Tang Dynasty?" Jing Yang casually replied, standing by, waiting for him to continue. Guo Xiao sighed. Indeed, continuing, Xuanzang was a great monk of the Tang, hence referred to as Tang Sung. He journeyed to Tianzhu to obtain scriptures, and it is said that he faced 81 trials along the way. I do not believe they were all hardships. Some were dangers, while others were temptations. The demons along the road heard that consuming Tang Sang's flesh could grant immortality. Thus many sought to harm him. However, some female demons were merely enamored with him, desiring to seduce him, including the queen of the kingdom of women, who, despite enjoying boundless wealth and beauty, wished for Tang Sung to remain and share her empire. Ultimately, however, Tang Sung remained unmoved. Jing Yang listened intently and said, "This is the first time I have heard such strange tales about Xuanzang's journey to Tianzhu. Why did he remain unmoved? Are you suggesting he has transcended worldly desires and achieved emptiness?" Guo Xiao shook his head. After obtaining the scriptures, Tang Sung could attain Buddhahood. Compared to the prospect of achieving Buddhahood and living as long as the sun and moon, the beauty of the queen of the kingdom of women pales into insignificance. Thus, those temptations could not stir his heart. So Xuanzang attained Buddhahood? Jing Yang's curiosity grew. Understanding dawned upon her, and she nodded thoughtfully before shaking her head. "What does that have to do with your rejection of Li's daughter? What must you attain to mirror Xuanzang's enlightenment and Buddhahood?" Guo Xiao felt that the saintess posed no significant threat in recent months, yet he could not fully trust the empress's promises. He had not confided in anyone, not even Yang and Luo. Moreover, Jing Yang had completely disregarded Zhao Kuangyin recently, neglecting the affairs of the Taoist temple, and had come to follow him. Guo Xiao could surmise that he had compromised her virtue and owed her a debt of responsibility. Yet how exactly did she expect him to fulfill that? Guo Xiao did not believe that Jing Yang would willingly become a concubine. Thus, he casually responded, "You will understand in due time." Chapter 69, The Art of War. Lang Jun, upon entering the door, he heard Yu Lian's voice filled with the joy of reunion. Her oval face and the skin of her exposed neck had become even fairer and smoother, while her ample bosom and the graceful contours of her waist made her appear increasingly stunning. Yu Lian approached, restraining her exuberance, and first performed a formal courtesy with a bent knee. When Guo Xiao steadied her, he made a surprising move that astonished those around him. pulling Yu Lian into his embrace and lifting her effortlessly. Yu Lian gasped in surprise, wrapping her arms around Guo Xiao's neck as if fearing she might fall. Ignoring the astonished gazes of Jing Yang and the others, Guo Xiao carried Yu Lian into the courtyard. Perhaps Yu Lian had envisioned this moment countless times during his absence of 2 to 3 months, expecting sweet words and tender sentiments, discussions of travel experiences. Yet she could not have anticipated such a scene. Guo Xiao could sometimes be gentle and attentive towards women, possessing a keen heart akin to that of a marksman. Just as he had patiently comforted Yu Lian with a dandelion when she first entered this residence, sorrowful. Yet at times, he exhibited the demeanor of a warrior, simple, blunt, and direct. After being outside for too long, he had forgotten the sweet taste of tenderness. Upon encountering Yu Lian, his initial impulse was not to express his longing, but rather to indulge in passion. There was no pretense. He even neglected his decorum. "I miss you dearly," Guo Xiao whispered to Yu Lian, his voice fervent and yearning. Yu Lian's cheeks flushed, already aware of his intentions. Without any teasing or flirtation, her body softened, her tone filled with urgency and gentleness as she lay across Guo Xiao's embrace, her hands unsure of where to rest, eventually lightly pressing against his sturdy chest. In a hushed voice, she cautioned, "It's broad daylight. Don't be so hasty." After a moment, she added, "Take it slow. You're a bit intimidating." "I shall suffer today." It felt as if they were on the brink of battle, an underlying tension masked by calmness. Almost every afternoon, he would spend extended hours at home, not resting, but rather recommencing his archery practice. During such times, the activity itself was tedious, and even onlookers found it dull. He would nock an arrow, draw the bow, and remain still, repeating this for long stretches. Occasionally, he would engage in rapid-fire shooting until his quiver ran empty. While fast-paced, many arrows missed their mark. Most days, however, he would slowly draw the bow, aiming for prolonged periods without releasing a single shot. Yu Lian and Dong Sanmei resided in the back garden, often watching him from a nearby path, captivated by his tireless dedication. They dared not disturb Guo Xiao, merely leaving sweet tea and snacks in the pavilion for him to enjoy during breaks. In contrast to close-quarters combat, archery offered the advantage of distance, allowing for lethal strikes without the risk of being overwhelmed. However, training was intricate and demanding. Elite archers typically began their cultivation at a young age to promote optimal muscle and skeletal development. Those born into martial families invariably practiced archery, with figures like Li Chuyun and Luo Yanhua earning renown through their skills. Guo Xiao often grew weary from practice, standing still on the path with closed eyes. A phrase from an obscure instructor from the Fu family resonated clearly in his mind: "Do not overthink." Perhaps the instructor intended for the young men to focus their thoughts directly on the task at hand. By clearing his mind, Guo Xiao entered a state of acute awareness, instinctively knowing when to strike and when to release, driven by an intuitive feeling rather than overanalysis. Guo Xiao relied on countless experiences of both hits and misses to discern the opportune moments. His heart could not be entangled in hesitation. While the finest archers may not be rulers, they are certainly not base individuals. Only a mind that is perceptive and a thought process that flows smoothly can elevate this simple yet profound art to its pinnacle, akin to the art of warfare. There is a refreshing openness devoid of excessive constraints, requiring no disguises to mask one's true self, allowing everything to revert to its most primal essence. In addition to practicing archery, he frequently spent time at the Hujia military camp in the southern city, where the 1st and 2nd armies often had fluctuating numbers. Yet a contingent always remained stationed. Guo Xiao privately favored the soldiers of this army for their straightforwardness and boldness, imbued with a wild spirit. It was no wonder that future rulers would be wary of such elite warriors, as even emperors found it challenging to command them at will. For instance, during a past military mutiny, the court ordered professional soldiers to engage in farming, resulting in an outright rebellion. Guo Xiao personally sensed that these soldiers were a double-edged sword, capable in battle, yet not easily tamed. As the officers gathered to report their numbers, Guo Xiao diverged from the traditional demeanor of generals, walking among the ranks and observing the soldiers standing at attention. The troops, characterized by broad shoulders and long arms but narrow waists, exuded the aura of seasoned veterans. They obeyed their leaders, forming ranks, yet exhibited no trace of the trepidation typically associated with civilians encountering authority. Standing before one soldier, Wang Xiao adjusted the misaligned armor with casual ease. The soldier appeared slightly tense, but stood rigidly, silent. At this moment, the soldiers respected Guo Xiao's leadership. Elite warriors were not inherently unruly. They respected those with capability. Similar to figures like Yang Biao, the military environment was devoid of much warmth, governed instead by the laws of the jungle. Just then, the commanders approached to report their numbers. Guo Xiao listened calmly, refraining from issuing any commands, simply gesturing for dismissal, instructing them to follow the military orders from the previous days issued by the Privy Council. Each army had its own commanders and various ranks, and the deployment tasks were not subject to Guo Xiao's discretion, but were entirely managed by the Privy Council, particularly concerning the forces stationed in the capital. Unauthorized movements or adjustments without permission from the Privy Council were treated with utmost seriousness. Although Guo Xiao could have refrained from inspections, he chose to spend considerable time in the camp, striving to familiarize himself with the soldiers. Having spent nearly 5 years in the 5 Dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Guo Xiao had primarily been a low-ranking soldier. Books from this era were costly, and common soldiers were not required to be literate. He had little opportunity to study ancient texts. Unless there were prospects for success in the imperial examinations, he would not have the luxury to pursue scholarly endeavors. After much contemplation, Guo Xiao resolved to have Zhu Wen write for him, reviewing the content to ensure its adequacy before finalizing it. The previous letter he had left behind in Binzhou was also penned by Zhu Wen. In Chapter 70, Guo Xiao had the good fortune of presenting his map to the emperor, though it was met with only a cursory glance. Emperor Chai Rong was inundated with numerous affairs, including military and governance matters. His approach was characterized by the decisiveness typical of a military leader. He would first identify any contradictions within a document before proceeding. Guo Xiao's submission did not reveal any inconsistencies, and its content pertained to critical matters regarding the Qin and Feng provinces. After a brief review, Emperor Chai understood it to be a report on terrain assessment, delegating its handling directly to the Privy Council, which oversaw military affairs. Wang Pu expressed keen interest in the matter. Soon after, the Fu family learned of it by chance. Knowing that the Fu family had a particular interest in Guo Xiao, Chao Tai detailed the situation, bending slightly as he spoke. Guo Dusher requested leave from the imperial guards under the pretense of visiting relatives, but he actually sought to survey the terrain of Qin and Feng. The map he submitted is exceptionally detailed, depicting every critical mountain and waterway in the 2 provinces, even noting where paths and villages are located with precision. Noticing that Fu's demeanor remained unchanged, Chao Tai continued in a low voice. According to Prime Minister Wang, the map's novelty lies in its measurements of distance. 1 inch on the map equals 40 li in reality. With a ruler, even lesser-known locations can be estimated for proximity. Fu nodded gently, remaining silent. The group arrived at a pavilion by the roadside, where Fu paused. The eunuchs and palace maids trailing behind quickly approached to prepare a soft cushion on the stone bench for her to sit and rest. She was a person who truly understood the art of indulgence, living life at a leisurely pace, often exhibiting a delicate sensibility. As the weather turned colder, she had not ventured beyond the palace for many days. Today, with clear skies and little wind, she had decided to take a stroll. Despite this, the palace women persistently cautioned her against the chill, adorning her in thick layers. The collar was lined with pristine white mink fur, exuding an air of luxury, yet bordering on ostentation. Fu shook her head, choosing not to respond. Mu Shangong gestured to the maidservants behind her, who hurriedly brought forth an exquisite porcelain flask and poured wine. Mu Shangong presented it with both hands to Fu, kindly saying, "Your Highness, warm yourself." Fu Shi did not refuse, taking a gentle sip before leaning against the stone table, closing her eyes to rest. As she shut her eyes, it was as if a switch had been turned, causing everyone around her to fall silent. Earlier, when Chao Tai mentioned Guo Xiao, Fu Shi's thoughts lingered on the previous topic, contemplating. Xiao Gur indeed possesses considerable capability. Even if there were regrets, Fu Shi could rationalize them. She excelled at self-encouragement, capable of letting go and forgetting. There had once been a woman in the Fu Yanqing Wang Fu who constantly lamented her misfortune, indulging in self-pity and sorrow for the changing seasons. Fu Shi found it irritating and could not fathom why she did not consider a broader perspective. Initially, she thought that by taking care of Guo Xiao, she had repaid a debt of gratitude. Yet Fu Shi found herself continually preoccupied with this individual. There were some unexpressed feelings along with considerations, as she believed him to be different from those who solely sought wealth and status without the ability to achieve it. He was indeed a trustworthy individual with potential. Regarding the previous incident at the He residence, Guo Xiao had merely sacrificed himself, and Fu Shi did not see much utility in such loyalty. She did not wish to encourage such behavior, as it added a psychological burden of feeling indebted for someone else's sacrifices. However, his performance in the Gaoping battle made Fu Shi perceive that Guo Xiao had matured. When Xiao Tai mentioned that Guo Xiao had thoroughly examined the terrain of Qin and Feng provinces in advance, Fu Shi understood that this required not only diligence, but also skill. The provinces were under the control of the Shu kingdom, and it was not an easy feat for someone unfamiliar with the area to grasp everything in such a short time. If Guo Xiao could establish himself well within the Imperial Guard and gain corresponding strength, it would certainly be to Fu Shi's delight. A military officer rooted in the Fu family, who had received their kindness and did not provoke her annoyance, even eliciting a bit of fondness, would undoubtedly be beneficial to her within the Imperial Guard. In this changing world, with so many dynasties rising and falling, should an urgent matter arise, Guo Xiao would prove to be a trustworthy and formidable protector for her. Fu Shi appeared at ease, akin to a state of mild intoxication, softly leaning against the stone table with her eyes squinted, leaving no one able to guess her thoughts. Most of the time, her mood was quite pleasant, and now was no exception. She felt that everyone's service was agreeable, and all matters seemed to be under her control. Regardless of how casually she spoke, no one dared to underestimate her words. For the Empress was a rarely wise individual, and she remembered every phrase she uttered. Failure to execute her orders might not result in punishment, but success would undoubtedly lead to rewards. This was also why both eunuchs and palace maids, as well as military officials, were generally inclined to comply. People could not sense her hostility, yet they often contemplated that should they ever falter, perhaps the Empress might still remember them and advocate for them before the Emperor. As she stood, she secretly hoped for Guo Xiao to exhibit a satisfactory performance in the upcoming campaign against Shu. Chapter 71. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water. The Emperor, mindful of the suffering of his homeland, heeded the requests of the scholars from Qin province and decided to mobilize troops for a western expedition. In the second month, he accepted the recommendations of Wang Pu and other ministers, appointing 4 individuals. Wang Jing was named the commander of the western expedition. Xiang Sun would lead the elite troops of Zhenan, while Guo Xiao commanded 12 divisions of the Imperial Guard, acting as a deputy commander. The envoy Zhan Zhurun would accompany the expedition, primarily handling diplomatic affairs. Wang Jing awaited at Fengxiang. Xiang Sun's troops proceeded to Zhenan, and Guo Xiao and the envoy led the Imperial Guard from Dongjing, with personnel for various routes gathering at Fengxiang shortly. The following day, Guo Xiao received an official order from the Privy Council stating that they would depart in 5 days. Jing Yang requested to accompany him. Guo Xiao was somewhat reluctant to bring a woman into the army, but she mentioned that she had acquaintances among the Taoists in Shu, and after some contemplation, he ceased to oppose her. At that moment, a blacksmith entered to report that a woman outside sought an audience, presenting a letter. Guo Xiao took it, curiously unrolling the parchment to reveal a 7-inch paper inscribed with 2 characters, Li Shi. He casually remarked that it was a name card, likely an invitation. This was indeed his first encounter with such a thing, as those who frequently visited, like Zuiyu, usually simply knocked at the door without such formalities. Upon hearing that it was a woman, Guo Xiao immediately surmised that it must be Li Chuyun's daughter, Li Shi. He paced a few steps, recalling Lin Yang's words during their time in Fengxiang. 32 days apart feel as if it were 32 years of affection, and being Li Chuyun's daughter, he felt it necessary to meet her, at least to offer some comforting words. Just as he was about to ask the blacksmith to invite Lin Yang in, he reconsidered, thinking it inappropriate to have an unmarried woman enter alone. So he tucked the paper into his clothing pocket and stepped outside. Upon exiting the gate, he noticed a horse-drawn carriage by the street, with a coachman seated in front and a maid standing outside. Recognizing the maid, he confirmed that the visitor was indeed Li Chuyun's daughter and approached her. "Is this a visit from Yang?" A clear voice replied from within. "Shall we find another place to talk? There's a shop nearby where I have dined before. It may not be mealtime now, but the upstairs should be quite tranquil. How about we have tea and some snacks there?" Guo Xiao responded, "That sounds agreeable." Li Shi's voice followed. "I will defer to Guo Du Si's arrangements." Thus, Guo Xiao walked alongside the carriage toward the street corner, as it was not far. Upon reaching the tavern, Guo Xiao rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a handful of coins, handing them to the maid. You may choose whatever you wish to eat. The maid's face lit up with joy, and she nodded, remaining silent. The tavern's attendant, lazily resting his head on the table, looked up upon noticing customers, unable to resist stealing a few glances at Li Shi. At that moment, the woman appeared relatively free, and while Li Shi was beautiful, she did not draw undue attention. Guo Xiao and Li Shi found a spot to sit, ordering 2 cups of tea, a dish of fried almonds, and a portion of glutinous rice snacks. Li Shi lowered her head, remaining silent, her hands tightly gripping the edges of her garment, which affected Guo Xiao, making him feel inexplicably nervous. He had never experienced romance in his past life, having neither the time nor the resources for such matters. His only knowledge of love came from Yulian. For a moment, his mind went blank, leaving him uncertain of what to say, and the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. At this moment, Guo Xiao was less composed than Li Shi, who actively broke the silence, shyly saying, I have sewn 2 pairs of insoles, one for my father and one for you. Warriors wear heavy armor, so the insoles must be soft yet sturdy. It is rare for someone to sew such. I heard you are to embark on a campaign, so I hurried to gift them to you. With that, she produced a lovely peach-colored silk pouch. Guo Xiao stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of the feelings stirring within him. Li Shi continued, Since Guidusi has met me, I initially did not wish to seek you out again. Feeling quite humble before you, I worried this might lead you to look down upon me. However, these insoles have indeed required considerable effort. No. Guo Xiao touched his forehead and quickly added, I did not mean to imply any lack of effort, rather that I would never look down on you. Li Shi, hearing him leave his sentence unfinished, could not help but press, What do you think? Guo Xiao grew anxious, fidgeting for a while before adopting a more seasoned demeanor, saying, I have heard that Liang is well regarded in Bin Province and beyond, with countless admirers. I merely happened to recite a poem at Li's residence, which fortuitously allowed you to see it. Afterwards, we have only crossed paths a few times, so you may not truly understand the kind of person I am. Much of it is based on your imagination. When one has a fondness for another, they will naturally interpret everything positively. Some matters are merely illusions. Illusions? Li Shi furrowed her brow, pondering Guo Xiao's words. Did he mean she should not pursue him any further? Guo Xiao hurriedly clarified, That is not my intent at all. In fact, I am quite pleased. Which man would not feel elated to be admired by a beautiful young woman? Li Shi appeared puzzled, following his gaze toward the branches. She murmured about falling flowers and flowing water, seemingly contemplating Guo Xiao's words earnestly. After a while, however, she inexplicably grew angry. How could one be so fragile? What comes quickly also departs quickly. Are you implying that I am a fickle woman? Guo Xiao was taken aback. Li Shi pushed the beautiful silk pouch across the table. Fuming, take it. Wait a moment. I shall make you understand the essence of my character. Guo Xiao hastily interjected, Wait. When? Li Shi widened her eyes in astonishment. Guo Xiao appeared somewhat troubled, pausing before he replied, It is not that I wish to disregard your kindness, nor do I find you unworthy. It is simply that I am not in a position to decide on my marriage at this time. Would it be fair to accept your affections and then ultimately abandon you? It would be more prudent to restrain myself from the outset. I hope you can understand. Liang. After dinner, Liang could no longer contain her curiosity and asked her father, Does Guidushi have parents alive? Upon hearing this, Liang muttered, If his parents are no longer living, how can he claim to be unable to decide? Liang was well acquainted with her father's habits and casually inquired, Father, do you find anything suspicious? Li Qian pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. Last time, your uncle Luo mentioned that Guidushi has connections not only with the prime minister in Dongjing, but also with the empress. Are you certain that Guidushi explicitly stated he cannot decide on the marriage? Liang frowned, but nodded affirmatively. He said it himself. Li Qiyun's expression darkened as he declared, You are not to seek out Guidushi any longer. Her father had always been very fond of her. And given her usual obedience, the unusual severity of his tone startled her. What has prompted such a reprimand from father? Li Qiyun seemed impatient and waved his sleeve dismissively. Matters concerning elders are not for children to meddle in. Just heed my words. I can see what you are thinking, and from now on, you are not to go out and entangle yourself further. At that moment, tears welled in Liang's eyes, and Li Chuyuan realized his words had been too harsh. He took a deep breath and continued, I am merely speculating. If Guadoucher truly is favored by a noble, that noble might advocate for him, possibly arranging a marriage. What business do we, the Li family, have in such matters? Seeing Li Nyang unable to hold back her tears, Li Chuyuan grew somewhat agitated and said, Go cry to your mother. I have many matters to consider. In the second year of Xianda, March, the troops of Guo Xiao and the Zhenan army under Xiang Sun successively arrived in Fengxiang, perhaps due to the participation of the imperial guards, which sufficiently counterbalanced Wang Jing. The Xiang Sun faction only brought 2,000 soldiers, while the army at the pass amounted to about 8,000. Wang Jing mobilized 15 commanders from the Fengxiang garrison. This offensive against Shu was unannounced, hence Wang Jing did not exaggerate the numbers to intimidate Shu. The four of them first gathered in Fengxiang, led by Commander Wang Jing, accompanied by 2 vice commanders and the envoy from the guest province. Guo Xiao and Xiang Sun had already established a good rapport, and during the march, they also became acquainted with the envoy. Last year, they had both paid respects to Wang Jing at the pass, thus Guo Xiao was well known to all. However, Wang Jing and Xiang Sun were not particularly familiar with the envoy, who was responsible for foreign affairs but always participated in military discussions related to preparations for battle. Guo Xiao, having no time to meet Luo Yinhuan, who was stationed in Shunsang, first convened with the officers in Fengxiang to discuss military affairs. Wang Jing, seated at the head, was an old man of 10 years, evoking memories of Huang Zhong in Guo Xiao's mind. However, it was said that Wang Jing had once been a bandit and had joined the army during the Liang Dynasty, having witnessed the entire transition of the Five Dynasties. Such an elder, as the commander, must possess considerable experience and knowledge. Yet Guo Xiao could not help but recall the muddled tactics of Fu Yanqing during the Battle of Jinyang, hoping that this veteran general had not lost his wits and would not lead them astray. Xiang Sun, with keen interest, turned to Guo Xiao and said, General Xiang has been through many battles and surely has his own insights. Xiang Sun remarked, I have heard that Guadoucher visited the pass last year to pay his respects to Wang Gong and inspected various regions, submitting maps. Why do we not first consider Guadoucher's esteemed opinions? The others ignored the envoy, as they were not familiar with him and viewed him as a mere official who reported back. Nevertheless, Guo Xiao courteously acknowledged the envoy and continued, in that case, it is better to comply with your suggestion. I shall present some thoughts for Wang Gong's consideration. Since Xiang Sun had mentioned the maps, Guo Xiao revealed them without reservation, spreading them out on the table and stating, we are to engage in battle with Qin and Feng provinces. However, Qin is too distant. I believe that if we seize Feng, we can resolve the issue. A partial force can feign an attack on Qin to divert attention. By controlling Feng province in the south, we can cut off the Shu army's reinforcements to Qin, isolating it and ensuring it will eventually surrender. Guo Xiao paused, noting no objections, and continued, the most prudent course of action is to advance through Chunsong Road swiftly, focusing on a quick resolution. If we are delayed or obstructed, the narrow paths will hinder troop movements and supply transport. Guo Xiao hastily added, Wang Gong has taken precautions, which I commend. I still have some considerations that I am unsure whether to share. Wang Jing replied, feel free to speak. Guo Xiao, aware that he was the youngest and least experienced among them, adopted a humble tone while simultaneously wishing to contribute to a swift resolution of the conflict. He produced several sheets of paper and presented them with both hands. Here is a battle plan I have recently devised. I humbly request Wang Gong to review it. Wang Jing took the papers and frowned upon seeing that, while the characters were neatly written, they were rather unsightly and filled with awkward punctuation, as if fearing others might not comprehend the breaks in the text. Guo Xiao continued, the first line of defense for the Shu army lies at Weiwu City, with 8 military encampments ahead. These encampments block the Shu road. We must eliminate them one by one before advancing directly toward Weiwu City. I believe that the longer we wait, the more prepared the Shu army will be. Currently, we are unprepared, and so too is the Shu army. It is better to seek a quick victory by eliminating the encampments first and testing Weiwu City. If we can capture Weiwu City early on, we may seize the enemy's stored provisions, sustaining our campaign more economically than transporting supplies from Shu Road. Wang Jing glanced at Xiang Sun and remarked, Guadoucher's plan seems somewhat hasty and quite risky. Seeking swift success is a military taboo. Noticing Wang Jing's silence, Guo Xiao, youthful and impetuous, momentarily set aside his earlier humility, his eagerness becoming apparent. He insisted, Wang Gong need only provide my forces with 10 days' worth of supplies, plus 3 days' worth carried with the troops, and I shall capture Weiwu City and its surroundings within half a month, advancing on Feng without straining our supply lines. Wang Jing's eyes widened as he retorted, in military matters, there can be no idle promises. Guo Xiao straightened his posture and declared, if I fail to meet this objective within half a month, my main force will immediately withdraw, and I will seek punishment from the court. At that moment, Xiang Sun interjected, wait, let me request permission from Wang Gong. My forces shall also move out from San Pass, feigning an advance toward Qin province, while monitoring the movements in the west. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao felt a wave of gratitude. Xiang Sun was aligned with his intentions, and he would remember this favor. Wang Jing replied, that sounds excellent. Let Guodusher lead the vanguard and proceed from San Pass. Remember, Fengxiang can only supply 10 days' worth of provisions. Should the Hu Jie army become trapped in the Qin mountains, the consumption of over 1,000 men will rely solely on transportation through Shu Road, which Fengxiang cannot sustain given its current circumstances. Guo Xiao rose, clasping his fists in military salute and stating, I shall obey the command. My forces will rest for 2 days, stationed at Shinsong, and after a few days of preparation, we shall depart from San Pass. Wang Jing responded, very well. I will dispatch scouts to monitor activities in Qin province and will send someone to contact Guodusher at any moment. Wang Jing did not bother to review Guo Xiao's battle plan. The group quickly gathered to finalize the decisions, which was refreshingly efficient. At that moment, Guo Xiao brimmed with confidence, familiar with the Hu Jie army, which comprised seasoned and well-trained warriors. While the Shu army had not engaged in battle for 2 to 3 decades, the previous cohort had likely aged and perished. Guo Xiao found it hard to believe that such a Shu army could withstand the elite forces of Zhou. As spring approached, the wind carried with it a gentle warmth, with only the early morning hours retaining a hint of lingering chill. The seasoned General Wang Jing, accompanied by a few subordinates, rode atop a mound outside Fengcheng, facing the wind as he observed the marching soldiers with keen interest. Nearby, petals danced in the breeze, their pale pink hue bestowing a touch of beauty upon the otherwise grim array of iron and steel. The stark contrast between the flowery softness of the peach blossoms and the formidable might of the troops created a harmonious image that blended seamlessly in that moment. Wang Jing, gazing at the Hu Jie army's formation, sighed, the elite forces are indeed within the imperial guards. A nearby aide remarked, Guodusher is still too young, overly eager for rapid success, and will likely need to encounter some setbacks before he gains wisdom. The general remarked, the roads of Qinling are tortuous and arduous. With only half a month's provisions, it is difficult for me to believe he can achieve anything substantial. Wang Jing maintained his composure, stating, if we cannot capture Weiwu City within 15 days, we shall naturally retreat. It is prudent to allow him a chance to demonstrate his capabilities. Zhang Jiruan, the guest provincial governor at the official residence in Fengxiang, also harbored doubts regarding the ability of the Hu Jie army to breach the Shu military stronghold within half a month. Although he was involved in military affairs, he refrained from interfering and chose to remain silent. Upon learning that the Hu Jie army had indeed advanced ahead of schedule, he drafted a memorial. His attendant awaited outside, and after a thorough review of his written account to ensure its accuracy, he paused, holding his brush aloft, stroking his beard in contemplation. Moments later, he quickly dipped the brush into the inkstone, adding several lines to his document. The commander Wang Jing did not prevent Guo Xiao from expressing his eagerness for a swift engagement. Fengxiang was in close proximity to Shinsong, and the Hu Jie army arrived at their encampment within half a day, preparing to rest and await the necessary supplies and equipment. Guo Xiao initially disregarded the other generals and called upon Luo Yanhua and others stationed in Fengxiang for a meeting. Luo Yanhua and a female Taoist met in a temporary military residence. After months apart, Guo Xiao bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired, have there been any unusual movements at Tangsong town and its vicinity? The martial generals were accustomed to his straightforward manner, and Luo Yanhua responded, I have seen visitors from Tangsong town on 5 occasions, the most recent being earlier this month. They have significantly increased their troop numbers, currently exceeding 1,000, with supplies and weaponry in abundance. Guo Xiao mentally noted this information while considering the key locations to the north of Fengzhou. turning to the female Taoist, who appeared to be in her 30s with a few freckles and a familiar countenance. He expressed his astonishment. Despite the ancients lacking modern statistical methods, the female Taoist had remarkably employed sampling techniques to estimate troop strength. Her articulate speech suggested that she was quite astute, prompting him to inquire, "What is your name?" Nodding, Guo Xiao further asked, "Is Qingni Ridge the essential route on the Qinsong Road?" The female Taoist affirmed, "Qingni Ridge has an official post station and is indeed a vital thoroughfare. However, I learned from a nunnery that there exists an alternative route, the Baishui Road. Though it is merely a narrow path used by fugitives and unscrupulous merchants, with little population and no post for resupply. Therefore, the Shu army coming from Xingzhou must traverse Qingni Ridge." She glanced at Jing Yang, who nodded in agreement. Guo Xiao then dismissed the female Taoist and summoned the commanding generals to the hall. As 10 Hujia army generals arrived at the military headquarters, Guo Xiao, accompanied by his aides, swiftly entered the hall. The general saluted him in military fashion, greeting him, "Greetings, Guidusi." Guo Xiao took a seat, gesturing for them to arrange themselves in 2 lines according to rank, all eyes upon him. 3 days later, the entire army departed Qinsong, heading toward Songwan. Guo Xiao began, garnering the attention of all present. From Songwan to the Shu army's frontline camps, there exists but one road. The initial objective of our campaign is straightforward. We must eliminate the 8 military camps of the Shu army at the front. The enemy's numbers remain uncertain. Yet the narrowness of the Shu road makes it challenging to deploy forces laterally, and the strength of the blocking camps should not be substantial. I propose to have 2 commanders lead the charge, alternating in their assaults while the main force advances gradually. Immediately, a general eagerly volunteered, "I wish to take the lead." Soon, others joined in, clamoring for the opportunity to fight. Guo Xiao mused to himself, "These martial generals, though appearing disciplined, are not without ambition. They all seek to claim glory." The military camps before Weiwu City serve merely as outposts, providing warning and buffering capabilities. Their forces are limited and dispersed across 8 camps, making them susceptible to sequential attacks. The first army will have the first commander, and the second will have the second commander, Guo Xiao proclaimed, raising his arm to silence the chatter. 2 eager generals stepped forward, their faces alight with excitement. Another bowed and announced, "I am the first commander, Li Dezhu." Feigning impartiality, Guo Xiao replied, "Given the impossibility of lateral expansion on the Shu road, the army shall be arranged in sequential order. You 2 will lead your respective forces to attack the 8 camps, systematically eliminating them. Li Dezhu shall strike first, and the second commander shall engage next, alternating as needed." Li Dezhu, a man with a weathered complexion, thumped his chest and declared, "I will breach a camp within half a day. Should I fail, I will present my head." "Excellent," Guo Xiao commended. However, he recognized that one could not be without personal ambition. These generals were merely subordinates, and if they claimed all the glory, how could he reward those who pledged loyalty to him? Thus, Guo Xiao called out, "Luo Yanhua." Stepping forward, Luo Yanhua clasped his hands in salute, responding, "Present." Guo Xiao continued, "You will serve as the formation commander for the vanguard." The position of formation commander was temporary, as the formidable Zhou army often employed crescent formations in field battles, necessitating someone to coordinate the arrangement of troops. This role did not carry actual military authority, thus allowing the commander to appoint someone for a particular battle. Guo Xiao also appointed Li Chuyun as the camp supervisor, another temporary position intended to secure military merit. Having led troops in numerous battles, Li Chuyun was well-versed in the logistics of marching and encamping, which would help prevent errors stemming from inexperience. The generals expressed their admiration. Guo Xiao then ordered the 12 commanders to select valiant soldiers, forming 12 squads of 300 men to serve as guardians, appointing Yang Biao as the chief guardian and Luo Meng as the deputy, with both alternating in their duties. Guo Xiao cleverly adhered to the regulations of the guardian office, granting authority to the military officers under the commanders, merely requiring a record of their numbers. With less than 300 men, he appointed the leaders on the spot. Guo Xiao did not interfere with the selection of personnel, allowing each military commander to take charge. He had observed the troops in the Second Army camp multiple times and found no excessively weak soldiers among them. They had been presented by various generals and were thus well suited for Guo Xiao's purposes. Gathered in the military headquarters, Guo Xiao efficiently organized the combat plans and personnel assignments, then instructed Li Dazhu and the others to reiterate the military orders before dismissing them. On the eve of their departure, Guo Xiao summons Wei Yu, instructing him to lead a group of laborers to transport supplies for the rear army and assist in evacuating the wounded once the fighting commenced. Guo Xiao was familiar with Wei Yu. While he possessed some acumen in civil affairs, his military strategy was largely ineffective, making him suitable for this task. 3 days later, the entire army set out, departing Qinsong and marching toward Sangwan. The 12 commanders formed into columns, advancing in sequence. Meanwhile, the officials from Wang Jing's staff trailed behind with laborers, assisting in the transport of supplies. The great thoroughfare bustled with activity, resembling a mighty dragon. As they approached the city, the road was not excessively narrow, yet both sides were flanked by towering mountains, creating a sense of confinement and oppression, as if one were ensnared in a valley. The road and the Jialing River exhibited a considerable height disparity. The upper road could accommodate 2 horse-drawn carts side by side, while the troops marched in a single file for abreast, leaving an open path for passage. Below, the Jialing River flowed, its spring waters yet to rise, revealing a stony riverbed strewn with pebbles. The riverbed was traversable by horses, and messengers could be seen crossing it. With only this singular thoroughfare, the army extended for 3 to 4 miles, making rapid movement impossible. They could only cover 40 li in a day. The towering mountains on either side hastened the setting sun, and by the hour of view, they were compelled to establish camp. In the evening, the soldiers gathered at the riverbank to fetch water, using stones to construct cooking fires for their meals. At this moment, the group engaged in a division of labor. Some were boiling water and cooking, while others gathered firewood to kindle the flames. Guo Xiao experienced a peculiar illusion, akin to a picnic in the wilderness. Had it not been for the lingering thoughts of battle, this journey might have held a certain charm. As anticipated by Guo Xiao, the initial skirmish revealed the weakness of the Shu army's garrison, allowing the vanguard to effortlessly overpower the foe. Within 3 days, they successfully captured 8 encampments of the Shu forces. Guo Xiao dispatched orders to Li Dazhu. The killing of captives is strictly prohibited. The military command must be executed without the need for further explanation. The rationale behind Guo Xiao's decree stemmed not only from a desire to prevent desperate resistance from the Shu soldiers, but also from a profound understanding. Ultimately, this was a civil war, and what purpose would there be in slaughtering fellow clansmen who laid down their arms? Naturally, such sentiments would affect the army's bloodlust, and he refrained from voicing them. Another warrior spoke with confidence, asserting that the Shu army was no match, considerably weaker than the Beihan and Chidan troops. I shall lead the charge, facing 10 of them alone. As discussions ensued, they glanced at Guo Xiao, who sat by the river, embodying the customs of the local fishermen. The riverbank represented a position of prominence. At this moment, Guo Xiao appeared quite pensive. A victory in the first battle would undoubtedly bolster morale. Yet Guo Xiao had no intention of dousing their spirits with cold water. General Guo, shall we advance directly to Weiwu City? Li Dashuyin Kidat. Guo Xiao replied, we must strengthen our defenses day and night and dispatch scouts. We will set up camp at the Shu army's encampment, and I will send word tomorrow. Li Dazhu and the others clasped their fists in agreement. Guo Xiao's gaze swept across the faces of Yang Biao, Liu, Luo Yanhua, and finally lingered on Li Chuyun. By the flickering firelight, he observed Li Chuyun and solemnly remarked, the past 2 days in the Qinling Mountains have oppressed my heart with their towering peaks, gradually instilling a sense of unease I cannot decipher. What do you mean, Brother Li? Guo Xiao asked. Li Chuyun's tone carried an unspoken weight, momentarily giving Guo Xiao the impression of conversing with an elder. Your Excellency, the Shu army is unprepared for battle and will not withstand the elite forces of the Hujia army. Should circumstances worsen, the worst outcome would simply be a retreat. Guo Xiao nodded, feeling a slight relief, and asked, in your opinion, Brother Li, given our effortless victory in the first skirmish, should we not press our advantage and charge directly towards Weiwu City? After a pause, Guo Xiao whispered, to be candid, the largest battle I have commanded was at Wukazin in Hudong, where we numbered merely a few hundred. Li Chuyun remained silent for a moment before responding. Your aspirations are far from trivial, my lord. Simply act according to what you believe is right. Regardless of success or failure, we shall follow you to the end. Why believe to be right? Guo Xiao pondered through the night. contemplating that the Shu kingdom likely did not anticipate the Zhou army's immediate and vigorous assault upon their arrival in Fengxiang, seizing the opportunity for a swift resolution. Otherwise, lingering in the Qinling Mountains would lead to trouble. At dawn the following day, Guo Xiao ordered the entire army to advance directly towards Weiwu City. The Shu roads valleys varied in width. Occasionally, broader valleys formed villages or towns. Huanghua Valley was such a relatively flat and expansive area. As the army traversed Huanghua Valley, Luo Yanhua approached Guo Xiao with a suggestion. Should we leave troops to guard here? Guo Xiao observed a major road to the west, which, according to previously drawn maps, forked 10 miles ahead, both leading to Tansong town. After contemplating for a considerable time, he declared, "There is no need to divide our forces. We shall set up a lookout." He then discreetly instructed 2 trusted soldiers to remain at the Huanghua Valley lookout. The date for Wang Jing's grain supply had already passed by half, and most of the time had been consumed on the march. At this juncture, Guo Xiao had little choice, either to engage swiftly or retreat, for otherwise they would exhaust their supplies and be forced to withdraw. The preparations for this campaign had been insufficient, with inadequate provisions, yet he reasoned that the enemy was equally hasty in their response. Thus, the risk was balanced between both sides. Chapter 75, Weiwu City 1. That night, the reception hall in Qinzhou City, located in the northwest, was still vibrant with song and dance, and Zhao Jizha was in high spirits. However, while the local commanders were well-fed and courteous, they were rather dull and lacked any entertaining arrangements. Fortunately, Zhao Jizha had brought along a concubine and singing girls. Otherwise, in this desolate northwest region, one might be driven to despair. A dozen singing girls merrily sang and danced, and Zhao Jizha was wide awake, brimming with enthusiasm. Beside him, his beautiful concubine gently peeled a loquat and brought it to his lips. Zhao Jizha opened his mouth, lightly biting down on the fruit along with her finger. The concubine playfully swatted his shoulder, feigning annoyance. "My lord, can you not be more genteel while eating a loquat?" Zhao Jizha burst into laughter. Unexpectedly at that moment, a young man wearing a traditional hat rushed in without any greeting. Zhao Jizha frowned. The young man approached Zhao Jizha and solemnly reported, "The Zhou army has captured 8 of our military encampments and is now at the gates of Weiwu City." "What? 8 encampments?" Zhao Jizha sat up straight, demanding, "Where's Weiwu City?" The young man replied, "To the north of Fengzhou, on the Qinsong Road." Zhao Jizha rose abruptly. "When did this happen?" 3 days ago." Zhao Jizha grew even more anxious, quickly summoned Han Jishuan to open the city gates. "We must depart tonight." Hearing their conversation, the concubine hurriedly clutched Zhao Jizha's robe and followed closely behind. The singing girls ceased their performance, anxiously gathering around, chattering, "My lord, are we departing tonight?" Zhao Jizha, infuriated, retorted, "Why are you pulling me if you need to leave? Can you ride a horse? How can we move swiftly with you all in tow?" Zhao Jizha snapped. "You ask me, but who do I ask?" Han Jishuan interjected, "Prime Minister Wang is still in the southern mountains. As you're appointed as the military inspector by the emperor, the regions of Qin and Feng are without leadership. General Zhao can issue commands to the 2 towns and allocate forces as needed." Zhao Jizha declared, "I am unaware of this." At the Zhou army's encampment north of Weiwu City, the sun had set, and the distant lights flickered like a tapestry woven with stars. A long trail of flames resembled a sparkling river. The dimming light did not bring tranquility to the camp. The sound of marching soldiers and galloping steeds filled the mountains with clamor. Luo Yanhua was practicing archery outside the main tent, charging past the target, swiftly drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that struck true. Yang Biao, crouched in a mounted position with a long iron blade beside him, suddenly widened his eyes and began to brandish his sword. Inside the tent, Guo Xiao observed the scene outside for a moment before lowering his head, his fingers tracing the map as if lost in thought. The temperature in the mountains fluctuated greatly between day and night. At dawn, Guo Xiao splashed his face with icy river water, a sharp, invigorating chill. A guard reported that the arrangement officer, Luo Yanhua, had already begun to organize the troops ahead. Guo Xiao feigned calmness, submerging his face in the cold water for an extended breath before wiping his face dry. He then emerged from the tent, applying salt to his teeth and brushing them with a forked twig. The generals observed his unhurried demeanor, and those passing by wore smiles. Guo Xiao disregarded the other generals and, accompanied by Zhu Yu, Jing Yang, and several trusted soldiers, ascended the western hillside. The location he had scouted the previous day was a relatively flat area on the mountainside, providing a broad view. As they climbed, looking down, they saw a dense assembly of soldiers and fluttering flags. The Shu army was arrayed just 5 arrows' distance away, their banners dancing wildly in the northern wind, obscuring the inscriptions. The sun began to rise above the towering mountains, its brilliance gradually dispelling the mist in the valleys, while the winds from the mountain passes stirred the clouds outside Weiwu City. The eaves of the city towers appeared like a hidden palace nestled in the deep mountains. The sounds of commanding voices and chaotic murmurs echoed from below as the Zhou army organized their formations. The Zhou army had deployed a standard crescent formation. Although the area around Weiwu City was relatively open, its width was limited, allowing only 8 commanders to be positioned at the front, resulting in a robust deployment on both flanks. Guo Xiao waited a little longer as the mist nearly dissipated. He noticed a group surrounding a prominent general atop the city tower. Though they were indistinct, Guo Xiao sensed intuitively that this person, too, was observing the battlefield from a height. The two locked eyes from afar, neither able to discern the other clearly. Guo Xiao recalled the scenes of martial generals dueling in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and decided to send someone to probe which faction of the Shu army the banners belonged to. He instructed his loyal attendant, summon Li Chuyan. Li Chuyan clasped his fists and replied, "At your command." Soon, a dozen generals gathered at the foot of the hill. Though they were meant to be in the battle formations, Guo Xiao opted for a vantage point, prompting everyone to assemble at the slope. Before the battle commenced, the chief commander typically addresses his troops with words of encouragement. However, Guo Xiao merely stated, upon hearing the continuous sound of horns, "Prepare for combat. When the drums beat urgently, all commanders shall advance together. Other military orders will be relayed through my heralds." The generals responded in unison. Guo Xiao waved his hand, signaling them to disperse, retaining Yang Biao. He then pointed to the position ahead and said, "The Shu army's formation on the right flank appears rather disordered. Take 300 of my elite guards to deploy there. Upon hearing the signal, strike first against the right flank and attempt to breach their lines." Yang Biao, raising his long blade and clasping his fists, declared, "At your command." At that moment, Li Chuyan rode forth with a few horsemen, brandishing the banner, advancing 200 paces. The front ranks of the Shu army loosed a few errant arrows, prompting Li Chuyan to restrain his steed. Moments later, he bellowed, "The kingdom of Shu shows no mercy to the citizens of Qin. We, under the decree of the great Zhou Emperor, are here to reclaim the 2 provinces. Those who lay down their arms and pledge allegiance to us will be treated as compatriots. Those who obstruct the royal forces shall not be spared." Yam Li Kuyun, commander of the vanguard of the great Zhou expedition, led by Guo Xiao. "Who dares to stand against my envoy? State your name." The Shu army erupted in a chaotic uproar, seemingly hurling insults. After a brief interval, indeed, a Shu general charged forth with 2 horsemen. Guo Xiao recognized that the battle could commence with single combat. A victory could bolster morale, and both sides would have equal opportunity. Li Chuyan knocked an arrow and let it fly, striking the Shu general, who fell from his horse and rolled on the ground. Guo Xiao shouted, "Sound the horns." A line of soldiers at the foot of the hill puffed their cheeks and blew fervently on the large horns, the resonant sound echoing through the air. Countless pikes were leveled, and the army surged forward, resembling a steady wave of blade-like precision, akin to a massive black tidal wave rushing forth. Yang Biao's contingent on the right flank advanced the quickest, transforming into the vanguard, disrupting the formation of the Zhou army. With the drums resounding amidst the towering mountains, the clamor of voices filled the air as both sides approached with their infantry like a tidal wave. Guo Xiao, watching from the slope, widened his eyes and held his breath, anticipating the imminent clash. Suddenly, he heard the whistling of countless arrows descending from above. Looking up, he saw numerous dark shadows gradually descending, then accelerating downwards. The sound of arrows striking was like a hailstorm, accompanied by cries of agony as soldiers fell to the ground. The barrage of arrows continued, with furious shouts reverberating through the valley. Before long, a vast arc of blinding blades surged forward, consuming the ground beneath, while the dissipating white mist was replaced by swirling dust, shrouding the battlefield. Yang Biao, wielding a long iron blade, charged forward with determination. his heavy armored steps leaving pronounced impressions on the earth, followed by over 300 men. Suddenly, with fierce eyes, he bellowed, his voice echoing across the ranks. As he raised his blade and surged ahead, the Shu soldiers, witnessing his imposing presence, recoiled 2 steps, as if caught in a powerful gust of wind. Harnessing his momentum, Yang Biao pivoted sharply, sweeping his iron blade through the ranks, resulting in a cacophony of clashing weapons. Seizing the opportunity, he and his companions plunged into the throng. The soldiers beside him roared as they brandished their long pikes, engaging fiercely with their adversaries, resembling 2 clusters of cacti colliding. The sound of weapons clashing and armor scraping was enough to make one wince as the violent encounters escalated. It felt as though they were beasts clad in iron. Pierced repeatedly by countless spears, with tactics rendered ineffective, only brute strength prevailed. The throng became a chaotic mass, pushing and jostling, where sheer force could penetrate armor and strike true. The Shu forces on the eastern flank were thrown into disarray, fleeing in panic as if beset by a plague, shaking the surrounding formations. Meanwhile, the clash at the center of the battlefield remained relatively stable. But the right flank descended into chaos as Yang Biao's contingent broke through the Shu lines, weapons flailing wildly as if a pot had erupted. Before long, a large contingent surged into the tumultuous right flank. This was akin to pouring oil on flames, tearing open the Shu army's defenses and deepening the chaos. The once stable lines began to waver, and a yellow dust cloud seemed to cloak the battlefield in a bloody haze. As the battle raged on, Guo Xiao's legs grew numb from standing. Yet he remained fixated on the conflict before him, issuing no further commands. The Shu army's orderly formations, much like meticulously stacked embankments, were steadily being dismantled by the disorderly troops. Initially, the erosion was slow, but suddenly the unaffected Shu forces scattered en masse, turning to flee as the embankment collapsed with a thunderous crash. The chaos surged toward the city gates, where soldiers jammed together and arrows rained down from above. As the battlefield descended into an unsightly pandemonium, the Shu army, backed against the city wall, found themselves trapped as their formation crumbled, with many surrendering. Those on the western flank turned and fled southward past Weiwu City, abandoning their armor amidst the devastation. The battlefield remained tumultuous, cries of pain and agony ringing out all around. Yet the fierce large-scale conflict came to an end with the collapse of the Shu army's main forces. Guo Xiao, accompanied by over 20 mounted guards, navigated through the chaos and arrived at the foot of Weiwu City. The gates were tightly shut, and the walls bristled with weapons as they watched the Shu soldiers surrender. His surrounding commanders gathered, paying their respects. The chief military advisor stepped forward first, unable to conceal his excitement, exclaiming, "General Guo commands his troops with divine prowess, and General Yang is truly a formidable general. Were it not for the breakthrough on the right flank, this battle could have dragged on endlessly." Li Dazhu chimed in, "I hardly had a chance to slay anyone from the rear. I wonder how the Shu army crumbled." Guo Xiao nodded. "Weiwu City must harbor substantial stores of provisions." Someone suggested, "Surround and launch a strong attack." Guo Xiao was reminded of the horrific scene at Jinyang City, which left a deep-seated shadow in his heart. Another brash commander shouted, "With so many prisoners, drive them to dig at the city walls. If they collapse, we shall charge in. If not, it won't cost us any lives." Li Chuyan urgently interjected, "No, we must exercise caution, my lord. This is only the beginning. If we treat the surrenderers with cruelty, the remaining Shu forces will fight to the death, resulting in far greater losses for us. The objective of our campaign is not the number of captures, but rather the outcomes we achieve." Guo Xiao responded, "What General Li says is entirely correct. Our army is low on supplies. We cannot afford to keep the prisoners at the front. Immediately dispatch someone to escort them out of the pass and hand them over to Wang Jing." Li Chuyan added, "In any siege, one must first encircle the city. Construct a defensive perimeter 200 paces from the city and station troops to guard it, while also watching for opportunities to attack the encampment." Gu Shao Brumli adopta Li Chuyun's kunsel, assigning him the task of overseeing the construction of the defenses and deploying forces accordingly. That night, Guo Xiao penned a letter urging surrender and summons Yu Yurun to refine it. The following day, he dispatched prisoners in baskets to deliver the message. Unexpectedly, shortly thereafter, several heads were hurled down from the city. Zhou army scouts retrieved blood-stained letters from their mouths, which were indeed Guo Xiao's missive urging surrender. The soldiers momentarily paused their curses, glancing askance. The distance from the city wall was at least 150 paces, and the angle was steep. Guo Xiao's face turned ashen as he nocked an arrow, aiming at the city tower. To his surprise, the commander turned and retreated, refusing to engage with Guo Xiao any further. Although victory was his in spirit, Guo Xiao felt a simmering irritation, as if he had been taunted. The generals suddenly erupted with various insults directed at the city and clamored for battle, with the second army commander Wang Xianzhi shouting, "Let us breach the walls and slaughter the city." The crowd looked eagerly at Guo Xiao, whose earlier campaigns had been remarkably successful, and the morale of the troops surged with a fervent desire for glory. However, Guo Xiao sighed deeply and coldly remarked, "My Hujia army consists of elite soldiers. If they perish, they must do so with honor. Climbing the walls and facing boiling oil and falling stones would be a tragic loss." The army lacked siege engines and only had rudimentary ladders. To capture the city, it seemed they would have to scale the walls. Upon hearing this, some rational commanders agreed. The Liao army is formidable and does not fall short of our own. An assault would surely lead to heavy casualties. Others suggested, the forces at Weiwu City are limited. Perhaps we should encircle rather than assault and press towards Fengzhou. A subordinate inquired, "What shall we do then?" Guo Xiao replied, "The Shu army at Weiwu City is besieged and cannot remain idle. We must bide our time and observe their moves, sending out scouts to gather intelligence." The army camped outside Weiwu City, refraining from any assault. For 2 consecutive days, neither side made significant moves. The Zhou army's archers shot arrows at the city, but the defenders utilized the walls for cover, rendering the Zhou archers ineffective. The time promised by Wang Jing for supplies had already elapsed by 10 days, leaving only 5 days' worth of rations. According to military provisions, each soldier required 2 sheng of rice or 3 sheng of wheat daily. Wang Jing had provided only wheat and millet for making pancakes. With Guo Xiao's force of 1,000 men consuming 180 shur of grain daily, he estimated a need exceeding 10 tons of food each day. Every day, at least 10 tons of grain needed to be transported. If delivered by train, there would be no pressure, but currently, transport relied solely on manual labor, carts, and pack animals, all of which required sustenance. With only one route available, the logistical strain increased over time. After 2 days, Guo Xiao began to question the efficacy of the previously conceived swift battle strategy. Was it merely theoretical? Was prolonged attrition the reality of warfare? Perhaps Wang Jing was indeed right. They could only contemplate a retreat. After all, a vigorous assault on the city within days would be impractical, resulting in numerous casualties without capturing the stronghold, which would adversely affect morale and prestige. This could be characterized as a battle that began with great promise, yet faltered at the end. Retreating was not a disgrace. Capturing thousands of prisoners at Weiwu City would mitigate any blame upon their return. Just then, Luo Yanhua entered the tent, announcing, "The Shu army at Tangsong has mobilized." Guo Xiao promptly spread a map on the table. Luo Yanhua beckoned to a burly man and an elderly figure who entered the tent. The old man, recognized by Guo Xiao as Luo Laotu, who had been rewarded months ago, reported, "The entire Shu army at Tangsong is on the move westward." Without lifting his gaze, Guo Xiao inquired, "Is this towards Huanghua Valley?" "Yes, indeed. There are 2 routes. The northern one is somewhat circuitous," replied Luo Laotu. Guo Xiao instructed Luo Yanhua, "Sound the drums and summon all commanders to discuss military affairs. The troops at Tangsong aim to cut off our supply routes and block our retreat. Their intentions are far from trivial." He then asked Luo Laotu a few more questions, generously offering, "Reward them with 50 guan. Let the brothers of the Luo family distribute the bounty. You may accompany with you to collect it. If there isn't enough cash, take gold or silver as a substitute." The routes from Tangsong to Huanghua Valley diverged from a common point and converged at another, akin to a dumpling shape on the map. The northern path was more winding, while the southern path was the most direct. Luo Yanhua and the second army commander, Wang Zhang, led the way, with the first army commander following closely behind. Their deployment was as follows. Wang Zhang's troops would encircle Tangsong to intercept the Shu army's retreat, while the first army would position themselves at Huanghua Valley to confront the advancing Shu forces. The distance from Weiwu City to Huanghua Valley was approximately 40 li, with an additional 50 li to circumvent Tangsong. Luo Yanhua and his contingent needed to reach Huanghua Valley before the Shu army arrived, entering the northern mountain pass. Otherwise, they would encounter the Shu forces and fail to execute a pincer movement to maximize their victory. Marching from outside Weiwu City, they had scarcely traveled 10 li when night descended. Wang Xianzhi ordered a night march. Traveling in the dark could lead to disorientation, yet with Luo Yanhua and local guides, the valley was singular, and following the river would suffice. Luo Yanhua's round forehead gleamed, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He neither confirmed nor denied his eagerness, merely stating, "We must accomplish this mission to earn our merits. Otherwise, it would be akin to fetching water with a bamboo basket." Having gathered intelligence, they learned that the Tang Shu army numbered in the thousands, and if they could vanquish them entirely, the glory would be immense. Would the capital's commander fear insufficient merit? Rest assured, Guidu Shi is always just. Those who toil and those who deceive are both accounted for. In fear of exposing their objectives, the troops refrained from lighting torches. A long line of fire would be too conspicuous. Fortunately, the crescent moon provided enough light for them to navigate. The road appeared bright at night, and moving slowly posed no issue. It was said that local militia were ill-equipped for night travel, their vision compromised due to poor diets. However, only a few professional soldiers suffered from night blindness. The river flowed briskly, sparkling under the moonlight, and the air carried a chill. Despite being spring, the valley remained cold at night. Yet, Luo Yanhua and his men felt no discomfort, clad in at least 20 to 30 pounds of iron, wielding heavy weapons, and carrying 3 days' worth of millet pancakes. Despite their claims of traveling light, they bore significant weight. Even mounted, they felt no chill, while the infantry might break a sweat. As midnight approached, Luo Yanhua noticed his comrades occasionally yawning. Strangely, he felt no drowsiness. If prompted to sleep, he likely could not, his spirits remarkably high. He pondered. Once promoted, his wife would cease her daily jibes, and his concubine would no longer weep as if she had chosen unwisely. He would procure a better residence. The troops halted briefly at midnight, consuming pancakes with river water and pickled meat, and after a short rest, resumed their march. Wang Xianzhi feared that if they paused too long, they would fall asleep. Before dawn, the army reached Huanghua Valley and continued westward along the road. Upon entering the northern mountain pass, the sky began to brighten, prompting Wang Xianzhi to order a rest for breakfast. Luo Yanhua wiped his face and remarked, "What an oily mess." Wang Xianzhi, chewing on his pancake, replied, "Spreading on the pancake adds a touch of richness. Does it not?" Humanity exhibits remarkable endurance. After a full night of marching, they pressed on. Of course, it was necessary to provide the troops with a compelling reason to persevere. Victory promised great rewards. Luo Yanhua praised, "Commander Wang is thoughtful. We may indeed capture the Shu army scouts." He then instructed 10 officers to take turns on guard duty to ensure none fell asleep. As the sun approached its zenith, the troops arrived at Tang Tsong. Following Wang Xianzhi, Luo Yanhua ascended a hill to survey the area. Before them lay a vast, flat expanse, with lush fields stretching into the distance, dotted with villages. The horizon was obscured by distant mountains, which, if not closely observed, could be mistaken for clouds on the edge of the sky. Compared to the valleys traversed, this was indeed a favorable location. "Zhang Du Tu, you lead the men to swiftly secure the southern road," Wang Xianzhi commanded after surveying the area. He then dispatched scouts to gather intelligence on nearby conditions. Subsequently, various units entered the territory of Tang Tsong, deploying under Luo Yanhua's orders at the southern valley entrance. In the distance, bold villagers watched, but the Zhou army paid them no mind, estimating that the Shu army would take some time to arrive. Wang Xianzhi arranged for sentinels and ordered the entire army to rest. The soldiers did not set up camp, instead lying down on the ground to sleep. Luo Yanhua reclined, his forehead glistening under the sun, and he idly piled grass atop his head, still unable to sleep, eagerly awaiting the Shu army's arrival. The chirps of insects in the wheat fields filled the air, followed by a cacophony of snores from his comrades, further inhibiting his rest. With a sudden jolt, Luo Yanhua sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Wake everyone! It's time to get to work." Amidst the valley, a cacophony of shouts arose. As individuals emerged from the tangled underbrush of the fields, heedless of their surroundings. Under the directives of various commanders and military leaders, they formed into ranks. The forces under Wang Xianzhi amounted to 2,500, a throng without banners, having brought nothing along during their hurried journey the previous night. The generals were compelled to memorize the positions of their respective commanders, as there were no distinguishing markers, and the attire of the soldiers was strikingly similar. Commander Luo Yanhua commanded the various leaders to lay ambushes, mobilizing troops to the slopes at the valley's mouth. The terrain there was gently undulating, and the soldiers scrambled to find earthen mounds to conceal themselves. The second contingent was positioned behind a hill facing the valley, and once the 5 commanders had arranged their forces, they gathered on the northern slope. Wang Xianzhi and Luo Yanhua held their horses atop the slope, and Wang Xianzhi turned to Luo Yanhua, who rubbed his rounded forehead and stated, "As soon as the Shu army reaches the front hill, the first and second commanders will charge forth. When the others see the fray erupting in the valley, they will rush in to engage, striking fiercely before retreating. What say you, General Wang?" Wang Xianzhi nodded in agreement. "I believe this plan will suffice. The Shu army will be in disarray as they flee, lacking the will to fight. We need only strike from 3 sides." The commanders dispersed. Not long after, the sounds of chaos and hurried footsteps echoed through the valley. Initially, a few riders dashed forward, soon followed by a dense mass of disorganized infantry, their banners held askew, heedless of order as they surged forward. As the cavalry approached the hill, a Zhou army commander suddenly leaped up and bellowed, "Kill!" Instantly, a swarm of armored soldiers surged forth, their ranks disordered, as they rushed down the slope with long spears, eager to engage. Suddenly, a volley of arrows whistled through the air, raining down upon the Shu army, eliciting cries of horror as the cavalry reined in their horses to retreat. At that moment, masses of soldiers emerged from the slopes on either side, and the air was filled with the din of battle as the troops charged forward. Before long, the front lines clashed into a melee, the Shu army thrown into chaos, fighting and retreating in disarray. Luo Yanhua rode forth with the troops, observing many infantrymen surrounding a commander. He spurred his horse into the fray, and upon witnessing this, Wang Xianzhi led his cavalry into the fray as well. A number of Shu infantry, seeing the charging steeds, discarded their weapons and fled. Luo Yanhua, pivoting, thrust his spear into the back of a Shu soldier before swiftly drawing his saber. The horse continued charging, and with the momentum of his strike, he struck down a cavalryman, blood spraying into the air. As the steed changed direction, Luo Yanhua circled around and pressed onward. The small detachment of cavalry, undeterred, charged at him, and as both sides slowed their onslaught, Luo Yanhua cleaved through one soldier and, seizing the opportunity, raised his bloodied saber towards the commander. The Shu commander, struck with terror, froze as an arrow suddenly pierced through his helmet, his expression turning to one of dread. Luo Yanhua glanced back to see Wang Xianzhi charging forth with his personal guard, having taken a shot at the commander from 10 paces away, bow still in hand. Luo Yanhua cursed and joined Wang Xianzhi in the charge, causing the remaining Shu cavalry to flee, while the surrounding infantry abandoned their armor in frantic escape. As a throng reached the valley's mouth, many discarded their weapons and fell to the ground, pleading for mercy. Observing this, the Shu soldiers recognized their dire straits, with countless individuals kneeling and crying out for their lives. In that moment, the valley resembled a field of crops flattened by the wind, a sight both overwhelming and grand. Luo Yanhua seized a corpse by the hair and inquired of a surrendering soldier, "Who is this?" A kneeling commander replied, "Our leader, Wang Wan." Chapter 78. Weiwu City. For, to the southwest of Tangsong town, nestled against a great mountain and facing an ancient waterway, lay a sizable encampment of the Shu army, filled with numerous structures. At that moment, the officials and military leaders left behind had all surrendered. Guo Xiao, Wang Xianzhi, and Luo Yanhua rode through the river valley, arriving at the granary, now guarded by soldiers. Guo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face flushed, unable to contain his exhilaration as they were in dire need of provisions. This grain was a timely boon, an official hastily added. The garrison commander, Wang Jian, upon discovering the Zhou army at the valley's entrance, mistakenly believed that the Tangsong forces had been defeated and ordered the destruction of the granary. I devised a strategy to lure him inside, where ambushers apprehended him, thereby securing the grain. Well done, Guo Xiao replied casually. 20,000 measures. This figure swirled in his mind momentarily. The Shu army at Tangsong town required supplies for both troops and civilians, but Guo Xiao was not inclined to consider provisions for captives. Sparing them from slaughter was already an act of mercy. He intended to escort the captives out of the Qinling Mountains and leave the burden to Wang Jing. Guo Xiao focused solely on the army's sustenance, for only when the soldiers were well fed could they continue to fight. Since the Tang Dynasty, a measure had equated to 10 dou, approximately akin to a stone. Guo Xiao calculated in his mind, determining that provisions for 1,000 infantry could theoretically last over 100 days. Haha, Guo Xiao chuckled aloud. Wang Zhong, Luo Yanhua, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. And Guo Xiao turned to pat Luo Yanhua on the shoulder, then looked at Wang Zhong. Post sentinels, we shall inspect the other granaries. Guo Xiao mused to himself. Allow me to revel in this moment, to bask in the sight of a full granary before proceeding. He then addressed the Shu officials present, proclaiming loudly, treat the surrendered Shu soldiers kindly. The captives will be transported to Fengxiang. Left you, make a note of those who have distinguished themselves. In that moment, he walked with a newfound swagger, his tone markedly different. Indeed, Guo Xiao had little regard for pretense. His joy did not require restraint. He often found that expressing his unrefined thoughts brought relief, a refreshing release. The gathered officers erupted in hearty laughter. Without Guo Xiao needing to send word of victory, Wang Jing would soon learn of the situation at the front. The officials in Fengxiang town were left astonished, exchanging glances before Wang Jing. 10 days? 10 days to capture over 10,000? Could it be that those ahead are deliberately exaggerating, reporting untruths? The aides who often accompanied Wang Jing were filled with doubt. Could such a battle truly exist? Wang Jing, unfazed, replied, the vanguard has fared well, easing the burdens of the entire western expedition. This is no misfortune. I propose we mobilize troops from Fengxiang town to reinforce the Chuntsong road, securing Weiwu City and Fengzhou City for ourselves, and command Guo Xiao's forces to advance directly towards Guzhou. The aides grasped the implications. If we seize Guzhou, we can threaten the vital pass of Qingmi Ridge, severing the Shu army's reinforcements, thus trapping them in Qin and Feng. Wang Jing concluded, in that case, let the order be given. Direct the troops from Xuanbu to advance through Songwan, pressing into Qinzhou via the Qinling Road. Part of the Fengxiang army will proceed along the Weishui River toward Qinzhou. Another will take the Chuntsong Road, exiting Songwan to assist the vanguard in attacking Weiwu City and Fengzhou. Meanwhile, Guo Xiao's vanguard will charge straight into Guzhou, swiftly blocking the Shu army's throat. The Western expeditionary forces were set to strike en masse, catching the enemy unprepared. However, the acting provincial governor, Zhu Wen, held a different view. He believed that it was Guo Xiao and the vanguard who would determine the outcome, albeit with risks involved, yet seizing the opportunity well. And fortune favored them. The vanguard's 10-day sweep of Fengzhou had rapidly dismantled the main forces, acquiring 20,000 measures of grain, fundamentally compensating for the earlier logistical shortcomings of the Western expedition. Zhu Wen considered himself neutral, merely reporting the facts. He promptly drafted a memorial, intending to set out for the front lines to witness the events firsthand. Of course, in his haste, he approached his desk and, taking up his brush, rewrote the conclusion with a lyrical flourish reminiscent of the grand historian, prophesizing the recovery of Qin and Feng as inevitable as autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. Soon, it would come to pass. He also extolled the emperor's martial prowess and grand vision, identifying a breakthrough for unifying the realm. He praised the strategic acumen of the chancellor and the appropriate selection of talent. With a wise sovereign above and loyal, valiant generals below, it was a sight unprecedented in history. Zhu Wen finished his writing in a flurry, reading it over once, feeling satisfied with the eloquence and grandeur of his prose. He was thoroughly pleased, busily transcribing it while summoning his attendants, instructing, once I complete this report of victory, send it post-haste to the capital with the swiftest horse. Chapter 79. Swift as the wind in the bustling streets of Tokyo, 3 riders galloped in a triangular formation down the main avenue. One rider, distant yet commanding, shouted loudly, "Clear the way! Clear the way!" Such a display of arrogance was seldom witnessed on the streets of Tokyo. Clad in armor, with 3 red flags affixed to his back, each inscribed with a character that collectively read, "Urgent! Urgent! Urgent!" The rider called out as he ran, "Victory news! Victory news!" The vanguard of the Western expedition, Guo Xiao, has decimated 10,000 troops of the Shu army in just 10 days. Countless citizens and passers-by paused to absorb this news. Matters of state had a way of spreading rapidly, becoming common knowledge in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the dissemination of such good news brought no harm. Prime Minister Wang Pu, traversing the straight road, heard the rapid hoofbeats and shouts, prompting him to instruct that his official sedan be moved to the side. In the face of such urgent news, even a prime minister found it difficult to concern himself with status. Instead, he felt quite pleased. Stepping out of his sedan to watch the galloping steeds with a relaxed demeanor, exuding an air of comfort. Both Xiang Sun and Guo Xiao were recommended by Wang Pu. It was the duty of a prime minister to recommend talents, ensuring they were the right individuals for the tasks at hand. Outside Weiwu City, Guo Xiao stood before the military tent, gazing northeastward at a large cloud of yellow dust. The troops of the Fengxiang army were approaching swiftly. Guo Xiao remarked casually, "How we feasted on all the meat outside, leaving only bones for others?" "There is still oil in the bones," replied a subordinate. After contemplating his words, Guo Xiao concluded that the most valuable resource in Weiwu City was grain. In such a military stronghold, it was imperative to stockpile provisions for over half a year to avoid succumbing to starvation and defeat. Traveling south from Weiwu City along the Chun-Tsang path, Fengzhou lay to the southwest. Continuing westward, beyond the major mountains of the Qinling Range, the road was flat, and merely a few dozen miles to the west was Guzhen. Further west lay Chengzhou. Guzhen was a military stronghold, located just 40 miles south of Qingni Ridge, a critical point for the Shu army's reinforcements from the hinterland, serving as a strategic choke point on the Shu road. Securing Guzhen would easily threaten any reinforcements arriving from Qingni Ridge, effectively cutting off the Shu road and eliminating any hopes for aid from Qin and Feng. The subordinate clasped his fists in respect and acknowledged the command. The Fengxiang army would soon reach the vanguard camp to exchange defensive responsibilities. Guo Xiao entrusted the siege works of Weiwu City to the Fengxiang army while awaiting the arrival of a larger contingent. He observed numerous ladders and mused to himself, so the seasoned General Wang Jing relies heavily on climbing walls for his siege. In the afternoon, Wang Zhong and Luo Yanhuan's forces also arrived from the northeastern valleys, prompting Guo Xiao to continue advancing along the Shu road with the majority of his first army. Upon reaching Fengzhou, he noted that the city was even larger than Weiwu City. However, the Shu army remained holed up, seemingly intent on a desperate defense. Following the advice of Li Chuyan, Guo Xiao left over 2,000 men of the Second Army and a subsequent group of laborers to construct an earthen wall outside Fengzhou, ensuring the Shu forces remained confined within. He personally led the First Army, pressing onward towards Guzhen without pause. Before the main army arrived, Zhou army scouts had just begun to operate near Guzhen when they spotted a small group of 10 riders approaching from the direction of Chengzhou. The Qin and Feng forces had originally defected from the previous dynasty, and their armor was quite similar to that of the Zhou army. From a distance, it was difficult to distinguish them unless one observed the intricate patterns on their waistbands. However, the Zhou army's uniforms were less cumbersome, and their helmets differed slightly, allowing for differentiation upon closer inspection. Han Jishuan recognized them as Zhou army scouts and could not help but exclaim, "Had we delayed our departure by even a moment, we would have been trapped." The Zhou army was alarmingly swift. "Had they already reached Guzhen?" Han Jishuan remarked. "The primary reason is the loss of the Tang Tsang garrison. I have heard that the Zhou army's vanguard is led by Guo Xiao, a man of no ordinary caliber. How could he have managed to outmaneuver us and set an ambush at Tang Tsang? Damn it, not only are they fast, but they also seize the opportunity flawlessly." The group raced to Qingni Ridge, finally exhaling in relief. They changed horses at the relay station and then sped off towards Chengdu. Even quicker than Han Jishuan was Zhao Jizha, who soon arrived in Chengdu. The Shu soldiers escorting him fled midway. He had ridden too swiftly, causing him to become separated from his aides. Zhao Jizha arrived in Chengdu alone. As he reached the city gates, he was met by an eunuch and a contingent of soldiers waiting for him. The eunuch stated, "The emperor wishes to see you. Come with us." He coldly added, "You are in such a rush. Is there time for you to change your clothes? Is the matter of state more urgent than decorum? Let's go." Left with no choice, Zhao Jizha awkwardly made his way to the palace. Upon reaching the grand hall, he noticed guards and ministers within casting sidelong glances at him. With his head hung low, he entered, hurriedly prostrating himself before the throne, too intimidated to look up at the figure seated at the distant imperial seat. "My dear minister, what has transpired to leave you in such a state?" A voice inquired urgently. Zhao Zhi's mind blanked as he lay prostrate on the floor, speechless, utterly unsure of how to respond. A minister shouted in anger, "Zhao Shijun, the emperor is addressing you. I, Zhao Zhizha, am anxious to report that I am unaware." He stammered. The tone of the individual who had previously addressed him as "my dear minister" shifted abruptly. "I dispatched you to survey the situation in Qin and Feng. Yet you failed to do so?" "I did go, I assure you," Zhao Zhizha replied. Feeling the emperor's wrath, he trembled in fear. "I truly did not know," Zhao Zhizha cried out. "Incompetent fool!" The voice angrily bellowed, "Bring him forth." At that moment, another minister quickly knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, temper your anger. Zhao Shijun has failed in his mission, yet he merely went to assess the defenses and does not command the northern troops. His crime does not warrant death. Your Majesty is benevolent. Begone, begone." The voice roared, discarding any semblance of previous dignity and composure. Hearing this, Zhao Zhizha fell to his knees, hastily retreating towards the palace doors. This maneuver was no small feat. Moving on his knees was already challenging, yet he managed to back away swiftly. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged gently from behind a curtain at the side of the throne. Days later, while officials of the Privy Council, led by Wang Xianzhi, were deploying troops in the south of the mountains, urgent news arrived in Chengdu, bringing the Shu emperor closer to understanding the preceding events. Wang Xianzhi, who referred to himself as Sleeping Dragon, often claimed to be the modern-day Zhuge Kongming, harboring grand ambitions. He detailed the situation regarding Qin and Feng in a way that far surpassed Zhao Zhizha's ignorance. The Zhou army was advancing south along the Tangsong Road and had nearly reached Guzheng, but the critical strongholds of Qin and Feng remained intact. Wang Xianzhi viewed this not as a misfortune, but rather as an opportune moment for a counteroffensive. He requested additional troops be sent to Chengdu and expressed his desire to lead the northern forces himself. His strategy centered on encircling the isolated Zhou troops, then splitting into two routes to attack from both Qinzhou and Songguan, taking Fengxiang first, followed by seizing the pass to threaten Tongguan, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. He aimed to engage the southern Tang and northern Han from three sides, beginning with the original stronghold. Just then, news arrived of an envoy from NP State seeking an audience. Upon presenting the state letter, the envoy urged the Shu emperor to relinquish his imperial title and submit to the Zhou dynasty, which would alleviate the crisis. Wang Xiaoyuan's outlook was exceedingly optimistic. However, the NP envoy's stance seemed to suggest the impending downfall of the Shu state. The two perspectives were starkly opposed. The emperor, incensed, addressed his ministers in the Grand Hall, "While my father led troops into Shu to claim the imperial title and establish our foundation, the Guo family scurried about like lost dogs." Chapter 80. The deputy commander Zhao Yin felt utterly helpless. Having just taken charge of the city defenses, he was met with a surge of disheartened soldiers fleeing from the direction of the Qinling and Weishui rivers. The situation appeared increasingly dire. He commanded his subordinates to capture the fleeing soldiers for questioning, discovering that the Zhou army was advancing towards Qinzhou from both the north and south. At that moment, the Shu army apprehended a spy who claimed to be a messenger from the Zhou army and was brought before Zhao Yin. Feigning anger, Zhao Yin coldly interrupted the messenger before he could finish speaking, declaring, "Ah, so you are here to persuade us to surrender. Guards, seize him." The messenger stood tall, retorting, "Honest words may be unpalatable. If you refuse to heed my counsel and insist on your obstinate course, prepare for the boiling cauldron." Zhao Yin stepped back in the hall, and his cousin hurriedly followed, urgently stating, "Qinzhou is turning into an isolated fortress, and the Zhou army is pressing in." The messenger's words align with the descriptions provided by the fleeing soldiers. The messenger from Qingzhou has also confirmed that Guzheng has fallen. Why not take this opportunity to surrender the city? If the situation weren't so grave, would Han Jishun have fled in the dead of night? "Follow me." Zhao Min led his cousin to the signing room, and in a low voice remarked, "Although the generals of Qinzhou are filled with apprehension and lack the will to engage in battle, I am not acquainted with them. If I were to publicly declare our intention to surrender, what if some martial commander issued an order and charged at us? What would you do?" His cousin hurriedly replied, "What my brother means is that the solitary city of Fengzhou is besieged by several armies, rendering it isolated. Wang Jing has ordered a siege from 3 sides, attacking relentlessly day and night. In this situation, the entire city resembles a cake discarded by the roadside, swarmed by a horde of ants, with shadows of dark figures continually falling, while thick smoke billows and dust rises. The cries of the people can be heard clearly from 2 miles away. The wind seems to carry the acrid scent of burnt hair, mingled with a nauseating fishy odor. Guo Xiao did not linger and swiftly led his troops towards Guzhen. That evening, scouts reported that someone had arrived from Dongjing. Guo Xiao promptly exited the military camp to wait outside the town. After a brief interval, he saw an official, adorned with a black cap and clad in a round-collared blue robe, riding towards him, accompanied by several attendants and a dozen cavalrymen. Guo Xiao, wearing a hospitable smile, stood still. Upon noticing the gathering of generals around a martial figure at the camp entrance, the official dismounted and clasped his hands, inquiring, "I am Zhuxi Lu Duoxuan, here to see the vanguard commander Guodushi. I was informed by my colleagues in Fengxiang that Guodushi is in Guzhen. I am Guo Xiao, and I have awaited your arrival for some time," Guo Xiao replied directly, adding with a smile, "Ah, a colleague from Dongjing. Please allow Dr. Lu to join us in the military encampment." Lu Duoxuan quickly responded, "Congratulations, Guodushi, on your promotion." The generals erupted in hearty laughter, filled with high spirits. However, Yang Biao disregarded the decorum entirely, seizing Lu Duoxuan's sleeve and demanding, "Speak plainly. What position has my elder brother been promoted to? Damn, why are you so verbose?" The crowd chuckled, unfazed by his outburst. Lu Duoxuan, momentarily flustered, forgot where he had left off and replied, "The position of the left commandant of Hujia, concurrently overseeing the militia in Shangzhou, and appointed as the military supervisor for the Western expedition." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Biao exclaimed, cursing again. For a moment, the group fell silent, likely pondering the significance of the left commandant position, one of the 4 elite divisions of the Zhou dynasty's imperial army, of which the Hujia army is one. Thus, Guo Xiao's military authority theoretically encompassed 1/8 of the entire imperial army's main force, albeit with numerous limitations. Guo Xiao laughed heartily, saying, "Dr. Lu, do not hold the martial men to the same standards. We are but rough individuals." "Not at all," Lu Duoxuan replied, following Guo Xiao into the military camp, casually mentioning, "I hope General Guo can speak well of me in front of Prime Minister Wang." He merely noted that everyone appeared jovial and took the opportunity to say a few words, perhaps oblivious to the sentiment of the martial commanders. As a left Shi, his primary duty was to serve the emperor, providing suggestions and oversight. Guo Xiao mused that kind words cost nothing and maintained a courteous tone in their exchange. Lu Duoxuan, being relatively young, seemed to have recently entered office, and upon receiving such courtesy from a high-ranking general, he sincerely stated, "To speak candidly, I come from humble beginnings. I just passed the imperial examination and was originally appointed as a secretary. I composed a poem for Prime Minister Wang, which led to my current position as left Shi. I consider it an honor to be entrusted by Prime Minister Wang to deliver orders and commend the valiant soldiers at the front, and I do not lament any hardships. To pass the imperial examination is indeed a rare achievement," Guo Xiao remarked, contemplating that although he was approaching higher military ranks, he could hardly recruit someone who had passed the examination as an advisor. Lu Duoxuan, empty-handed, explained that the appointment documents had already been delivered to the Western Expedition's commander, Wang Jing. Guo Xiao had no choice but to converse with him alongside his subordinates, though Lu Duoxuan, being a learned official, found little common ground with the martial generals. Besides Guo Xiao, only Li Chuyun managed to exchange a few words with him. Before long, a personal guard brought in dinner, a large basket of wheat cakes, and 2 wooden buckets of vegetable soup containing a few pieces of salted meat. Unexpectedly, Lu Duoxuan did not hesitate, devouring 3 large cakes and drinking 2 bowls of soup with great relish, completely discarding his previous refined demeanor. Noticing Guo Xiao smiling at him, he hastily remarked, "My family has been scholarly for generations, though we are of humble scholars. When fortune is unkind, we often subsist on meager fare. These wheat cakes, made from fine grain, are quite delightful." Upon hearing this, the generals regarded Lu Duoxuan with slightly softened expressions. Guo Xiao replied, "The soldiers charge forth, fighting valiantly and shedding blood. As leaders, we cannot indulge in better fare than the soldiers. We all share the same rations, and regrettably, We have not prepared any special dishes. Dr. Liu, if you find this acceptable, it suffices. Yang Biao scoffed. This food was seized from the Shu army. Otherwise, we would have nothing to eat, not even wheat cakes. Days later, news arrived from Fengzhou that Wang Jing's forces had captured Fengzhou city, seizing 150,000 dan of grain. The generals in Guzhan, upon hearing this, expressed their doubts. Wang Zhang grumbled to Guo Xiao, "Is it truly 150,000 dan, or perhaps 250,000 dan? Who can say for certain? Damn it! After all this fighting, has the genuine benefit gone entirely to others while we are left with nothing?" Indeed, it appeared that Zhang's seasoned commanders had reaped considerable rewards from the capture of Qin, Cheng, and Jie, under the watchful eyes of many affluent high-ranking officials. Lu Duishuan's expression had stiffened, struggling to mask his emotions. Upon entering the main hall, he knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. May your majesty's reign endure forever." "Rise," a voice commanded from above, coarse yet lacking vigor. Though nervous, Lu Duishuan spoke clearly. If an official cannot articulate well, perhaps they should not be in office. He quickly stood, bowed again, and stated, "Your humble servant has been commanded to deliver the appointment documents to Fengxiang." Invited by Wang Shi, Wang Jing, I undertook a tour at the front. At that time, Qin, Cheng, and Jie had already returned to our dynasty. A martial commander nearby disregarded etiquette entirely, interjecting, "Fengzhou has also been taken." Lu Duishuan quickly affirmed this. A commander of sufficient standing to enter the Grand Hall would never dare argue with him. Even the chief counselor could be a martial commander. And ordinary officials had little room for pride here. The noble figures above began to show impatience, stating, "As long as you see the person, that suffices." Shortly, a minister will recommend someone to commend Wang Jing and his forces. Lu Duishuan, feeling a surge of frustration, dared not speak further and bowed again, stepping toward the end of the left-hand row. Just then, Wang Pu stepped forward, offering a salute. "Your Majesty, in the war against Shu, we have captured and accepted the surrender of tens of thousands, but the crucial moments were merely one or two significant battles. The first victory at Weiwu City was decisive, and the great triumph at Huanghua Valley was pivotal. Guo Dusher besieged Weiwu City for 10 days, and when our supplies ran low, he achieved a tremendous victory at Huanghua Valley, seizing 20,000 dan of grain from Tang Dynasty, allowing us to advance on Guzhan and cut off the Shu army's retreat." Wang Pu initially spoke with decorum, but as he noticed the ministers listening intently, he began to embellish the tale, recounting how Guo Xiao had astutely seized the opportunity and executed his strategies flawlessly, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. In Wang Pu's narrative, Guo Xiao transformed into a figure of military genius, calculating and infallible. His eloquence bordered on hyperbole, yet it was articulated with such clarity that one might find the truth implausible if it contradicted his account. This discourse aligned closely with the reports from the front, leaving Lu Duishuan astonished at the power of the prime minister's influence. Moreover, Wang Pu, as the prime minister, was privy to nearly all matters of state. As he spoke, he veered into the topic of Shu's reluctance to submit. Recently, the king of Nanping, Jingnan, had dispatched envoys to Dongjing, secretly reporting that the emperor of Shu refused to acknowledge our sovereignty. Wang Pu remarked, "The Shu kingdom lacks capable generals, yet they remain arrogantly defiant." Suddenly, a voice from the throne erupted, laced with uncontainable indignation. Of course, this ire was not directed at Wang Pu. The covert report from Nanping had revealed that the emperor of Shu, Meng Chang, had publicly insulted the royal Guo family, likening them to lost dogs. Zhao Rong, an emotional human, surely could not remain unperturbed by such comments. The imperial guard, Huang Chao, stepped forward beside Wang Pu, declaring, "I implore your majesty to increase our forces and eradicate that Shu kingdom. I am willing to lead the charge." At this moment, Wang Pu hastily exclaimed, "No, merely frightened that Meng Chang will suffice." The envoy from Nanping stated that the peace envoy from Shu had already arrived in Jingnan. When the Shu envoy reaches the capital and is neither received nor given a response regarding their peace request, the ruler of Shu will naturally understand the gravity of the situation. Huang Chao, undeterred, insisted, "It is said that Shu is immensely wealthy, and their ruler is nothing but a fool, indulging in pleasures with thousands of concubines daily. The famed Hua Rui, renowned for her beauty, should be captured and presented to his majesty. Shi Chao, do not be disrespectful. Withdraw, admonished the chief counselor Wei Rinpu. With a disgruntled expression, Shi Chao retreated. However, Chai Rong refrained from reprimanding him and exhibited remarkable leniency. Chai Rong simply waved his sleeve and declared dismissed. Thus, everyone had no choice but to bow in gratitude, missing the opportunity to argue further. The eunuch Chao Tai announced the dismissal and proceeded directly to the rear palace to meet the empress without any pretense. While common folk could not attend the court, the discussions held were not strictly military secrets, allowing the eunuchs to overhear everything. Chao Tai recounted the events in the Great Hall in detail. Upon hearing, Fu Shi revealed a slight smile and remarked that Shi Chao is truly brave yet lacks wisdom. He spoke a multitude of words, yet not a single one was correct. Chao Tai concurred. Indeed, Shi Chao is formidable, prompting even Wei Rinpu and Wang Pu of the council to intervene. In my humble opinion, both the emperor and the council seem eager to first seize Huainan. The path to Shu is perilous, leaving no time to vanquish Shu. Wang Pu inadvertently let slip that scaring Shu would suffice. Fu Shi smiled but remained silent, her smile carrying a hint of coldness. Shi Chao not only failed to speak correctly, but his suggestion to capture Hua Rui and present her to the emperor was also baseless. Hua Rui, being Meng Chang's favored consort, would undoubtedly be frequently at his side. Even if she were as beautiful as a celestial being, it would hold no allure for the emperor. Shi Chao's misguided display of loyalty utterly missed the mark. However, Fu Shi's spirits had recently been buoyed, as Guo Xiao's performance not only met her expectations, but also brought her joy. Throughout those lengthy days, irrespective of the tumult outside, the court remained tranquil as water. And these surprises stirred her heart, alleviating some numbness. Guo Xiao had gradually become a pivotal piece on her chessboard. Although she found the term chess somewhat inappropriate, it was not detrimental to Guo Xiao. Rather, it proved mutually beneficial. A profound game of chess was coming to life in Fu Shi's mind. She was not only intent on securing her gains, but also relished the process of the game itself, compared to the trivial stakes on the board. The grand strategy of life was far more exhilarating. Should she gain the emperor's favor, Fu Shi believed she would truly surpass all women of her time. Hua Rui was merely a plaything from Singing Girl, and no matter how renowned her beauty, she could not be compared to Fu Shi. That notion was utterly laughable. Recently, as spring transitioned into summer, Fu Shi, having caught a slight chill, recalled a small scheme. If she feigned abdominal pain for a few days, would the imperial physician be able to discern from her pulse that she had yet to engage in intimate relations? It would likely be difficult to diagnose. However, she could subtly imply this while discussing her condition, allowing the physician to inform the emperor. The only issue was that within the court, the emperor would not concern himself with such trivial matters, nor would he specifically dispatch a physician to examine her, rendering any vague hints futile. Such opportunities were not non-existent. During the campaign, she felt there was ample time and that her little scheme need not be rushed. With the court preparing to attack Huainan, the emperor would surely lead the expedition. At that time, she would find a way to accompany them, feigning illness along the way, as her abdominal pain was genuine. And it would be interesting to see how the imperial physicians reacted. Fu Shi remained in quiet contemplation for a long while, observing Chao Tai still standing by her side, and said, "You must pay extra attention to the matter of the Huainan campaign. When you next meet Wang Pu, you could remind him, the Shu forces, intimidated by military might, will inevitably seek assistance from the Eastern Han and Southern Tang. Aligning these two nations would constrain us. Once Southern Tang agrees, it would provide our court with justification for our actions." Chao Tai hurriedly whispered, "Your Highness is indeed wise. In my view, no one among the male officials in the court can compare to you." Fu Shi could not help but chuckle, momentarily revealing a captivating charm that differed from her usual dignified demeanor. Chapter 82. Fu Yaozi. Guzhun. The nearby winding ancient riverbed resembled the traces of a giant python slithering through the valley. The terrain here was similarly rugged, with limited visibility. Yet compared to the Qinling Mountains, the hills were relatively gentle and low-lying, with numerous terraced fields dotting the vast slopes. Around the stronghold and on the terraced slopes, a few riders wandered nearby. The stronghold's earthen walls were occasionally traversed by ranks of infantry. At this moment, Guzhun was still quite tranquil. The weather was clear, yet dark clouds often loomed on the southern horizon, suggesting rain might fall at any moment, though it had not rained for several consecutive days. According to local residents, it rained at Qingshui Ridge to the south, but Guzhan remained dry. The weather was indeed peculiar. Just then, a woman, carrying a bundle wrapped in cloth, hurriedly approached from the terraced fields. Nearby scouts, bow in hand, squinted at her, but, seeing only a lone woman, chose to observe without immediate action. The woman stumbled her way to the earthen walls, demanding to enter the military stronghold. "Aren't you the Hu Jie army?" "The commander is Guo Xiao, and there's a formation commander named Luo Yanhua. Let me in, I need to see them," she argued persuasively. A young guard at the gate whispered to another officer. "There's a tall woman by Guo Duxi's side who specifically sends spies out. This woman may indeed be one of us. The formation commander is inside. Perhaps we should inquire with Luo Yanhua." After a while, Luo Yanhua emerged. He recognized the woman as a female Taoist he had seen last winter while stationed at Chunsong, a companion of Jingyang. He immediately ordered her to be allowed entry. However, the woman disregarded Luo Yanhua's presence, inquiring about Shenggu's whereabouts, insisting on seeing Jingyang. Deep within the earthen city walls, a circle of wooden fences enclosed a dilapidated archway. Luo Yanhua pointed to an old house with a yellow earth wall and a green tile roof to the right, instructing the woman to go there. The wooden door was tightly shut, with 2 armored soldiers pacing outside, appearing more comfortable walking than standing still. Upon seeing Luo Yanhua bring someone in, the soldiers paid no attention to the woman. She approached the door and knocked, prompting Jingyang's voice from within. "Who is it?" The woman responded, and, after some time, the door was opened just a crack. Jingyang, her hair damp, peered out and said, "Close the door." "All right," Jingyang replied. She was clad in a loose cotton robe, her bare feet slipping into wooden sandals, comfortably reclining on a pearwood chair while meticulously drying her damp hair with a clean towel. Upon entering, the woman anticipated seeing Jingyang in disarray. Instead, she found her properly attired, seated upright, her ample bosom accentuating the loose fabric of her robe. The cotton easily absorbed moisture, and her long, damp hair left faint impressions on the garment, clinging as she reclined. Jingyang remained still, allowing Guo Xiao's gaze to roam over her. Guo Xiao inquired, "What urgent news does she have?" shouting at the gates of the barracks. The woman replied, "I do not know if it is urgent or not, but many Shu soldiers have arrived from the south of Qingshui Ridge." "How many?" Guo Xiao asked, now fully attentive. The woman continued. Jingyang observed this and spoke. "We should send someone to summon by Xiangu from Chunsong and have her go to the Qingshui Ridge Monastery." Guo Xiao pondered. "That should not be a concern. The Qingshui Ridge is difficult to traverse. Even if the Shu army sends reinforcements, it will be late. We have already secured Guzhan. If the Shu army dares to cross the mountains and attack Qinfeng, it is a foregone conclusion. I find it unlikely. Even if they do come, we can dispatch troops from Guzhan, a day's journey, to strike them mid-crossing." The woman added, "There is a young girl residing in the Qingshui Ridge Monastery, who has been living there for over a month. More than a month ago, she traveled with an elderly Taoist through Qingyi Ridge, where they encountered a blockade of numerous Shu troops. The old Taoist decided to leave her at the Qingyi Ridge Monastery for temporary shelter, stating his intention to journey to Mount Amei. However, it wasn't long before conflict erupted in Fengzhou, and the situation in Xingzhou also grew increasingly unstable. Unable to leave, she remained at the monastery. Guo Xiao, in a state of urgency, inquired about the situation, expressing concern that the Shu army might be unaware of a certain path used by their spies. The woman introduced herself as Qing Su and revealed that her master was Chun Tuan, known as Fu Yao. "Fu Yao?" Guo Xiao exclaimed, surprised, recalling how he had once been saved by a Taoist who claimed to be Fu Yao during his time in Yifu. At that time, he had been oblivious to the significance of Fu Yao's name, but later learned of his renowned status. "She claims to be Qing Su?" Jingyang interjected, equally astonished. Guo Xiao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Fu Yao is not one to indulge in feminine company. Even in his youth, he rejected beautiful palace maidens presented to him by the emperor during the late Tang Dynasty. Now that he is older, how could he possibly take a female disciple? Surely, this girl, who claims to be Qing Su, is fabricating her story. She claimed that Fu Yao had taken her in as a child, and, as he slept daily, she accidentally grew up." The woman insisted, "I believe she speaks no falsehood. Even at her young age, she possesses exceptional capabilities, undoubtedly guided by a great master." At this moment, Jing Yang declared, "I have encountered Qing Su on Mount Amei. She is indeed Fu Yao's disciple. My initial acquaintance with the Shu Kingdom's noble consort, Lady Hua Rui, was facilitated by Qing Su's assistance. You're taking a considerable risk. That area is firmly under Shu control. If you simply write a letter," Guo Xiao turned to the newly arrived female Taoist, "I will dispatch a few trusted guards to accompany her and retrieve Chun Tuan's disciple. Such a celestial figure. Granting a favor is certainly not unwise." Jing Yang pondered for a moment and replied, "That is acceptable, but we must ensure we choose reliable individuals. We cannot allow Qing Su to suffer any indignities, for she has done me a great service. Rest assured, I will select trustworthy people," Guo Xiao affirmed. "I have 17 loyal subordinates who have served since my campaign in Gaoping, all of whom are from Dongjing and well acquainted with one another. I will choose 2 or 3 from among them, and there should be no issue." Having said this, he departed from Jing Yang's quarters and promptly set about organizing his men. Once matters here were settled, Guo Xiao found himself at a loss for what to do next. The fighting had subsided, and scouts reported no unusual activity. After some reflection, he concluded that the Shu army's reinforcements at Qingni Ridge were unlikely to launch an attack. They were likely just wary of the Zhou army pressing further into Shu territory. In this unfamiliar land, everyone felt a certain insecurity, yet the atmosphere was oddly tranquil, devoid of any form of amusement. Guo Xiao could not help but let his mind wander, feeling a persistent sense of unease that had inexplicably settled in his heart over the past few days. As he delved into the depths of his memories, he gradually unearthed some vague impressions. Soon, he grasped the elusive key point that lingered in the chaos: the demise of the Empress Fu. He struggled to recall the details surrounding her death, only vaguely remembering that Chai Rong had married 2 sisters, though he couldn't be certain. Guo Xiao was most familiar with Zhao Kuangyin, but Chai Rong was merely a name he recognized. Even the last ruler of the southern Tang, Liu, and the 2 Zhou empresses left a more profound impression than Chai Rong. He had likely seen something about Chai Rong marrying 2 sisters in a magazine, though the memory was hazy. In modern times, he was entirely unaware that Chai Rong's empress bore the surname Fu, nor had he ever heard of Fu Yanqing. He had never delved deeply into historical knowledge, especially since the era of the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms was rarely studied by ordinary people. The crux of the matter was that this question was of paramount importance. If Empress Fu were to pass away, what would become of him? Guo Xiao felt the gravity of the situation. Without her support, he doubted he could attain the position of Xiangdu commandant. If she were to disappear, what foundation would he have left? It would be best to serve as a martial general, drifting along with the current and bide his time for a pivotal moment. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Previously, he had been preoccupied with various matters, particularly those most immediate to him, and had never dedicated time to contemplating Empress Fu. Suddenly, that vague impression resurfaced within him. If Empress Fu were no longer of this world, the most direct consequence would be that he could no longer harbor feelings for her younger sister, which left Guo Xiao feeling profoundly disheartened. Chapter 83. Lay down the knife and become a Buddha. The rain was somewhat bothersome. A light drizzle was particularly irritating. A general clad in a resplendent red cloak furrowed his brow. He was not mistaken. The surface of the hillside became wet and was trodden upon by countless feet, forming a thin layer of muddy slush. Below lay hardened earth, compacted by prior passage, making the terrain quite treacherous. One misstep could result in a muddy fall. In some areas, stone slabs had been laid, yet they were uneven, and stepping upon them would result in a splash of muddy water to the face. The frowning general was named Li Tinggui, sporting a broad face and a robust physique, the epitome of a northern warrior, hailing from Hudong, Shaanxi. The majority of the Shu Kingdom's forbidden army consisted of migrants from other regions, remnants of those who had fled before the fall of the former Shu. Li Tinggui was currently the leader of the Shu troops stationed at the northern front, commanding the forces under Shang Konghe, and he had only just arrived at Qingni Ridge 3 days prior. The reinforcements he led had delayed, arriving at Xingzhou only to hear that Qin, Feng, Cheng, and Jie had already fallen. The Zhou army's movements were alarmingly swift. Li Tinggui's current intention was to hold Qingni Ridge and assess the situation. Days prior, Wang Xianzhi of the Privy Council had clamored for a counterattack, and Li Tinggui had wished to slap the man for his arrogance. That fool only knew how to boast. Reflecting back 20 years, Li Tinggui believed the Shu army could still contend in battle. But now, Merely holding the terrain was a blessing. If the Shu army had the capability to fight the Zhou army head-on, would Qin, Feng, Cheng, and Jie have fallen? Li Tinggui considered Wang Xiaoyuan's thoughts to be devoid of reason, as if he believed he could triumph through cunning alone, without engaging in actual combat. Undeterred by the difficult path, Li Tinggui and his men trekked southward along the edge of the western forest, yet the terrain remained under the control of Shu's strategic paths. At that moment, Li Tinggui spotted someone dressed in blue, hiding among the trees on a hillside, peering around. After observing for a while, he noted the absence of nearby settlements, only spotting a temple below the slope. He inquired of the guide accompanying them, "What temple is that?" The guide promptly replied, "It is a nunnery." Li Tinggui scanned the surroundings once more and suddenly declared, "There are spies in the mountains. Men, surround the area and capture that spy." Understood. Two of his subordinates clasped their fists and, gesturing, led their respective soldiers toward the hill. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, they split into two groups to encircle the area. Li Tinggui and the remaining soldiers made their way directly to the nunnery. An old courtyard, with a dilapidated building featuring a blue-tiled roof, was nestled on the hillside. As Li Tinggui and his men approached the temple entrance, they encountered an elderly nun with a wrinkled face, clasping her hands in prayer and exclaiming, "Amit Ba." Li Tinggui paid her no heed, while the cavalry patrolled around the nunnery. Before long, soldiers emerged from the forest, escorting a woman dressed in a blue Taoist robe, her arms bound behind her back, her head drooping as she was prodded forward. This woman was clearly not a nun. She had long hair, and her demeanor bore little resemblance to that of a practitioner. Was she a Taoist? The crowd was intrigued. When had nuns and Taoists ever mingled? "Are you a Taoist?" Li Tinggui inquired. The woman remained silent. Li Tinggui pressed on, "If you are a Taoist and possess credentials, we may have apprehended you by mistake. I would order your release." After a moment, one of the soldiers shouted, "General Li is asking you a question. Are you mute?" Li Tinggui immediately commanded, "Strip her down and search her thoroughly." The woman finally replied, but her voice bore the accent of the opposite region. Li Tinggui ceased further conversation and bellowed, "Arrest everyone from the nunnery." Upon hearing this, the soldiers rushed into the nunnery, and from the main hall stone steps emerged a dozen or so nuns, clad in gray robes and wearing cloth hats. When a nun in her 30s witnessed the soldiers storming in, she hastily exclaimed, "This is a sacred Buddhist sanctuary. How can you recklessly wield weapons here?" A multitude of nuns lifted their staffs. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers hastily seized their weapons, clamoring, "The nuns are armed and ready to resist. Shall we kill them?" Li Tinggui also stepped forward, declaring, "Capture them." At that moment, a nun, holding a string of prayer beads, observed the approaching chaos and halted those behind her, intoning, "Lay down your weapons and become a Buddha." As the nuns discarded their staffs, the soldiers surged forward, disregarding the nuns' chant, binding them with hemp ropes. Another group rushed inside and soon emerged with two women in custody, one robust and dark, the other merely a young girl of about 15. At this juncture, the nun with the prayer beads found herself unable to count the beads, her hands bound and kneeling on the ground. She remarked, "We nuns hide in the deep mountains, illuminated by the ancient Buddha's light, having no quarrel with the world. Is it heroic for the general to confront those of us who are unarmed?" Two men, with hair on their heads, remained silent. However, the young girl began to shout, "Who is the spy? We are merely passing through, residing here temporarily. Who do you claim is the spy?" One soldier, holding her captive, laughed heartily, saying, "If we say you're the spy, then you are the spy, and your cries are in vain." As he advanced with the rope, a cloud of white smoke suddenly erupted, bewildering the soldiers, who screamed and covered their faces. Two soldiers nearby immediately lunged at the source. The white smoke shimmered with a silvery light, causing them both to drop their spears and clutch their necks in pain. There appeared the young girl, clad in a Taoist robe, her hair neatly styled in a bun, carrying a cloth bag. Her delicate face, with single eyelids, appeared charming and vibrant, her complexion a rosy white, suggesting she was in excellent health, at most 15 years of age. Seeing her sit down in the courtyard, the crowd exhaled in relief, approaching her unhurriedly. Unexpectedly, the soldier who had been doused with white powder suddenly went mad, leaping and dancing about the courtyard with wild abandon. As if possessed, the commander bellowed at him, but he paid no heed, continuing his antics, a burly man whose movements were hilariously absurd. The scene in the temple was indeed bizarre. The young girl, now captured, shouted, "My master is Fu Yao? I have met the court's beloved consort, Huai. Take me to see her." The location was not far from the Shu Road, and the soldiers tied the captives together, driving them northward along the Shu Road. Upon reaching the relay station, which served as the base for the first wave of Shu reinforcements, the relay station transformed into a military headquarters. Except for the young girl. All the nuns and the two terrified women were locked away in a room of the relay station. Li Tinggui encountered Zhao Chongtao, the guest inspector accompanying the troops, and instructed him to interrogate the spies. The young girl was isolated, ignored by all. Zhao Chongtao, the son of a scholar, was not accustomed to conducting interrogations. His method was straightforward. He immediately ordered the two female Taoists to be hung beneath the eaves of the relay station and, without further ado, instructed them to be whipped mercilessly. "Beat the spies to death. Strike them," Zhao Chongtao shouted. Two soldiers were urged to remove their armor and seize the whips, striking with such ferocity that blood splattered, their cries echoing. The robust woman pleaded for mercy, weeping as her body convulsed, her face contorted in agony. The soldiers' whips were unbearable even for seasoned warriors, let alone for a woman. A single strike could tear clothing and draw blood, leaving her skin lacerated. "I confess. I will confess to anything. Just let me confess," the robust woman begged. At this moment, Zhao Chongtao finally sat on a stool, instructing the scribe to prepare a record of the testimony. The woman claimed, "I am a spy from the Zhou Dynasty. I truly am." Zhao Chongtao questioned her for an eternity, but she remained evasive, uttering only nonsense. The only useful admission being that she had come from Dongjing and had been surveying the terrain at Qingyi Ridge. Inside, the scribe interjected, "Zhao Gongzi, I know a method, one that Wu Zhou left behind, capable of scaring the emperor to death." Suddenly, a voice shouted in anger as Li Tinggui emerged, snorting, and pointed at the robust woman. "Qingyi Ridge is guarded by the Shu army. From where do you come, and where do you send messages?" The sky outside was engulfed in darkness, and the flickering lights in the camp indicated that it was already midnight. Moments later, memories of his recent conversation with Jing Yang resurfaced in his mind. He inquired, "Can Qin Tuan be found?" Jing Yang replied, "It depends on chance. The last time I encountered Qing Su was purely by coincidence. I never expected to learn of her whereabouts in this life." Guo Xiao endeavored to untangle the chaos in his mind. According to his previous life's recollections, Fu Hou was destined to perish early, allowing Chai Rong to marry her sister as his empress. How would Fu Hou meet her demise? Surely through illness. The Zhou dynasty had not fallen, and, as the daughter of the Fu Yanqing family, who could pose a threat to the empress's life? Life and death are predetermined. Yet Guo Xiao could not bear to watch Fu Hou die. Her death would leave him without hope in this era. Achieving a life of wealth and peace would be a fortunate outcome, yet he might offend a powerful figure and be slain by chaotic soldiers during tumultuous times. Such an unsafe prosperity frustrated him greatly. Previously, Guo Xiao had viewed the affection of a youth for the affluent and beautiful Fu family as shallow and immature, but now, his feelings for Fu had transformed entirely. He needed Fu not only for practical benefits, but also for emotional support. She resembled an older sister, providing him with a sense of care akin to that of his sister in a past life, for only his sister would concern herself with his well-being. Of course, his sister was not as formidable or noble as Fu. She was an ordinary person. Fu Hou must not perish. To defy fate and save her? Guo Xiao was not a physician and knew nothing of medicine. With legions at his command, who could conquer disease, unable to rescue her personally, he sought someone who could. The physicians of this era were inadequate. If they were capable, how could the royal family not summon them? How could Fu Hou possibly die? Guo Xiao recalled Fu Yao Qin Tuan, the self-proclaimed demigod who had revived him from the dead. These mystical beings were uncertain in their abilities, yet in times of desperation, people often placed their hopes in the ethereal. Moreover, Fu Yao was undoubtedly not a charlatan like Jing Yang, who merely established a Taoist temple and proclaimed herself a saint. Guo Xiao had witnessed firsthand the miraculous revival of the deceased. However, finding a person like Fu Yao was challenging, especially since legend spoke of him residing on Anmei Mountain, a territory of Shu. While Qin Tuan may be elusive, his disciple Qing Su was indeed present at Qingyi Ridge. Guo Xiao envisioned launching an attack on Qingni Ridge to rescue Qing Su from the Shu army. A frontal assault on Qingni Ridge would be exceedingly difficult, likely more formidable than besieging a city. The path of Bai Shui emerged in Guo Xiao's mind. If he could circumvent the narrow trails and launch a surprise attack on the Shu army, the odds would favor him. The captives, including Jing Yang's Taoist attendant, might reveal the Bai Shui route, which was also known to the abbess of the nunnery. The Shu army would likely interrogate them regarding the Bai Shui path. If they set defenses along that route, breaching it would prove arduous. Reports from his guards indicated that several sections of the path were too narrow, allowing only single-file passage. If the surprise assault failed, even if they were to defeat the Shu army, it was likely they would retreat with Qing Su, or worse, harm her over time. "You all come in," Guo Xiao beckoned to the guards and the young woman standing outside the door. "After more than 2 hours, we should have covered 10 miles to the southwest of Guzhan," the guard replied. "If we take the Bai Shui route, it stretches another 30 to 40 miles south to reach the Shu road. Following the Shu road to curve northeast would be much longer, at least 70 to 80 miles to reach Qingni Ridge." Guo Xiao calmed himself and listened attentively, quickly marking his map. He then inquired in detail about the conditions of the Bai Shui route. He pondered that if they could traverse the Bai Shui route 10 miles and then rush to the Shu road over 30 miles, they could cut off the retreat of the Shu army at Qingni Ridge. Calculating, departing from Guzhan would require a relentless advance of 100 miles, while the Shu army would descend from Qingni Ridge 80 miles and then reach the Bai Shui route 30 miles, making the distance slightly longer. "When were the nuns captured?" Guo Xiao asked. In the afternoon, Guo Xiao contemplated the situation. It was unlikely that the Shu army, having reached Qingni Ridge, intended to launch an offensive. If the kingdom of Shu were truly so aggressive, it would not have remained hidden in the basin for decades. The Bai Shui path might be known to the Shu forces, prompting them to dispatch troops for its defense. There was no urgency for them to act immediately. After all, they had remained unaware of that route for so long. Thus, Guo Xiao surmised that the Shu army would likely send troops to fortify the Bai Shui path by tomorrow morning, needing to traverse over 100 miles. If they were not marching in haste, given the rough terrain, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. The opportunity for a strategic strike still existed. "Your subordinate awaits orders," Guo Xiao declared. He then commanded the drumming to summon all military leaders of the rank of commander and above for a council at the military headquarters. Guo Xiao took a seat on a bench beside a wooden table. Before long, the generals arrived in succession, each placing their swords on the rack at the entrance before stepping into the hall, arranging themselves in order of rank. To the southwest of Guzhan, there was a narrow path that could circumvent to the rear of Qingni Ridge. Guo Xiao spoke plainly, however. "I received news today that our infiltrator in Shu has been captured. The Shu army may have learned of this path by this afternoon. If we advance now, covering 100 miles swiftly, we could cut off the Shu forces' retreat, encircling and annihilating them at Qingni Ridge." The generals listened intently, and someone inquired, "Commander Guo, how many troops does the Shu army have?" Guo Xiao replied, "There should be only a few thousand. This is the first batch of reinforcement from Shu." "Yang Bio Chuklet, then are we not merely dealing with bandits?" Guo Xiao responded, "The kingdom of Shu is essentially an enemy state in wartime. Extorting them incurs no punishment for us, unless the emperor of Shu can intervene in our Dezhou army's matters." Wang Zhang concurred. "In our westward campaign, we charged forward and gained nothing, while all the spoils went to the Fengxiang and Jinan armies. They captured all the cities. Gradually, more generals began to waver, discussing among themselves. I heard the emperor of Shu uses a golden chamber pot. The subordinates chimed in, "If bandits can do it, why can't we? There are no cities at Qingni Ridge. If we can pass through and set up a field battle, who shall we fear? Let's do it." Li Chuyun stepped forward and solemnly advised, "I implore the Lord to think carefully. As this is a narrow path, should we face difficulties, retreat would be slow. To rush in would be akin to sending a lone soldier into peril for the sake of external gains. Commander, we must consider this deeply." Li Chuyun added, "If the Lord is determined, I am willing to serve as the vanguard." Guo Xiao pondered deeply, finding merit in the counsel of the two generals. This was unlike the bold assault on Waiwuching, where the escape routes were too constricted. However, Li Chuyun and others were unaware of the complexities surrounding the situation involving Empress Chun and others. It was inappropriate to place 1,000 elite soldiers in danger for personal matters, and Guo Xiao rarely found himself hesitating in such a manner. At that moment, Luo Yanhua declared, "If the Lord intends to act, then we shall act. We trust in you." The generals exchanged glances, and Li Chuyan, who had initially raised objections, was the first to step forward, stating, "I am willing to go." Chapter 85. Speed is invincible in the morning mist. Even as summer had arrived, the air remained chilly. Birds in the forest were startled, fluttering out from the treetops, making a raucous sound as they took flight. Guo Xiao turned his gaze, catching sight of a dark shape gradually vanishing into the haze. Soon, the surroundings quieted, leaving only the faint sound of metal clashing and the rustling of footsteps. It was indeed a daring venture. Yet, Guo Xiao felt no direct fear, perhaps due to the presence of a large company, as numbers tend to numb one's nerves. He sensed that individuals are easily influenced by those around them. The narrow path slowed their progress, and the soldiers set out before dawn, not arriving at Baishui Road until dusk. Baishui Road lay 10 miles from Guzhen, which meant they had walked uninterrupted for an entire day to cover just 10 miles. Those in front gradually halted, and everyone began to drink cool water and eat wheat cakes. After their meal, they continued on, not setting up camp or resting, adhering to the established battle plan to cover over 10 miles without pause, only stopping after reaching the Shu Road. The soldiers began to light torches, some using tung oil in bamboo tubes packed with grass, while others ignited dry branches directly. The path was indeed treacherous, and to march through the night, they had to disregard any notions of stealth. Guo Xiao held a thought in his mind. In the realm of martial prowess, speed is invincible. Even if the Shu army knew of his intent to intercept their retreat, they could only grow anxious, unable to catch up. Having marched 100 miles along the rugged path day and night, this exceeded Guo Xiao's previous knowledge of ancient armies. Yet, it appeared that his troops faced no significant issues. They moved steadily and spoke little. Some likely had blisters on their feet, yet they seemed able to endure. The resilience of seasoned soldiers, though challenging to control, proved immensely useful. They required no theoretical guidance or faith, as long as the soldiers were not of disreputable backgrounds. They understood that most people in this era could only survive by being tough, subsisting on meager rations. After a full day of travel, Guo Xiao gradually recognized the reality. The soldiers raised their heads, fighting for military achievements and wealth. His personal matters could not solely be his own. For a portion of the generals, it was a matter of survival. If Guo Xiao were to falter, Yang Biao and the others would inevitably share in his misfortune. This was also why the others rejoiced at the news of Guo Xiao's promotion. It was not mere flattery, for in this world, human life held little value. Those soldiers scrambling to scale the walls of Fengzhou did so for the chance of recognition from above, risking their lives for it. That night, the army finally reached the Shu Road. Guo Xiao was so fatigued that he struggled to keep his eyes open, nearly dozing while standing. The area was illuminated by torches, with scattered bonfires on both slopes. All around was bustling activity as Li Chuyan's vanguard worked through the night to construct defensive fortifications. A simple barrier would suffice. The soldiers needed to regain their strength for battle. Guo Xiao ordered that no one remove their armor and to rest on the spot. The generals spread the order, and the troops lay down on the muddy ground. For a moment, the mountains were filled with bodies, resembling the aftermath of a fierce battle. Having slept poorly the previous night and marching until midnight, everyone was utterly exhausted after carrying heavy loads for 100 miles. Guo Xiao, in modern society, had only walked 10 miles and his legs felt sore. Guo Xiao sat beside a fire, dozing off for a while, lost in a haze until someone roused him. The next morning, there was still no activity, so the troops began to build some makeshift latrines in the open areas of the Shu Road and deployed their forces. They did not need to light fires for cooking, subsisting only on dry rations and salt, drinking from the river, with no hot water available as they had not brought any pots. A large contingent sat in their respective camps, basking in the sun, while commanders took turns fetching water from the Jialing River in wooden buckets. Although the Shu Road was not easy to traverse, it was a natural route for advancement, with rivers and streams along the way, eliminating concerns for water supply. At that moment, several horsemen galloped in from the northern road, heading straight for Guo Xiao. One soldier dismounted and cupped his fist in salute, reporting, approximately 20 miles to the north, we have spotted a small contingent of Shu troops, no more than 300. Approaching from the flanks, we discovered a large number of Shu forces about 30 miles away. It was still dark, so we could not see clearly, but the torches suggested they number in the thousands. Guo Xiao exchanged glances with his subordinates. After a moment's calculation, he realized that the Shu army likely learned of the Baishui path the afternoon before last. From then until now, they had moved their reinforcements southward for 50 miles. Guo Xiao rose and surveyed the terrain around him. The Shu Road and the Jialing River extended northeast, with the river flowing swiftly. The terrain on the opposite bank was relatively flat, while the northwest side was entirely mountainous. He immediately commanded, "Divide our forces to firmly hold this position, intercepting any reinforcements that may come from Xingzhou. Scouts should search the riverbank for possible crossing points. The main force will advance directly towards the Shu army." He then looked towards Li Chuyan. Li Chuyan remarked, "Indeed, this is most appropriate." The troops, upon receiving their orders, gradually assembled in an orderly fashion and resumed their march. The path ahead had become significantly broader. The army maintained its formation in 4 lines, with cavalry scouting ahead and a substantial number of infantry providing cover for behind. Along the way, they stumbled upon the encampments previously occupied by the Shu army, where some iron pots and miscellaneous items lay carelessly strewn by the roadside. The soldiers of the Zhou army seized the opportunity to collect these items for boiling water to drink. Based on common experience, consuming too much raw water could upset one's stomach. Thus, they preferred to heat water before drinking. As dusk approached, there was still no sign of the Shu army. Perhaps there were some scattered cavalry ahead, but they had long been dispersed by the scouts of the Zhou army. And General Guo Xiao had not encountered a single Shu soldier. Guo Xiao and Li Chuyan rode forward, selecting a spacious area, and ordered their units to construct barricades and set up camp upon arrival. They would continue their journey for half a day tomorrow, not in haste, as an encounter with the Shu army was inevitable. The Shu forces had no escape route and could only engage in battle behind Qingyi Ridge. The soldiers sensed that the moment of confrontation was drawing near, and that evening, many were seen polishing their swords and checking their bows and arrows, creating an atmosphere befitting a pre-battle scenario. After walking 200 miles over several days, all was for this impending clash. Chapter 86. The torrential river buries the souls. The northeastern sky was shrouded in a gray haze, while the sun emitted a pallid light through the clouds. Guo Xiao galloped up a gentle slope, and suddenly, a dense mass of Shu soldiers emerged in the distance, their banners fluttering like clouds, appearing overwhelmingly numerous. A few scattered cavalrymen ambled along the road 100 paces away. These Shu soldiers were indeed from the heartland, their helmets markedly different from those worn by northern troops, featuring a brim at the front. It seemed that the Shu region often experienced rain, and this brim served to deflect water from their faces. A cadre of a dozen or so personal guards of martial generals followed closely behind, dismounting to observe. "Bring me a bow," Guo Xiao commanded. His guards promptly presented his 2-stone-strong bow, and Guo Xiao knocked an arrow. The nearby Shu cavalry, witnessing Guo Xiao's actions, surprisingly did not flee. Seemingly incredulous that anyone could shoot him, one of them brazenly shouted, "Come on, shoot me, you turtle." The generals exchanged glances, and Guo Xiao, wearing a cold smile, drew his bow back 100 paces. Typically, a shot could reach that far, but precise long-range shooting was challenging. Generally, a 1-stone bow used by the military, or a 1.5-stone bow favored by northern nomads, could only achieve accuracy at shorter distances. Twang! The bowstring sang, and moments later, the mounted soldier fell backward, tumbling from his horse, which, startled, bolted away. The other Shu cavalrymen saw this and scattered in panic. "Well done, well done." The generals laughed and cheered heartily. To the right flowed the swift waters of the Jialing River, while to the left lay the mountains. The area was confined, leaving little room for strategy or tactics. The only option was to charge forward and engage directly. Guo Xiao turned his horse and descended the slope, weaving through the gaps between the generals, loudly proclaiming, "There is no retreat. Behind us lies the land of Shu, and the narrow paths are too cramped to escape." The brave would triumph in narrow encounters. The soldiers raised their weapons, erupting into a cacophony of cheers, their morale evidently high. Since entering Shu to fight, they had achieved consecutive victories, instilling confidence in all. Guo Xiao closed his eyes, silently praying to any deities that might listen, hoping for their protection. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his face stern as he drew his blade without the sound of drums or horns. Communication relied solely on shouts. Guo Xiao raised his sword high, vociferously shouting, "Kill! Kill!" The soldiers' gazes converged, their eyes wide as they echoed his battle cry, creating a thunderous roar. A valiant general rode at the forefront, brandishing his spear, his back and waist adorned with several knives, fully armed. The troops surged forward like a torrent, spilling onto the main road. At approximately 70 paces, the stationary Shu army released their arrows first. Soon, Wang Xiao heard the barrage of twangs as both sides began to launch their projectiles skyward. Those with shields hastily raised their round shields overhead, while others wielded their weapons above their heads in a frenzied dance. The arrows, if aimed correctly, rained down into the fray, the heavy arrowheads descending with alarming speed, causing cries of distress to erupt. A burly man shouted, rallying his comrades as they charged forward amidst the hail of arrows. The Shu forces, too, let out thunderous battle cries, a wave of soldiers surging towards them. In an instant, the scene became one of utter carnage. The masses collided, their spears and swords driven into armor with brutal force. The air filled with screams mingling with the scent of blood wafting through the mountains and waters. The front line of the Shu army, taken aback by the chaos, was thrown into disarray as soldiers, frenzied, thrust their spears indiscriminately, completely disregarding humanity. The Zhou soldiers charged with ferocity. They were no strangers to such scenes, having experienced them every few months or years. Compared to the frenzied cavalry, their iron hooves trampled everything like a torrential mudslide, rendering this skirmish trivial. A helmet was knocked off, revealing a wild man with blood-soaked hair and face who charged forward, causing a cluster of Shu soldiers to recoil in fright, as if confronted by a specter, yet behind them was an equally pressing tide. In quick succession, another Zhou soldier wielding a shield plunged into the throng. The shield collided with armor, propelling him upward. With a fierce swing of his iron hook, he plunged it deep into a soldier's jaw, tearing away flesh and skin. The agonizing cries echoed, reverberating in a way that could terrify the bravest of hearts, blood splattering onto those nearby. The soldier raised his hands in a futile defense, his visage a portrait of horror, soon to be trampled underfoot, his cries intensifying as his wounds met the earth. On the ground, several Zhou soldiers trampled over a fallen comrade, stabbing with their long spears relentlessly. The young soldiers of the Shu army, having never witnessed such brutality, were thrown into panic, desperately attempting to push against the advancing Zhou forces. The area where the two armies met had lost all semblance of order or formation. Chaos reigned as they engaged in a frenzied melee. The nature of war here was starkly direct. The essence of combat was to kill. Many found themselves with no escape, scrambling up the steep slopes, quickly becoming living targets for the Zhou soldiers positioned behind. The archers unleashed a hail of arrows, and soon, arrows began to tumble down from the hillside. The ground was littered with arrow shafts, appearing from a distance like a field of reeds. Countless individuals were pushed off the main road, plunging into the eastern Jialing River. The tumultuous waters surged, swiftly engulfing them. Their heavy armor weighed them down like stones. And occasionally, one would surface, gasping for breath, exclaiming, "Help! Help!" Yet amidst the chaos of battle, no one could assist them, and they were swept away in an instant. The commander of the 1st Division gestured from horseback, brandishing his sword, pointing down the slope as he commanded, "Shoot! Shoot those fleeing soldiers!" Suddenly, a sharp twang resonated, and his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes bulged as he dropped his sword, clutching his throat and gasping for air as he toppled from his horse. His personal guards hurriedly dismounted to assist him. An arrow had pierced his neck, likely injuring his windpipe. He fell, unable to move, his lips turning blue, his legs thrashing on the ground. The soldiers exchanged worried glances, and someone cried out, "General! The general is beyond saving." Just then, Wang Xiao's voice rang out. "The commander of the 1st Division shall immediately assume command of the 1st Division's troops." It turned out the commander had been observing the situation from the rear. "Avenge our commander," a guard shouted, his eyes aflame with fury as he brandished an iron mace and pushed forward through the ranks with determination. The front lines were awash in blood, while arrows continued to rain down. The chaos was akin to a battlefield of demons and slaughterhouses, with countless individuals locked in a desperate struggle. The drowned and the archers numbered beyond comprehension. Within half an hour, the entire formation of the Shu army began to falter, the frenzied soldiers forcing their way backward. The once orderly lines, which had maintained some gaps, now resembled a packed bus, with no room to turn around. Many were shoved into the Jialing River, shouting, "Clear the way! Let me through! Please move back!" The crowd, feeling as though they had encountered malevolent spirits, preferred to squeeze into the congested throngs rather than confront the bloodied and frenzied figures ahead. The rear guard of the Shu army finally turned to flee, while the panicked masses streamed northeastward. The Zhou army pursued relentlessly from behind, with Guo Xiao's voice ringing out, urging them to surrender. At that moment, a martial officer among the disordered troops shouted, "Drop your weapons and kneel by the roadside to avoid death." The throng surged forward, encountering numerous surrendering Shu soldiers along the way, with some areas so packed that people climbed the hills, covering their heads in despair. The vanguard of the Zhou army hastened forward, and those who had not managed to surrender were slain from behind, with corpses strewn about. By afternoon, the leading commander had reached the post house at the foot of Qingmi Ridge, and upon looking up, he saw many people scrambling up the slope in disarray. As Guo Xiao pressed on with the tumultuous army, he suddenly spotted a temple nestled quietly before a mountain, surrounded by desolate hills, with no villages in sight. A personal guard, noticing his gaze, shouted, "That is the nuns' convent." Qingmi Ling and Guo Xiao turned to look, but remained silent. They surged into the Qingmi Ridge post house, which was under the control of Zhou soldiers both inside and out. Unconcerned with the remaining Shu troops scrambling up the mountain, Guo Xiao strode directly into the post house. Behind him, Li Chiyun called out, "Brother Luo, take some men down the mountain to persuade them to surrender. Tell the Shu soldiers there's nowhere left to run. Beyond Qingmi Ridge, we still hold the territory." Guo Xiao quickly entered the post house, only to be startled by the sight of two corpses hanging from the eaves. Two women, their bodies soaked and stained with blood. As Guo Xiao approached, he was hit by a foul stench of blood and excrement. One woman had stiffened, hanging like a stone, while the other, a black woman, dangled limply, a gaping wound in her abdomen. Jing Yang's voice trembled. "Quickly, take them down." Guo Xiao noticed several individuals kneeling within and unsheathed his blade, advancing towards them. A round-collared official in green hurriedly bowed, pleading, "General, spare us. We did not kill them." Guo Xiao pressed urgently. "Where are the others you captured?" The official stammered. "I know where they are. Move," Guo Xiao barked. The official carefully rose from the ground and led Guo Xiao through a side alley. Fumbling for the keys to open a door, his hands trembling, Guo Xiao cursed, "Get out of the way." Raising his sword, he struck down, sparking a flurry of sparks as the blade shattered a large notch. He discarded the sword, stepped back, and charged forward, crashing through the door with a resounding thud. Chapter 87. Fairness for all bursting into the post-house room. The scene was horrific. Tables and stools lay in disarray, with over a dozen bodies sprawled across the floor. Walls and ground stained with blood. Who had killed these people and locked the door? All doors and windows were shut tight. As Guo Xiao approached the entrance, he was overwhelmed by a pungent, foul aroma, reminiscent of the bodies hanging outside, a mixture of blood and excrement. Even those slain by blades and spears appeared more dignified. It seemed as if their muscles had lost control, allowing the contents of their bodies to seep out. Guo Xiao felt a chill in his heart. Had Qingxiu and these nuns been killed as spies? Had they perished in such a manner? He stepped over the threshold, unsheathing his sword to turn over the prostrate corpses one by one. He had never seen Qingxiu, but had heard descriptions from the spy women. A pointed chin, single eyelids. About 14 or 15 years old. Moreover, Qingxiu was not a nun. She had hair. "These people were not killed by us," the trembling official stuttered. The official then recalled, "There's still one locked away, a young girl who claims to be a disciple of Fu Yao and Shun Tuan. Is she still alive? Take me there immediately." Guo Xiao discarded his sword and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao dashed to the farthest corner of the room, where beneath a small window stood a young girl, petite and appearing somewhat frail, with single eyelids and a pointed chin, holding a hairpin. She spoke in a thick accent. "What do you want?" "My master is Fu Yao. He is very powerful. Don't come any closer." It appeared that she had intended to use the hairpin to break the wooden bars of the window, as a piece of wood lay on the ground with shavings scattered about. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao felt a weight lift from his heart, and he carefully examined Qingxiu, saying, "I assure you, I mean you no harm. I am here to rescue you. You have no idea how much I risked to save you. You're strange. Do I know you?" Qingxiu, pressed against the wall, felt uneasy under Guo Xiao's gaze. Occasionally, she would glance at him, their mutual observations creating an atmosphere of peculiar tension. Two previously unrelated individuals. Guo Xiao's concern for her was palpable, and he understood the reason behind it, yet felt almost mystical. Was this what they called fate? Before long, Jing Yang approached coldly, her face pale, yet she said nothing. Upon reaching the door, she spotted Qingxiu and finally spoke. Qingxiu, do you remember me? Yushan Taoist? Qingxiu's face lit up with joy. After all, she was just a girl in her teens. Regardless of her lineage, seeing a familiar face brought her a sense of security. And she was no exception. Observing this, Guo Xiao silently withdrew from the room, speaking quietly to the two personal guards beside him. Keep an eye on them. Do not let Qingxiu slip away. Qingxiu and Jing Yang exchanged a few words, and when she looked up, the strange young general had vanished. I don't know, the official stammered. Suddenly, a clash rang out, and with a flash of steel, Luo Yanhua drew his blade, striking the official's neck, blood splattering onto the blade. The official, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Trembling, he stammered, Zhao Chongtao's orders. Where is he? Guo Xiao inquired further. The official replied, the fleeing soldiers have reached the post house. Upon learning of their defeat, Zhao Chongtao and General Li have headed up Qingyi Ridge. Just then, a rider burst through the post house door, reporting, the main commander of the Shu army, Li Tingge, demands humane treatment for his captured subordinates, claiming they will surrender if we agree. Luo Yanhua scoffed. At this point, he dares to negotiate terms? Guo Xiao waved his hand. Send word to Wang Zhang. Agree to Li Tingue's terms. A swift resolution will save us trouble. As evening approached, a group of Shu military leaders and officials was brought bound to the post house. Guo Xiao and his fellow generals awaited them in the main hall. As Li Tingue and the others entered, they noticed the peculiar gazes of the Zhou commanders, neither furious nor welcoming, but rather as if they were viewing them as mere commodities. Defeated generals, kill if you wish, Li Tingue declared defiantly. Guo Xiao asked, who is Zhao Chongtao? A Shu general behind Li Tingue replied, I am. Guo Xiao commanded, take him out and skin him alive. Upon hearing this, Li Tingue was furious, shouting, who promised not to kill captives? Such words are mere farts. I have lost the battle. My death is of no consequence. If you have the guts, kill me. Guo Xiao replied coldly. In battle, killing an opponent incurs no retribution. However, killing unarmed individuals warrants payment in kind. It is only natural. With that, he gestured to have the rest imprisoned. Luo Yanhua remarked, these Shu soldiers are elite troops, not impoverished. They are often rewarded by the Shu emperor. Thousands of captives, if we squeeze them for a bit, none will escape. Very well. You and Zui Yu shall handle this matter, Guo Xiao stated. Li Chuyun added, if the Shu people truly come to redeem their own with money, will we simply let them go? Especially without a word. Releasing a Shu general could lead to trouble with